Taekwondo, I did karate, Kyokushin Kai
Oh,
karate,
all right, cool.
and judo.
Also, you really branched out.
Yeah. So I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu briefly.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where?
In Palo Alto.
Really?
Yeah.
No shit. I was gonna suggest that. That's a great thing for people. Like that's a thing about jiu-jitsu.
What up, Bitcoin Kyle Chandler? How you living, baby?
Oh, a bunch of meatheads strangling each other.
Sure.
But they're some of the smartest people I
Living
know.
like a
are
pimp.
Jiu-jitsu fiends because they
All day, every day.
They first of all they get introduced to it confusingly. Either they want to exercise or learn some self-defense.
Sure.
But then they realize that it's essentially like a
Tight,
language
dog.
with your body. Like
Yeah.
you're having an argument with someone with some sort of a physical language. And it's really complex. And the more access to vocabulary and the sharper your words are,
Sure.
the more you'll succeed in these ventures.
Yeah.
It's really almost an accurate analogy of what jiu-jitsu is.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, probably like a lot of people, for the way early day, after the first MMA fights with Royce Gracie,
Mm-hmm.
and he was like incredible.
Yeah.
And it was like, you know,
Technique.
yeah. He was like, winning against people way bigger and like everything. It was just like, oh, this is cool.
It was what martial arts were supposed to be when we were kids.
Yeah.
When you saw Bruce Lee fuck up all these big giant guys, like, wow, martial arts allow you to beat someone far bigger and stronger than you.
Right.
Most of the time, that's not real.
Especially if they know martial arts too.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Yes, but in the UFC, when Royce Gracie, off of his back, was strangling Dan Severn with his legs, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
This guy's being pinned by this big giant wrestler, and he wraps his legs around his neck and chokes him to the point the guy has to surrender.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, Royce got beaten up pretty bad in some of those.
He definitely had some rough fights.
But he won.
He won, yeah. But he's a legend. And what it showed, and I mean, I'm a huge lover of jiu-jitsu. What it showed is that there is a method for diffusing these situations with technique and knowledge.
Yeah.
And I think it's also a great way to exercise too, because it's almost like the exercise is secondary to the learning of the thing. The exercise is like you want to develop strength and conditioning just so that you can be better at doing the thing.
Sure.
And the analogy that I use is like, if you had a race car and you could actually give the race car better handling and more horsepower just from your own focus and effort.
Sure.
That's really what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah. When am I going to be able
my kids, I should say, I sent my kids to jiu-jitsu since they were like, I don't know, 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's a great thing to learn. It really is. Yeah. Maybe something like, I mean, even if you just have someone that holds the pads for you, and you get a workout in and it'll be fun. When am I going to be able to buy one of them roasters? When's that happening?
Well, I can't, say exactly when, but we got to get it. This COVID thing's kind of thrown us for a loop.
I'm sure.
So, not to blame everything on COVID, but it's certainly set us back on progress for some of our months. Things we're going to get done ahead of Roadster, wrapping up Model Y production. That'll be a great car. This great car. Getting the Berlin Gigafactory built, and also building Y, expanding the Shanghai factory, which is going great. Get the Cybertruck, semi-truck, Roadster. Roadster's kind of like dessert. So, like, we gotta get the, meat and potatoes and greens and stuff.
But Roadster comes before Cybertruck.
I mean, I think we should do Cybertruck first before Roadster.
Yeah, no, so I'm not mad at that.
Some of the things for Roadster, they're the tri-motor plaid powertrain. We're gonna have that in Model S. So that's like one of the ingredients that's needed for Roadster is the high powertrain, the more advanced battery pack.
I wanted to ask you about this before I forgot. Well, there's a company that's called Apex is taking your Teslas and they're giving it a wider base and wider tires and a little bit more advanced suspension.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? Do you
Sounds good
work
to me,
with
sure.
them? Are you cool with those people?
Yeah, I'm go ahead.
They're jazzing stuff up with carbon fiber and doing a bunch of interior choices. You're cool with it? You can't fuck with that. You don't have time. So is it good that someone comes along and has a sort of specialty operation?
Yeah, I got no problem.
That's what it's called, right? It's like, Jamie, is it called Apex?
Yeah, I got a Unplugged Performance. That's Apex.
That's right. Unplugged Performance, yeah.
Yeah, you could for sure lighten the car up and improve to tire traction. And
Have you seen that company's stuff? What they do?
I don't know specifically, but
It's pretty dope.
Yeah.
They make it pretty dope looking. They take Model S and they widen it and give it a bunch of carbon fiber. That's it right there.
cool.
Ooh la la.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it does.
Now the plaid version of the Model S, are you going to widen the track and do a bunch of different? I know you guys are testing at the Nürburgring. Can you not talk about that?
Well, I think we got to leave that for a proper sort of product unveil.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Last time you were here, you convinced me to buy a Tesla. I bought it. It's fucking insane.
Oh, great! Glad you like it.
Oh man,
Pretty fun.
I don't. It's not just pretty fun. It's like the way I've described it is it makes other cars seem stupid. They just seem dumb. Like I love dumb things. I love dumb cars. Like I love campfires.
Yeah,
I love
totally.
campfires. I have a 1993 Porsche that's air cooled.
Sure.
It's like it's not that fast. It's really slow compared to the Tesla.
Yeah,
really
actually,
slow.
really quite slow. But
Yeah, but there's
sure.
something engaging about the mechanical, just like the gears, and it's very analog, but it's so stupid in comparison to the Tesla.
No
Like,
way.
When I want to go somewhere in the Model S, I hit the gas and it just goes.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It like violates time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You tried it like Ludicrous Plus and stuff.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. Cool.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
tight.
We just did a software update where
Has he
we'll do
seen your
like a cheetah
new
stance.
tattoo?
So so it's got a dynamic air suspension, so it lowers the back.
Does he know about Harry Potter
Yeah,
Obama
just
Sonic
like
Tanino?
a sprinter, basically.
Right.
Like, what do you do if you're a sprinter? You
Right.
hunker down, and then I shaved like 10 a second off 0.6. I mean, like it was pretty fun.
It's so. I've taken so many people, and I'm like, I take them for the holy shit moment. I'm like, you ready? Like, hang on there. And I
Yeah.
stomp on the gas.
That I've never felt anything like it.
It's confusing.
Yeah,
It really is.
sure.
The instant torque, and just the sheer acceleration is baffling.
It's baffling.
It's baffling.
They've never felt it.
No,
It's
and
faster than pulling.
it's crazy. It's so fast. It's a roller coaster.
Yeah.
And my family yells at me when I stomp the gas. Like I tell my kids, I'm like, "You want to feel it? You want to feel it? Like, do it." My wife's like, "Don't do it."
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
And even if I just do it on the highway for a couple of seconds,
Yeah,
it's
it's
very
fun.
exciting.
Yeah.
It's very.
It's like
fun.
having a roller coaster on top.
It really is like a roller coaster on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, without the loop-de-loops. But it's the pinning to your seat supposed to be able to
when we did the soccer team, he knows who Bitcoin Obama is.
That's amazing. Does he know Rabbi Rothschild is?
No,
Good move. Good move. Keep me a secret.
no, wait. I did tell him that we have a guy that's been stop streaming on multiple platforms.
There you go. That's all he needs to know.
I said we had the world record for longest stream.
It's actually most amount of data on YouTube, but that's fine. I'll take it.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I like you a lot, Rabbi.
I like you too, Bitcoin Kyle Chandler.
You're a part of this whole egregore.
Oh, absolutely. I'm the key spoke, baby.
I think he ought to like this. So not only will I make his mouth move, not only will I make his eyes close and this eye wander away, I'll make him close his mouth, but he's got dry mouth, cotton mouth.
Excellent. BRB done. I'm here.
None
Hey,
of you have been on the air.
no one knows. And no one will ever know. You're good, baby. You good.
That they would do this. I just don't understand the priorities. I can't disagree with you, and I can't dispute what you say. It is, however, the fact that the president's son has been charged with this crime and another crime, which will be heard in Southern California later this year. Taxes. Well, right, and so this is really interesting. You know, Judge Norika, who presided over the Delaware case, she has not scheduled sentencing. She said it would likely happen sometime over the course of the next 120 days, so that's 4 months. In less than 3 months, I understand it, the case in the Central District of California is set to get underway. That would involve the charges of failing to timely pay his federal income taxes. And in that case, the prosecutors are going to allege that Hunter Biden, as he evaded the IRS, was spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on drugs and escorts, cars and clothes, and failing to pay his federal income taxes. And this case, which will be right at your doorstep, will play out as the presidential campaign is really ramping up, and it threatens to dredge up embarrassing details of debauchery on the part of the president's son while he was in the throes of addiction. It sounds like that case would go on for a number of weeks, just from the the description that you had there. Now I have one more question. I've heard, the myriad of legal experts out there.
It didn't shatter the whole thing like a regular window would either.
So I've heard
Which
that
would
he
just
could
dissolve,
get no jail
right?
time for this.
So in hindsight,
these
the
convictions.
ball should have been first.
Because it's the first
Sledgehammer
time
second.
offender, it's nonviolent and all that.
You live
Then
in
I
that,
heard one guy say, well,
Listen,
It's-
man,
it's been
we're
6
taking up a
months
lot of your
that
time. You got a child
Yeah, I gotta get
recently.
some time.
It's
6 months.
amazing that you had the time to come down here, and I really appreciate
so
that.
what-
I appreciate
which
everything
is
you
it?
do, man.
Is it
I'm glad you're out
that you
there.
could be let go
And,
without any
I
prison
really
time
appreciate
after
you
all
coming
this,
down
or
here
is there a minimum?
sharing your
Although
perspective.
at least
Well,
a
I
few
think you got a
months.
great show. Thanks, man.
Well,
Thank you.
look,
My
all
pleasure.
I can
My
say is
pleasure.
there are
Elon Musk, ladies and
guidelines
gentlemen.
that are offered
Good night.
to judges that they can then use to base the sentence. The judges have it in mind that they want to be fair and equitable as they administer a sentence. But at the end of the day, no one but Judge Mary Ellen Norika can decide what the appropriate sentence will be. There'll be a recommendation on the part of the prosecution. There'll be an argument.
Hello, sir.
They're an amazing streamer.
You too.
She
We're
has
talking about
a wide berth there. She can
you have
go
2 kids.
for
You have a real
probation.
family. You got to get an SUV.
As I understand it,
Yeah.
the guidelines.
Oh, yeah, we had something, but just,
Oh,
once you get the
okay.
2 car seats in the back and then,
Guide
with all the
judges
shit
into
for the
making
kids and then all the shit your
uniform
wife has, all of a sudden it's
in a
just like,
particular
oh, I now
case
understand.
where
Remember the
there are
Suburban,
equal
Yeah.
which was a long, like, Blazer?
commit to
And you
the-
look at that thing like, who the fuck needs all of that unless you're like
Very good,
homeless
thank
and that's where you live? But then you're like,
Steve
no, I get it.
Goldberg, ABC News.
Yeah, if you have 3, 4
Thanks
kids,
very
yeah,
much.
you definitely need one.
You definitely need one. They always bring a bunch of shit with them too. They want to bring stuff.
Obviously, Hunter Biden
Oh, yeah.
You
is a
have to,
five-star.
it's a room for
I mean, really,
a toy
he's a
or
really
this or
disgusting character.
those Tesla ones
If
you're
you've
talking
seen
about.
any
Those are great.
of the
Those
photos
access great doors.
from his
Yeah, the
laptop,
Lambo doors.
Yeah, those are dope. Have you ever seen them dance?
censored.
No.
Tiffany Haddish had one. She was in the back of a comedy store.
I heard that.
She set it to dance and she puts music on it, and the winds start going up, and the car starts like turning left and right. It's actually pretty badass.
Yeah.
It's fun.
She's one of the most fun people I've ever hung out with. So I wish I was there for that.
She had the COVID. She had it. She got it over. She kicked it.
I'm surprised more comics didn't get it the way we're shaking hands and meeting people after shows. Yeah, I got tested. My wife had the kids, so we had to get tested. So I was,
Yo, what up, Amaranth? This is Rabbi Rothschild.
He had it.
I basically bombard your stream every single day with my bots. Apologies. I'm doing a shout out to everybody on Kick who's streaming right now. So here you are. You just had puppies. That's amazing. Good on you. I want you to know that I don't stream my life
I don't know if you want to be testing.
to annoy you or anyone else on Kick. I do it for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. And so here you are. You can see all my bots going at once. And that's what essentially inundates you every single day. I just am also going to do a shout out on your social media. Everybody follow Amaranth. She's like the queen of Kick.
At some point,
Here's all her information. She has 3 dogs, 3 horses, 3 bunnies,
and a lot of people
and
after 2
speckled
weeks, everything
cock.
just sort of
She wants
depending
another
on
one
where
of
your
those. She can
ego
have
is.
one. All right, here we go. Socials. Here's all her stuff. Just go to it.
They just
She's a
kept
nice
it going.
person.
So now I just feel like
And
when you
if she
can't
wants
have
to know where she can
60%
find Rabbi
of
Rothschild or
the
this
population
video,
because
here it is,
less
Super
than 1%
Rothschild.
has
And then look at
something.
all my other stuff
So
on
I don't know. I think we're
YouTube
just
by
gonna-
going and just typing in
I think we're just gonna go
viral
back, and if you get it,
Rabbi,
if
and
you get it,
all
if
you need to
die,
do
you die, and if you
is
don't, you don't.
filtered
And
by live,
eventually they're
and
gonna
you
get
will
something
find
that'll
I have
slow it down and stop
more
it.
content
Guess it slows down. Your fucking immune
than
system.
any
They don't
person
tell
in
you
global
a goddamn thing
history.
about that. They don't tell you
But
how
you
to
want to
take care
make
of
sure
your
that
immune
you
system.
spell it
No
correctly,
worries
VARALRABI,
No one's telling
and
you
then
to
you
sleep
can
more,
find
take
all
water,
this.
take
It's
vitamins.
amazing.
There's none of that.
You
Yeah,
want
I
to
know
make
this
sure you
one guy
filter
showed
by
up on
live,
MD in his big
and you'll
podcast.
find all the most amazing content of all time, including a sky cam,
I just saw a
and
clip. Wow, this guy
a
on
front
Rogan, I
cam,
of course didn't even research
and
what the
robot
guy was.
cams.
It was like, take vitamin D.
Amaranth has puppy
I
cams.
pay attention. And I go,
Check it out. Rabbi Rothschild, biggest event in global history. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. Check out Amaranth on Kick.
I know that
She
that's probably
is a
gonna
nice
make me
person,
sick, so,
and
I
she
just
just
take
had
vitamin C and I try to get
puppies.
8 hours sleep.
Yay, Rabbi Rothschild. Yay, Amaranth.
I'm pretty antisocial like a lot of comics, so I haven't had a problem. Sort of. Yeah, my wife, I quarantine in my house. Like my wife's like, you guys need to sit down and have dinner with us? I'm always over. From alone, no one can hurt me. Just leftover childhood shit. That's coming from a family of loners, so.
That's amazing.
I did not
you
miss
know that I
it at
don't
all,
feel
but
like
I think that whenever there's something like painful in my life, I think that that's what I do. Is like, I just go, I don't care, I don't give a fuck. It's all, I really learned a lot more about myself during this quiet time of not running around and going to airports and kind of sitting with myself and being like, wow, I thought I was way further down the road working on myself than I was, but I have a lot of fucking childhood issues left over. I got a lot of I really started, like, all these puzzle pieces just started coming in, and I was able to look all the way back where I was to where I am now and how I got here, and these little fucking things that happened to me. You know, good things and bad that just sort of just knocked me down this road that I'm on. It's just been a long time. Yeah, well, you know, my wife was going through, you know, the third trimester, you know, when they get over it, you know, like, God, 6 weeks to go. You know, like, no. You know, I finally, you know, get my daughter to bed, get her to bed, everything was good, make sure all the doors were locked, and then I was just sort of like, why, you know, all these years doing stand-up, I'm just up for that hour. So I was just sort of, you know, sitting kind of by myself, like I haven't been watching TV like the news. You just brought up 3 things. He's going in Seattle with the fucking FCC, whatever he says. I don't even know what it is. What is Tifa? Antifa. They call themselves anti-fascists. And they wear masks and intimidate people. Stop fascism. I like stop fascism. Yeah, police-free zones. This is occupied by the people of Seattle and Tim's money in that police-free zone. You know, Joe, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's not going to end well.
It's not going to end well at all. The only thing that's going to keep it from ending badly is that Seattle is kind of a fucked up city. They tolerate a lot of homelessness. Seattle got a lot of weird laws. Like it's a I forget the way it's described. I think it's a mutual combat state. That's what it's described. So, like, if you're in front of a cop, say if I'm a cop and you and Jamie decide to
Rabbi Rothschild streams like 24/7, 365 for world peace. Let everyone you know that Rabbi Rothschild is doing everything that Rabbi can to bring world peace.
No lawsuits. I like it.
Rabbi does not want war in the world anymore.
People getting knocked out in the streets is fucking
Please tell everyone you know. Rabbi has over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitch accounts, over 5,000 Kick accounts.
This video is guys getting into street fights in Seattle, and cops just standing around watching. Yeah, it's real weird. In fact,
I don't have a problem. If 2 people are willing to do it and they know the risks, You know, if you get hit, you're gonna fall and crack your head on the back of the curb there. I mean,
a lot of them are drunk though. They don't know the risks. There was one of them. This kid. I think his last name is Fodor. I think Carlos Fodor. He's a MMA fighter. He would dress up like a superhero. See if you can find out what it. You remember his name? Anyway. He actually knew how to fight, and he was dressed like a superhero. So he's kind of baiting people to fuck with him. And he's walking on the street, and these guys fuck with him.
That's
and
hilarious.
They decide to go at it, and then, he's bouncing around like a real pro fighter and starts slamming leg kicks in on this guy. You see this guy's face, like, oh my god, what the fuck have I signed up for? He's just some drunk asshole. And some dude dressed like a superhero.
Well, I don't have any sympathy for those people.
I think he called himself Phoenix Jones.
If I saw a guy walking around dressed like a superhero, I'd be like, that guy's out of his fucking mind, and I would give him a wide berth. Hoping he was on his way to his place of solitude, whatever. Maybe he's on his way home to his ice house.
He's on his way to the back cave. Or
Yeah,
some
but if I was younger, I might have, if I was standing in a crowd, I probably would have done some fucking punk shit like that.
couple of whiskeys in you.
Oh, yeah. Get my fucking orange wig slapped off. Yeah, probably.
So Seattle is it's run by a warlord. So one fucking dude, apparently, according to my friend, who's a SEAL. He's running this entire 7-block or 6-block area of Seattle. He spray painted all the windows on this.
Yeah, Okay. Talk to me in 3 days.
It's been going on a lot longer than that.
It'll be fun.
You think so?
Yes. Do you think this warlord's he's going to have 10 blocks and then 11, and then he's going to take over all of Washington? I mean, he's going to run out of men.
They have guns.
Okay.
That's the problem. The problem is that they're openly carrying rifles inside the 6-block.
I know, but they need to eat, okay? And then no supplies are going to get in that 7 blocks. They're just going to wait them out. Or they're going to come in with superior firepower. It's not going to end well, Joe.
I don't think it's going to end well. I don't know how it's going to end.
All right, let's guess the scenario.
Okay.
All right, how many bodies? What's the over/under?
4 people.
How many are there? How many of them are there?
Those thousands. I think.
Thousands. Look at the biggest number. Do I go over or I go under this?
The price is right. I don't know how many fucking people are in there, but the photos that I saw, the place is packed, filled with people, like they're just getting out of a Chappelle show. Look at this. These are the people. Oh, they took City Hall. They own City Hall.
Oh, now most of them are white, so I don't see the staying power of this.
Wait, what did you just say? They opened the door for them? They gave them City Hall. So this is City Hall they're walking into right now?
Well, this is going to be funny now when they get in and they don't know what to do.
Let me hear some volume on this, Jamie. I want to hear what the fuck they're yelling.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Something about Jamie Messiah. Jamie's got to go.
Yeah. The Laugh Factory in Long Beach got me last night. Oh God, I can't imagine how many puppets they took.
These giant creepy fucking mannequins. That place is all it's I love that place. I love performing there, but some of the Jamie's decor. One of my favorite things to do in this business is shit on Jamie Messiah. He knows I love him. That Black Lives Matter, Bobby. Don't burn down my club.
Yes, please, Bobby. This business has always been weird like that.
No, that's why you're the king, Joe, because you got outside of it, but you're totally in it, and they can't get you. They can't get you. Piling up some stories here, being in the Matrix. I won't get into them, but it's the same. It's just the same old. Corporations only know how to do business one fucking way.
Well, they push their advantage. They push their advantage. They have their leverage, and they want the biggest slice of pie. That's what they do.
I don't have a problem with that. It's when they go beyond that and they just straight up steal.
Are they stealing?
Yeah. Everybody does. Every time you get business with like corporate guys, this is how it works. It's like the check. Okay, we're in business to make money from them, and then you get business from them, and then the check goes to the corporate guy, and then you get your cut off of his checkbook. So right there, I am immediately in a situation where there's no way I can steal from him, but he can rob me fucking blind.
They can add a bunch of expenses on the thing.
Rabbi Rothschild, streams live 24/7, 365 for world peace. Biggest event in global history. Please let everyone you know about this. Please let all of the kick streamers you know about this. This is the biggest event ever.
and it's how they do it, and they sleep at night, and then they always ask, "Oh, that's over in the accounting section of the building, not over here where me and my yacht are."
Too much.
I'm like artist friendly. You know, I majored in fucking liberal arts in college.
Well, what was really interesting when podcasts started to take off, they started to try to get in with the old model and weasel into podcasts and buy pieces of podcasts. And like if you come on
your
my
deal
network,
is gonna. If you think the fucking industry is gonna sit back when they didn't get to wet their beak on that thing, I'm gonna tell every young comic when we get back to this shit. What they're going to do now is what the music industry did, where they started signing straight across the board deals. They're going to get some young kid who's got no power in the business, and it's just like, we'll help you create a podcast, we'll side with so-and-so, blah, blah. What they're going to do is they're going to own the podcast, the advertising money is going to go to them, and they're going to rob them fucking blind. They're going to 100% going to fucking steal from them, rob them fucking blind, and then when they get audited and they get caught stealing, they're going to label that kid, that young comic, difficult to work with, meaning difficult to steal from.
It's already happening.
Yeah.
I know guys young guys, I won't name names, but they come up to me and go, "Hey, I'm signed this manager out, they won't sign me, but they want a piece of my podcast, a piece of this, and they want
There's no reason.
Yo, what's up, Gary David, you little bitch? This is Rabbi Rothschild. This is your stream. It's fucking amazing. Everybody should check you out. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Here's my TikTok. Just one moment. You'll see I'm making videos for all the biggest streamers on YouTube and on Kick, and you're one of the biggest ones on Kick. Check out Gary David. You can see all Gary David's social media by going here and going here. Check out Rabbi Rothschild by going to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can check out Gary's Discord here, and we're going to go to Gary's Discord. Gary, the producer, he's a pimp. We're going to accept that invite. He's probably kick me out or won't let me in. That's cool. Gary, check out all my stuff. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history, and I'll make you a trillionaire. So if you want to be a trillionaire, just promote me and I'll promote you back, though. Thank you. Have a good day.
Of that sitcom, you owe the commission to them. But back then, that you needed them to do that. You don't need them for the podcast, but they're going to do that. You're going to leave this manager, and then for the rest of your fucking life, you're going to be paying this never-ending alimony. I mean, there'll be guys eventually who'll try to say 50, 60, I own your podcast. Agents will start podcast networks because there's nobody regulating them to not do that anymore.
I got an offer just 5 years ago from a company that was a radio company. They wanted 50% of the podcast. They didn't know that. They wanted 50% of the podcast.
Social media by going to
Pull together all these advertisers and help you out.
50%.
And they never deliver what they say they're going to, and then they come in and they just big gut up there.
And we're going to go to Gary's Discord. Gary, the producer, he's a pimp. We're going to accept that invite. Probably kick me out or won't let me in. That's cool. Gary, check out all my stuff. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history.
And they say, "Hey, listen to a podcast, Monday Morning Podcast, fucking hilarious."
But I think it's the job of people making money in podcasting to let new podcasters know to not sign those deals ever. Do not let the Fox into their mouth because they are going to fucking rob you. I saw this documentary one time on this heavy metal band. Crazy thing about this band. This was around forever, never quite made it. I think it was
Just one moment.
one of those ones
I'm
about
making
metal bands. And this guy said,
videos for all the
like,
biggest
the truest shit
streamers
ever.
on YouTube.
When he's talking about the music business, and this goes straight about podcasting. I think if you're ready to own something 100% and you sell 20,000 copies, then you are to not own it at all and sell 20 million. Like, you're literally going to make more if you just sell 20 million. Yeah, no, there's some. And then another thing that they do, is then all the people that they lose on, they dump that on you.
Yes. Yes.
Like I remember one time, I forget what I was with this network, and I had a CD that was already made. I already made it, and I just wanted them to put it out on their label. And they wanted to own the CD. I was like, no, I'm not. No, I don't want you to own it. I just need you to like distribute it. I need you as a distributor. And the guy said to me, he goes, well, ownership shouldn't be that big a deal for you. It should be about exposure. I said, all right, well, let me ask you this. If ownership shouldn't be that big a deal to me, why is it such a big deal to you? And he started like stammering. And then he basically said, well, we get in business with something. He named a couple of the comics whose CDs didn't sell. And we have to recoup those losses. It's like, that ain't my fault. I could have told you not to sign that fucking jerk off.
What up, baby?
It's not my fault you didn't do the fucking work. So that's the way. I had another one time I signed. This is back when I made like CDs, and I did one, and I had a 60-40. I was getting 60, and they were getting 40. But their 40 was off the gross, mine was off the net, and all expenses for the album was on me. It's like I thought we were doing this together. Every fucking thing, the artwork, printing it, all of that, all of those expenses came to me. And in the end, that 60-40, 60 net. 40 gross, they made way more money than I did. It's just how you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm getting $6 on every 10. Yeah, plus anything.
It's just hilarious that they would come up to you and tell you that we did some deals with some other comics.
Dude, I get in business one time to make this TV show, and the fucking guy sends the bill for the whole fucking thing. I should be taking it. The guy was going to bill us $2,500 a month to use his copier machine, and another, I don't know, $4,500 to use his editing. It's like, dude, we have both of those things. We don't need those. Let's take that money and put it on the screen. We're trying to get this thing to go. And the guy, like, he goes like, I'm insulted by those questions or something like that, which is my favorite thing ever. The effect, like, you're a fucking beast, and you have to have the audacity to be like taken aback, like fanning yourself. Like, I can't believe it's such a. How many fucking shows are you charging $2,500 a month to go, fucking. Yeah,
that's a lot of money. That's rent for a nice apartment.
No, fucking fees.
Fucking machine. How much does it cost? First of all, the coffee machine probably renting it. Probably renting it for a couple $100 a fucking month. He probably has 9 shows paying $2,500 a month for me. That's it. If you have a commercial grade coffee machine, what is it, 10 grand? How much could it cost? I mean, I think he's bought a couple of houses off of owning that coffee machine. And I just love telling these fucking stories, because these are the things that you like. What's great about podcasting, you can say this. This is for every person out there who has a fucking business, and there's that thing where you want to take it to the next level, and then these guys come in, and then they're all just like, yeah, well, hey, we're gonna take a piece of it and take a big fucking chunk out of it, and what they do is their risk is all the way down here, yours is up here, and then somehow they just, I'm telling you, you better just sell 20,000 copies, own it 100%, than 20 million and not own any of it. You're going to make more money. It's just how the game is played. And those fucking guys who steal from people, they sleep very comfortably. But it's also just podcast, just the stress of dealing with other people's eliminated. Just the stress of dealing with production people.
It slows it down. It slows it down.
Yeah, it slows it down. Yeah, I mean, the only thing Spotify's ever done so far is ask, do you know who the first guest will be? And already I'm like,
Southland weather's in
yeah,
Kansas, sunny, highs
they're going to be.
You know,
they're going to be great. I'm going to try
I
to get
call
my best friend.
I call that,
Funniest people.
that's them justifying their desk. Like, I can't just sit here like, someone knows what he's doing.
Well,
I'd like to start an email chain, and we could maybe circle back later and have a conference call. And they're just trying to fill up
the Spotify people have been great. They literally said we don't want to do anything. We want you to just do what you're doing. Just do what you're doing. But even asking me who the guest's going to be.
The right shoulder in Baldwin Park, 605 northbound, connector to the westbound 10.
I'm never available.
And that's nothing, though. That's nothing. I mean, they're great. You can imagine if you were doing that with a network, or you imagine if you were doing business with ABC or something like that, and they were helping produce your podcast, you'd have to go in for meetings. You have to go in and sign in with the office. Bill, you sign in here, you go and sit down and waste your fucking afternoon having some dopey conversation. You kind of complain a lot when you read these letters, Bill. Do you have to? When people are sending emails, maybe you should be taking a lead on the level bit. How do you feel about
But
product?
starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers
Look,
for
I
48 hours
just wanted
only.
to tell a few
Pre-sale
of
ticket
those the
slots.
younger
Visit
people out there.
iHeartRadio.com/Capital
It actually
One for
really
more pre-sale
bothers me
details. What's
that
in your
people
wallet?
do that.
As the number
Yeah,
one audio
It
company,
really bothers me, and I love comics, and I love seeing new comics coming up that have talent, and I hate seeing them get fucked over. So hopefully people listen and they do it, but they're fucking worms, man. They're fucking worms.
There's a lot of worms out there. And there's a lot of worms that try to grab comics they're talented but real raw. And they try to lock you up some enormous lifetime management deal. And when you take off, then you have something. Say if you're,
Dude, I remember back in the day when everyone, when companies were like shooting specials before comics started shooting them, and the amount of guys that got that, yeah, we only got enough money to shoot one. You know, you can only shoot it one time, but you're gonna crush it, man. You got this hour down, we only got enough for the budget. And then they'd show up early and they'd be shooting another comic special off their money, the deal to double them as management company, what they would get, or an agency. The amount of fucking times that happened
with the same audience.
Oh, yeah.
You want to hear the best one I ever heard? Jim Brewer was filming a special, sold out this theater, and the people that were filming the special told him that the money for the ticket sales was there because it was all about the production. Because the money that people are paying for the production. He's like,
I'm here,
the fuck are you talking about? He says, this is my audience. Like, that's my money. His management tries to steal the money from ticket sales and say that it went towards production.
all the twists,
Went all the way to court with it. His manager's on the way to court, has a fucking panic attack,
and
goes to the hospital. Like, the whole thing's a nightmare.
Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox
I
on
think
the
he won.
Yeah,
Of course he won. Yeah, he won. It was.
Open your free iHeart app and search Unpacking the Toolbox.
Like, these people are paying to see Jim
I have
Brewer.
a million of those fucking stories.
I have
And
a lot of
that,
those
but this is the thing. This is what kills me about a lot of this rhetoric that's going on out there, which I agree with 90% of it. But if you agree with 100% of it, like you and I are not supposed to be having stories like this. We're supposed to be the ones doing it. And it's just like you have to, like, as far as the whole, you know, oh, you're a white male, heterosexual, you know, doors just fly open, and people are like, hey, what do you think? They like, I'm not saying, and I'm not obviously not bitching, but I'm just saying that like people will fuck you. It's all about money. They don't give a fuck, and they all those people that do that shit really. Yeah.
So there's a long history of Hollywood counted. There's a long history of that. I mean, there's been so many stories about people who made killer hit movies. They never got paid because Hollywood's like, look, you know, we had this much had to go to advertising, and this is the production.
Look how bad Elvis got fucked.
Oh yeah,
Elvis got fucked so bad, and then one of the main ways he got fucked on the road, he only did one out of the country date, I believe he did Toronto, and he never traveled the world because his manager had something going on with his visa, and he's worried if he left he wouldn't be able to come back. So that kind of like fucked him out of a ton of fucking money and seeing the world or whatever the fuck he might have wanted to do. Keep doing these movies, Elvis. You want to go on the road?
That is hilarious. Well, the best version of breaking down how corrupt the music business is was by Courtney Love. They said she had a ghostwriter. I don't know, but it's a great article that she wrote documenting exactly how much you get paid versus how much money gets generated, and where it all goes and how they fuck you.
Yeah. This is a violation of this
they've always done it that way.
movement.
I mean, that's always the way they've done it.
That's the answer. That's the answer to it. Is well, I mean, that's how it's done. So whatever. I don't want to fucking sit here bitching the whole time. I got cigars. I quit, but I smoke like one or two a month. Oh, God damn it, Joe.
Got these from Mike Ryan.
Mainland Empire's coming on here.
What?
To explain what's going on. Bill.
Well, I guess I didn't quit today, did I? Are we doing this?
Yes, let's do it.
All right.
We're sober.
Confuse people.
Yeah.
Have to.
There you go. My birthday yesterday.
Oh, that's right. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
38
52, brother.
Holy shit, it's me too. Is that a weird number? Like you say, it doesn't seem real.
Well, I think in your 50s, nothing matters until the odometer flips to 60. Then you're just like, fuck.
60. Guys in their 60s.
You got a cutter?
guys in the is this the Ted Nugent one? Look at this. The fucking.
That's a serious one. That's from Benchmade Knives.
It's
awesome.
They do not like the narrative that the people of the state are going to override the self-confided, liberal, progressive, Gascon.
You sound like Bill Murray in fucking What About Bob, which I just watched the other day. You know, he's eating food. That's a perfect movie.
And they have these super progressive Democrats in here who really
He's
are
fucking eating.
over my dead body.
We did a family movie night, basically every day of the pandemic.
So you have those people too. So what happens now, John? There's a deadline when a ballot
First couple of months.
the ballot.
Basically every night we watch the movie. Watch every single Adam Sandler movie. Watch Groundhog Day again. I forgot how good Groundhog Day was.
They're not budging. They're not budging. It's that this has to go to the voters. We have to repeal Prop 47. So they've held strong. So now they've shifted. So now they're going to dirty tricks and tactics and extortion. So they've drafted these poison pills that say, okay,
the podcast.
We offer you these really
it's
nice
great business.
bills, all
I mean, I started it off because I was kind of depressed because I had to move here from move back here from Colorado. I thought I had escaped. I was gone. It's like I'm out. Fuck LA, I can't take this crowds and everything. I want peace and I want the wilderness.
And these are 14 new
Remember that?
bills
And
to
you had to
allegedly
like have a
fight
Glock
crime.
when you went out to go get your mail, so you would get
Yeah,
buy a fucking Bobcat or something.
All
My alarm.
All
Yeah.
right, so
saw
they're
one.
passing these 14 bills and then saying if we pass the repeal of 47, all these bills disintegrate.
Yeah, because Ellen Boyd,
It's a welterweight.
they're using
Welterweight. Yeah, 150 pounds.
147. Welterweight tiger. Welterweight boxing, at least. Welterweight MMA is 170.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a weird animal to see in the woods, too, because you know, if that thing runs at you, like, you literally have no chance. They're scared of you, though. They don't want nothing to do with you for the most part. If they're really hungry and really old, they'll fuck you up.
That's why I try to tell my wife whenever you're outside, I'm like, Mama Bear is next to the cub. Always. I go, there's coyotes and they're getting bold because everyone was inside.
Yeah.
And they come down every night looking for a little dog or a little fucking cat. You hear that shit going down in the hills. Everyone be like, once two isolates, you just hear, which is basically the dog. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Fucking brutal.
Yeah, it's gross. It's scary. The little cleanup crew goes around and catches animals slipping in the backyard.
Yeah, I don't understand people let little dogs out because those fucking coyotes, they'll figure out a way in.
Oh yeah. Well, they're very smart. They have to survive. They figure out a way. Yeah, little creepy fucks.
Yo, baby.
They're little creepy fucks. All right,
They're everywhere.
can I promote this?
What
movie?
in the fuck just
This
happened?
for Families season 4 coming out tomorrow. Tomorrow I got 2 big things coming out, and then that's it. I'm dried up because everybody in interviews are, what's next for you after these 2 things? It's it.
This device
It's
just
the
like
pandemic.
froze up.
Are you gonna start going on the road at all? Clubs are opening up.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how you guys do. You know,
Is that better?
I'll let you guys walk towards the atom bomb that they just.
Apologies,
I got a
Bob, I
little
didn't
one at home,
realize that
so
was happening.
I think I'm gonna chill until like September, unless it's just wide open. By chill, I mean if things go well, I'm gonna try to do some shows at the Troubadour because I know that they're hurting, and that's one of my favorite venues. All these bands that I love have played there.
The Troubadour on Santa Monica?
Yeah, so they're kind of they're in a bad way because of
Pimps,
this.
this
So
is Shafed.
I'm gonna try to do a
He's
little run of
amazing.
shows down there.
Honestly, I'm not sure if it's Shafed or
not available
Shafed.
yet, but when they are
I
available,
don't really care though.
I'm gonna
Why?
try to do like a 3-night
Because
thing down
it's whatever
there,
I want it to
work
be.
for free, get the
Here we
rust
go.
off, have people pay for
We're gonna
tickets,
take a look
buy a
at
bunch
it.
of booze and some Troubadour t-shirts.
My man over here has
Keep
been
that place
allowing
going, man.
Oh, that's great.
everyone's
Yeah,
favorite rabbi
Yeah, well,
to
I'll do
have
that too.
the
Let's
most
do it.
amazing
I'll do-
time
Yeah,
in
that sounds like
their
fun.
Discord.
Yeah, I went
If you want to
there,
check out
twice this year. I saw
my
it
man's
last
Discord,
day,
it's right
and so
here.
stuff. Yeah.
Rabbi
Steve
is live.
Martin opened
Check out the
for
other
Richard
Discords
Pryor.
in which I am.
I read this great
I got
Steve Martin
This
article
chick,
he
she's
was
hollering
talking
at me.
about,
I'm too cool for her
British
though.
women there, so it
Why?
also has like some comedy
I just am.
history there
Well,
too.
when
I
was there,
just
was like,
am.
was it a perfect
Let's check out everybody else's stuff.
500 seats.
We
awesome. It's got a
are going to
balcony.
check out
Like, it'd be a great place. for Santa.
Shafed's About. You can
The
donate
stores-
there.
the
Check out their
store needs
Discord
help.
here.
Everybody needs help.
Right.
Everyone
And
needs help.
you can check
Well, I
out
know the
Rabbi
stores can-
stuff
once they can
right
open up, I
here
know
where
they're
all
gonna
this is
be
going to be
fine.
saved. Everybody
So,
can enjoy it. We've got
I'm gonna be down
stuff
there
that
all
I
the time,
just
man.
made for some kick
So as
people,
far as,
including my man Mike
I think
Small.
between now and September, if they start opening
Sam,
things up, there's a bunch of little theaters
Amaranth,
around.
slightly homeless, and other people. Look at all this. And if you're like, oh, Rabbi, that's nothing. Well, guess what? No one has as much as I have on the internet. Tell everyone you know this is the biggest event in global history. Everyone needs to know about this. Look at my
last gig.
If I just go to users,
March 10th.
look at this. These are all mine. This all has content. Tell everyone you know the biggest event ever. Shout out to my man, Chef Ed / Shape. You're the man, and you have beautiful, beautiful hair.
Sneaks up on you because he'll sing in the car. You're like, wait, but then you see him when he's with the band and goes
the microphone and everything. When that video that you guys put on Instagram of him singing a whole lot of Rosie, I was like, holy fuck, he's really good.
Well, he did it for like 15, 20 years.
You could tell.
Yeah.
I mean, he's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're gonna take a look at it. My man over here has been allowing everyone's favorite rabbi to have the most amazing time in their Discord. If you want to check out my man's Discord, it's right here. Rabbi is live.
It looks like the store is not listed as a bar. It's listed as an entertainment venue.
I'm too cool for her though.
Because they're opening up bars and restaurants and all these different things. And the store, they kind of try to label it as a nightclub.
We are going to check out
some nightclub. Nobody's
Chef
milling
Ed's
around.
about.
Sit down.
You can donate there. Check out their musical.
Right. It's more
so
like,
what do they need to be classified as to open up?
well, they need a different distinction for comedy clubs. They don't really have one. And, you know, there's a good argument, a real good argument, that comedy clubs should be some sort of essential business. Because people need to blow off some steam. It feels good. It's really good for you. Look, if I was a guy working a regular job and I was used to going to the store,
this is going to be saved. Everybody can enjoy it. We've got stuff that I just made for
chomping at the bit to go see some comedy right now.
Oh, I think they're going to be fine. I remember I was in New York, you know, during 9/11, and I was like, is anything ever going to be funny again? And it was like a, you know, like a 2-week lull, and then they were just fucking packed.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
And it was actually became almost like a second, like film or whatever.
On the internet. Tell everyone you know this is the biggest
I'm worried about
event.
I'm worried about them locking things down. Someone's going to step in and stop them from doing that. Next wave, you guys got to be proactive. You got to do something about people's immune systems. You got to lock down old people and sick people. Let regular people do whatever the fuck they want. You can't just lock people's freedom down for something that killed a small fraction of what you thought it was going to kill. The whole thing is, it's just fucking creepy to have guys like Mayor Garcetti be in charge of telling people whether or not they get to work. Like, that's not what a governor's supposed to be. That's not what a mayor's supposed to be.
They're trying to look out for your best interests and trying to get 400 million people to all pull in the same direction. It's fucking. You can't get 40 comics to pull in the same direction. So like they have like an impossible. They did and they did. There was people fucking right the whole fucking time. There's been fucking assholes on my street walking around no mask. You know, not quarantining like the people that come by the houses. You see the fucking, you know, the same people that were going in and out of the house who are not part of their family still going in and out of the house.
You want people to walk down the street with a mask?
The most amazing time.
Let's not start this. Let's not start.
If you want to check out,
let's start.
I don't want to start this bullshit. I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, acting like we know what's up, better than the CDC. All I do is I watch the news once every 2 weeks. I'm like, mask or no mask? Still mask? All right, mask. That's all I give a fuck about. I don't care.
But even they say you shouldn't wear a mask unless you're treating a coronavirus patient. The World Health Organization.
Yeah, they didn't say that initially. No,
they didn't.
They did, and then it gradually, and then everybody wore the fucking mask. It's like rollerblading. Everybody fucking rollerbladed, and then there was that one fucking homophobic joke, and then everybody acted like they never did it. And then 100 million fucking rollerblades got thrown into the fucking ocean. We all wore masks. And then all of a sudden, people are fucking sitting there. But you don't have the body type for it, dude. Your fucking knuckles would scrape on the ground. Even with that extra 2 inches.
No one has as much as I have on the internet.
I just love how wearing a mask became like this fucking like soft thing that you were doing. Like being courteous. Being courteous. What is it for bitches? I know it's so stupid.
Look at this.
Oh God, you're so tough with your fucking open nose and throat, Chicho, and your 5 o'clock shadow. This is a man right here. A man doesn't wear a mask.
It's amazing.
Why does it always become like that? It's always like the man versus the bitch.
I don't really care though. Why?
Make fun of
because it's whatever I'm wanting to be.
Anything that seems like you're not taking chances, right?
I don't have a problem with that unless you were already wearing the mask and then you're acting like you didn't. Then all of a sudden people watch your thing and then they all pile up. Oh, look at this bitch wearing the mask. It's like, you were fucking doing it 2 weeks ago.
Well, I was scared out of my mind in the beginning. In the beginning, like when everybody's shutting down in the beginning and people are stockpiling food, I was convinced. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Dude, you have like 9 elk in your basement.
Everybody check out Rabbi Rothschild 24/7 live for World Peace. We talk about futurology, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, really cool stuff. Tell everyone you know it's the biggest event ever. Tell everyone you know Rabbi will make your family and your friends trillionaires.
Guy had a fucking panic attack sitting on fucking 12 elk. You had a fucking panic attack. And then you felt bad about yourself, and then you attack people with masks. That's how it works. That's how the hatred starts, and that's right now why 7 blocks of Seattle, you can't go now. You get yourself.
I'm going to go and I'm going to drop off free food for those folks.
Joe, there's a major American city where 7 blocks, the people have took over it, and I had no idea what you were talking about. So
that's great.
Anything that I say, I don't watch it.
I envy you
at all.
I envy that you just do that. You just shut everything down. Me, every day I check what part of the world's on fire right now.
I don't like hysteria. I don't like making decisions with hysteria. And when I first became a dad, the hysteria of other parents, I would be looking at them, but I wasn't listening. Because that's was the tone of everything I was saying. Better get some sleep now. And you'd be like, and then anytime you say anything positive about your kid, how old's your kid? 7 weeks. Oh yeah, she's great. Oh, wait till 7.5 weeks. It's like, dude, maybe you suck at it.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, you're sitting there with your fucking legs trembling, right?
All nervous and shit.
Yeah, I don't like, I'm already fucked in the head. I don't need 24-hour news network. Like, who's that guy on Fox News? I always joke with Neil.
Tucker?
He's got great hair, but horrible points. Like, if his points were as good as his hair.
Which guy?
He looks like a Kennedy. I mean, he is the white guy's white guy. He was talking about black people going, and when they come for you, and they will, they're gonna, it's just like, what are you fucking talking?
Is it Hannity?
I don't know who he is. No, it's not Hannity. Hannity was the guy who they put with that fucking, that like rooster at the end, a chick in the end of his life looking guy. Like, here's your liberal. Dude, and all my relatives who are conservative, like, I mean, look at him. I mean, he's so meek. It's like, this thing is cast like a show.
Yeah, who was that guy that he was with? Henney and Combs.
Remember Henney and Combs.
And the one guy looked like he was on death's door, and he was the liberal.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great. And the other guy looked like a football hero, astronaut with the square jaw. Nice fucking hair. The other guy with the little glasses. He looked like Mr. Burns, right?
Yes. And he had no spine.
I'm not sure if it's your favorite shirt.
Strong arguer.
I don't really care.
He was there. He was the Washington Generals. And the other guy was the Globetrotters. Conservative point. And then you put on CNN, and you got all those fucking nitwits with the Situation Room and all that. This is why I wish that there was a comedy club, because there's a bit that's already.
I'm doing shout outs to all the creators on Kick. Here is yours. It is right after Amaranth and Sam Panday.
Right? All the liberals were just like, well, hey, man, it's just like his opinion, man. This is a time to listen, man. And then everybody on the right's like, shut the fuck up and play football, you fucking piece of shit. Don't disrespect the flag, right? And then Drew Brees tweets something conservative, and then all of a sudden everybody on the right's like, hey, man, this is just like his opinion, man. And then everybody on the left's like, you fucking racist piece of shit, I'm going to fucking cancel you. They literally do this. Everybody believes in, like, freedom of speech as long as you're saying what they want to fucking hear. It's basically it. And that's why I fucking hate both of those news channels. It makes my blood boil when I walk into a house with people I know, and if they're watching CNN or Fox, like, I can't get past like, when people watch, like, the Kardashians, it's like, why would you do that to your brain?
It is what it's like. I mean, it's very toxic. It's very toxic, both sides. And they never see any good points that the other side is making.
And every video on the internet starts after the thing happened. And it's like you're always like, it's like you're getting 8 episodes in, and you're like, what the fuck? It's like you don't know what's Like, if you watch the last scene of Jaws, you're like, why the fuck did he kill that shark? There's enough sharks dying out there. You didn't see that this thing was specifically targeting human beings and he needed to do this, right?
How does that relate to the news?
I'm saying when you watch the news, people don't they're not filming what leads up to whatever fucking confrontation happens. Right. Okay?
Right.
So you're getting a very skewed, you don't know what happens.
You know
what they're saying happens could be what happened, or a bunch of other shit. I don't understand how I'm supposed to watch something, you know, like this. There's obviously obvious shit. Like that shit in Minneapolis was the most obvious shit ever. That guy's a murderer, and those other 3 guys sat around and just watched him fucking do it. When guys call it out, I can't breathe, and all of this shit, and calling out for his mother was fucking sickening. That guy's a monster and had the audacity to have a shocked look on his fucking face. That guy's terrible, right? But like, what I'm saying is that thing had all of this. You kind of got the whole fucking thing. When they came up, you had the whole thing. There's so many other, and I'm not talking about cop stuff. I'm just talking about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a little piece of somebody's stand-up routine, or a politician says this, or he voted no on this. And what it is the shit that it's usually the shit that was attached to it, which is something I don't understand with politics. Like, why can't you just vote on what you're voting on? Like, should we have clean water? Yes, we should. And then, like, the shit that's attached to it, so we can still fucking dump toxic shit in here. And then when the guy goes to, or the woman goes to run, it's like, oh, this person voted against the clean water. This is your tree hugger?
I do it for world peace.
I don't want to
people have warning more.
Here's
And so
a good
here you are.
Remember the
You can see
Covington
all my bots
school
going
case?
at once.
There was the
And
kid
that's
had a
what
MAGA hat on,
essentially
and the Native American was
inundate you every single day. I just am also going to do a shout out on your social media. Everybody follow Amaranth. She's like the queen of cake. Here's all her information. She has 3 dogs, 3 horses, 3 bunnies, and speckled cock. So it's another one of those. She can have one. All right, here we go. Socials. Here's all her stuff. Just go to it. She's a nice person. And if she wants to know where she can find Rabbi Rothschild for this video, here it is, Super Rothschild. And then look at all my other stuff on YouTube by going and just typing in viral Rabbi.
I think way back
and all you need to do is filter by live, and you will find I have more content than any person in global history. But you want to make sure that you spell it correctly, BARALRABBI, and then you can find all this. It's amazing. You want to make sure you filter by live, and you'll find all the most amazing content of all time, including Skycam and
just all of a sudden
front cam,
just sort of
and
everything.
robot
I think
cams.
reporting was always perverted to some
Amaranth has
level.
puppet cams.
And now it's just
Check it out.
it's just
Rabbi
sort of watching
Rothschild,
like
biggest
pocket
event
pieces.
global
So,
history.
this is somebody who doesn't watch anything and reads like
Rabbi Rothschild. Check out Amaranth on Kick.
autobiographies of football
She
players in the
is a nice
1950s.
person, and she just had puppies. Yay, Rabbi Rothschild. Yay, Amaranth.
Monster. They were getting death threats.
And
Kid
did,
just stood there
and
smiling.
did CNN issue a retraction?
I don't know what they did, but they paid him. I don't know what they. But
That's why I
made the
don't
kid's
like
life a hell.
either one of those channels because of that, and it causes I think rational people like that guy, the fat dude in the bicycle suit ripping those pieces of paper out of those girls' hands.
Oh yeah, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
that guy. That is the result, I think, of watching one of
This
those
is Rabbi
channels
Rothschild.
24/7 and
I
then going on
basically
Facebook
bombard
and
your
writing in
stream
capital
every single
letters.
day
Could you imagine if you were there
with
watching
my
that?
bots. Apologies. I'm doing a shout out to everybody on Kick who's streaming right now. So here you are. You just had puppies. That's amazing. Good on
that was
you.
the mom. I
I
thought
want
that
you
was
to know that I don't stream my life
It's like a woman
to annoy you
yelling.
or anyone else
The
on
guy was
Kick.
doing-
I
he
do it
was
for
doing
world
everything
peace.
but
I don't want people to have warning more.
And then
So
because then
here
it
you are.
gets to the
You
point
can
of
see
like,
all
what
my
is
bots
in your
going at
head
once. And that's
that
what
you're trying to
essentially
defend? Like, what? That's a guy.
inundates you
But then
every
everybody
single day.
vilifies the guy, which I would
just
rather sit
am
down and
also
talk to
gonna
that guy.
do
If
a
you like, let me
shout
ask you this:
out
when you
on
watch
your
that,
social media,
you know,
everybody follow Amaranth. She's like
video,
the queen
like,
of
what is it
Kick.
that you see?
Here's all her
Because just
information.
yelling at somebody,
She has
canceling
3
him, and
dogs,
making
3
him lose his
horses,
fucking
3
job,
bunnies,
you're just gonna make the guy even more angry.
speckled
And he
cock.
probably has grandkids that he's gonna
Another
fill
one,
in
she can
before
have one.
he
All right,
dies.
here we go.
So what's your
Socials.
So
Here's all her stuff.
I think that should be
Just go
part of
to
it.
she's a nice person,
Let's just
and
sit
if
down
she
for a
wants to know
second.
where she can find Rabbi
You were on a
Rothschild for this
bicycle.
video,
You want
here it
to
is, Super Rothschild,
You're
and
obviously
then look at
into
all my
it by
other
the way you
stuff
dress.
on
Okay.
YouTube by going and just typing in
You're enjoying America's great
Rabbi,
parts, right?
and all
You
you
come
need to
across
do
these kids.
is
You know,
filter
you
by
like kids?
live,
Have you ever
and
attacked a
you
kid
will
before?
find
If
I
they're
have
just putting a piece of
more
paper up
content
with the point of view,
than
like
any person
what,
in global
what do
history.
you think
But
led
you
up
want to make sure that you
to
spell it
that
correctly,
level of a
B-A-R,
response? Because I have to be honest, like we've all fucking snapped
and then you can
and done
find
shit. I
all
would like to
this.
think
It's
I have.
amazing.
And
You want to make
afterwards,
sure
I'd be
you
like,
filter
what
by
the fuck?
live,
Why did I argue that?
and you'll
Why did I
find
say that?
all the
Why did I
most
do
amazing
that?
content of all
And the only
time,
way
including a sky
to
cam
kind of
and
prevent
front
from you being
cam
a fucking asshole,
and
is you have to
mobile
kind of
cams.
walk back and look at it.
Amaranth
So-
has puppy cams.
Going at the guy, which I totally
Check it out.
understand.
Rabbi
because
Rothschild,
it
biggest
was-
event in global history.
It was so bad, it was almost comical.
Linktree.com/.
It was borderline
Rabbi Rothschild. Check out Amaranth on Kick.
Well, you know what
She
that
is a nice person, and
Grabs the girl clenched her fist down. held on
he's
to the
amazing.
My favorite part was the sound of the bottom of his shoes that clip into the pedals. He sounded like a little Joe pony.
Puppies.
He was trying to growl like a tiger, and he sounded like My Pretty Pony, like somebody should have been combing his hair. So, and I was sitting there going, "Look at this crazy old guy," and
Okay, but
I don't know
let me
how. I
take it
didn't
into
think
the
how
future.
old I thought he was, but then he was like 60. I was like, this guy's like only 8 years older than me. So he graduated high school like 8 years before me. So like, this guy is almost part of my generation. Like, what experiences did he have that he looks at this whole thing like, you know? I mean, I'm not of that thing to say all cops are like those guys. It's like, no, it's like you have to get those guys off of the floor. That's what I think. So. I just don't understand. Like, that was my understanding. What they were putting up there was specific to the Minneapolis case. So my thing is, as a human being, how could you have issues with somebody trying to put something, you know, honoring that guy or something positive about that? Like that's what I was confused.
This is my man, Orlando Jet. He's honestly one of my favorite streamers of all time. He has a heart of gold.
See, that's a great
He
point. I couldn't
is
see what was written
a
on the paper.
gamer.
I
He's an
filled that in when I
IRL
watched it.
streamer. He's amazing.
But I really
He's
couldn't get over the sound of
KCIC.
shoes.
He is one of the nicest people I've met.
And when we started walking faster
Was
with the
spamming
bike,
my
it was
cell
almost
phone
like a
number
great movie
all
trailer
over the
for a
internet,
horror
including on Kick and people's chats.
No,
And somebody
She was
took me up
60-year-old
on,
fat
a
white
bunch
guy.
of people took me up on my free
You're sitting there,
sex
and that guy
hotline,
comes up to your door
and
grabs
Orlando
you,
called and I
she's
answered,
running at her,
world famous Pussy
grabbing
Eater
you,
Rabbi
you're
Rothschild at your
while woman
service. And we've been
screaming
friends ever since.
at her.
I've been
Don't
live
touch her,
streaming
don't
my
you
life
touch her.
in his Discord, which is absolutely amazing.
Match.
His
Yeah,
social
I mean,
media
it's
is
only one
amazing.
response is a fuck.
Everything about him is amazing. If you want to know where you can
Yes, yeah.
find this
I don't like
video
murder.
of Orlando Jet,
You know?
it's
What do
going
you
to be available
Name.
on my social
I want him
media.
to remember that he
And
did it.
here's my man. Just check him out. I'm going to see if he even sees this. Maybe someday he will.
Start
I
with
mean,
a blown out ACL.
chances are
and
I'll
go
just tell
from
him right
there.
away, but
Beat him
maybe
with
not.
this
I might
stupid
just
shoe.
let this bad boy just
Why
sit
do
on the
people-
internet,
I
and he
actually-
might watch it years from now when neither of us
I
were
know
very
they do, but I'm
famous,
like,
but
what is
we'll
the
be
advantage
both
of
be
that?
rich and famous someday.
Yeah,
And
I
one
think
of the
it's when
reasons
you're
why is
coming up
because he
this
was so
way,
nice to allow me to
you
stream
can still
live in
roll
his
with your legs,
Discord.
so you're getting
And
more
if you want to see me in that
of
Discord,
an emotion.
I'm going
This
to do what I
guy's
normally
really-
don't
this guy's
do
really into
because it's
biking and not
so
putting paper on trees.
intensive.
Don't put their dead relatives in their faces.
Just man.
Here we are.
To a little girl like that.
And
Grab-
you can see
grab paper out of her
I'm
hand.
live in his
There
Discord.
he is.
Oh.
Click, 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 click. That's before he grabs her, Jason.
Well, this one
Yeah,
fucked
back it
up.
from the beginning. 'Cause this
Now,
is-
as far as you with
All
your
right.
martial art background, you got to be impressed with the
And
way
you can
he's
check
using
me out in
mic
his
there.
Discord whenever you want.
He's sort of
Check
like trying
out
to be a little
Orlando
hurt.
Jet on
Should I
social
say
media
this in
and
there,
Kick.
like, Connor, what does it say? Rewind it. See right there. That's where. The bison was Connor the teenager were posting flyers. Is that a teenager?
Oh, wait, I don't know I can drink it
That's
before.
really a teenager.
The order getting fucking nice tonight, though. I don't know I can drink my potion before.
I mean, look,
Wait,
he's
Steve,
howling. Oh my God! Look at
This
her.
is my man
Look at her.
Orlando Jet. He's
Yeah.
been nice enough to allow
I
me
don't know if
to
that's
be
a woman or
live
a
streaming
friend.
in his Discord now,
That girl's got balls.
and I basically live in there. You can check me out all
I
the
like
time
the
on
little
live,
skip steps
Rabbi
too, like a
Rothschild.
quarterback.
He's
Uh,
running at the ground.
You should
Yeah.
know that
Knocks him over.
Rabbi has a
The man
huge
chooses goal. Okay, as much as you don't approve of what he's doing.
amazing opinion on my man Orlando.
I know.
He's got a heart of gold.
He grabbed her
He's
arm.
going to be a big thing.
Whatever happened
He
to that
is
guy?
an up and coming streamer, and
I
he's
know,
the
they
next
promoted my
generation of
movie
major
right there.
streamers out there.
King of
So
Staten
check him
Island.
out, Orlando
It's
Jet.
on demand
He's
everywhere
amazing,
Friday.
and I hope he sees this someday. He should know that he
Out
has
in the news.
an amazing stream and
The
big
old
W's
fucking
from
orange
Rabbi
jumpsuit
Rothschild.
on, if that was happening to my daughter.
Peace out
I got
to my
a real
man
problem.
Orlando.
If I caught someone doing
Dude, you
that
would
to
be
anybody,
like a fucking badger on that fucking. Cause your biggest problem would be, what do I use? I almost think for half a second, like you would be, the elbow. What do I do? Choke him. What do I fucking? Dude, that spinning heel kick I saw you do. If you ever hit me with that, I have to learn how to talk again. Yeah, Joe, it didn't happen. It didn't happen to that, right?
I know.
You just went to a dark fucking place there.
I go there all the time. So it's a real problem.
I know. I go there all the time. I do think getting talking about these books, I think something really positive can come out of this because the fact that so many white people are also and getting involved in it, and so many cops were vocal saying they shouldn't do that. So I think something good is going to come out of this. I couldn't agree more. I really do. I do, and I hope so too, because
and he's the next generation
it's been wrong for way too long, and I also hope that that a bunch of other groups don't use this as a piggyback thing.
I'm going to see if this
Other
works.
shit
It's like a stream
will
on a
then
stream.
will make people
This is
who
wild
want
shit, kids.
things to
Okay,
stay
so
the
this
same,
is Orlando
they'll
Jet.
be
He's
able
one of
to
my
shift
favorite
focus.
streamers, and I'm
Like,
talking
you know, how
over
they kinda
myself
make, like, the
basically
protesters and the rioters,
on
the
another
looters, the same
video.
where
This
it's
is
just,
wild.
there's
So let's see if
only-
we can hear
You
this.
did that, and then at night you did this.
No.
Yeah, the way that. So I don't know.
Yeah,
They're gonna
no.
do it anyways.
I think once the looting died down, you're seeing peaceful protests that are very encouraging. I think it's great. I really do. I mean, that downtown LA one was amazing. 50,000 fucking people filled the streets, and no crime, or very little, nothing I heard of. It was just mostly people chanting and holding signs.
Yeah.
They look promising. Look, they gotta. The thing that disturbs
Yo,
me
dog.
is
So I
this
don't know if
idea
you can
that
still
they
hear me,
defund the police.
but
You can't get rid of
Orlando,
the police.
you're the
What you
man.
need to do is
And
spend
Rabbi
money,
loves you.
train them
The way
better,
that
and high
Orlando
standards.
found out about Rabbi
Do it the way
is
you
Rabbi
want to,
would
where
spam
it's very
Rabbi's cell
difficult to
phone,
get
all of the internet,
people out there.
so that Rabbi's cell phone
That
number
guy
was
a pussy. That
everywhere.
guy leaning on
It
that guy's
was
neck like
and
that,
still
that
is a
guy's
free
monster.
sex hotline for milk.
Because he knew he
And
was being filmed too. and he
Orlando
just had no-
gave it a call, and Rabbi answered it.
That's
World
like
famous pussy to
hands in
Rabbi
his
Rothschild
pockets
at
and
your
he's just
service,
fucking,
and
waiting for an
Orlando
Uber or
and
something
Rabbi
like that.
Rothschild
Makes
have
you
been friends
think, yeah.
since then.
He's a monster.
So again,
That guy
major
could do that
W's
for-
for Orlando Jet,
there's
major
no
W's
evidence that they
for
worked together,
Rabbi,
they
major
fought,
W's
they-
for
they
Kick.
argued.
Spread the word. Let
way
everybody
that
you
cop
know
was
about
treating
this.
the customers.
Rabbi
They
Rothschild
worked
streams his
together as
life
a
for
security
world peace.
at the
And
same
world
club.
peace, and he's gonna make
That
you a
cop was a
trillionaire
fucking asshole to people
once
at the
you
club.
tell all your
And
friends
they
about it.
argued about
Cool. Thanks.
So they had a personal
I don't
issue.
even think this worked.
And there's some people that want it to be elevated to first degree murder because of that. That he did it on purpose. That
Oh, he knew.
he knew that guy. I mean, it's just, yeah, they argued when they worked with him. One of the guys that worked with him said, George Bush was always telling that guy, he just was the first guy that
My man
Yeah,
Orlando.
he had a history of complaints back to 2006. My friend Joe Schilling, I'll kick on
streamer,
again.
and he's the next generation of
He's the
major
most
streamers
disturbing
out there.
page right now.
So check him out,
All he's
Orlando
done over the
Jet.
last 5,
He's
6
amazing,
days is post
and I hope he
videos
sees this
of
someday.
police brutality.
He should know that
And
he has an
police
amazing
brutality on
stream and
Black women,
big
white
W's
women,
from Rabbi
white
Rothschild.
old men, black old men, young guys. Well, it's
Peace
just
out
just
to my
police
man
brutality
Orlando.
over and over and
Yo,
over. and
dog.
over.
So I don't know if you can still
There's
hear
a
me,
problem with racism
but
in this country.
Orlando, you're the
There's
man.
also a real
And Rabbi
problem
loves
with
you.
people that have
The
a
way
background
that
with the cops
Orlando
that
found
are
out about
neat,
Rabbi is Rabbi
they're
would spam
sociopaths.
Rabbi's cell phone, all of the internet, so that Rabbi's cell phone number was everywhere. It was, it still is a free sex hotline for milk. And Orlando gave it a call, and Rabbi answered it. World famous pussy to Rabbi Rothschild at your service, and Orlando and Rabbi Rothschild have been friends since then. So again, major W's for Orlando Jet, major W's
And he said you didn't
for
want to get
Rabbi, major W's for
guys
Kick.
that wanted to
Spread
fight.
the word, let everybody you know
You
about
didn't want
this.
to have those guys.
Rabbi
Those guys
Rothschild
would be a
streams
fucking
like,
headache, and every night there was going to be something, and there was going to be lawsuits. Like what he was saying you ultimately wanted was nothing to happen.
Yeah.
So I remember, because I was joking with them, I remember a long time ago, the Grill 93, this old Dick Doherty room.
I remember that joint.
So two guys were about to go at it, and the bouncer gets them outside. Okay, and this guy's trying to say his point of view, and he put his hand on his shoulder. He goes, no, all I was trying to do, he barely went like that on his shirt. And he goes, okay, first of all, don't touch me. That's what the bouncer said. And just immediately it was here, and then it went to here, and then those two guys started yelling at each other, and then I don't know what the fuck. He just twisted the guy up and took him out. And I forget who the fuck I was with. We were fucking dying laughing. It just became a catchphrase between us. So he would come like, "Hey, Bill, you working this weekend?" Okay, first of all, don't touch me. You immediately just escalated, where it just becomes a what the fuck. And then, first of all, don't touch me. From 90% of guys is immediately going to put you in your ego, where it's like, oh fuck, now he's on top of me and I'm the bitch. I gotta at least get a little get at his eyebrow level. I have to come back with something else. It was inevitable. The second he said that, first of all, don't touch me, I did like the 3 slide steps down, because I learned that young, watching fights. You don't want to have a really good seat, because it's like a tornado.
Shout out
you
to
don't know where it's
Orlando
going to
Jet,
go.
who lets Rabbi stream live
20 feet away.
in the Discord whenever Rabbi wants.
At a Bruins game, the old Boston
Orlando
guard,
Jet is an
and it was
amazing
like one of those,
human being,
just everybody
and
smoking.
Orlando Jet is the next generation of major streamers out there.
We went in there and everybody was
Orlando
around,
Jet
was
is
like
a top 5
Green Death, right? Like, dude, this is
Australian
6%
streamer
alcohol.
on Kick,
So,
and a
so I'm like one of those
trailblazer
2 rows of
for the
fans
next
fighting,
generation
which is
of
always
Kick
great.
streaming.
It's like the people that are a row up,
And
just throwing down. These guys
streaming all
fucking
together.
pound. There's always a loafer laying
Orlando Jet is a
there, right?
revolution,
Like, picking it up.
and you
So,
need to join
I
the
remember
revolution
the
that
cops
is
ran up
Orlando
there, and
Jet.
I ran up
Come
to
check
watch
out
the
Orlando
fight,
Jet's
and they started
Discord
grabbing guys
and check out
coming down the
Orlando
stairs,
Jet's
and it was the Boston
Kick
guard, and there was
streams
nowhere to go.
as
I
soon
remember
as you
this
can.
big cop bounding down the stairs. He literally had a handful of this guy's neck. It was like his whole neck and his jugular. This guy was I just remember he was going trying to push me down the stairs, and he came down like, and I was trying to get out of the way, and I think the guy who he had grabbed, like his knee fucking hit me in the back. I just got caught by the debris of this guy running by, and that's so how to watch your fight, which you watch your fight and you're looking at your exits, because like I said, it's like you don't know where it's gonna fucking go. And I had learned that lesson. So when I saw that guy say that, first of all, don't touch me. I was just like, okay, sliding over here. Let some other people settle in front of me. I can do. I like doing that.
Yeah, that's the same as if you want to be above, slightly above, looking down at all the
What's up, David? This is Rabbi Rothschild. This is your stream. It's fucking amazing. Everybody should check you out. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi
I just knew. I was like, this is not
Rothschild. Here's my
my
TikTok.
I can't
Just
slip
one
a punch.
moment.
I'm slow as shit.
Videos for all the biggest streamers on YouTube.
This is not going to go 3 rounds. It's not. I fought up until like around 6th grade. I think I probably had my last one. Then all of a sudden, kids started to get 120, 130, 140 pounds, and they started doing blood and fucking people missing a couple of days of school after they moved down. I was just like, okay, I think I'll be the funny guy. It's weird how things go sideways like that when there's a feeling in the air. Well, when there's chaos breaks out like that, and you don't know it, wow, this is nuts. This is really dangerous. Yeah, there's a mob mentality feel. It's really weird. I remember it took me having to leave Boston for about 7 years. I was gone for 7 years before I finally walked into a bar and just felt the normal energy. I think the city's changed a lot, but like that, sort of that tail end of the craziness. I walked into a bar and you could just feel it. It's like somebody's gonna get suckered. Like, it's not now. It's about 90 minutes away. You can just feel the level of drunkenness, the energy. Sometimes you go out looking for fun. Yeah, I mean, this guy used to train with Mike White. He used to work the rest of it. He grabbed his hand and he work. I knew a guy who was a bouncer, and he used to bring a mouthpiece to work that he used to carry all the time. And I remember when he would get in a fight, it was a mouth and bite down. It wasn't like what you guys wear. But it was totally psyched the other guy out. He come out and he would put this thing in and I remember one time he got suckered. He knew it was going to be a fight. And I forgot, for some dumb reason, he sat down on the stairs and the guy was standing above him. And one of his friends jumped out and punched him. And I saw the mouthpiece. It was like fucking busted up with Tyson. I saw his mouthpiece fly towards us. And then just, I shouldn't tell these stories. I don't know. Because it's my version of what it was a long, like 30 name.
Piece
Well,
out.
like 30 years ago, and what happened was we
Yo,
were
dog, so I don't know if you can still hear me.
in an off-campus
And
apartment.
you're the man.
Yeah,
And Rabbi loves you. The way that
I'm gonna tell you a quick thing.
Orlando found out about Rabbi, and Rabbi would spam
Two of my buddies
cell phone,
left
all of the internet.
to go upstairs.
Rabbi's cell phone number was everywhere. It was and still is free.
We looked almost like a freak house, but it wasn't.
And Orlando gave it a call.
So they left
and
up the
Rabbi
party we were on the first floor, and then they went
Rabbi
upstairs.
Rothschild at your service, and
And like 20 minutes they came back. One of my buddy's shoulders was separated. The other guy's left lip, and they're flat top to him. There's this fucking gash coming right down here, blood coming down his face. And we were like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? He just asked this guy for a drink, and the whole party started beating on him. So this whole mob goes up the stairs. They go flights apart, right? And I go upstairs, fuck am I doing with my big fucking head? I'm gonna get knocked out here. But I have to go because they're my friends. So we fucking go up there. And we hear the party. So my buddy, the mouthpiece guy, like the most innocent boy ever, knocks on the door. He goes, hey, it's like, is there a party going on in there? Right? The fucking door opens up and it was like a fucking Wild West movie. Like a saloon fight. Just fucking haymakers. I remember, I didn't even want to go in. I was so scared because I was like, oh my God, this is going to be fucking nuts. And just the mob just sent me in. And it was just like, everybody's just throwing. I remember this dude jumping over my back, punching me in the face, right? And the smoke fucking clears and it all settles. You know, it was all like fucking 15-second melee and it all fucking settles. And we look at the party and there's like 6 or 7 guys, 6 or 7 girls, and there's like a board game that's tipped over. And we had gone to the wrong party. Swear to God, I know this sounds like a joke. The real party where they got
What up, baby?
was upstairs. And I don't remember what happened, but they were actually rich kids and they sued my friends for going in, whatever the dumb shit they did.
Oh, no.
We all went into the wrong party. And they were in there having like a couples thing. And they were playing like fucking Monopoly or something. And all of a sudden,
What up?
there's a knock on the door. Hey, is there a party? And then everybody just came fucking running in. Can you imagine them?
Dog, I've
That's what
been
I'm
doing
saying.
other
No,
things.
that's
What
why
do you
I didn't
need?
want to tell, because I felt really like, yeah, I felt bad.
When I was in high school,
There you go.
the first
So
real brawl
we're
that I
even.
ever saw was when I was like 17. I think I was a senior in high school. And there was a rich kid that moved into the neighborhood. He wanted to make friends. So he put on this crazy party. He just invited everybody. So kids from all kinds of different high schools were coming.
No, that's always good.
Hi, dog.
Newton North, Newton South, a bunch of kids from all sorts of other places. And I happened to be at the
That's
right
amazing.
place at the right time when I saw it pop off. People were already robbing this guy. I saw people taking stuff out of bedrooms and running down the stairs with it. It was real sketchy because there was way too many people for this guy's party. But then this girl, I still to this day don't remember what she did. She either slapped this guy in the face or she threw a drink in his face. I don't remember. I think she slapped him. But what I remember is he uncorked a perfect right hand on her. He knew how to punch. Like I remember thinking, wow, this guy's trained because he snapped it.
Joe, always the commentator.
Listen, I've been doing it for a long time. But whatever she did, I'm pretty sure she slapped him. But he went like this. I mean, it was a perfect right hand. Hit her right in the face. Her head goes back. She's back behind her. Totally unconscious. And then chaos, chairs flying, bodies piling it up, and I'm on the stairs. So I'm watching this through the railings. I see the guy punch the girl as I'm coming up the stairs. I see it all play out. I'm like, holy fuck! And I'm like, I gotta get out of here.
Yes.
And there was piled. I didn't hit anybody, and nobody hit me. It was like a movie. Like, excuse me, pardon me.
Crawling out.
I fucking dodged everything. Meanwhile, I was fighting at the time. I was traveling to tournaments all over the country and fighting. So my friends were looking for me. They're like, go get Joe. And there's piles of people. brawling, and I'm just ducking the piles, and then I ran into my friend Jimmy, and I'm like, where is everybody? And we gathered our friends and got in the car, drove off. We were laughing our asses off. But it was like, when we left, the cops were just starting to arrive. There was piles of kids beating the shit out of each other on the lawn.
Dude, I remember
my
friend who separated his shoulder in that fight. We popped it back in, and he went back up, threw a punch with the same arm, and missed. It came out again, and I remember him flopping on the ground like a fish out of water. And afterwards, we said to him, like, dude, why didn't you throw the other hand? And he goes, because I wanted this hand to get its revenge. I swear. Like Ian made his part of his body like a karate movie. Like he has revenge. His shoulder's dead. Dude, and I have to tell you something. When people talk about, you're a funny comedian and blah, blah, the characters that I grew up with, and what I loved about what they did and what they said was they weren't trying to be funny. Like, he was dead serious. Yeah, and then we were driving home, hammered, and we were three abreast in the fucking the pickup truck. This guy's dad's truck. And he had the flat top, so he got dried blood on his forehead. We're just driving home, and nobody's saying anything. And the dude in the middle has got these sunglasses on, and he's just sitting there like this. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he just fucking goes like that, scared the fucking shit out of me. And I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And he goes, sorry. He goes, I took a little acid. He goes, I was looking at this bug. He goes, I thought it was on the windshield. He goes, it turned out it was on the inside of my glasses. Now, I don't know if that was true, but dude, there's no way you could ever reenact how much he flipped it, like how much you would freak out on acid if you thought a bug was over there, but then your mind told you that it was on the inside of your fucking glasses. And I just remember all three of us just crying, laughing, driving home at just the whole fucking situation. That was like every weekend of my life for probably like 2.5, 3 years. Every single fucking weekend. And we used to go in to there was this club in this bar in Chelsea.
Oh boy.
Yeah, well, dude, I was such a baby face. That was the only place where you get served, right? So
it's a rough place.
Yeah, it was yeah. And they were like selling fucking blow out of there. So they didn't give a fuck if you looked like you were 12 years old, like I was when I go up to order my vodka Collins. It was like the only drink.
How old were you?
I wasn't of age, like 19 or 20, probably 20. And I would go in there, and I just remember one time standing outside that bar, and there was this fucking dude who looked like Rob Halford from fucking Judas Priest, just fucking totally gacked out of his fucking mind, standing in front of his motorcycle. And he was telling this story about riding his bike and his drug thing. He got stuck. He just kept saying, I'm going around the apex. I'm going around the apex, man. Go around the apex, right? I'm fucking hammered. And I'm like making fun of the guy in front of him to my buddy. I'm looking at my buddy and I'm so shit-faced. I go, I'm going around the apex. I'm going around the apex. And he's hitting me because the guy's staring at me. Oh. Yeah, no, it was a, and I didn't understand, because I never did coke, so I didn't understand what was going on. I'm going to leave it at that. I didn't understand what was going on. But all I knew was I just seemed to be the guy that wanted to go home first. I'll leave it at that.
That was a fucking dangerous place. Boston was dangerous.
No, this is when I figured out what the fuck was going on. It was one time I went into the bathroom by myself to take a leak. And it was one of those things you walk in, there was a sink, there was a stand-up urinal, and then there was a stall, which just had one toilet. And I walked in and there was two fucking guys in there. And I was like, what the fuck are those guys doing? And so my dick's already out and I'm taking a piss. And they opened, like the thing, because it didn't have a latch, opened up and they had like, they were doing blow. And I was taking a piss because it was weird. There's two guys in there and I kind of glanced over as I'm already pissing. I look over and this guy's all fucking hammered, like little werewolves. Like, what the fuck are you looking at? I was just like, pee. Didn't wash my hands after that one. No, there was a lot. I don't know why, because a lot of like easy targets really got hit, and I was beyond an easy target. Somehow I just never I never asked. I did, because I would have got really. I was not as tough as my friends were. My friends were fucking lunatics. But my grade was cool, but like the grade above me and grade below me, they were like some fucking. They were crazy.
But I talked to friends that grew up in other places. They didn't have the same amount of fight stories. I think Boston is a particularly fighty place.
Fighty.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what. Yeah, there was something going on, but I mean, I think a lot of those East, like New York and a lot of those, like I find the people in like New England, Long Island, tri-state area, it's all sort of the same.
Savages. Savage children of immigrants. That's what it is.
Yeah, but you go out to the Midwest, and that's like German, a lot of Slavic people, Polish people. So, I mean, I don't know what, I think they just had more space out there. So it wasn't as intense. You weren't so, like, packed in.
You're in a cornfield. There's something about Boston, though, in particular. I think even more so than New York. Boston was just a lot of fights, man. My boxing coach got his finger bitten off on a fight. He was on PCP. The guy bit his finger off, and he had his toe removed and replaced his finger with a toe. Did I tell you this?
No, I remember that was the move back then.
So he had it curved permanently so that he could still throw right hooks. So his when you would shake his hand, he would always give you one of these. He was like,
yeah, I knew a guy from Boston too. He had this weird looking nose, and some guy bit it off and had it reattached. These guys lost ears. Dude, that's why I'm saying why, it's right around 6th grade. I was just like, yeah, this is like becoming a blood sport. Like, I think I'm going to try to be funny here. But yeah, there was a lot of, there's also a lot of, the sports scene back in Boston is just,
hockey
was insane.
Well, hockey,
yeah,
because hockey was big in Boston, and hockey is the only sport that involves actual fights. It's the only sport where fighting is a part of the sport.
I'm reading this book right now. I got 3 sports books I'm reading right now, right? I read a few in that lines, and then I watch a couple chapters over here. And I'm reading this one called, Bartnick gave it to me, called The Code. And it breaks down, for anybody who never understood why there was fighting, which I never quite understood either. I just knew I liked it. It's and how the players have to police the game. I'm not far enough into the book, but it's really eye-opening, like what goes on out there. And they have all these enforcers talking about it. Like, because sometimes you had to fight. Sometimes guys would just skate out. They put him out, just the guy being out on the ice. Sometimes he'd say something like, hey, we don't settle it down out here, boys. Somebody's going to get hurt. A guy would just say that, and then people are like, all right. Okay, let's fucking sticks back down. Everybody play old-time hockey, whatever the fuck you were supposed to do, all-star hockey. And just as far as like how there's this whole code of, and there's all these, there's like, the heavyweights, like a heavyweight only fucks with a heavyweight unless some middleweight is doing some shit and you gave him a warning and he didn't, then he has to take a fucking beating. And if he doesn't take the beating and turtles up, that means one of his fucking teammates is going to get the beating, and then he's going to be a fucking asshole in the locker room. I mean, it is this whole web of fascinating shit, because everybody just looks at the sport and they just think, oh, drop gloves, fucking beat the shit up. There's a whole fucking thing that is going on out there that actually, because of that, keeps the game safer, which I don't understand. I don't understand
it either, but I just think it's fascinating that there's this one sport where it's okay to fight.
Thank you.
Like, no,
absolutely, baby. That's why I'm here.
But that's the whole sport. That's the sport itself.
Excellent.
But there's no fighting in basketball. There's agreed upon fighting in hockey that doesn't exist in any other sport, where everybody backs
Excellent.
off.
Well, we'll see you when you do it, hopefully.
You can do it in lacrosse.
All right, you take care. Shout out to everyone.
But I wouldn't want to say that.
Shout out to Bitcoin Hell Chandler.
This full fucking cage, I wouldn't say that. But
Those guys are savages for no
what
reason.
about the cross-country skiers and all of a sudden they got a rifle? They're doing like they're at a gun range. I mean,
that's different. That's that stupid fucking, what is that? That's not the decathlon.
You know what that's like? That's
called?
like Tex-Mex food,
right?
Asian infused fucking Americana. That's all it is. It's just people are doing their version of cross-country skiing. Like that's like,
yeah.
I like that cross-country skiing where you then shoot. That's like the beginning of a lot of James Bond things. Right. They always seem to be in the snow.
Yeah. Well, the whole idea is the elevated heart rate. It's hard to control your shot. Because I think they're supposed to shoot off-handed, too. they're not supposed to have a rest.
I know. See, I don't know shit about hunting, and that's the thing that I lived for on the hunting shows.
What?
Was when the guys, after the kill, and then they just, oh man, I was so scared. I had to just saying all this fucking shit, and it's so, I get it if you're shooting like a lion.
It's a nerve-wracking thing, because you don't want to fuck up, and it's
because people are going to make fun of you.
No, because you're going to hurt an animal. You don't want to wound the animal. You want to kill it. You want to kill it cleanly. And you have to keep it together while you're pulling the trigger on an animal. You're going to end its life. It's very nerve-wracking.
Can't you just give him the second one?
Second bullet?
Oh, I'm just saying if he runs away and then the thing suffers.
If you nick it, you shoot it in the leg or something like that, it's very likely it's going to get away, die slowly, get eaten by coyotes or something. It's really bad.
Dude, I got one for you. Because you got me watching those fucking videos of animals eating other. First of all, I love bears, but I can't watch them kill anything because they don't.
See the recent one?
They
the
don't.
Bear took down the buffalo.
They don't kill it. Why won't they kill it?
They killed it.
Well, they kill it because they start eating it before it's dead.
Yeah.
They just hold it down
and start eating.
Yeah.
That's what bears do.
Yeah. I got one for you.
Okay.
Have you watched the praying mantises videos?
Oh, yes, I have. You see the one where the praying mantis eats the lizard and tries to eat him?
Well, because he fucking alligator armed it. He was like, I'm going to kill you. What is this? He kind of did the little flicky. He gave him a little jab, and then that thing just grabbed him. He was like, what the fuck?
He
and then started.
Licked at him.
Then started.
Yeah.
But if
his jaw.
But if he let his hands go, as you guys say, with his tongue, I think he could have pulled that thing in and crushed him.
No. The praying mantis is so fucking strong. They're so much stronger than you would imagine them being because they have these little stick arms.
Yeah, I watched one eat a hummingbird.
Oh, yeah. They eat all kinds of shit. They eat everything that they get a hold of. We're lucky they're little. Praying mantises are amazing. I fucking love those little things. They're crazy. What they can do to a bird or something much larger than the lizard was the most impressive because the lizard thought it was going to eat him.
And the thing was totally immobilized.
Yeah.
It was like, it reminded me of watching the shit that you say where he's past his guard.
Yeah.
Now he's going for this. That thing was just like,
it's exactly like that. Because their clamp is so, it's like somebody got you in a darce. It's the same thing. Someone gets like this grip and then cinches it up to a darce choke. You're like trapped in there. That's what it was like. There it is. This is poor fuck. Look, he thinks he's going to get him. And he's like, bitch, you ain't getting nothing.
But look how he holds his mouth open. And he's like, oh, dude, I feel so strength. But this lizard, he gets away.
He gets away for a second. But this is what's
for
crazy.
a second?
Yeah. Look at then he starts eating his mouth. He just starts slowly.
I know what he's
pulling
doing,
him apart.
Joe. I know what he's doing.
I love it. Have you ever seen praying mantis versus a murder hornet? And everybody's afraid of murder hornets. Look at him. He's like, fuck, what did you do to my face? Oh, Jesus. He's like in pain. He's shaking it off. But the praying mantis is like, bitch, I'm not done with you yet. Like he's in agony. He's spazzing around. And the praying mantis just locks onto him again and slowly starts pulling him apart. And at the end, he's dead. He just starts eating his brain. Look at that. They just can pull that skin apart and bite right through it. But it thing's so much bigger than him. That's like you eating a cow. That's like you holding a cow down, eating its head. Look at it. He's eating his fucking brain. Lizard's dead as fuck.
Well, that part's not a problem for me right here because now it's dead.
Yeah, but it died this way.
I know it did. That was the part
I love it. I'm a big fan of the praying mantis. I like the technique.
Okay, I'm not going to begrudge you. I don't need to
Pull the video of the grizzly taking down the buffalo. It was only 2 days ago. It was in Yellowstone.
They linked me to a 30-minute video of it just fucking up all sorts of animals.
Praying mantis?
Yeah.
I'll put that
Oh, by the way, there's so many fucking people.
Here it goes. What's this? What's
Yeah,
fucking up this
all
one?
kinds of things. Leaf
What
bugs.
is that? Oh, wow, what a weird-looking creature. The praying mantis is pink. He's camouflaged himself. Oh, wow, now he's the color of the leaf.
Yeah, this is a good, 10 million views on this praying mantis video.
They're amazing animals, man. What were you going to say? What were you mad about?
I wasn't mad about anything. I was just like, I love bears, right?
Yes.
I love when they ride the bikes at the fucking circus. Right?
I love bears. I love when they ride the bike at the circus. Oh.
This is my thing about that. What did they have to do to that bear? When you see what this thing can do to a bison, what did they do to that bear to get him to get on a fucking bicycle?
Give him food. That's how they train him.
Is that how you did it?
I've never
You got a bear in the back? You
I've
just
seen
the confidence, the way you said that.
Because I've seen
Have
him.
you
I've seen the train bears. Yeah, they can train
Are
bears.
you one
do
of
a
those
bunch
guys who
things.
doesn't need any sleep? Like, of all the random fucking things. Oh, I've seen it.
This is the one with the bear.
Okay.
breaks out.
Oh, with the whip, the little whip there?
I don't think he's beaten the bear.
I'll tell you right now, that guy's not dressed to be attacked by a bear.
No. Well, the bear's got a muzzle on, and it's a little ass bear. But the bear is still
Dude,
fucking.
fuck you, man.
Fuck you.
They got the Freddy Krueger claws. He got 4 of them.
He's on a Vespa now. Look at that. Wow.
I mean, could you humiliate a bear even more? He's got to wear that frilly outfit. Now you got him. Didn't give him a
You're the
motorcycle.
one who's a big fan of the bears riding bikes.
I was joking.
Me too.
I didn't know.
Maybe the bear should have a mask
I
on.
actually watched a whole training video of how, like, where do you find, what part of the internet are you on?
Well, I don't know. I was trying to figure out why people have, what the fuck? That guy's got a giant grizzly bear on the back of his bike.
Playing a horn.
And it's playing a trumpet. Because he got any volume on this trumpet? Let me hear this. Up. Back it up there.
This person that's filming this is an idiot. You think it can't break out of that seatbelt and just
Did you see the bear flipping him off?
and that thing has on a fucking lap belt.
Yeah, what does the bear do? He's just... Imagine, this got to be Russia, right? I mean, the only way they would allow this is in Russia. Yeah. Yeah, look at the language on the back of that truck.
He's yelling at the fucking traffic. Jesus Christ, let's fucking go!
The size of that fucking thing. My God. Just throwing his arms up, just thinking about ripping a person apart.
No, he isn't. Yeah, he's thinking like I used to be in the woods and fucking eat whatever I wanted.
The weird thing about bears is if you train them when they're young, they're like almost like dogs. They become your buddy. It's weird.
The day somebody tells that bear that it's riding bitch, that guy riding the motorcycle, it's gonna be in trouble.
He's riding on the side cart.
Yeah, he's gonna be in trouble.
Remember those side carts? Whatever happened to those? You never see those. A motorcycle with a side
You ever
cart.
see the racing?
No, they do side cart racing.
Sidecar racing, and when they go around a turn, okay, and it's on the side where the guy's riding,
The side is lifted up.
that guy, he has to stand up. Dude, they're going like, I don't know how many fucking miles an hour. He has to stand up and lean over, all the way over on this side of the bike because of the weight of the sidecar
So it
plus
doesn't
his
fall
weight.
off.
So it doesn't, yeah, they can go through the turn at a higher speed. I mean, it's bad enough when you're the guy in the car with the map. You ever seen those when they have two drivers?
Yeah, the one guy's yelling, turn and 100 yards, left,
Yeah.
right, left. Yeah, those are those rally drivers, right? I never understood that. Do you know what they're doing? They're yelling out directions of the road, right? But they have notebooks that tells them, like, what's the next turn right, next turn
I would
left.
guess that the course is so long that they can't memorize it. Or maybe it's just through a fucking
No,
town.
it must be. Yeah. This is sidecar racing.
Backups of the driver.
Oh, they're going fast as fuck. Oh my God. You're the one who turned me on to those bike races in the Isle of Man.
I was supposed to go to that this year.
Oh, you would be on the side?
Oh, no fucking way. No, I planned to befriend some people in town with a balcony. Even then, like, God knows, some part of the bike could come flying up. But I want to go to that before they outlaw it. And
they get outlawed? Just because people die every year?
more people have died than years they've had it.
Whoa.
And it's still like,
Look at these motherfuckers.
yeah,
They are flying.
this is
So
insane.
more than one person dies every year.
well,
That would be, right?
yeah,
Basically
well,
average.
yeah. And I think way back in the day, way more people died. Like the safety equipment is much better. But as you see, they're going by brick walls and trees, and like there's just no.
Jesus Christ. When you say it's safety equipment, like what the fuck kind of safety equipment is going to save you?
They have an airbag, which is a really amazing piece of technology. Whereas you fall, it can tell when you've let go of the bike and you're falling like instantaneously, and it protects your
organs.
Yeah, but obviously your brain's in the fluid, so it doesn't protect that.
God.
I tell you, but the best racing out there, MotoGP, is the shit.
It's better than this?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I would actually say, because I like the passing. There's so much passing. It's kind of like with Formula One, where the Mercedes and Ferrari are just so much better than everybody else. It kind of comes down. to the two of them. And every year, since I've been watching since 2015, so I'm new to the sport.
Italian GP right here.
Yeah, so that's Dovizioso, Mark Marquez, I believe.
You know these guys?
Yeah.
Wow.
So Mark Marquez, the guy in second place, is like he's the Jordan of the sports right. Dovizioso is actually in third. I don't know who's in first. So those that's a Ducati, a Honda Ducati, and I think a Suzuki.
Do you ride?
I did for 3 months out here. I always wanted to ride. My parents would never let me. So finally out here, I took a motorcycle safety course. I got my license and everything. And then I had a bike for like 2 months. And it was just, LA is not the place to learn how to ride. And everyone was texting while driving.
I go to Wyoming.
I think I want to get a dirt bike. But this is the type of shit, like with this racing, what I like is like 3 or 4 races last year on the final lap, there was like 2 guys that would pass each other like 4 or 5 times. Like that shit right there. So then you try to come on the brakes, the latest on the brakes, but not overshoot the turn. I mean, there's just so much shit that's you sort of learn as you're watching. I still don't know shit about it, but these guys are fucking incredible.
Would you be into going to a track? Learning how to ride on a track? That seems like the safest way to do it.
Absolutely. That is the way to do it. And then wear all of that gear and then have fun, and you can like open up. Dean sent me a video today. This guy in a Porsche that could go 200 miles an hour. But he fucking does it on a highway. And it's just like, you're going to kill somebody or kill yourself. It's like, take that thing to the track.
Yeah, don't do that.
And God forbid you hit some debris. What's going to happen to your car? Like I think there's a lot of people that buy high performance shit that go into a track either is not available, it doesn't enter their mind. Like somebody like myself, like it wasn't until I started watching racing, I kind of learned a little bit about it. I'm like, oh, there's like a track, out in the Inland Empire. There's a day where the general public can come down or whatever. You can pay to rent the track, and it's kind of like, a lot of these guys used to drive around in Ferraris. The only time I ever drove a Ferrari was I drove one on the track. It was fucking unbelievable. Like how hard you could stop on the brakes without the thing locking up, and you're trying to impress the guy you ride with, and you think you just want to be like flooring it and blah blah blah. And what you really want to be doing is smoothly going around. The smoother you go, both on the gas and braking, then it becomes like this really like finesse thing where it looks like you just grab it by the fucking throat and like I said, I only did it one time, but like I immediately learned that. Made me appreciate what they were doing a lot more. Plus, I only went around 5 times, and my fucking brain was like the G-force. Yeah, like I almost felt a little bit not sick. I just felt a little fucked up. Like I think I'm gonna sit down here for a couple of seconds, not say it to any of the guys I'm driving with. Hey, fine, I can do that all day.
Jimmy, pull up a Porsche rally driver. The dirt road Porsche drivers. Those are the guys that are reading left, right, left, right. Right, left. They have like a notebook. You need a driver next to you. It's got a notebook. That looks like a lot of fun. Apparently, that's a great way to learn how to really drive too. Is on the dirt. Same with dirt bikes, because you slide a lot. So you learn how to counter steer, and you learn how to handle the weight out back. Because it's kicking out, how to counter it.
I have this weird thing where I'm fascinated by machines, and I want everything that I see. I want to learn how to drive it or fly it or whatever. But I'm not a speed guy. Like I'm just not into like smart going fast. I don't know. I like chilling.
These guys, see the guys there with the book. This is a regular road. So it's like a digital thing telling them what gear he's in.
And here's what fascinates me is the trust between those 2 guys.
Oh yeah.
Like this guy is driving like a fucking lunatic, and this guy's looking down at his paper. When your friend starts driving like a lunatic, you're looking at him going, dude, slow down.
This is a road, people and trees and cars and houses on both sides. This guy's flying down this fucking road, and he's going sideways all the time. You see him counter steering all the time. You see his ass end take out, like all the time.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh my god! And how are these fucking people that are so confident they can stand on the side of the road while these maniacs are fucking?
I used to think racing was just this stupid, mindless thing, and now I think it's one of the coolest sports out there.
Oh, it's a very cool sport. I like driving cars just to feel the mechanical, just the gears moving and all the things that are happening. I have an old Porsche 93. It's no power steering. It doesn't have a radio, it doesn't have anything.
That's awesome.
And it's all air cooled, so it sounds like it's really mechanical. You ever seen it? I'll show it to you after we're done.
That red one?
Yeah. I
I
wish I had
like
the
that.
key with me here. I'd let you drive it. It's fun. It's fun. It's not fast. It's not. It's the slowest car I have, but it's fun. It's so fun to drive. Like you feel everything. You feel every bump. There's nothing between you and the wheels in terms of steering. There's no power. You're steering the wheel all by your hands. It's really hard to steer. It's not that safe either.
Yeah.
You can't make quick turns. Like, you gotta really muscle that motherfucker.
I'm into like.
Look at these guys. Oh Jesus Christ! But when I drive, these fucking crazy assholes standing by.
I like the guy with the propeller hat. He's just like, yep, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm enjoying this stuff.
Look at the fucking height, and this guy catches the ground with 2 wheels. Oh my God, does it land good? It does land good. That's amazing. But I drive that car to the comedy store. That's my. If I want to do like, if I'm really working on something or I really want to be jazzed up for a set, I'll take that car to the comedy store because it's so loud and fucking smoky and everything's like your whole body. You feel it. You're excited when you get there. It's like you're on a stimulant.
Yeah, I know. It's fun, man. Like all of that stuff. You should. Since the last time I did this show, I got to finally fly an A-Star, which was with the cops and the news guys flying, and that was the coolest thing.
A-Star helicopter, which
is the coolest thing I've ever flown, as far as like. Just the power in it compared to what I fly in fucking 8 meters or whatever. I did until all that bullshit happened. But I got one of the last flights I did. I got to fly a buddy of mine who was training me to get my instrument. Like I passed the test. And then after you pass the test, you have 2 years. So I still have 2 years. I have to December of next year to pass it. So I got to finish that part.
Did we do a podcast since you took me out?
I think everybody listening feels
Have we
very,
done
very
one
sad,
since you
very
took me out?
sorry.
I think we did. Yeah.
Did we, Jim? Yeah.
When Rebecca Grossman acted
We went over
yesterday,
downtown LA.
and
You realized
Judge
how many
Joseph
buildings and
read
helicopter
that
spots on the
sentence
top?
was
Yeah.
absurd.
That was
It
fun,
looks
man.
tough,
It's
to life,
crazy to
but
me
in reality,
that with a
it's
helicopter,
very
you
like
can just kind of
sense.
go wherever you want to go.
And that's
Yeah.
You just fucking
wrong.
float around.
You're
Go wherever you want to go.
that
Yeah.
by
It's-
the judge.
But then what it is you give up speed for that design. There's all kinds of drag, just the way it's designed for what you want to do with it. You give up speed. So I get envious
Mark and
of
Jacob is
planes,
your foundation.
or even if you get like a Cessna, like they can just fly. I mean, I think even like some of the small ones can fly faster than some of the faster helicopters. I mean, you have to have like an $8 million helicopter. Maybe that could fly faster, but anything that I'd fuck with, you can't come anywhere near. Like most of them, 120, 130 knots, and then it depends on headwind and
What's a
tailwind.
knot to a mile an hour?
Well, it's like it depends on how the wind, because you can literally be flying 90 knots and have like a fucking 50. I don't know what I fly. A significant headwind. This is all shit you have to know in the test. And the second you take the test, you fucking I forget. But you'll actually be going slower. I've had times like, especially out like Palm Desert and stuff, where there's like a Venturi with the way the mountains are, and fucking the wind comes in, which can be really fucking scary. How it throws you around. You're looking down at the highway with what I fly, and they're going faster than you, and you just sit there like, and then that's when it sucks. Because also with a helicopter, you the whole thing, you can't just like take your hands off the shit. So you have to, you're literally, it's like a Porsche, like you're, like I imagine, like trying to parallel park that car, even though it's a lighter car. I have a 68 Ford F100 when I first had it. I didn't have power steering, dude, and it was just
I don't know when you brought that thing to the ice house. That thing is shit.
Yeah.
I love that old truck.
That's kind of my thing. I like the trucks, and then I like old, like, not pimp cars, like the guy who's a pimp, but he's not a pimp. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not literally a pimp. He doesn't have a stable of bitches, but he's crushing life. Like, I like that car. Like if I was gonna get another car, I would get a '67 Cadillac Eldorado. And it's actually the color that I love. It was in the Tarantino movie, but somebody was selling one, and I swear to God, by the time I saw the YouTube video, it was already sold. I would have bought that fucking car. It's the most gangster
eastbound.
man's car.
Alameda still
Like,
got that stall
just
in
the
left
back end of
lane.
that
Southern
car, it's
California's
perfection.
airborne
I
traffic
absolutely
reports on
love
Jenny
that
Garvin.
fucking car.
That's a beautiful car.
67 Eldorado. Would you get a convertible or regular?
No, I hate convertibles.
What are you doing? All convertibles?
Yeah, I'm a little sexist with the convertible.
There's one convertible that I like, one that I have. The 65 Corvette.
That's
That's a 70.
no, that's
What year is that?
it's the car that the woman playing Margot, what's her name, Margot Robbie. There it is, right there. Looks like it's green there. But I think it was blue. No, not that one. Over the guy with the suspenders, right to the left of that.
TV writers,
Yeah,
that one there?
That car.
pop culture critics.
You got to see the back end of that car. That's a late, the 67,
Podcast Network, iHeart. Look at your free
68 or
iHeart
something
app.
like that. But the back end, look up 67 Cadillac Eldorado rear end. This is what I do while you're learning how to train a fucking bear to ride a bicycle. I look at this shit. Click on that first one. Click on the first one. You see a little bit of the side of the car. Look at that.
That is beautiful. You need one of those in life.
I do.
I need you to drive one.
This is what I love about my wife. I'll show her that. I go, what do you think about that? She's like,
That's
a fucking beautiful car. She would be cool if I got something.
For sure.
Yeah, look at that car. I'm too fair skinned to drive that. You need olive skin.
No,
more.
You need to pull it off. You need one of them paperboard hats.
No, that thing would fucking, that thing would blend too much in with my beard. I just look like it'd be the Ginger Mobile. There's a year they got there's a blue that they have. It's not that blue. It's more of a.
Look at that red one. Click on that red one in the middle.
But look at the front end, and like when your lights are flipped down, look at that thing.
God, look how good that looks in red. That's a fucking beautiful car.
But the lines on that car, that's just like, and then that's the kind of car. I mean, you're not going to smoke a cigar driving down the street riding that fucking thing.
Have to.
Yeah,
That's beautiful.
I think I'm going to get one.
Get one.
I know. Where am I going to put it? Am I going to be that guy with the fucking garage?
You park it here.
Hey, all right.
I'm Jason Flom.
Dude,
This is why you're the number one podcast in the world.
I'm trying to help people. I'm trying to encourage irresponsible behavior.
Yeah, and if you continue to own your podcast, you can buy something like that. And if you don't, your fucking agent will buy that.
Yeah, I love them. I love Cadillac convertibles too, though. I don't like muscle car convertibles after a certain, like mine, that Corvette that I have out there. You've seen that silver one? Yeah, I love that in convertible. But that has a aftermarket suspension and aftermarket frame.
I've seen all those cars.
The fact that the old ones, those frames, there's too much bounce, too much shake and wiggle. You have to have like an aftermarket chassis and bars there to make it so that it's like very, very rigid. It doesn't bounce around.
Yeah, didn't they used to make like a sway bar or something that you would put in there? Because I know in my truck, when I take a turn, I have to grab underneath the seat and hang on so I don't slide into the door.
They can upgrade your coilovers and stuff like that and
Just after
put a better suspension on
I
it.
have a nice balance of a little bit of modern on it and still fighting it, so you feel like, because it still shifts on the column, which I think is badass. But then when I get on the highway, I got to stay in the right lane, you know?
During the tree, right?
Yeah.
Did you have disc brakes on it? Did you swap disc brakes out?
I had it had just the shoes on it, and then the drum brakes, yeah, and then I converted those.
Look at this,
And then what did I do after that? I switched out the radiator because they tended to run hot, so they put an aluminum one in.
As we investigated this
And
saga of murder, greed,
what else did
lies,
we do?
Titus used to
Power,
have,
power brakes and then power steering.
Titus used to have a sweet, I think it was a 55 Chevy that they made for him on the short rides. It was incredible.
Oh, that Chip Foose car, right?
Yeah, I think Chip Foose made it. Yeah, it was incredible. Just, I don't know if he still has it. He might have lost it when he got divorced and all that jazz. But it was
No, I think he got it back.
Did he?
I think he got it back. But I like those. I like those resto mod
unbelievable story of the
cars.
murder
It's
of
sort of the
There
perfect.
it is. There it is.
I'd
Look
like
at
to see
that
the
fucking
story
thing.
conclude
Yeah,
justice.
pretty wild.
Betsy Freya
That
has
is a
not
work of
received
art.
justice.
God,
Miss Freya has
it's
not
all
received justice.
very modified too.
Her family has
56
not
Bel Air,
received justice.
custom by Chip Foose. Go down, Jamie, and that one on the left hand right there. The Titus right there. I think that's him. Yeah, look at that. Fuck.
I think that's a badass car.
Fuck.
The thing about Pam
That is
All
incredible.
new podcast.
That car is incredible.
Like, when do you
Subscribe now.
like look at that or drive that and not smile?
Yeah.
That's what I don't know. I like also. I'm into those cab over engine fucking trucks. I like weird
What's a
shit.
cab over engine? What is that?
Look those up. Those were the trucks, 40s and 50s, and the reason why they had that was there was some weird law where they didn't want trucks to get too long. So then that affected so they kept the tractor trailer long, and then they put the engine. It's cab over engine is what it stands for.
So the engine's below you while you're sitting there.
Yeah. So if you look at some of the ones that people have fixed up, they're fucking wild.
Yeah, it's wild. Look at that thing.
Yeah. Wow. But the thing is, if you do a gig in like Wyoming, you can find an all original one just like sitting in like junkyards and shit. Like I always wish like one of those car shows like Fast and Furious ones I've watched throughout the years. I always wish that somebody would do one of those.
I had that guy in podcast. He was awesome.
Yeah.
He brought it home.
Oh, there's another great one from when I was a kid. That yellow one down. That's a Ford. Yeah. I love those because that was like the fire engine stuff like that thing. But it's like, what would you do with it? But like, that thing is
It's for sale. Gateway Classic Cars.
I know, but that's like the done shit. I like those the GMC RV from Stripes, and you got to do it in the Palm Desert fucking the Ron Burgundy green. You like very odd cars. Yeah, well, at first I think you're into Mustangs and you're into fucking like the GTOs and the ones you're supposed to like, and then I'll ignore what you just did. And then, I mean, look at that. You got to get the interior on that fucking thing.
Scooby-Doo mobile. It's the Mystery Mobile.
No, they had a van. Okay, click on the one. You're on the right, the lower left, all the way to the lower left, from the cluster on the right.
And there were these crazy activists that were fighting with the local homeowners and threatening the local homeowners. And the police finally cleared out the encampment, and
it's the one. It's the best green one they have. Just click. There it is. Look at that.
It turns out that
and inside it looks like a Ron Burgundy suit, like it's the green plaid type shit. Get a little humidor in there, drive around, do some fun. Look at that! I mean, look at that! Come on, man, that's the fucking shit.
So you like those old cars, like GTO?
I like all of those, but like what I don't like about them is the baby boomers like them, and they have $1 zillion. So then all of a sudden it's like, you know, this is a Mustang Shelby. It's got $250,000. It's like, oh, fuck yourself. So I like, you know, I like a 65 Ford Galaxy. That's what Frank Murphy, season 4, episode family. That's what he drives. I like station wagons.
Have you ever seen those Icon Thrift Masters? Do you know what that is? Jonathan Ward, the guy from Icon, takes an old Thrift Master and redoes it completely from the bottom up. It's the fucking most incredible car. It drives like a car, but look at that. It looks insane. Look at that thing.
200 strong.
They do it from the bottom up, so it's all like modern brakes, modern suspension, beautiful interior.
That's what I love. But then when you go inside, I want it to look like the year that truck was.
Look at that silver one, the one right above the filter. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I've seen. Actually, I looked at one. I accidentally came upon that one. I got another one. It's a weird one. Look up GMC. I always forget the name of these things. Parade of Progress.
That's what it's called?
I think they would drive these things like elephants into town. They were like a living room, giant like truck / RV thing.
As she wrote that,
the fuck
in
are these things
2020,
called?
it was harder to make noise just marching.
Yeah, right at that thing?
Look at that fucking thing.
What the fuck? How do you even know about this? So
the great thing is you open the door and there's like a spiral staircase where you go up, and in there what they usually had was back in the day because they would open it up on the side. They would drive them in like elephants and make like a semicircle. People would walk in.
What is that?
I don't know what they have in there. That's an airplane engine.
why is there an airplane engine in the middle of that?
I don't know because somebody. Power for the air age. I think it was this weird sort of after World War II. See, there they are, they're black and white. There they are, like driving them into town. And look at the steering wheel. You were right in the center, and there was like a little spiral staircase that you walked up. Because those things go for like I forget how much, like $2-3 million or something. Oh, that's 1936. It said Parade of Progress. So that's what I know.
Look at that motherfucker.
Yeah, that's just weird.
Shit.
Democratic Socialist of America chapter.
That's what you want. One of those, a rolling podcast studio.
No, that shit is too weird, but I appreciate it. Like when you know that old BMW where the whole front of the car opens up and you got the steering wheel like goes out, like disconnects and goes out with the front. All right, it would help if I knew the names of the cars.
Leather sofas and fluffy lazy boys. This was organized. This was fine.
I just know Steve Urkel had it. I'm feeling that.
And the tents
So
were
that's
built
it.
up right to
That's
the
how. Look at this.
So how you get in is you like open the front. Oh yeah, click on the red one. There it is. Yeah. Saying it's the steering wheel. Oh, does it disconnect? There's something weird.
No, it seems like the steering wheel stays put,
stays
but
there.
it looks like it
Recruited
Well, maybe like it adjusts.
by
It comes back.
members of the
And if
Democratic
you
Socialists
get in a
of
front
America.
end collision, you gotta kick the windows out to
Really
get out of
much
the car.
young
Yeah, and it's
disillusioned
3 wheels,
kids
too.
who, I guess really
There's one
got
with
their
Urkel.
wealth. I'm not sure about the
Urkel, I
psychological
forgot about Urkel.
aspect of that. The one in Brentwood
I met him
that
one time.
deal
He's like
with,
the coolest
we
fucking
have
guy
that
ever.
He's
fire,
really
and
nice.
It was also like a protest group. He was protesting the way veterans were
Oh,
treated. And
it's
so he
bends.
created
You step
a
over
campaign
it.
of about
Whoa.
50 people.
Yeah, I knew there
On
was
San
something.
Vicente Boulevard, and ended up 3 homeless people ended
There's
up
something
dying.
about the steering wheel. Yeah, there's a lot
Because
of weird
there
shit.
were
out there.
But you like weird stuff.
There.
You're not
And,
necessarily like
but just
You know what this is
aversion
like?
to cool things.
No, it's like if you get into music, if you really get into a band. Like if you're into AC/DC, right? Can you really listen to "You Shook Me All Night Long" again? Okay, you're like, no, you gotta listen to "What's Next to the Moon," "Get It Hot," some of them, you know, or like COD. Like I like after a while, you're just like, all right, you know, like I would say "Shook Me All Night Long" is the Mustang GT of AC/DC songs, and it's just like they're out here. There's a zillion Mustangs, but it's like after a while, you want to see, you know, part of human beings. You want something a little bit different, a little different, it's cooler. Like I kind of learned from Fast and Loud that the Ford Falcon or something. It had the same chassis as the fucking Mustang, but like it's just a way cooler car because everybody goes for like the Mustang. You know, you want to spend all that money and then some other fucking asshole shows up and he has one too. Like, it's like when you're in a comedy club and then if even if somebody just touches on the topic, you're like, God, I can't talk about that.
Yes. I get that.
Because then it becomes like, oh, they all do it.
I get that, but there's a reason why everybody loves Mustangs.
I love them too. But I have this weird thing where I love the interior up to 66, but I like the back end on 60 with it. Yeah, I like that back end, but that's when they got the shit steering wheel. Like the steering wheel in like in the 60s looks like an old school steering wheel. And that one that they have in 67 or 68 is when they first came out with that one. That one stuck to like, oh, cars are going to get ugly now. The last muscle car that I like that I vividly remember, like the last year, would probably be the 70 Camaro with like that shark nose front too. I like that. And then there's a Buick Riviera, the boat tail from the early 70s that I like. I'm really into those big two-door sedan, sort of like, you know, he's his own man kind of car. Oh yeah, I love those cars. I fucking love those cars. And, you know, I'm trying to think, like, there's a few cars in the 80s that really tapers off there, but I like Ford trucks right up into 86. I didn't like when they did that first design of the aerodynamic headlights. I didn't like, but then there was one in the early 90s. The one OJ had, that front end on his Bronco, that one is the shit.
Yeah, I saw one yesterday.
Yeah.
Like the OJ, like totally restored. I like muscle cars up to 71. 71 seems like the last year. Like 71 Barracuda is still a really nice car. Like it's in 72, they start looking sketchy. 73, they look sketchy.
The worst thing was they kept the model name, and then it was just completely deballed. Like when your friend starts going out with just some total cunt, and all of a sudden you can't hang out anymore. Like there was that era. You know, the Mustang 2 Cobra.
Oh yeah. Once they got into the 80s with Mustang,
Attorney Jennifer Kennedy
late
was represented workers
70s,
fired
early
over
80s.
the
Once the gas crisis hit, they started making economical
It's about
Mustangs.
time that you
Mustangs
ended
didn't
the
need so much
stupid and
gas.
cruel
They were
mandate.
useless.
It's
It's
been
just
2 years,
it's a
9
hard
months, and 22
fall
days
between
since the
if you
city
go from
intentionally
67
and willfully
to 77.
devastated the
It's like,
lives of
what
its
the
dedicated
fuck happened?
employees. City
Then
Council
also the
voted in
Mustang got all
February
fat, like
last
the
year that
Mach 1 and
COVID was
everything.
no
It
longer
was
an
like,
emergency.
kind of got those Elvis years, you know. Hey, I'm the Mustang. I'm resting on my laurels here.
Well, there's no pizzazz. You know, like late 70s, 79 Mustang. There's no pizzazz.
This is how bad it went. It became so quickly. If you watch like remember when they had a game show network? I used to love that because I was fascinated with prices. You know, and like they would be like they actually tried to pass off a Chevy Vega as a sports car, and these people were losing their minds. And I remember the Chevy Vega, like a lot of like, you know, guys who knew shit about cars back in the day, they would try to like jam Corvette engines into because they couldn't afford a Corvette, so but they knew about, you know, how to build cars and stuff. So there was always a real life to it. Yeah, there was always somebody had one of those, like an El Camino up on blocks.
And El Camino was a rare breed of person that was a pickup truck that's fucking Chevelle. That's really what it is. It's like a Chevelle front end. It looks good in front, and then you get to the back.
And then in the early 80s, yeah, that was considered sporty. Well, girls with butts didn't get put on TV.
Yeah, that's another thing. How did you see what happened to it? Was it Sir Mix-a-Lot?
Yeah. He made the ass mainstream. I'm gonna give him credit.
Southland weather from KFI forecast again in the morning. Sunny, highs around 70 at the beaches. Low
It was all about
Metro
tits.
LA, mid 70s to low 80s.
White guys were running shit, and it was about tits.
Mid 80s to low 90s.
I don't know why. It was all about
Right now,
titties.
63 in Data Point, 73 in Anaheim, 78 in Diamond Bar, 85 in Cedar Valley. We're going to the 605 in
But then I think, like, yeah, because now the fake ass, I think, is probably more prevalent than the fake titty. Like, remember by the 90s was like sort of the apex of the fake titty? You'd watch porn and the tit almost looked like bloodshot. There'd be like veins on the side, like they'd stretch the skin. That was really bad. That was a really bad. Yeah, I don't think, yeah, they didn't, he was still Freddie Mercury prancing around in the video.
Delays on that 605, also a mess away from just about Whittier Boulevard as you travel back towards the 5.
Well, God bless him. God bless him. Because I was always an ass man. Always. I always just felt like that was the nucleus of a woman. If you had a nice ass, the rest of the body was going to be nice. I didn't give a shit. You got 8 cups. That's great. You won't be hanging on your fucking knees when I'm 50. Paul smoking a cigar doing a podcast.
It's weird though that the shape caught on. It's very strange, like what guys are trying to change.
Well, I think because white people were so dominant with fucking owning everything that their idea of beauty became the standard. And just generally speaking,
changed too. That's what's strange.
It's like, I would say it's somewhere Young TV raps. Somewhere around there. Just making up shit. Somewhere around there. I'm going to give Ed Lover and the other Dr. Dre credit.
I think it happened around the same time girls lost their pubes.
If your identity is stolen, a dedicated US-based
everyone
restoration
had
specialist
pubes.
will work to
Even in
fix it.
college, everyone
No
had
one can
pubes.
prevent
The
all
apex of
identity theft or
pubes
monitor
was
all
the 70s.
transactions. But everyone can say
Yeah, but in the 80s,
you were proud of your pubes in the 70s. Dude, I remember like you go to the fucking public pool and the chicks had like the bikini. There was like shit coming out the sides. And I remember thinking when I was a little kid, like, oh my god, you can see your pubes. Yeah.
Now pubes are disgusting.
It was muffed.
Yeah, if you're a girl and you got a full bush now, you're a dangerous woman.
But then I would say that was probably Dr. J and the ABA crossing over made women proud of their muffs.
Savings beyond low prices, like digital coupons worth over
There's no research. We just started talking. Just making this up.
per gallon at the pump.
There is a clear shift that happens. It's like what happened? What made that clear shift? Porn caused the people to get rid of pubes. And that's definitely what happened. Porn led the way. They trimmed the pubes first, and then everybody trimmed the pubes. Now
Then it went too far.
Yeah, now no one has pubes.
No, then it went too far. Yeah.
Smart
They
journalism.
like a little bush.
Fascinating topic.
Yeah, I would like. Yeah,
Describes
it should
CNN's
look like a woman.
broadcast
Yeah.
Assignment with
Yeah.
Bobby Cornish.
There's
Not
been a
like
ton of
cancellation.
writing about the
Yeah.
album Cowboy Carters as it dropped this spring. Lots of artists
You
have tried
back
to
me on this app.
smooth their way into country
After
music.
you showed up. God bless you.
This
Take it off for the
album
day.
was such a
5:30
stir.
and everything.
And what
But when I
about
was a
both
kid, I
this
mean,
pop star and this
everyone had
political
pubes.
moment has caused all
It was a
this
thing.
conversation?
Listen
It
to
is
the
a- that's a
assignment
weird-
from Audie Cornish. Streaming
weird
now
moment in
on the
our culture.
iHeartRadio app.
that we all just decided to discuss
I think more that they need to be maintained.
it. Yes.
There's going to be a camera an eighth of an inch from it.
On the iHeartRadio app, you want to hear us? We're on 1 to 4 on the radio. After 4 o'clock, Jeff Cobell Show on demand on the iHeart app.
So,
You can call the
So
Moist
what's this movie
line,
did?
877-MOIST-86.
I did this movie's called The King of Staten Island.
That's irritating you. Well, you
Judd
can,
Apatow,
you
Pete
can hear
Davidson.
yourself on
Look at your
KFI
mustache.
Radio.
Oh, you need one of those in your life.
877-MOIST-86
Why
on
are
the
you
Talk
growing
Back
those?
feature on the iHeartRadio app.
Keep it.
And we're
It
gonna
was
talk
really
with,
annoying
Jeff
to
Bianco
eat with
just,
because
a
Club
few
Soda Kenny
seconds.
told me
Chad,
because he was the guy I was saying, am I doing this
video
right? Because there's a whole way to grow it where it's like he goes, all right. He goes, if you're gonna do the cop fireman one, he goes, the hair has to go over your top lip. And Kenny had all these great old IDs from when he was a cop. And
Donald Trump for president.
What is this movie about?
A felon in the
it's
White House.
it's sort of autobiographical of Pete Davidson's life, where he's playing a kid whose dad is a firefighter who died in a fire. It's not 9/11 like Pete's real dad. And it's basically his mom hasn't dated. They just sort of froze, which I think is something that kind of happened in his family. And then all of a sudden his mother started dating, and it was weird for him. So basically, his mother, through whatever circumstances, don't want to ruin it, I end up meeting her after me and Pete, his character, I don't like his, I'm coming to his house to fucking yell or whatever, and I see his mom, played by Marissa Tomei, and then all of a sudden, we click or whatever, we start dating, whatever, and then he fucking hates it, and comedy ensues. But it's, it's got a lot of heart, it's not 100% comedy. But Marissa Tomei, Don Lombardozzi, Steve Buscemi. No, it's streaming everywhere except Netflix. It's going to be like it's like that kid movie Trolls. Whatever they did is what Universal is doing with this one. It's going to be anywhere where you can stream movies.
So
and
it's
stuff.
supposed to be in the movie theater.
It was going to be movie theater, and then all of this stuff happened. So then people who make movies are deciding we're going to hold on to some of this stuff, which they're doing with some movies. This thing, fortunately, they're going to put out. There it is.
Apple TV, Verizon, YouTube, Google Play, Amazon Prime, basically. Why would we use Netflix on board?
I don't think it's a come on Netflix thing. I think eventually it'll probably end up there, but I think first they do this. This is the way they're going to get their box office, I guess.
Get it on Microsoft. How many people are buying the movies on Microsoft?
You'd be surprised.
I would be. That's why I'm asking.
There would be, I would think. That's such an easy answer. You'd be surprised. That was like a political answer. I had no answer for you, so I
The
went with
record
that.
show, many people are buying it on Microsoft.
Yeah. So
Do you think this is a good thing that movies are being forced to stream? I kind of like it. I mean, I don't want movie theaters to go under, but I do like the option of being able to watch a newly released movie at home.
yeah, I think everything's going to adapt, but I don't think the movie theater is ever going to go away because I still enjoy going to the movies. It's a way to get out of the house. You get a sitter. You reconnect with your wife. That's right, we're friends. This is fun. All of a sudden, your jokes come back.
Right. You have fun.
Anytime I hang with my wife, like if we get like a couple days away, the magic instant comes back, and then when we get back to the house, it's like the grind again. We just start laughing. We gotta remember those 2 days. So the key is to have those 2 day little things enough that you don't forget it, so you don't start fucking growing apart.
We had some date nights.
Yeah.
I was date nights with my wife. We were doing them when I was at the store all the time when comedy was up. I was doing them on Saturday night because she didn't have to get up early in the morning for the kids, take the kids to school, so she could be rested and refreshed. She didn't have to go to school the next day, so didn't have to get up on Sunday. So it was a good day. So I just would take Sunday off and stand up.
Yeah. And this is the thing. As much as women seem impossible to guys, especially someone like me, with all my fucking issues, it's like just something like that does wonders for your connection. And then we also had like once a week we were doing like before we got pregnant again, we were doing a family dinner, and that was the best. And what we were going to was a bunch of like just mom and pop places in like the Valley and out in Pasadena and stuff like that. These places that are just legendary, in that area, but they don't have a chain. So it's cool because you feel like you're giving, regular people money and business, and we would go there, and that was a big thing when I was growing up. Before you had all these screens and all of this shit, going out to dinner with your family. I remember being excited. They used to have this chain in Massachusetts. Remember Pewter Pot? Yeah. They made muffins. Somehow they were a chain that made muffins, and then they expanded into having full dinners, and everything was made out of wood. It was very 70s, and that was like a big thing. My dad came, we're going to Pewter Pot tonight, and he was like psyched. And I would always get whatever, like cheeseburger and fries, and then a blueberry muffin. Such a weird order. But I was a kid, you wouldn't get fat. It was fucking awesome. So I want my kids to have a little bit of that sort of, I don't know, probably romancing it, but I think it's because it was from my childhood, but I think it's an important thing to do shit like that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of mom and pop restaurants. There's a place we used to go to in Woodland Hills called Brandywine. And the owner, Peggy and Chris, the owners, it was the owners, the female owner was the chef, and the male owner was the maitre d'. And they were a married couple, they've been together forever. And when we met them, they were probably, I want to say, in their 70s, pretty deep. They were already fairly long, pretty far down the road, and they eventually sold the place. It was sad, and then some people bought it. I think it was a great little place, a small place. It didn't seat very many.
Do you know I get over that sadness? I get over because that shit really used to depress me. What I look at was when they opened this restaurant and they were young, there was old people that were upset about whatever they cleared out, and it just happens. You know what I mean?
Well, I was just upset that I couldn't see them. I just enjoyed their company. It was always, we had been going there for 10 years. It was one of those places.
Well, what I do is I take the humanity out of it, John.
The cycle of life. It's just like the praying mantis and the lizard.
I know, dude. I tell you, this whole quarantine thing really, I never realized what a fucking idiot I am.
Yeah, you're telling me you were
just everything I'm doing. Why the fuck did I just do this? Why did this need to fucking be on here? Why, John?
Cutting up disasters like it's coke.
Opponent or the proponent of this repeal for 40 years. And it
I have a cocaine memory from, I never did coke, but this lady doing it. I was coming home from Kelly's Roast and Joe Rogan on coke. Wow. That's what I'm saying. Smart enough to realize it's not for me.
What about me? Yeah.
We were trying.
I can snap on weed. I don't need to be doing coke.
Weed and an espresso. You're right. We were driving back from Kelly's Roast Beef. Remember Kelly's Roast Beef?
Great. And what's so funny, I don't think I ever went there.
Really?
I drove by it a million times. Always going by Cappy's Liquors on the way up to the Kowloon.
It was great.
Remember Cappy's Liquors?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, near Kowloon. Yeah, you drive up there. Kelly's Roast Beef had clams too. Didn't they have clams? Those fried clams?
That was one of those places I meant to get to. I always meant to get to that, and then that steakhouse with the giant cactus. I was like, I'm gonna eat this.
What the fuck was that?
Hilltop Steakhouse, yes. And I was gonna eat there someday. I always ask I just love the cows, the fake cows out front. And we were living on the North Shore then, so we would drive my dad into work. We would always go down Route 1, and we would go by that, and I would think and there was also a hockey rink up there that had a Bruins emblem that they were allowed to use before, all the corporate people were you can't use our logo. So that Bruins thing, and I was convinced that's where the Bruins practice.
I went to Hilltop Steakhouse once, and it was, for some reason, I had it connected in my mind with a boxing match that was on TV, because I was so bummed out. Sugar Ray Leonard fought Terry Norris, and
I know that name.
What's going on?
Terry Norris was awesome. So was Sugar Ray when he was in his prime, but he got older and he fought Terry Norris, and Terry Norris was a fucking just a demon. He was so good, and Sugar Ray just had no business fighting. And I remember eating food, just being bummed out, just thinking, fuck, is this just what happens to all these guys? Like they all decide. They all decide one more fight. Let me do it. And he came back and beat him. See if you can find that.
Can you imagine if your body broke down in around 35, you couldn't do stand-up anymore? You'd definitely try to go for one more set.
Yeah, but it's different. It's different. It is. You're right. Terry Norris was in his prime. He was just so fast and elite. Sugar Ray was just. I want to say he was like 30 years. I don't know how old he was.
That's all I had here. John
It was hard
Show
to
can't
watch.
find AM640 Live everywhere on the iHeart.
Madison Square Garden, New York
But that's not
City.
something that when I think of Sugar Ray Leonard, I don't think. I mean, what about that division he was in?
Oh my God.
Hagler, Hearns, Duran, and Leonard. I mean,
Well, he fought Hagler long. You know, he came back and fought Hagler, and then Hagler retired.
In and out is
one
raises
loss,
prices
it
in
was like, I'm
California
good.
because of the
But it was
state's
just watching Terry Norris.
yeah, I went to Italy and started making movies.
Yeah, hilarious movies.
I got a buddy of mine that is convinced that fight was fixed by the Italian mob, and then his payoff was they gave him a movie career in Italy.
It might be true. Your buddy might be right. There's something about it that I've watched. I'm like, man, almost looks like Hagler.
This is the southbound side where traffic is
And also,
filling in.
I just don't see him doing that.
I
don't see him ever doing that. That's why
But I also didn't see him retiring.
I think he might have gotten fucked on a decision on that fight, because that fight I really felt could have. I was such a Hearns, Hagler fan, and I also what about Tommy Hearns? Being as tall as he was, but could make that weight.
We fought Sugar Ray. I think he was only 22.
With Southern
He was
California's only airborne
147.
traffic reports.
Sugar Ray
I'm Angel
stopped him
Martinez.
after Angelo Dundee gave him
He
that
is summer sticker
that
sales
speech in the
event,
corner.
so give
You're
your
blowing
friends
it,
something to
kid.
look at.
Remember that? I'll never forget that.
You know what? I remember one of the greatest ones I saw corner guy was that Corrales Castillo fight. And when he gets in the corner and he can knock down, for like I don't know how many times, kept spitting out his mouthpiece and he took away a point or something. He goes into his corner, and I remember his manager or whatever they call the guy. He's in the corner. He goes, "You better fucking get inside now." I don't even know what that means. I forget he said that, and then this fucking guy, Charlie Murphy, rest his soul, told me about that fight. He's like, "Bill, you got to see this fight." He goes, "I woke up my whole family."
It was a wild ass fight.
And he actually, Charlie, he was such a funny guy, man. He hurt his foot. That's how much he was into it. Like when he came back after getting knocked out and then knocked out the other guy. I always forget Corrales Castillo. Corrales is the guy who won that fight, right?
Well, they fought more than once, I believe.
There are more identity threats.
Diego Corrales.
Yeah, he's the guy. He died on a motorcycle. I think, right? I'll tell you an underrated fight. Back when I had time, I used to watch this shit. Was Evander Holyfield versus Michael Dokes.
Oh,
you remember that fight? That was a great
That was
one.
a great fight. Holyfield had so many great fights.
That guy was a warrior. Yeah,
coming back.
But everyone can save up to
Do you know that?
25% off their
I don't
first year
see
with
that.
promo
He's
code
training.
Vegas.
Mike
Go to
Tyson's training.
lifeline.com.
They're both training
Hey, this is Adrian
in the
Gonzalez.
50s.
Daniel Thriller
Yeah, here it
proud
is.
sponsor of the Trip
Michael
Around the Diamond
Dokes.
and your store to get that the perfect
Yeah,
gift
it was-
this Father's Day.
I mean, it's just amazing how much longevity Holyfield had. And Holyfield started as a cruiserweight. I remember when he beat Dwight Muhammad Kawi for the cruiserweight title, and then gained all this weight to
Yeah.
go up.
I remember when he was a cruiserweight in the 80s when I was lifting and I was young and all that shit. I was like, that's the body I want. That's what I'm going for. Of course, I couldn't get it, but I was like, that's the shape I want to be in. You know how stupid would I look if I fucking look like that?
Oh, you look amazing.
Going on stage telling jokes.
Just wear something to cover it up a little bit.
What, a poncho? Like going out with a big square body.
Josie Wales.
Yeah.
Outlaw Josie Wales poncho.
Yeah, you flip it over and you got a mic, you take it out.
Yeah, oh my God, this is round 10.
Look at the people standing up. I mean, this shit was just, they just,
Oh, man.
Now watch Stokes.
Oh, right hand, that's it. They stop it.
That was it.
Richard Steele. Richard Steele was the same guy that stopped Julio Cesar Chavez and Melky Taylor with like 2 seconds left to go in the final round. When Meldrick Taylor was up on the fight and Julio Cesar Chavez dropped him, Meldrick Taylor got up and Richard Steele was like, are you ready to go on?
Dude, he has
Go
more
on.
muscle in his trapeze, whatever the fuck that's called, than traps I have in my whole fucking body.
He's a specimen. Holyfield was a specimen. What's interesting about Holyfield too, he was like the first guy that ever really put weight on successfully. Like he had this crazy strength to get conditioning program that he did to go up to heavyweight, where, you know, he was fairly thin when he was a cruiserweight and started lifting weights. And lifting weights back then, most people thought lifting weights was terrible for him.
There was a lot. There was a big thing in basketball. Don't lift weights. It's gonna fuck up your shot. They thought you were gonna like send the ball past them.
Well, you know what it is? It's from being stiff and sore. When you're stiff and sore, it does fuck you up. It fucks you up in boxing, it fucks you up in everything. But it's a matter of doing it correctly so that your body recovers enough so that when you actually fight, you're not stiff and sore. You have all that extra muscle.
So this is great, by the way.
Good fights, cigars, men stuff. Yes, I love it, right? Yeah. Yeah, that era of boxing, those are the golden era when we were kids. My God, you know, ABC, Wide World Sports. You sit up and watch the fights.
Yeah. I remember watching Leon Spinks, Muhammad Ali. They showed it on TV. Must have been a replay. I remember watching that and just kept thinking Muhammad Ali was going to come back. He was the one that he lost against Leon Spinks. I also remember the Mike Tyson, Michael Spinks fight, and I remember the pizza didn't even get there. And I remember my buddy was all excited. Dude, my dad ordered the fight. And they had just finished their basement. And we went downstairs and we were sitting there to watch it. It was over in like 90 seconds. And I just remember my buddy got off the couch and he was on all fours, like an inch from the TV, just screaming, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" Because we didn't understand. There wasn't the education, mainstream education of what a body blow did to you. So unless somebody got hit in the head and their mouthpiece went flying, we didn't understand because that last shot was a hook to the body. And you didn't understand. Like literally their internal organs just slammed in the other side of their rib cage. You didn't understand that was happening. There it is. Here's the whole fight.
Yeah, this was an amazing moment because Spinks was another guy who went up from light heavyweight, beat Larry Holmes, and then became the heavyweight champ, and then was fighting Tyson.
Yeah, we were yelling at Spinks jinx because we just wanted to be rooting for Tyson, but we wanted to see a fight.
Spinks had a good right hand, but you can see he's paralyzed here. I mean, he's fighting a guy who's so much better than him. Mike Tyson was just such a force of nature at the time. Yeah. Spinks just really had no business fighting legitimate heavyweights. He fought Larry Holmes when Larry was past his prime. And, beat Larry by decision.
Oh, I thought he beat him bad. I thought like that was like, oh no, what I'm thinking of was the time Holmes fought Ali.
Yeah,
and he was looking over at the ref like, what the fuck, are you going to stop that?
People to the end of Larry Holmes' career didn't appreciate him because of that. They loved Ali so much. He hurt him with his right hand here. And he's swarming on him.
I remember seeing this video of Muhammad Ali promoting
if both pieces of legislation pass. We'll begin with State Senate Pro Tem Mike McGuire.
Gets up.
He's saying,
John, there's an 8 count. He says, I'm fine.
I thought he went down.
No, that was a body shot. And then he gets hit with a right hand right here. Tyson steps. Bang. There it is.
Oh, that was flat. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the fact.
He's just like, fuck this, man.
First Republicans,
Fuck
this body work. Fuck this.
Dude, do you realize the fucking balls it takes to fucking walk? Oh, you do. You did it. Jesus Christ. I mean, those guys, you walk into an arena shirtless.
Scary.
That's fucking amazing.
What's really scary is it's like you think about it for weeks and weeks up to it. And obviously, I never did it at this level.
Just curious,
but at that level, when the whole world
do
is
you like
watching,
more, this guy
you know
or
that
the
this is
former
just
MLB
an
player?
enormous moment, and you just got waylaid by one of the greatest heavyweights of all time.
Irrelevant scenes. This is not national issues.
Those
2
crazy
years
You know, I
ago,
was watching
it's
about,
nothing to do with Trump and nothing to do with
He
insurrection.
was so fun to watch because he annoyed so many people because he was so cocky. And he had such a weird style with that Prince. Oh my God, is that guy fun to watch?
Oh, he was amazing. You know, Tyson was wasn't that or not? Something like that.
No, that was Buster Douglas.
Did he?
Yeah, like a clap or something.
I think it was this fight. It was the fight he won.
Member of the legislature
Yeah.
cares about
When he fought
safer
Buster Douglas, he
California,
just didn't train very
cares
hard
about
for it.
taking
Just
action,
really was just dominating
cares about
everybody and
delivering results to
just
curb
took
retail
it for
crime
granted.
and
And
theft.
Buster, he still
They
almost
need to
won.
support
Still
these
dropped
bills,
Buster.
no
And to this day, like if you watch that fight when Buster's down, it's more than 10 seconds.
Yeah, but the thing was, he didn't go to the corner fast enough, I thought. And he picked up the count. I thought he would have got it. I don't know. I remember where I was when I watched that. I remember all of that shit. I was at my buddy Mitch's house. Upstairs. And it was on his fucking square TV. And I was like, you know, because you cheer for the underdog. And he was all bummed out. I want to see Mike lose. And I was just like, I didn't realize what I had lost as a sports fan, because you're losing greatness. Not like it's not great, but you know what I mean? You wanted to see that undefeated, keep going thing. And then afterwards, you know, it's a weird thing.
But the Bucks and Douglas in that fight,
another example to come
you know
out
the whole
since
story
then
behind it? His mom
was that the legislation side of
so
things.
he was always a
adjust
really, really
for
talented guy that
So
didn't work hard enough.
that's what he came
But
out with
that fight,
yesterday.
he trained
Today,
like a
they were
motherfucker. He
talking
trained like a
about
real champion.
aggregation.
Okay,
So
he didn't
today we
out.
found
I
out
didn't
that
want
with
to
the
face,
bills that
didn't want to
would
think
deal
about it,
with
so I just focused on
aggregation.
See, well,
So
that
this would be
maybe also
aggregate
he's like
that's
doing it, he's
multiple,
dedicating it to his mom.
dollar
But
amounts,
he
Once again, the human element that I
$250
just removed.
and reach a grand theft. What we're finding out is that apparently there would be some
I'm a robot. I am.
Is this what you're finding out from this pandemic? Being locked up and having so much alone
it's
time?
kind of a free for all.
Yeah, I understand. I understand my anger now. I don't know how to fix it, but I understand
What
it.
is it? What is your
part of some conspiracy?
It's feeling like I'm not going to be heard, and things are going to go in a way I don't want them to be. So the second there's a suggestion different than mine, I catastrophize in my head, and I don't will be like, well, you know what? Actually, I can't do that because I'm doing Joe's podcast. Maybe I can do that tomorrow. I just hear the information and feel like I have no power, and then I go, oh, what the fuck? And then my wife's like, I just asked a question, and then I am so fucking up here. I have to like, it only takes me like 2 minutes, and then I come in. I put my head to the side of her head, and I just go, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. You married a fuck up. You blew it. You're not good at reading people. You have no one to blame but yourself. Like that, I apologize like an asshole. No, and that's another thing too. There's another thing too. Is I also in this have never loved my wife more. You know, gave me a son, and it's just like it's one of those things where you know, you really sit there going like I am way more of a fucking asshole than I thought I was. I knew I was, but I didn't think I was that bad.
So you realize you got issues, but you don't know how to solve them. That's what it is.
I realized that I had issues that I thought I was past. That's what fucked me up. But you feel like, all right, so I've taken care of that. Now I can focus on this. And it's like, no, this is still in this pile. You thought it was 6 feet high, it's 12 feet high. It was,
so you hear them say rival Republicans support this. Republicans
so do you think no one is part of the way to fix it, though?
That they do not support.
Yeah, but then you have to go through the torture of it. Because it's not like you know, like the Dr. Phil episode. You need to understand, you know, fucking yell people, whatever the fuck. And oh, okay, thanks, Phil. And like you're just gonna go do that. It's like then you have to do the fucking work, and it's so easy to just go back into your. It's a deep groove worn into your personality, and you try and get out of the rut. It's just easy to go back into it and just be on autopilot.
That's why people
asshole
like
autopilot.
That's why people like psychedelics. Because it separates you so much from who you are. You get a chance to look at yourself. It's one of the things that comes out of it. I should have done that when I was young.
A man from Canada Gal who allegedly shot at an OC Sheriff's helicopter is in charge of trying to damage, destroy, or disable aircraft. U.S. Attorney spokesman Pierre McIntosh suggested Jennings had shot off an entire magazine inside
So you're saying I'm done
which
and I
prompted
cannot
the
do this?
helicopter response.
Jennings allegedly then went to the home second story and began shooting a rifle upwards in the sky, firing only when a helicopter was visible. The shooting continued intermittently.
That voice Jennings
be
drinking at his birthday party in March
kids get out
got
of the
mad
house
and first
and they're
started
fucking
shooting inside the home. That was busted yesterday and is to have gone in August. A man has been arrested in connection with shooting 3 people at a food court in Georgia. Atlanta police chief Darren Shirebaum says an off-duty officer nearby shot the guy while he was trying to get away. People were running for their lives.
The looters take over those 6 blocks. They're eventually expanded to 12. There'll be no more Seattle. The trees will regrow.
The shooter is a convicted felon.
I love
I love Seattle. I'm a big fan. I used to love that Bellevue place. The pool hall. It was a pool hall connected to a comedy club. Remember that? Did you ever do that place? Went under real recently. It was fucking great. I'm trying to remember the name of the place. But it was in Bellevue, and I first went to Cal.
Say the arrest happened in New York, Philadelphia, and LA.
A
They
pool
said there
hall
wasn't an
connected to a
active
comedy
terror
club.
plot.
The greatest
The
thing I've ever heard of.
reportedly tipped off through a wiretap after the individuals crossed the border. They are all facing
That's
immigration
unbelievable how
charges.
fucking
And a
funny that guy
longtime
is.
hot
Very
dog
funny
eating
dude.
champ will not compete at
There
this
it
year's
is. The
famous
parlor.
Nathan's hot
Yeah,
dog eating
permanently
competition.
Talented guy too. I saw him one time with a bow
Joey
and
Chestnut
arrow,
holds
just
the
talking
all-time
all
record
of
of
this
eating
shit.
76 hot dogs.
He hit a
Won the
bullseye and then
contest
he did the next one. He
16 of the
split his
last
fucking
17
arrow,
years.
talking shit the
This
whole
year,
fucking
contest
time.
played
Yes.
sole
Where'd you do this?
organizers of the
At
contest
this
in
guy's
Kansas
house that
decided
had one
to
of those
ditch
things.
Nathan's and represent a
Dead
rival
luck.
of
Brian
vegan
Jones
hot
is
dog
terrible
brand.
archer. There's no
Contest
jack
had
shit
money
about
making for
archery.
Chestnut,
Listen,
earning him hundreds of
I know what I
thousands
saw.
of dollars over
Were
the
you
years.
dreaming? No, I
And
saw
Joey
it.
eating.
He talked shit the
Joey
whole
and his
time he
managers
did it.
have prioritized
It was fucking great. It was like I was watching a movie.
Their
I
relationship
bought him
says
a
they
bow.
hope he will
Listen, I'm
return
gonna tell
to
you something. I
competition
think you need to
when
move him
he
a
is
little bit
not
higher up in the
representing
brain.
a
He's one of my best
rival
friends.
brand. John's
That's
ears
it.
perked up.
I love him.
The word
So I bought him a bow.
Vegan hot
Bought him
dogs
a
are not
Hoyt
hot dogs.
carbon
They're vegan
spider.
hot dogs.
Really nice bow.
Yeah, hot dogs.
Never used it once.
That's what
He
they're
was like,
called.
I gotta use that bow. I gotta use that bow one day.
They
I'm
look
like,
like a hot
get a
dog.
He's
fucking
probably doing
target,
fucking.
put it in
He's
your
probably
backyard.
standing on the string doing curls, knowing him.
That's a yes, which means it's not a hot dog.
I used to go to the boxing gym. I used to mix
Max.
it up. Goes next
Give me the
bars. I'm like, Brian,
VIN.com.
you're gonna get brain
If you want
damage.
to sell your
You're
car,
53 years old. You
this
can't be
is the
getting
way
punched
to
in the
go.
face.
thousands
Yeah,
of
but he's like a
people
Jason
have used
Statham.
VIN.com and gotten a price that they're really happy with. Go read the reviews online. From $2,000
Because you have to know that, dude. Now that we're these old fucks,
the most money.
okay,
And
we're hanging in there. Because you see people, I see at this point, I remember that's when I first felt old. Was when I would meet people after shows and I'd be like, oh, this guy's got like 5 years on me. And I find out they were 5 years younger than me. Like I'll be like 33 or 28. And he was like a real 28, married, 3 kids. And I saw what that looked like.
Sunny, highs around
You know.
70 for the beaches, low to mid 70s metro
But you know this
LA,
fucking
mid
business. This business
70s
you
to low
get shit
80s
on. It's like,
valleys,
like
80
I love the
inland
harassing
OC, mid 80s to
to
low
a point
90s,
on,
high and the high desert.
on
Right
social
now,
media.
69
Harassing.
in Laguna Woods,
Yeah, hey,
76
you know,
Rancho Santa
Hey, Billy
Margarita.
Boo's
It's
face,
slow
say
on
Billy
the
Fat
101
Tits and all that
in
shit. Like that
Sherman Oaks.
motivates me. Like, and I
This
look,
is
you,
the
you gotta
south
honestly look at
side.
yourself. Like
Traffic
they're
flows
right,
out
yeah.
leaving the 405
They're hanging a
off
little
into
bit.
the
I mean,
170, 134
I need to do
split.
some
You're on the
push-ups.
brakes ahead in
They will
Hollywood. From
fucking
Santa Monica Boulevard
bully
all the way
you into getting in
downtown
shit. It's all how
Los
you
Angeles.
process the
Michael
information.
Ryan's taking a look at Anaheim Hills.
No?
Hey,
Yeah,
Anaheim
there's
Yeah.
something to that.
Sky.
Yeah, this, look, I'm talking about fat shit.
I'm telling you that if I wasn't in this business, I would be a fat fuck. I get those blonde Oreo cookies, root beer floats. I would be fucking hammering that shit.
So if you're in the business, you
And
can't
then,
sit here.
yeah, because then on Twitter I would just have the fucking the pussy picture, just the egg one, you know, and nobody knows who you are, and I could be a fat fuck being like, yeah, you know, just giving people shit. You gotta be fatter since the last movie. Oh no, Blast doing that. It's great because I've been. I finally, there was another thing. Is this like the shoulder thing also caused me that I had to slow down, and like the patience you need to rehab it. Like you're sitting there with like first it's just the weight of your arm doing the crawls up the wall, then you lay on your side, then it's just the weight of your arm, and then a tuna can, then I went up to a can of clams, and now I'm up to the pink weight, the 1 pounder, and then this is the big tipping point. You go from 1 pound to 2 pounds. As ridiculous as that sounds, you're increasing the weight load by 100%, and that's when you get hurt. Because you want to get, like, I used to be able to do like 15 pound, you know, 20 pound, 25 pound, those sets you used to do, yeah. And now you know, when it's really hurting, I reach for some salt, resets it. So what I do is I just slowly work my way up to 3 sets of 20. And then when I go to 2 pounds, what I do is I'll just do 3 sets of 3. So I'm way beneath the weight load that I did, and then gradually, it requires all of this patience that I don't fucking have. What is wrong with it?
It doesn't
this one I had a bursitis. This one I actually I fucked up something else, and this one I was totally fine now. But I'm not using as much because I'm not using this one, so I do the rehab on both sides to keep them equal. I've been doing a lot of core work, a lot of back shit that I never did, which is how my shoulder got fucked up. Because I used to be 86, everything up here, what I could see, I worked on. So all back here was like, we can't fucking hold this shit. So everything, my shoulders bowed in, and one was higher than the other, and then eventually just got pinched. Yeah, do these fucking things. I know that's for this, but I didn't do anything for the middle of my back or lower back, all of this shit. I don't know what the fuck.
Have you used bands?
Yeah,
bands have been way not get hurt. There's a product called Crossover Symmetry. It's a series of different weight bands. I'll show it to you out here. I have it attached to one of the bars on the cages. And these bands, they come in 15 pounds, 25 pounds, 40 pounds, a bunch of different weights. And you take these things and I do a whole series of exercises. It's great. It keeps everything strong. And you're not really, you're not pushing
Once I get,
weight.
yeah, I'd like to look at that. I'm not going to do it. Once I get to a certain level of strength,
I'm Guillermo Diaz, and I play
things you can do inside of
Yeah, Katie Lowe's, aka Quinn Perkins, and we're the hosts of Unpacking the Toolbox, the Stand Up Rewatch podcast, where we're talking about all the best moments of the show.
all the twists, all the bullets,
Even more shocking assassinations
As
from
far as, like,
Papa and Mama Pope.
and Katie and I's teen scene that kicks off a romance.
Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox on
this is what I
America's
learned
#1
about myself.
podcast network.
and why I
Open
didn't
your
miss
free
stand-up,
iHeart
because
app
it was
and search
freaking me out,
Unpacking
is
the
because what
Toolbox.
I experienced as a kid,
and I'm the host
straight
of
across the
On
board,
Purpose. This week, I drove to
made
Tiffany
me go to
Haddish
this
in a
mental place
hilarious, deep,
of like,
vulnerable
I don't care.
interview where we dive
Fuck
into
it, I don't care, I don't need it, I don't give a shit. And that's what caused everything to get walled off. And that actually feeds into rehabbing injuries, because it was a big moment for me where I got this fucking console thing that I'm trying to put in my podcast studio. And we're supposed to deliver it
I'm Jason
and bring it in, right? So the day they were going to deliver it, my wife went into labor. So I went to the hospital, and then they showed up, and I didn't want them going out in my garage. I got all my memorabilia and shit. I just didn't want people in there unless I was there. So I said, I just have them drop it off. I thought it was going to be a box, and it was already assembled. It was fucking big, right? And it was also the weight load of it. I was like, ah, fuck it. If I keep my arms in like this, it's mostly biceps, and I was going to do this. I was going to do this stupid German-Irish.
Imagine you're a fly
Fuck
on
it.
the wall.
And what it was going to do was going to set me back.
And the KGB.
Once again, like I had a big setback in February. I had an acting gig, and they said, hey, this is a stupid little action thing. There's a wall, put your hands on it, hop over. Can you do that? I'm like, yeah, my shoulder feels pretty good. The second one like that, I felt like lightning go down my shoulder. I was like, oh, fuck. Right back to the fucking tuna canning and all that shit. So I actually
listen for free on the iHeartRadio.
had a friend come over. We were going to do it. I said, you know what, dude?
I'm Celia Mosin, and I've covered economic
I owe you
policy
a
for
fucking
years
dinner or
and
something.
reported
I'm
on
not
how
doing
it
this.
impacts people
And I called
across
up this
the
guy
United
that I knew
States.
was a construction company. I go, you got
I
a
saw
couple
how
of strong
voters were
young guys that
leaning
could
towards
just
Trump
move this thing
and
in
how
there.
so many Americans
And
felt
I just had them
misunderstood by
do it.
Washington.
And
So I started
like
the Big
that's like
Big
something that I'm pushing
We
through
dig into
where
how money, politics, and power shape
it
government
helps me as a
and the
comic. It also helps
consequences
me
for
deal with
voters.
highly
Listen to Big
emotional
Take
shit, because I
on
could just shut
America's
shit
#1
off
podcast
and
network,
just
iHeart. Open your
do
free
what I have
iHeart
to do.
app and search Big
Which
Take
works
DC.
like back in the day when you're going to do Letterman, which was fucking terrifying. It's freezing cold, and you just have to be like, fuck this. It's just fucking people. This is just a different shiny floor that's freaking me out. There's an icon sitting at that desk. I had the tools to shut that up, which is great for that moment, but it's terrible for the rest of your fucking life. Like there's shit that's like I just realized there's just shit in me that I needed to, that I have not dealt with. Death of friends, all of that shit is just sitting in here, and I think that's also like when people then go like, "Hey, can you do this? Ah, what the fuck?" It's like it's not all just that I'm not going to get what I want. A lot of that is like you got all of this shit that you're sitting on. So you're sitting on all that, and you haven't addressed it. So then it just the only way for the steam to come out is like for you to snap or whatever. So which is really not fair to the people around you. To be honest with you. So I don't know. Have you got
There's three major categories.
Yeah.
The legislature, Gavin Newsom,
What
do
about
not
meditate?
want
You ever meditate?
two things.
Yeah, but I find the guy's voice is fucking
Will
annoying.
be
You know?
understanding.
Listen
He won't
to
shut
God.
up.
Prisoners starting to go to jail in prison. They don't want that. And Newsom doesn't
Every
want
time I'm getting there, he
a
starts
national
fucking talking
story to
again,
be
and then
to
he's
afford
using
his
this really
security on
soothing,
this progressive
caring
crime
voice
agenda that he's been
that
pushing.
makes me face all of that shit that I didn't get growing up, which makes me angry at this person that's trying to help me.
That his own state is in open rebellion. So Prop
quarantine is not a bad thing. If
not only violates their religious
For what it's worth, you're always fun to hang around with. I always enjoy your company. I don't have any issues with any of your crazy.
Because I have a crushing need to be liked. So I tone down my cuntiness when I'm around you.
California residents in their full revolt. Now,
listen, my wife knows me. Hang out with her one time. She'll tell you some fucking stories.
What can the Democrats do?
Well,
to reverse the problem? Well, they've been trying
that helps you
to get the sponsors to withdraw the referendum entirely.
You know?
The District Attorneys Association, for example.
I will not accept the compliments. That's not a part of my personality.
So now, you have to listen and
who's
follow
the guy
us.
that's running the meditation app that's annoying you? Do you know who's that using?
I don't want to put the guy on blast, but yeah, I do.
A lot of them have to do with
And he's
retail
great.
theft.
He's great at what he's doing. He's trying to
As
help
I read them
people.
all to you, you might like a few. Some of them may
You should
help.
do it without an app.
But here's
Dude,
the
I
catch.
have a story. I can't say
If
what
they
I said
pass these retail bills,
nowadays. I can't say what I said. But I
and
know
you
I
pass
was
the
playing
bill to
pickup.
Prop 47,
I suck, right? But
that'll
I'm having a good
cause
time
the
on
retail
this.
bill
I'm
package
there
to
trying to get a
be
swipe
voided
on,
out.
right? And I'm having my head down, and we're playing no contact
They
because
wanna
it was really my
punish
fault. I had
us.
my head down. This guy fucking knocked
They
me down.
want to run commercials by
He goes,
saying,
"Are
hey,
you
you
all
vote
right?"
for the repeal of Prop 47.
When I
What
said
you
that,
going to
I
do?
still fucking
You're going to
regret.
cancel out 14 tough on crime measures that we just passed for you.
I was so mad at him
It's called a poison pill.
that he was caring in that
No,
moment.
there's no need for
Like,
this.
and that's one of those.
You can pass the 14
It was like,
measures,
what is wrong
and
with me?
you can pass
Wow.
the repeal of Prop 47.
So you're really trying to come to
What
grips
they
with all
want
this shit right now.
Is Rob
Yeah,
Bolton,
because
the
I don't want to
Attorney General,
pass
put a
this
title
shit on
on
my
your
kids. That's
So
what happens, and
as
it's
they're
just
growing
like,
up.
yeah, when
Says
people are
something
like,
along the lines of, voting for
if
this
people say my kids are not
will
like me,
nullify
like I'm like, good.
14 tough on crime
That's
measures
weird, but I
that
do
we just
think that a
passed.
lot. If they're
That
like,
would
oh
be
yeah,
the
he,
campaign.
she's like, happy go lucky. Like,
It
great.
would be that Prop 47
Like I forget what somebody
make
said one
retail
time
theft a crime again.
about my daughter, because she's this angel,
Drug
right?
use
And
would be a
they
crime
made some
again.
sort of,
And you'd be
comment,
forced into
made
treatment.
the comment,
That-
thinking it was gonna
that
hurt
did
me.
it.
And I was like, yeah, dude, that's fucking music to my ears. I don't want
It'd
to,
be
I don't
criminal
want her to be
activity.
like me. Don't.
No, they're going to say, oh,
Do you think
look
they
at
were
all
trying
these
to
really
hurt you when
cool
they said it?
No, it was one of those
anti-retail
comic
theft
things where they don't have kids, so and it was a guy, and they don't know what to say, so then they gotta like make a fucking
today.
joke.
But some
Like I had a
of
buddy
them
of mine, a
just
comedian,
addressing
on my
nonsense.
birthday. He
It
goes,
was a
"Hey,
good
happy
idea.
destroying your
You can
mother's
pass them.
uterus day."
Now this is poison pill is the perfect way to
And
describe
I just remember laughing, going like, "Oh, there's a guy who has to do a little more work than I
it.
have
It's
to."
absolutely
I can say, I know, but I mean,
fair. You should be
I know what it is. It was a
the
Boston
retail
comic,
crime laws
and he
because
couldn't
they're
just say
necessary,
"Happy
because
birthday"
it's the right thing to
because
do.
that would be gay. So
And
he
some
has to
progressives don't even want to pass the
go
retail theft.
to so overcorrect that has to go
They're so
to
crazy.
that level. It's so fucking stupid.
What
It's
I'm
probably
saying
why
here
guys
is
die before
you've got
women.
to vote for the
You
Prop
hang on to
47
shit,
repeal, no matter
And there's all
what.
that stuff,
No matter what.
You can't say enjoy
And you've
sunset,
got
Joe.
to
You
be
can't do that.
able to see
Why
through
can't you?
the fakes.
You know why. I know you do.
That they're going to put on the
I know, but
ballot,
the thing about you is you can also
commercials,
beat the shit out of most
the
people in the
fake
fucking room.
spokespeople.
So you got that. So people can
You
be like,
heard
oh
a
wow,
couple of the legislative
they actually
leaders
want to
wanted
hear
their
that
asses
from
off.
you.
They just played the
When they
clips.
see you spinning
So
heel
this is
kick,
what
they
we
want to
have to
know
do.
that you enjoy a
These are the
sunset. Because like I don't want, if this guy's as angry as I am and can do all of that shit, what are my odds of getting out of here? So you want to see that out of a guy like you.
This issue. It's all the ignorant people.
But a guy like
who
you don't
don't
want
know
to
what the hell they're
don't
voting.
want to see you enjoying the sunset.
That's how Prop
I
14
don't-
got passed.
I don't know what it
This
is.
is the Safe Schools
I am
and
too,
Neighborhoods Act.
I am too in here
This is
to understand me.
hundreds and thousands of criminals.
This is interesting.
I have
though.
a very
So much
weird
for
thing.
safe
I have an
schools and
alley
neighborhoods, huh?
of my personality that works that I somehow turned into a living.
Yeah.
But the rest of it
The same
looks like
formula
Fred
that goes
Sanford's
to
yard.
10 years ago.
Old radiators and bed frames and shit. It's a fucking mess.
It's interesting because I've never seen you this introspective, where you're really trying to work it out. You really think
Because they
about it
have worked.
more than I've ever seen you
Show
think
me when
about
they
it before.
haven't
You've always joked around
And
about
then
it.
10 years go
You
by
know,
and everybody goes, oh, what
And
the
all
hell
the years I've
happened?
known you, it's always
Well,
been a
what the
part
hell
of the
happened
things
is
you
you
talk
believe
about.
their lies.
But it seems much
People
more
don't read the
at the forefront
propositions.
of
They
your
believe
consciousness
political
right now.
advertising.
Something
And of
you
course, the media
work
doesn't
on
help.
to really realize like this is
I mean, We're just a one
Yeah, I think it started last year doing the movie. Oh, he brings back the movie.
There's nobody else talking about this, and nobody else telling you.
There was a bunch of shit that I had to play that I never had to play before. You want me to be a loud fucking asshole? I can do that. But then all of a sudden, like, I had a lot of anxiety about a lot of the stuff. Like, my character had 2 kids, and like the first time I meet the kids, it's classic acting, where it's just like you just show up. I remember I took this acting class. This guy Brendan Hughes, he was great. He was saying like he was talking about what it's like to go on a movie set. It's just like how you have to have access to all these emotions because you're showing up. It's just like, okay, you're this guy, and this is your dad, and your mother just died, and action. And it's just like, what? Because that's the way it goes. It just goes real quick. So yeah, so I have to play like this. So I got 2 kids here. So the first day I met them, we had to do the family photo. They want to have one of those things in the background for a scene. So you have to, and I'm sitting there going like, fuck, you know, I gotta act like I love these kids the way I love my kids. Like, and that was really confronting for me as far as how I'm wired. Well, fuck you, I don't need anybody. So I had like a fucking panic attack before, like even that thing, like just being like, just that comic thing where you're just like, dude, I stand on stage, I do shit jokes for a fucking hour, you get the check, and then I fucking leave. I smoke a cigar, fucking leave me alone, right? And this thing here, it's like, no, you're now on a schedule. Somebody tells you where you have to be. So, like, you know, I was like a cat on a leash all of a sudden. Like, I have to be all these places. So I was freaking out about that. And then I had to do the picture with the kids. So what I did was I got myself into a really silly mood. I was joking with all the other actors. I was making fun of myself. I was joking with anybody that had anything to do with the movie. I got this really silly, stupid mood. And I just, to get myself in that headspace, and then I met them. I started joking around about what I looked like, and this is what your dad looked like, and then they started laughing. So when they took the picture, we were actually laughing about a joke I was making about myself. And then I looked at the picture, and they looked real. They looked like I love these kids. So I got over that hurdle. So like throughout the shoot, you know, obviously the shit yelling at Pete, it's like I can fucking do that all day. But all that other stuff, and it's like, okay, and you know, Jeb would be like, okay, and then you meet Margie, and you're smitten. And it's like smitten. I've been smitten in life, but I've never, you know, as a comedian, I don't think you ever really go on stage. You know, if you were to do something where you were smitten, you're making fun of that emotion and the stupid things that you do. It's like, no, we need you to play this real. Like you really just, and I'm like, oh, so I'm like into it. He goes, no, I'm your love struck, like a lightning bolt, and I'm just like, I don't know how to fucking do this. You know, fucking in my head. Person put an Oscar, and I think I suck. You know, just going through all of that shit. So it took me probably 2 weeks on the film. I was 2 weeks in. They had shot enough of my shit where I was like, all right, they're not going to fire me. I can kind of relax. So, and then after that, I had a great time. I had a fucking great time. Best time I've had on any acting gigs, and I've had a lot of fun throughout the year. So I think that's what sort of started it, and I was kind of like, you know, trying to communicate it to my wife, and she doesn't know what I'm talking about. She's like, you're doing a movie. This is fucking great. She has access to all. She has access to all of that shit. She's actually, you know, a fucking way better actor than I am and stuff. So she helps me out a lot. So after those 2 weeks, I was able to chill, and then I had a great time, and I got over a bunch of hurdles. And I was like, oh, this is like growing as a comic, where it's like, okay, I know how to do this as a comic. What if I try to act something out? That's not my safe space. I start feeling like an open micer again, and then I feel like me, and I stop getting spots at the store, go home, live home with my parents, I start doing that shit, yeah. The whole show going on up here, Joe. Yeah, I watched the initial cut of it, and then I saw the final version of it. Did you enjoy it? Yeah, it's one of those things, you know everything that was there and wasn't there, and like especially with jokes. Like there was some. Yeah, there's always going to be stuff that you. Oh God, I wish they cut there. I wish they put this in. But like as far as like the movie itself, I loved it and how it worked and the way they put it together. And there's the opening scene that's in the movie initially was in the middle of the movie. Somebody, Judd, I don't know who came up with the brilliant idea to put that scene first, and it totally changed the tone of the movie. And that's when it like took off because I saw a real raw cut. And it was like, this is a bunch of funny shit. And like everybody I've ever talked to who edits a movie, like when they watch their first cut of the movie, they're like, oh my God, I'm never gonna work in this business again. I just wasted my fucking. You know, I was actually talking to one of the actors who directed one of my favorite movies, Trees Lounge. Steve Buscemi made that movie. He told this whole fucking hilarious story about the first cut that he watched of it. Like, he just like went home like a zombie.
And I'm the host of On Purpose.
How am I gonna make it? It's such a great movie by the time he was done editing it, but his first like look at it. So that helped me out. A guy as good as him having that type of thought. I was just like, oh, geez, I think that shit all the time. You know, this guy's an icon. If he thinks that, then this is normal. So like, I guess I'm kind of normal to think this shit. So I think that started it. And then I just kind of would have just been happy to get through the movie. And then that would have been it. And then I had to be quarantined. But we all everybody's quarantined, and then that just became me sitting around. And I was like, I'm not watching TV because this is just gonna fucking make me feel like claustrophobic watching all this news and shit, trying to be informed. So I kind of went away from that. And then I was just in the house with me, just sitting there, and everybody was asleep. It's fucking thinking, but not in a bad way. I don't think.
Santa Monica.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's bad, right?
It seems isolated somewhere. Two women were stabbed and brutally sexually abused. The little girl in Santa Monica that was eating ice cream, and she was stabbed by a
great leap on the way to figuring it out, knowing what it's trying to work on. Some people go their whole life not understanding what shadows do. I grew up a lot of those people. Those people watch TV all the time.
No, they are who they are, and they just fucking do that. There is some, I have actually.
Nathan Hockman's coming in tomorrow.
So
He's going to be on the show at 3 o'clock.
There's people like when I look at people
3 o'clock. Nathan
that
Hockman
just
running against
do whatever
George
the fuck they want to do.
to be the district
You know, like
attorney
who
of
doesn't
Los
want to
Angeles.
just fucking eat a large
The
cheese
election is
pizza
in November.
and then finish it off with a pint of
I got to
ice
see
cream?
him last week.
Like
He's,
those people that do that, I know they pay for it, but there is something to be. I'm reading this book right now on Bobby Lane, who's a quarterback for the Detroit Lions, and there's all these legends. Like his story is so legendary, you don't even know where the legend is and where the truth is. But like this guy Art Donovan used to tell a story about, you know, he was on the other team and he sacked him, and you know he's getting up and Bobby breathes on him. He goes, Jesus Christ, man, where the fuck did you go last night? And Bobby allegedly said last night, he goes, I had a couple of pops at halftime. You know, these guys were fucking lunatics. And he lived this life where he had this wide array of friends, really progressive, where he like, you know, through playing sports, he had African American friends. And if they were to go in someplace and they said, your friend can't come in, he goes, no, we're not fucking going in. I mean, this guy was doing this in the 50s and 60s, right? And he was always like that. But he died at like 58 or 59. And it was hard for all of his friends to see him, you know, not being like the legend. But there's a great part in the book where he's talking about his life. And like knowing that, you know, he probably should have gone easier. But like this big smile came on his face that he kind of did it the way he wanted to. Because believe me, dude, I would love to go home and kill a bottle of bourbon right now. I would love to smoke another fucking 5 of these fucking things. But makes me dependent on me. But there is something to be said about living. You know, those people they just. Like, I like booze. I like it. I like getting drunk. And just I want to do it every night. I'm fucking gonna do it. I live at home. I want to get a pizza. I'm gonna have a fucking pizza. You do pay for it, but there is. I made me think of like, well, what's what's that life like? As opposed to being like, well, you know, I got to make sure I eat my Brussels sprouts and I take it to bit, and you kind of inch your way to death, as opposed to just being like, fuck it, pizza tastes good. I want a pizza. I'm having one. Let's try every bourbon. I love that in the Lemmy doc. when he just had all those suburban. The greatest thing, the Lemmy thing, is when those guys were saying, Lemmy goes, "Hey, you want some Jack Daniels?" They go, "Yeah," and he takes a bottle down and then hands both of them their own bottle. And they were like, "What the fuck?" And he starts just drinking out of this like he's having a Coke.
That's so on brand for you.
Gene Del Rey said something fucking hilarious about when he watched the Lemmy doc. Because, dude, if I saw that thing when I was in my 20s and I knew Lemmy was going to live to be 70, he goes, I never would have stopped.
His last days were rough. I remember.
I think everybody's last days are rough, unless you drop dead.
But his last days of performing, I mean, he basically performed until the wheels fell off. There's a video of him, like one of the last shows he did, where he had to walk off stage in the middle of the performance.
He was such a fucking badass. Even like just the way he had the microphone, the way he would sing.
Oh, it's just a virus.
Fucking face was all low. Yeah, can't teach that, man. That could fucking in his DNA.
Well, he lived it. That's for sure. And he's a legend. And there's something to be said for that. It's all what you put your energy to.
Yeah, it's kind of how you like. You notice it's the balls to live that life.
Yeah, indulgent and wild.
Yeah, where like there's all this heroicism to sobriety, but which there is. Yeah. Being sober and just taking life in the face every day is fucking hard. And I think to see somebody that has the balls, even with all this Surgeon General shit, as I'm sitting there smoking a fucking cigar, looking for a toothpick. You
gotta work together.
No.
Therapist. That's right.
You got a lot of that over
I gotta go back and watch the website.
Evidently, she wasn't listening to her phone.
Well, our kid was screaming and she had to take her to the hospital.
Yeah, but when your body screams,
Did you see what Gail King said about Milton's illness?
No, I didn't say.
Oh, she described what was
Is that
going
what
on.
they hints of a knife?
Actually quoted and saying there was stuff coming out of both
you
ends.
then?
No,
Yeah.
and she said that. How did she say that? I don't know.
And it is like what happens to me, Conway, kind of describing to people the way Dale King is.
I don't know. This is ours.
God, they're going to go to town and they're going to
No, this is the best
Thompson's
part.
the hospital. Do you
That's
know
the
what
best part of the
are?
job.
You know?
There's stuff coming out of both
Yeah,
ends.
you don't want that. You don't want that from your best buddy.
God, that's wild.
All right, and then also we have the iPhones.
Don't switch to kick love
time.
time.
They're going to be AI, and so I guess Elon Musk is not going to allow them in his factory because they could steal secrets.
There's a spy
How are you? Is that what your training is taught you?
They're fine for us. Who cares?
You talked all these whack jobs on your fucking podcast.
I don't want my iPhone recording what I say.
The Lemmy thing is, you know,
but your
that's
iPhone
one of the things that
records
people
you
love
anyway,
about
even
it, right?
even when it's off, it's
Everybody
recording.
knows you're supposed to eat well. Everybody knows you're not supposed to get fucked up every night. Everybody knows you're supposed to
5
be
billion people
responsible,
with iPhones or
mature,
some kind of cell phone. They're going to
and
record
smart.
everybody and
We
listen to
did just
everybody.
make it work.
There's not enough time to do that.
Now it's gonna be
So
sick
I
living
just
there.
blast away when I get home.
He's just
I
wild,
yell at my
wild
phone.
to the end.
Yeah, and I think you
You
need
yell at your body, I yell at everybody.
because you can get a lot out of the way that they live where every once in a while you go, oh, fuck, this is cool. Let's do Lemmy today.
Yeah, you get great art out of those people too. Those wild people, the Kowskis, Sam Kinison, the Lemmys, the people that just fucking go hard. There's something to that.
Yeah.
There's something to that too. Yeah. And there's also something for people that are stoic. You know, what's interesting to me is the range. I get things out of people that just drink water and meditate, and I'm fascinated by them. I'm fascinated by people. Like, I was watching some, do you know Russell Simmons? He lives in like, where does he live in, like Bali or Indonesia or something like that? He was doing an Instagram live, and he's doing it cross-legged with like some crazy yoga shawl over his knees and shit, and like, look like an ashram.
In downtown
He's
LA,
like,
Michael
he's basically talking.
a man from the
like
San
a
Fernando
yoga
Valley has been
This guy
sentenced to nearly 4 years in federal
the head
prison
of
for threatening
Dutch.
a woman while talking about his
He got,
desire
like,
to at synagogues and exterminate
yoga.
Jewish people and
And
Asian
now he
Americans.
lives in some
Andrew Leitner pleaded guilty to stalking the woman and sending abusive text messages. Police are looking for several
doing
people
Instagram
contact a
live
Rouse
content.
employee in Encino who tried to stop an
like
alleged
a
shoplifter.
Video shows one woman and 2 men
Yeah,
walking
I
up to a
ain't
store
gonna go that
employee when one of the men throws a punch at the worker.
I'm not
The
either.
girl's
I'll do,
employee says the problem
I'll do
started
a video.
earlier in the day
I
when he
I kind of do my own version of yoga, shit that I've learned.
Hours later, she came
back
with a 2-minute
I stretch all the time.
Yeah,
I have to because you know, you just get to a certain age. If you don't,
says officers responded to the store yesterday
afternoon,
but
no
injuries were reported.
So, anyway.
KFI News.
Hunter Biden has been found guilty on all 3 counts in his federal gun trial in Delaware.
I just felt like I couldn't breathe. And I remember too, also like my back was fucked up. That's why I went to the class. And like the position she started out with, the twisting was happening too quickly. So I kind of just went down the mat. I was doing all the thing, and the teacher got like all freaked out by it. He's like, "Come on, you know, try to stay with the class. You can't be busting out all these different asanas." And I just started fucking laughing, where I was just thinking like, this is all supposed to be about listening to your body, and you're like the oil man, and you're trying to control, this is your own little fucking economy, and just the fact that you're walking around like you got it all figured out. You got 99% of people here all doing what the fuck you say, and one guy goes down to his mat because his back is fucked up, and you process it like I'm fucking with your authority in a yoga class. So, with my broad brush, I said, fuck hot yoga.
Yeah, yoga teaches like everything else. Yeah. Some of them you're going to enjoy. Some of them are going to be really good at it. Some of them annoy the fuck out of you. What annoys the fuck out of me is when they start giving me motivational advice.
The already strange, larger than life portrait of King Charles,
like for me, and then tell some personal story. So when I got out of that, like, Jesus Christ, can we fucking move on here? I didn't come here to hear your first grade.
I used to go to this one.
Psychology.
It was a great class. It was a great class, but the dude, he was fucking awesome. I was, after a while, I was just psychologically breaking this guy down. And something happened to him at Gold's Gym. I don't know what happened to him. He just was forever making fun of muscleheads. And I was thinking, because I had the hybrid thing going on. Like, I love, back before I fucked on my shoulder, I love lifting weights. I love going to the gym and all that shit. And I liked the energy in a gym. I liked it. And the old school ones, right? And the guys walk around with towels tucked into their fucking, that shit. And he was forever shitting on it. And then another thing that he would do was he would also somehow steer it towards like a subtle comment about lovemaking and the way to, and he's putting out like his vibe that he was good in bed. At the same time.
That's a yoga guy.
You know, and he had the little ponytail and shit. It was fucking, it was like a Will Ferrell character. It was fucking funny. It's just like, this is like, it was like a real life, like Will Ferrell, like, just really, just like I know everything kind of vibe. He wasn't as bad at that, but it was just the whole. It was funny though. And I used to sit there. This was like this dude in New York. I remember it was fucking hilarious. And what was hilarious was I was bad at yoga. You're not supposed to say that. If you're doing it, man, you just, wherever your body's at, it's supposed to be right. And I just remember when he would walk around the class and he would adjust people. He'd always skip me and then adjust some hot chick who was way more flexible than me. And it's just like, really? I'm doing it right as I'm sitting over here. For some reason, I never needed an adjustment. And this was like the 90s, so you could get away with this shit. There was a lot of adjusting like this, almost cupping a titty and fucking like, shit on the hips and stuff. Yeah.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports.
You got all these hot chicks in there, and you get them all stretched out before you banged it. And it worked. So I couldn't hate on him for that. But it was, I to get through the class, because I had such fucking ADD, I was just, it was like a comedy show going on within it. Like house, and then like I had a couple buddies, like, you gotta go. We're doing it, back running shit, how many times do the shit on the gym. What is this? What would he say? He would talk about
smart journalism,
the muscleheads coming in there, and they had no flexibility, and how everything was all like overdeveloped. But we'd always be doing some fucked up
lots of artists who tried to boot scoot their
pose
way
or something.
onto
And he goes, "This works on your psoas."
this album
Like what machine
What about both
in the
this
gym,
pop star and this political moment?
you know, was there a
Caused all
psoas
this
machine?
conversation?
You know, like, I can't remember. It was like fucking. It was a long time ago.
Streaming now on the iHeartRadio
And at first it pissed me off. It's just like, well, I like fucking doing curls. What's wrong with that?
The power company that mistakenly cut your service.
And then it just became funny to me.
And
There's a specific type of guy that's like that. I went to a yoga guy once, used to
You need
sing
lifelong
classes.
because your personal
He
info is
wound
in
up
endless places
like,
that can expose you to
I want
identity.
to banging this lady that was there.
Oh, there was a lot back in the day. You can't do it now. There was a lot of banging back then.
Guaranteed or your money
This is
back.
like,
Save up to
I guess it was
40%
late
promo code
90s,
news
early
at
2000s
lifelong.com.
maybe.
Terms apply.
And he would sing.
It's the
It
Kia
was
Summer
so
Sticker Sales event, so give your friends
It was
something
so
to look at.
disingenuous.
Like a B&B with an ocean view.
Like you would do these like yoga songs, and like, you are so gross.
No filter. Make this a summer
I'm glad I wasn't the only one.
No,
No, but
but
then
for
there was some really good ones that I found. Like I found out, you know, some
this one is This is really this guy I go to. I mean, you hear him talk, you think he's gonna be annoying. He's got pierced nipples.
Are you aware of the revolution that's taking place in fasting that helps weight loss and improve gut health?
He's so
It's
gay.
called Prolon.
He's so gay.
Prolon
It's
has
like
developed
losing
foods
talks.
for fasting
But
that nourishes
yeah,
the
he's
body
just so
while you
gay.
fast. Prolon
The
isn't
way
done.
it's
It's
so
science.
gay.
Science-based
The way he
on
talks.
Nobel
We're
Prize
here.
discoveries and is
We're
now
here.
recommended by thousands of
You're
doctors for
supposed to
blood
be
sugar
here. Let
and
it go.
cardiovascular health.
And but
right
that's
now,
who he
streaming
is.
listeners
Like
get
he's
10% off at ProlonLife.com.
Well, that's the thing.
Music.
Well, that's
But
the
only until
thing.
May
Is if
1st.
it's
That's
genuine,
ProlonLife.com/music.
then it becomes this great thing.
Yeah. It's who he is. He's
NBC's coverage
yeah.
of the 2024
It's like
Paris
whoever
Olympics.
the fuck you are. If that's who you are, like I like it. I don't want you to try to sell me on who you are. Like the guy with the love thing that goes the last 2 hours of this the selling you on who they are is where it gets really gross. Pretending to be something they're not. I like songs.
So
Good.
we're here.
We all have them.
Wow.
You know?
Look at you,
So
Conway.
my favorite people are all
You come
flawed.
through this place as like the mayor or something.
It's not even that guy was flawed.
They stop
He was
what
just,
they're doing to say hi.
he was just-
Well, you know what? Once in a
Like
while,
normally you would think if a guy was talking like that teaching yoga class, like this is not any fun. It was great. There's a lot of people that are really good at it, man. It's just finding them, you know. So I like the places I go to. I just look at the schedule. I'm like, oh, that's a good one.
And think of
I'll
this, they want to
take
be
her
around
class. I like him.
No,
He's
I
fun.
think that
Yeah. And there's this one dude
Crozer,
that
you
weird tattoo.
know this because you've been in radio
It
much
was real
longer
strange.
than I have.
It always has to be clean too, because there's so much sweating going on. I hate when you go like those hot yoga classes. There's just no way to get this. The floors were sweating. Like, there's just no way to.
It's hard.
It's so
harder
good
to
for your
get rid of.
body.
Yeah.
So
And
good for
so,
your stretching too. Because you get into
Congratulations
positions
to
when you're
Mark,
doing
of
hot
course,
yoga
on Tuesday.
that you're not going to get into. It's like really stretching that tissue out, extending your range of motion.
We
I
had
love it.
we account for
I'm a fucking
26%
evangelist
of the
for it. But I tell
downloads
so many
of
people
the
to do it.
station.
A lot of people are listening, but more people just get annoyed.
Well, I love that when you guys do the Sober October.
24 hours a
You
day,
know, when I watch
7 days a
Segura
week.
and fucking Chrysler dry out, and like 3 weeks in, they start looking like movie stars and shit.
They say don't talk about
That's
it.
always.
Well, when we did the fitness one, we did one Sober October fitness
But
challenge.
it
We
was
all wore
nice
these
because now they, it's
these
another
straps,
month they
and
can't get rid of.
we had to like compete to see
I mean,
who
they
could
could.
get the most
Look,
fitness
anybody
points.
can
So
go
that
anytime.
Ari got a
And
fucking
they
six
always
pack.
say like,
Like,
oh,
Ari
when a
got
guy
shredded.
leaves, like, oh, never
Like, he
listen to
doesn't
that
even
station
work out.
again.
He
Then 10 minutes
before
later,
that, he was
listen
never
again.
working out. And
You'll
over
listen to
the
new
course
guy,
of the
they like
month,
the new guy
by the
better.
end of the month,
They
he
like
had a
the new
legit
host,
six
the
pack.
new format
They look
better.
But he's always pretty wiry.
When you
Yeah,
had that
he
radio
did.
station,
Yeah.
you were working
He
out
got
in San
fat at one
Francisco,
point in time
and it just died.
because
He
he
went
was
to another
eating
new
nothing but
format,
candy.
different format.
He was
Yeah,
literally
people
eating candy
just
all day
listen to
long.
that
He was
format.
always there was like a bag of gummy bears with him and shit like that. But then
I gotta play. I don't know if I still have the
Yeah,
message.
you go from
I gotta play the message.
talk and
Congratulating
politics to sports.
It's so always so fucking funny.
But yeah, he dried out with that. And then, he never gained back, but never had a six pack.
I'm glad to be off.
He was shredded.
I thought
He
it
was
was
super
called
competitive. He was really trying to win.
KMARK.
It was really interesting. It's interesting to watch.
And I liked how Bert would do it too. Where Bert would act like that. He would always have like a crazy build-up that was totally against. And he told me this story about him running the fucking LA Marathon and like drinking the night before. It's just like, dude, you could have fucking died.
he never really trained for it. But he's mentally strong. He just got himself in this mindset to put one foot in front of the other, and I am not stopping until I get to the finish line.
26 miles.
With the game. I've been doing it since I was like 2 years old, and I'd spend more at the track than I should. I'm perfect for this. No, we just don't see it with you. We just don't see it with you.
No, I was not. I used to ride a bike. I did that for a while. Where I got so into it. And one time, I actually was drinking in the afternoon, and I still had to go on a bike ride. I got on a bike shit fest. I was sweating. This is the 80s too. No helmet, no nothing, and just fucking rode like 12 miles. And I never had heard the expression. I never felt hitting a wall. And like whatever the electrolytes are, there was just nothing left. And I was like 6 miles. And this East Coast, there was all kinds of hills and shit from my house. And I was like, I don't think, I don't, what am I going to do? There's no cell phones. Like, what am I going to do? So I just kept riding. And then it was like this 5 minute, like, I'm going to die. I'm not going to get through this. And then I just got to the other side with I think my body was just like, all right, there must be something, like death must be chasing us. So we need to go into something else here. And I pushed through.
That's what they say happens when you do those ultramarathons. They get to a point where they think there's no way they can keep going. They do 100 miles, 38 miles in. That's what they're talking about. Just manage to just keep left, right,
we both fell for this, which
and eventually you get into a zone and you cross the finish line.
But there are sports
20 hours
radio
later.
shows.
God bless him. Now that I would just say, well, that you have all people handing you cups of shit and you just tap out.
There's a lot of things you have to do in those 24-hour races.
What they do, and they all have some manner.
And run drives.
The best guys are the guys with some like heavy regional action.
Bill Burns has been a great therapy session.
Thank you. That's the Family Season 4 coming out tomorrow.
I don't know how you have time to do that. How the fuck do you have time to do Epic for Family as well as stand up, as well as all the other shit you do?
Delegation. You surround yourself with super talented people. You do your job, they do their job, and they're able to be able to do that. But I needed this break though.
I needed it too. I didn't think I needed it. I thought it was fine.
But now I am like fucking chomping at the bit to get back on stage. I can't wait. I miss hearing people laughing and hanging with comics and doing crazy shit they say.
Next time I see you, I hope it's at the store.
Yes, for the Troubadour.
The Troubadour. Either one. Either or. I'm in. Bill Bird, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Bye, brother.
All right. Money because for the real plays.
Is that good?
Better plays for you or whatever it is. I mean, it really do. They do rope you in, though, man. Because what happens is you're desperate. You're thinking, do 1-800-BEAT-THE-BOOK. 1-800-BEAT-THE-BOOK.
Join by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
This is a good way to open up the podcast. Jamie is an expert on all things Black Twitter. Well, what's going on, Jamie? I don't know. There's a lot going on. A lot of rumors.
This is almost exactly what this
The
is.
rumors are that Diddy was running some kind of Epstein type deal where he was filming everybody. Right?
Really? Where'd you hear that from? Jockey, owner, trainer, they all love it. Another one. It's at 40.
The thing is, like, we're getting the rumors from the internet, and the internet thinks that the Taliban took out that bridge in Baltimore. So it's like, who fucking knows? Who knows what's real?
That's what Diddy's lawyer said. He goes, what? Because I love them too. 11 to 1. Yeah, I know. I heard the trainer, Jack. Yeah, I love them too. You got another guy. I love the
Dude, in Homeland Security,
I love it. And he goes down and he has 9 different pockets. And then he remembers where he said that he loved the 7, because the 7 one, you go back and you say, hey, partner!
Give me a taste.
Yeah, come on. Put a little taste on it for me, right, buddy? And those guys, you know,
there's layers upon layers. When you get into these fucking conspiracy theories, man, they never end. They never end. There's just layers upon layers upon layers.
I'll tell you that, we got to take a break. I was at Santa Anita in the bathroom of the clubhouse. You got to walk down 40 stairs. It's in the dungeon there. And I walk down there to go to the bathroom, and there's a guy throwing up in the stall.
Why? Because he's too successful.
Yelling at his buddy while he's throwing up.
Also, it's like there's always so much East Coast, West Coast shit that's still like in the zeitgeist.
go up the
You know,
stairs,
like with Biggie and Tupac, and they're all hating at each other, and they both got killed. There was a lot going on. And then there's people that thought that Puffy was involved, and Suge Knight was involved.
Said,
what is that? The thing I just thought of.
What the?
About that they were there to release stuff.
That would be funny, then. That's great.
Well,
he wasn't.
if he really was
And
filming
I
everybody,
said, Dad, he's
I
throwing
mean,
up
he had a
in the
lot of
toilet
people at
to
those
track.
parties, right?
Don't you think he's out of luck?
You know who said?
You only have a certain
Luke
amount of luck.
from
you
Two
have
Live
in life.
Crew? Yeah, he said he was to leave early.
Yeah.
When Luke from Two Live Crew is leaving early, like, you got a wild party. What's happening is too fucked up from Luke from Two Live Crew. Like, check please. There's so many different stories.
Israel. Vice President Harris says the Biden administration is proposing to ban medical debt from
I
credit
don't
reports, which could
know. We're not involved in them. I was never at Diddy's party. I don't even know the motherfucker. Where I don't know nobody. Telling jokes. Telling jokes.
Joey Chestnut, the big eater, has been banned from the Nathan's
That's it.
July hot dog eating contest after hooking up with
And
a
living in
rival
LA, you have
player.
all this shit that's going on.
16-time champion is signed to deal with impossible food. We'll take a look at the 91 freeway.
And you're like,
Guys, one day with a real solution.
you also have those
That's cool.
those celebrity environments
Now, guys, you need
where
a real
celebrities
solution
all
to
get
get your hair
together.
back. A
There's
solution
so
that
many
I
of them.
use to get
You
mine
know,
back.
these wild
It's advanced
parties.
really
And
works.
if you got a
And what
wild
makes them
party
different,
and
they combine
P. Diddy
science and
puts on that wild
technology
party,
to give you your real
and,
growing
you know,
hair.
sets everybody
It's not
up.
a pill, a potion, or a lotion.
If you were
This
an
is the only
intelligence
proven way to
agent,
grow your hair where it hasn't grown
you
for
know,
years.
Jeffrey Epstein type
It's
deal.
advanced
That'd be
hair.
the way to do it.
Advanced treatment from
You
advanced
go
hair.
crazy party,
Simple,
get everybody
quick,
loose.
one
Get
day
them
treatment.
the yayo.
It's guaranteed to grow
Get
for
'em
the
the
rest of your
yayo.
life. Guaranteed. So if you want to get your hair
Get
back,
them
now
all,
is the
everything
time.
you need.
Advanced
Get
hair is
fired
in
up.
place.
Get those
Takes
cameras
one
rolling.
day, and your
Now
own
you
hair
got
starts to grow
everybody
the very
around.
next day. And we live in the look at me capital of the world. So there's no dodging this. You got to do something about it. Now is their best offer. Phone them up, 844-654-HAIR, or visit advancedhair.com. Use my promo code TIM, and you're going to get save
That
up
is a
to
skill that I never picked up.
25%.
You grow your own skill. Never picked it up.
844-654-HAIR, promo code TIM. One day treatment, life
Yeah,
changing
no, I should
results,
have.
guaranteed to grow.
I
Phone
admire
number
people that do it.
844-654-HAIR.
I see a person that can roll a solid
advancedhair.com,
joint.
promo code TIM.
Slow in person.
It's that east outside of the 91 with delays leaving the 110 freeway. You remain on the brakes and stretches all the way to Green River into Verona.
I've seen
Got a nice
dudes
little
in
opening
Instagram
until you make your
driving
way
their
to the
car,
15.
roll over one
Then
hand.
you're on the brakes ahead to Adams and Riverside. Pasadena with Mike O'Brien
Charlie
at
Murphy.
KFI in the Sky.
Charlie Murphy from those. You know who else rolled the hell of a blunt? Lewis.
Westbound is not so bad, but
Louis Gomez. Yeah. Gomez rolls the hell of a blunt. He does it the real way. He doesn't just split the spliff and open it up and look at it. He takes the paper out and he makes, cuts it. Like he'll unravel a cigar and then take the tobacco paper and cut it and wet it and get it down. It's like free base and coke. I gotta run it and run it to the side. That's gotta dry. No, just give me the fucking. That's right. I like smoking blunts.
California's
That's
on
what
the
gave me the
airport
moment.
traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
Smoking blunts. Yeah, doing it.
While some
Gave me
streaming
the
companies keep
moment.
raising their
Moment.
prices,
Moment.
the iHeartRadio
You
app
think
is
it's
still
different
free.
than that?
And free
It
never
was
sounded so good.
it was a bunch of shit. What it really was.
Country playing your favorite music.
Oh,
Half a million
man.
podcasts. Thousands of playlists for
I
every
cleaned that motherfucker. I said, let's clean it. This
and over 100 million songs to fill your favorite playlist. Download the always free iHeartRadio app and start listening now.
No, the blood and awesome. Oh, and I started feeling sick.
Oh no!
Thank God we wrapped. Thank God we wrapped.
This election,
I'm like, I'm not gonna make it.
couldn't be higher.
I couldn't drive. Got home, right to sleep. Like that. I got right to the doctor.
Their first debate.
And that started, the doctors on it. Now they send you to 20 different places. So by the time you get there, you know what this started with in the morning? What? They saw a fucking thing in my head. What's that? Kidney stone? Kidney stone. Yeah. Well, we got stuck with this, whatever. Yeah. That's true. Another doctor. He's like, you're not a kidney stone. There's something wrong with the Bible.
Doctor's office that accidentally
Oh.
mixed up your files.
There's a system.
That's your social security number.
Assist.
The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your name into info. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your
Finally, Eisenberg
You need LifeLock
fucking said
because your
the
personal
real
info
deal.
is an endless place
This
that can
eliminates
expose
that.
you to identity When I left there, I took hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it. Guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% with promo code news at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
It's the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event, so give your friends something to look at. Like a B&B with an ocean view, an endless field of wildflowers, or a sunset that needs no filter. Make this a summer to share and save. With a capable Kia SUV, powerful sedan. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
You know, I used to eat the cheese omelet
Call 800
with 10 pieces of bread with butter. So this works. This works.
It's definitely better. Doesn't help that.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest for
What is that sushi
Bonds and Pavilions. Now through
Huge shout out to Yuki Hand Roll.
Online for your favorite personal care favorites and save by 2 participating personal care items and save $50. Shop now for items like
especially now with
and
this new
mouthwash,
economic,
Canteen
the
shampoo
sushi's
and
getting
conditioner,
smaller
and
and
Old
smaller.
Spice
It is
shampoo
all
and conditioner, and
this
save
fucking, there's two
$3
hunks
when
of
you buy
fucking
2 or
tuna.
more
I'm full.
participating items. Offer expires June 25th.
And the guy came from Nobu, super sweet guy.
Visit
Really nice.
albertsportpavilions.com for details.
Remember, we've been coming here since
Sail beyond.
we used to come here, we just spoke about those.
Yep.
And it was under the Mexican joint. Citos.
Yeah.
And
That's it.
yeah, it was where we went for 3 fucking days. And now
Yeah.
it's just like an empire. You guys are talking about all the different restaurants. And you guys didn't stop. Didn't stop. You guys did not. Everybody had us just you asked for a steak here, 8 people. Mexico. Go to that place.
There's so many good steakhouses in town that people forget.
You know, you go, oh, you got Jake Carver's, right. Harry, Bob. This is exciting. 3-4. Yeah, very exciting. The store that's A-Day.
To all the new fans joining, welcome to the W. Tune in to a rematch of last season's WNBA Finals between the New York Liberty and Las Vegas Aces on Saturday starting at 3 p.m. on ABC.
I turned off my phone. I didn't answer any calls. We have that option. I didn't know it.
All
I
your
didn't say it was optional. I just did it.
yeah, I remember one night half of UFC was there.
Yeah.
You know, like you look around, there's fucking 8 guys in UFC right there. Yeah.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Fuck all these people, you know. The last 2 minutes, I don't leave early. And you go home and you can't sleep. Yeah. Last night when you texted me, I was awake. I got home at fucking 11. Couldn't sleep. Everything was right. Fucking thinking. Coming out his head. You know, it's what stand up does to you at night. You know, you can't not be a fucking murderer.
It's an outrage.
Because even if you do it at 8 o'clock,
why would you not?
unless you're a fucking
I
boat,
think NBC is the
Yeah.
of the
even
Olympics.
when you're eating,
If I was the guy running NBC,
you know where you want to be today. Even though you did great, that one joke didn't work. You're thinking about how you can make
women's
it better.
basketball team, and
That's what
you're putting Caitlin Clark on
I
that
didn't
team.
miss the play.
Because every time she's on
Right.
TV, she gets 26
Missed
million
out
people to
before I
watch.
needed.
It's funny. I'm going down your list of players. I don't see the Cannon Clark's name.
Right.
We're not putting
Yeah, you are.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah, you
I
are.
need is 3
Yeah.
different
Or we're getting a
Right,
different
right.
coach.
It's the best feeling.
Why would
It's
they
better
not
than
do
sex.
that? I mean, who cares?
It's
who
better than
wins?
sex.
You want
And
to get
that's
the
what
most
I miss.
people to watch.
Everything else I
By
didn't
the
look
way,
at
the
the
chick
age
did.
and all
If you
that.
care about winning, she can
There's
help
a
you with that.
relationship with the audience that's so
She's not a
pure.
mascot. No, it's one of the
You know,
best
they
players
know
ever.
you. Like, they really know you. They know you from podcasts. They know you from bits. They fucking know you. They know you from conversations. They get it. And then they're watching you put together this thing that's really for them. It's for you because you created and, you know, you get paid to say it and you get the great feeling that you did it. But for a person like a fan, like when I was watching you last night, like I got to see about this shit you were doing that I was telling you, was killing me.
Why
But
wouldn't NBC make that call?
it's a
Because
beautiful
ultimately,
feeling.
you have
It's
to
a
make as
great
much money as you
feeling
can on the
when
Olympics.
someone that you really
How much
love
you pay for
is
them.
really funny. He's got new stuff and they're
And so
killing
they're
it.
going to pay
And it's just
probably
like this
$1 billion.
atmosphere.
NBC's gonna
There's
pay
250
the Olympic
people.
Committee
We're all
$1 billion,
sharing
US
this
Olympic
moment.
Committee, whatever. And
So it's
they
super
want
positive
the
in like
stories.
all
They want
ways.
the
It makes
backstories for
people
to
feel
watch.
better. They
And if
leave
Caitlin
that
Clark's
place,
not on that
they feel
team,
better. And so when you know that you can do that, then you get together in the green room afterwards. You're like, this one bit of something missing. There's something clunky about it. It just feels fake. It feels like I gotta rework it. And then you start from scratch and figure it out. But it's just because you want to get to that place where the fans, the audience, yes. You hit them with some shit they didn't see coming, or they get some shit that maybe you didn't see coming. Now it's died. Yeah. Now it's got all these new punchlines and new avenues.
So it's a weird thing that NBC has, as you say, paid all this money, and yet they are watching this most desirable person.
Right.
Yeah, and they get all of the Olympics. She's right up there with, who's the gymnast?
Yeah, but sometimes just...
yeah, exactly. Simone Biles. She's like that degree of interest. Why wouldn't you have Simone Biles?
You're always supposed to be coming up with new material for sure, but
she's back here.
I don't mind when somebody busts out.
It makes no sense.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And I don't know the explanation for it. I really don't. I mean, why would you not? Look, it doesn't matter, if you win or lose. It really truly doesn't. I know they want to win a gold medal, but nobody cares. Nobody cares. I mean, when you win a gold medal as an NBA player, I think it's like 9th or 10th.
Yeah, the whole
most
town.
important to you.
The pandemic.
It's an NBA title. It's your money.
A lot of the tech
it's your investments. It's your wife.
I don't know. I think it might be harder than that. I think they're proud of winning it. Yeah, but I take your point, which is that it's of different importance to different people.
They never talk about when you talk to an NBA player that's won a gold medal at the Olympics. That's not how they start. I couldn't believe we went to Barcelona.
Yeah, you leave your car when how do you live like that?
Who cares?
I can see where
they basically empowered.
Well, but I liked it better when it wasn't professionals, when they had to have college kids go in there and try to win it. That meant something to them.
And
Magic
there's
Johnson,
no sign that they're turning
Kobe
around.
Bryant.
They don't seem to be turning it around at all, except for when Xi Jinping came down. I told them if I was the mayor, I'd buy Xi Jinping a condo. Like when he's in town, everything's clean. And he came to San Francisco. They moved all the tents. They put up fences so people couldn't put tents back up. They cleaned the streets. And Gavin Newsom was like, "Well, when you have guests come over, you clean up your house."
I said,
like, what?
Actually, it was with my wife, but it started with
What a crazy gaslighting spin on a fact that you could have fixed this the whole time, and you chose not to until the dictator comes down.
That's the person we're having this discussion. I said, okay. I said, would it be okay for an able-bodied person to be in the special? I said, no. Why would you even say that? I said, why wouldn't it?
Where do I go? I went to the
airport.
airport.
Because that person is probably going to be an advantage. I said, yeah, but that's exactly what the trans man is going to have, an advantage, like in the women's league. And she's like, well, it's not the same. I said, okay, well, tell me why it's not the same, and try to convince me it's not the same. And that's what
I still remember
door.
1985, they had a place called Coffee Runs. It was a top coffee.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, with the ugliest titties you've ever seen in your fucking life. I mean, they were an award-winning titties. Saki, it was like a puppy, was going to milk on them, but they had that
sport.
Yeah, and they were open 24
that
hours.
sport is not that sport. They're paying those.
It was a wild city. It was wild, and up the corner were hookers for fucking miles.
If you take all of them,
it had a stand-up scene, but it never had a stand-up scene like Boston.
No, but it was a good stand-up scene.
Solid scene. Yeah, Robin Williams came out of there. Who else?
4 times that.
Sure, Slayton.
Or 3 times. I think it's 3. He makes 3 times a year. One guy makes 3 times a year. All of them make together. You put all their salaries together, multiply it by 3, you get LeBron James' salary. You got to increase that.
The comedy festival really was great. It really did a lot for a lot.
That's the only way you can increase it.
I quit.
The only way.
She's also, in addition,
what am I doing? I'm sleeping on the beach.
Ambassador for
paying for my own hotel.
Everything you
and the
want.
judges are
She's one of the
comedians.
most remarkable athletes to come up in some
And
time.
I'm coming in fucking
You want
12th.
her part of things, and she
They don't know me. These guys are coming in first. You know, the judges are hugging, smoking dope with
What
me.
year was people that can directly take advantage of her expanding that sport?
Yeah, the people who should be loving her are the people who are hating her.
That's right. Yes, I'm not loving it.
They let me go.
It's not a slogan or is that the McDonald's?
I haven't seen that yet.
I'm not loving it. Isn't that McDonald's slogan? I love it.
I left Thursday.
I love it.
I used to go across the street and watch Killer Band. Fucking unbelievable. It was free. It was
Some of the athletes, I think it was
amazing. I went to see one of my brothers.
It's Conway Thompson more now with Crowd.
There's federal charges for allegedly trying to shoot down an OC sheriff's helicopter. U.S. Attorney Karen McAvoy says Justice Jennings had been drinking when he fired off an entire magazine inside a home in Laguna Niguel in March. McAvoy says Jennings then went up to the second story of the house with a rifle and fired several rounds toward the chopper.
Law enforcement then searched.
She was just here.
And
They came down with
I want to put him on the Spotify list. This shit is banging.
They
But I
came,
couldn't
she
remember.
came here for fucking South by Southwest.
Really?
Yeah, she was in South by Southwest.
How do you say it? How do you say it?
Yesterday to try and damage, destroy, or disable any aircraft. August. This report brought by Sweet James and Senator Deputies President Biden's new border policy sponsored the LA City Council to endorse a piece of federal legislation. Councilman Kevin De Leon said last week Guatemalans and other migrants from Central America should get temporary protected status, which allows employment and deportation protection.
What's a good song?
Do not reflect the values of inclusion, fairness, and respect for human dignity. But it's especially harmful to those Guatemalans who are forced to continue living in the shadows.
Council's Civil Rights and Immigration Committee also approved naming an area in West Lake in honor of Guatemalan migrants. A woman serving life in prison getting her teenage lover to kill her husband has accepted
That dude is 80 years old. He's still a musician.
She's a different person than she was in
You know,
1990.
the whole fucking thing. Emmy lives in Ecky, the guy with the dread, my cousin.
So many errors that I made, and I can see how.
Really? Yeah, you don't even go there. You go to people that pick up a check or something.
Are you allowed to go in and out?
He's a
Teenage
band.
boy who actually shot the
Okay,
husband
so
was being
wait, wait, wait.
18 after serving a 25.
Give me a what
A
song?
study in the
Oh my
American
God.
Journal of Clinical Nutrition says following a planet-friendly diet reduces the risk of
The one that
premature
you
death by
really like
nearly
that time
a
was the one
third.
that she's
Says
walking.
eating such a diet can also cut land use by 51% and greenhouse emissions by 29%. Diet consists of mostly fruits, veggies, and whole grains. We'll take a look
Hey, well, I
at
got you.
Freeway
Look at the car.
when we come back.
Oh yeah,
He
Let's
joined
talk
out in the movie with the Jamaicans.
Jamie. Joey.
School hit.
Jamie said he had a 69 Mach 1.
I didn't say 69. I didn't know
He
what.
said Mach 1. He said MAC, and I was like, that's probably Mach 1. It's an old muscle car, right?
Yes, sir.
The most advanced technology in the fields of LASIK surgery. You're not going to get a more advanced equipment. You're not going to get a better doctor.
Oh yeah, that's a 7.
You can measure eyes. You can measure eyes over 22,000
Yeah, that's a nice
times. That seems like a lot.
Oh, it's fast as fuck.
If
They
you're
handle
going
that
to
shit.
measure anything,
But
22,000
that's the
times.
69. That's the one
It's
John.
like you've already measured that. No, we're going to do it again
70.
and again and again. That's how accurate it is. And I can give away a
But still,
brand new
great
wave light LASIK exam
I
with
forgot.
14 callers only. Then they cut it off.
Oh, they
Yesterday,
crushed
sold
it
out.
with 2
That was
trucks.
great. They got 15 or 16
Damn
calls.
it.
So a couple people got left out. Maybe we'll call again today. But phone them up right away. Get
Watch
this taken
the-
care of. See the kids, the grandkids. Watch them open gifts. Watch them play
This
sports.
movie's
It's really
so bad.
great. You can see like
It's
you're 18.
really bad.
Ah, man, I can't speak.
And then he kills him, then his brother, he comes back to
You're right.
his wife. Oh my God, that's it.
Phone them up right away.
He
People
kills
over
him and he
14,
comes back
you can get
from
the
the
new
dead,
wave light
right?
LASIK
Screw
exam. 866-559-4444.
Oh, he lights him on fire. Here's the escape.
866-559-4444.
This is so dumb.
866-559-4444.
Well, this is Skinny Stevens Seagal. These are at least more believable movies until they went completely sideways. He's gonna get out. The guy with the tractor never crushes him.
This is a wreck on the 10 eastbound at Atlantic. They're trying to get it cleared out of the left lane. Big delays are pushing back away from Soto Street. Norwalk with Mike O'Brien. KFI in the
We're on the
sky.
tractor right now. I don't want to see it either. It sounds good. Every day we freak each other out. I find the worst shit that I see on Instagram. By the way,
Looks like a problem in the right lane, and that is extra tight, leaving Carson Street.
murder and animal attacks, and bombs exploding on people, and terrorist attacks, and riots. It's like you can pull out everything on these. And these are accounts that I don't even follow. So they know my brain's a mess. So they're just sending me the most horrible shit. And I just get it all day long. I save one just for you. We people watch it only.
Port Ranch on that 118 eastbound. I'm seeing delays away from DeSoto as you continue ahead towards Balboa Boulevard. For Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Search.
While some streaming companies keep raising their prices, the iHeartRadio app is still free. And free never sounded so
First of all,
good.
some of them, look at this one.
Yeah,
They got fake babies. They got fake babies. So they pull their tits out to breastfeed fake babies. So it's like a hack. So they can, what's that? Link in bio. Yeah, you go in that bio, bam. And then there's probably an OnlyFans. Let's see, 18 plus. Yes, we are.
This edition of the Marketers.
Love
Angela Cepeda, Chief Marketing
Oh, it's
Officer of
dating.
Motor
Oh, you're done. You're done.
discusses measuring
You have a virus in your
The
computer right now. We
measurement
need to blow up
capability within audio,
We'll
I
take
think,
that computer
surprised
to
all of
range.
us. But all of it's been extremely helpful, and we have seen a
So they
huge
just
return
broke
on our
doing it. They
investment.
get
The
lonely, lost
methodology by
guys.
which we're
And they
approaching
just go
audio
breastfeeding
and then
rubber
seeing
baby.
the real
And,
results with real
they
numbers
don't
has helped
even
us
how
continue to
entertainment
invest
all
moving forward. One of the things
How many
that's
hot?
been really important for us is to see the
Lots of
extension of
They got
reach
the other
to new
girls that
audiences
flip
that
the
we
camera
could
around and
not
show their
really
monkeys and
speak
then
to
show their
before.
face. I can't
We
figure
get
out
about a
what the fuck that's
20%
about.
lift adding
I'm like,
audio
why are they
to
doing
our
this?
overall
Why
portfolio.
they show their face and they flip it? They
iHeartRadio
show their
gives
underwear.
marketers
And they
access
flip
to
back
all
and they start
from
talking.
national
Why are they doing
every
it?
audience, live conversations, and trusted
Yeah, they're trying to get you to go to their website or OnlyFans or whatever that website was. It's just a bunch of girls that get hired, I'm sure.
If you're a marketer, go to
They
iHeartResults.com.
get hired by an agency or some company.
Hello,
And they
comics writer and
put a fake name to them. And they say link in bio. You go link in the bio and you go to some porn site or you go to some dating site. You go to some
Somehow the X-Ray Vision podcast has
lost guys
returned. It feels so good. And like always, we'll be there every
with them,
week.
they're
Just
sad.
TV writers, actors, comics readers, pop culture
They get
critics. Nothing is off the table. Listen to X-Ray Vision on America's
And the
#1
way Andrew Tate was
podcast
doing it,
network.
you have the girls
Free
sit
iHeart
from
app
the
and search
keyboard,
X-Ray
typing
Vision.
with their tits out, and then
Hear
him
the
and
stories
his
behind the
friends
songs in the
would be over on the
podcast
side, and they would be typing on
500
shit.
greatest songs of
They
all
knew what the guy
time.
wanted to hear.
Explore classics
So
like
they would
Fleetwood
type
Mac's
all the
Dreams
things to the
and
guy,
Rock
the
Hits
guy
with the
just
Killer's Mr.
don't make money.
Brightside through interviews with artists and
And they were
insiders.
making
Dreams is a song that's been around for almost 50 years, and yet it's never been more popular.
Yeah. It's crazy.
While the song was so
But,
popular when it came out,
you know, it's one of those things where
not have in the US.
Listen on
there's certain
America's
kind of
#1
scams where I
podcast
think we
network,
should be looking at.
iHeart. Open your free iHeart
Like
app and search
televangelists.
Rolling Stone's 500
Like late night
greatest songs.
preachers,
Start
yeah.
listening.
It's so obvious.
Guillermo Diaz, and
It should be legal. Like if they're getting you with that, I don't have a problem. I've never called for like the banning of
podcast where we're
televangelists.
talking about all the
Like,
best moments
you know,
of
when
the
they're
show.
like, God told me I need a private
Even
jet.
more shocking
There's no
assassinations from
way
Papa and
I can
Mama
do
Pope.
the Lord's duty flying commercial. These guys, they'll fucking sell it. They'll sell it.
America's #1 podcast
This
network,
one guy was
iHeart.
telling
Open your free
people that
iHeart
they're broke,
app and
they
search
have no money.
Unpacking the
If they
Toolbox.
just send whatever they can, everything they have, God will bless them. With 10 times more. I just kept saying that. So he's trying to get people that would literally had nothing. And if you send me the guy in the $5,000 suit with the big pinky ring, if you send me your money, whatever you have left, God will bless you 10 times
While
more.
Caitlin Clark's first
I
season
don't
of the
believe the banning
WNBA has
of
been an
anybody
offensive
who can take
spectacle.
money out of your
Clark
pocket.
has stepped back for
You know that?
the local
You know that
drill
fucking
For
stupid?
people that don't know who she is, she
It's
played
like,
for
who
University
raised
of
you?
Iowa.
It gets to
She
a
scored
certain
more
level where
points
I'm
than
like,
any male or female
like
in
financial
college
money.
basketball. Then she went
when
on to the
people
Indianapolis
are pulling
Fever
stock schemes
and
and
her Indiana
pumping dumps
Fever.
and things like that. Yeah, that's different. That's
Before
different. And then you're
she
you're
came on
actually
the
getting
scene,
No, I'm not
the
intelligent
WNBA
people like
had
Bernie
300,000
Madoff.
or
Right. You're actually getting
people to
intelligent
watch a
people that
televised
fucking
game.
rob you. Yeah,
When she was
they just
playing in the
trusted you.
finals, it
I'm
was
talking about when
26
an African
billion.
sends you a text message
Yeah.
and says, fucking come
Yeah,
bail
sent
me
my
out.
DVR,
You
and
send me
I- when I
$500,
said
you
that,
go
I
to hell.
put all the popcorn
Inherit
at once
$80
there.
million.
I
You know how many
done
people
that in
get
my life.
every year
I
60
never
minutes
set
has a
my
fucking
DVR
expose
Yes.
for women's
about some
college
African that's
basketball
taking money
game.
from
Ever.
fucking people.
True
They keep
fact.
doing it.
Here's
Speaking of which, I should probably bring this
I
up.
sent my
There's a
DVR
lot
to
of
copy
people
that
that are
show
getting
or to
emails
record that show,
from a
and I've never
scammer
seen that before,
saying
but it
that
comes on
they're being
afterwards.
invited onto
Are
this
you
podcast.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
And then there
Dear
was a
friend of
box
mine
there, and I clicked
asking me,
it.
what
Yeah,
fuck is this?
And I guess I've never done anything like that before, so they
I don't know how many
it was a
people
mistake.
in contact, and it's more than one account doing it. And I think it's some sort of a scam to get your Facebook information or some sort of information, or credit card information or something. Don't do it. Don't do it. We will never ask you for anything like that, and if we contact you, it'll be obvious. It's obvious also that whoever the person is writing these things, at least the ones that have been sent to me, it seems like English is their second language. They don't seem to know exactly how to phrase things in a way that an American would phrase things. So it seems a little obvious to me that it was shifting and obvious to a lot of other people, but a bunch of people said it.
I think it's just hey girls,
Who was it that did that? Jerry Lewis.
If they do it, they ought to do it like Jerry Lewis did.
Crusher does the best, but you gotta hang it like anyway.
The scammers out there, man. I mean, the Nigerians are investment. That's where
Clark also talking about it with the Indiana Fever coach.
When did they first start emails? Probably right after
the announcement has been made, the leak is a letdown for
when
some
was the
fans.
first Nigerian friends emails? Because it's always like, I have all this money.
Yeah, it's a great question. Sounds like a
Help
call.
I want to get it out. Help me get it out.
You're on KFI with Mark and Tim.
Why is Jalen talking about women's basketball?
Right.
Yeah,
You look
thanks
at
for the
that.
call. We're just talking about that.
You look at
Let's
that.
go with
Any of that
Bob.
stuff
Bob,
online.
you're on
You have
KFI
to
with
look.
Mark
I don't press
and
nothing.
Tim.
Why
You
is
send me a
Jalen talking about
Facebook.
women's basketball?
You know, we were just discussing that. And
Good.
Mark, you had
I don't
an
know.
observation that she's not that good.
Something to shoot for is okay.
That's right. That's
Something to go
right.
for.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Well, I don't go into any of those things. Even friends of mine that send me shit.
Clark's popularity has led to record-breaking viewership, crowds, and merchandise sales for the WNBA.
Hear that, girls? Hey, girls.
Popularity has led to record-breaking viewership, crowds.
Hey, ladies.
Clark's popularity
Wow,
has led
the
to
Nigerian friends in the
record-breaking viewership,
1900s?
crowds, and merchandise sales for the WNBA.
1910?
They all complain about how
The
low
origins of the
salary is.
Nigerian
And they
print
have
scam
that- they
date
have
back
an
to
opportunity
1910, but it went by
getting more
another
viewers
name,
on
the
TV.
Spanish prisoner
Why
swindle.
not say, hey,
Oh, back then,
you guys,
victims
you're
received
right.
a message
All that
as a
money,
letter in the
all
mail
that
rather than on the
attention
internet.
it
The
was
same
you.
basic structure
Better
between the
not
two
to
scams
take
remains the
Caitlin,
same.
we'll just
Two gold
spoil
scams
over
remains
here,
the same.
barely
Remains
watched
the
by
same.
anyone.
Spanish prisoner swindle.
If
Centers around a wealthy
bus,
foreign
If
nobleman
she was
who
the
was in prison
Olympics
for
playing other
political
teams,
reasons.
I'd watch
The
every game.
nobleman
If she's
claims
not
no
in the Olympics,
location of
not
a lost
watching.
treasure
I'm not watching
that
anything.
he's willing to share this
Also,
treasure
I'm
with
not
the victim.
alone.
The promise is in prison for the victim to send him money so he can bribe his way
I
out.
don't understand. You know,
Wow.
before Caitlin Clark came on the scene at the WNBA, you know that they all flew commercial.
There's
I think
always
it was
been
only
people
one
like
team
that.
flew
But
charter.
you know what the
And
problem
now,
is? The
because of
problem
her,
is the average.
They all fly charter.
There are people in this country. What was the number that we googled that have a IQ lower than 85?
But some critics
pretty
say
high.
on the court, she's yet to live up to the hype.
It's just not her
So
time because
imagine
they're
15%
cares?
She gets it up to that height.
Oh, who
Get them
cares?
cold,
Double team,
get them
you know,
to sign
and
up
roughed
for
up
some
on every
freaking
club.
It doesn't
telemarketing
matter.
swindle.
It doesn't matter. As long as people watch, it doesn't matter.
IQ
You're right.
isn't
You're right. If she's been
right?
punched in the
Because
face,
IQ doesn't necessarily
It's
mean
just not her
intelligence.
time because
It
there are
has
12
education.
more
Some
deserving
of
women,
the questions in
if not
IQ
more in
tests
front
are
of her.
predicated
Okay.
on
Again,
a knowledge of math
You've
and
got
understanding
you've got to
of how
concentrate
to do
on
equations and certain things that you learn in school.
on the sport.
But
These women
there's
understand
intelligence
this.
that
But don't the
is
men who own it,
social
or the women who own it,
intelligence,
or the,
intelligence
you know,
in
whatever
terms
it is,
of
don't the owners
being able to
of the
see what the
WNBA
problems
understand
are in a
that
certain
league has got to
choice you
start to
make,
take off because
or
it's been
what
subsidized by
the
the NBA forever.
benefits
They've
are
been
of
around
a
for how
different
long?
choice.
WNBA,
There's
25 years?
people that are strategizers and
And
they're really good at
Nobody
like
up until now
business.
cared.
They're really good at figuring
Nobody.
people out. They're really good at figuring themselves out. So there's an intelligence to
guy
that.
said, hey, I got
So the problem with
Flex
IQ,
tickets,
in my minds, I know a
everyone-
lot of people with very high IQs, but their life is a
But
clumsy
once,
mess.
or twice now.
So it's like
So he
it
puts them
really
in, and
is
he
dependent upon
takes
what is the mental horsepower you
and
have,
puts
and how are you applying that
in the
mental
back of the
horsepower.
car. He says,
Are
"They're back
you
here, but he
Gary
wants
Clark Jr. and applying that
He comes
mental
the next day,
horsepower
they're
to
still
music, and you're a genius,
more
but
tickets,
you're a
maybe.
genius in music? Or are
The American
you
women have been
Lex
undefeated in
Friedman
Olympic
and you're
competition
making
since 1992.
artificial intelligence and
Okay, you hear
working coding
The American
robots?
women have been
Are you
undefeated
Elon
in
Musk
Olympic
making
competition
spaceships? Like,
since
what are you doing with
1992.
this intelligence?
So IQ.
So they're winners.
So they think she's gonna.
There's limitations of it, but at least it's an indicator of how smart a person is. It's an indicator. It's not the only indicator. There's other factors that I think are much more intangible. They're much harder
around a long time. They paid their dues. They deserve it.
That's my take on it.
I think it means something. Being equal, what I would say is, but all things aren't equal. I mean, you've got Caitlin Clark, who's head and shoulders a bit above most of the players you've taken.
She's got to be on that team.
It's true.
Trust me. She's going to be on that team. NBC's going to step in.
And have won 7 straight gold medals.
7 straight gold medals.
He was telling you all these jobs.
They are heavily favored to make it 8 in Paris with a stacked veteran team, said to include Brittany Griner and Diana Taurasi. While USA Basketball would not comment on the roster, 2 long-time but unnamed U.S. basketball vets told USA Today there was concern over how Clark's millions of fans would react to what would likely be limited playing time.
No one's ever going to advise you.
I don't want to be a show.
I wish you said.
When we get back, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen.
I didn't know. I didn't know that's right. I watched a movie. I thought he just walked on the fucking thing. It's not stupid. It's not stupid. It's unimportant. I thought Rick would stand up. That's what I thought. I didn't think anything. I didn't really know. I'm mad that he didn't open up. I see kids that grew up. I see people some of us saw something.
Tomorrow, then a bit hotter to the weekend. This report brought to you by Stanley Pest Control. The Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. Crash in early today.
This is on the eastbound side of the 210 at Irwindale Avenue. The right lane is blocked. Laser pushing back all the way from Mountain out of Pasadena. Out to East LA with Mike O'Brien. KFI in the sky.
Yeah, if you're traveling on the southbound 5, that's going to load up right off the East LA. Front oil lines is a real challenge down to about into
now I feel
605, but it opens up into Orange County. Now 605 northbound and Alondra, closer to Westbound. You're just going to go the right lane. A little extra heavy out of the Cerritos area. And a lot of the speed stuff is just shifting up ahead. That's going to load up from the 105. All the way up to the 60. Mike O'Brien.
I'm like, hey, don't let
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Beat as the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you
general
access
shit
to
that
all,
they
every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow.
I was out there. Like, I was out there every fucking day.
Different kind of intelligence, right?
It's absolutely. Absolutely.
It's also informed. You're informed. You're informed about the dangers of your environment. And some people, they grow up in the suburbs and they go to really nice schools. They're lost in those environments. They don't understand the rules.
Somehow the X-Ray Vision podcast has returned. It feels so good. And like always, when we get every week, TV writers, actors, comics readers, pop culture critics, nothing is off the table. Listen to X-Ray Vision on America's #1 podcast network. With your free iHeart app and search for X-Ray Vision.
What are you talking about? We walked those streets home. There was just 3 blocks of the neighborhood.
Classics like Fleetwood Mac's Dreams and modern hits like The Killer's Mr. Brightside through interviews with artists and insiders.
It's been around for almost 50 years. It's not been more popular.
Yeah, they got to get out of the house.
Gotta get them out.
How many kids are just at home playing video games?
Oh, that drives me fucking crazy.
America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Rolling Stone's 500 greatest songs to start listening.
I got this soft number. First time I met him, I gave him an edible. He's like, "What is that?" He's like, "Oh, does it ring? Does it ding, 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 ding?" But it comes too early. It comes at 4. It's still
The twists, all the bullets, even more shocking assassinations from Papa and Mama Poe.
And Katie and I's teeth policing that gets up on romance.
Listen to America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
That's hilarious.
So, you know,
Unpacking the toolbox.
intelligence, yeah.
Hey,
Like,
I'm Jay Shetty,
I know
and
a
I'm
lot
the
of
host
people
of On Purpose.
they make
This week, I drove to
mistakes.
Tiffany.
Yeah, they make big decisions.
Various
You go,
deep,
yeah.
open interviews
In your life,
where we dive into
relationship
trauma,
decisions, business
grief,
decisions.
sobriety,
Yeah.
friendship decisions. Intelligence is complicated. It's very complicated. But the point is, some people, their mental horsepower is very low. It's not a matter of what they apply themselves to. It's a matter of they don't have the resources. Their brain doesn't work good. And I've met a lot of people like that. I know you're right too. Where you're like, this guy ain't never going to be a genius. There's no inspiration in him. There's nothing enthusiastic. He doesn't have a thing he's really into. He doesn't have a thing he likes. He's just dull-minded. For whatever reason. I don't know if it's genetics. I don't know if it's just a roll of the dice. Or maybe the way he was raised. I don't know. But some people just, they don't have a good brain. They just don't. So those guys, they get that fucking Nigerian prince email, like, this is it. This is my ticket at scraping up coins, putting quarters and rolls, bringing them to the bank. I don't even expect to be broke and go put $2 on the ticket.
I don't even know if they went over the evidence. Let's take a preliminary vote. Every hand went up saying guilty.
Bill handled live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
3 numbers.
Yeah.
You put $5 into
KFI AM at 6:45. Mr. Mark Thompson is here.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith is talking about Caitlin Clark, the Olympic team. But I think I got a prediction.
Peppers and also the grandmother yells.
Right.
Peppers, that's 68.
Yeah.
You know, all of a sudden you're like, put a prefix on it. 568. You know, this is your trip.
It says it in there, the title, WNBA, W stands for women, I can call women. Is that insulting?
But it's something that you have a chance at.
It's fun too.
It's fun. You know,
the problem is same thing as the problem with drinking, same thing as the problem with everything else.
I think that one of those women on that team is going to say, hey, I think Caitlin Clark would really
What is your
she went to jail.
get a lot of attention.
My grandma went to jail for 6 months because she wouldn't rat out the people that were running their numbers.
Now I'm going to step aside and let
We
her
go to
take
visit grandma. Where's grandma? Grandma's visiting Aunt Josie. She was at Aunt Josie for 6 months. That was ridiculous. Yeah, she was knitting for the fucking guards in prison. She was a rat.
Working that social media angle. She'll become a household name.
Now, short term, she'll get it, but now it'll be forgotten in 36 hours.
I'm telling you, I know what's going to happen.
Okay, sorry.
I can see the future. All right, Stephen A.
I'm
Smith
even like,
on
I hate to say
ESPN.
this.
Is he still with ESPN?
I'm down on like fucking charity.
Sure he is.
Well,
Because they don't get the fucking money either unless you donate to St. Jude or something like that. You know, some guy driving a BMW. And the people I sent the money to, you know, and it's happened to us. We saw it, we gave money, and nothing happened. And you're like, what the fuck? So now you just give it away.
Have you ever seen those charts show like what the money you give to charity, how much actually goes to the cost? How much of it is just overhead? It's some places it's like 90%.
It's ridiculous.
So it's like 10% of the money goes to the charity. It's a very inefficient thing. And then you have things where the people that are running it are making enormous salaries. And then they're like, look at the Black Lives Matter thing. The girls are buying $6 million houses. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? They're like, oh, we use this for events. It's just that happens with so many charities, so many charitable organizations, and then there's charitable organizations like there's foundations that are set up just as tax breaks. So there's like tax breaks involved if you have a foundation, it's a charitable foundation that works towards good causes, like climate change, or something like those lines, health, global health. And then you get involved in that. It's a nice way to avoid paying taxes, move money around, put money in the foundation. You know, guys that are involved in charitable organizations. The thought behind it, like, wouldn't it be great if people donated all this money to charity and we could fix a lot of things? But what you're really doing in a lot of ways is you're pumping up the business of these charities. And then they pump up their advertising revenue, they pump up their social media profile, their campaigns, their this, their that. And then they get co-opted. They get co-opted by companies, corporations, pharmaceutical companies, different mandates and narratives they like to promote. Next thing you know, charitable organizations are a part of the propaganda machine, and it's all being funded by enormous amounts of money. And most of that money does not go to the actual cause itself. Have you ever seen the charts? Pull up a chart of where the money goes. Try to find out where the money goes. See if there's a good chart that shows like how much various Red Cross.
Promoting the WNBA form by our lovely colleague Monica McNutt. No problem with her whatsoever. Love her to death. She accused me of that, right? No problem. Then we go on to acknowledge there are many others who didn't do enough of a job of promoting the WNBA.
Yes, I was rather see wrote a letter. Kennison had a bit of it, and I never got nothing after that. I'm writing letters, nobody's writing me back when I get ready for 6th grade. I was so fucking pissed as a kid. And then I would do the Heart Association. That was my shit. I just came off the top. I don't know why. Because I would go to my mother's bar and I'd make them give me like $10.
No one cared. The public didn't care.
I would show up with like $3,000.
That's my take. No one cared. The public didn't care.
That's right.
$3,000 fucking dollars. So look at the Red Cross.
Now you have somebody, and so now you have somebody
What's that?
that has the world caring.
That wasn't too
And
bad.
you say to her, well, you know what? We want to make really rational decisions. That's the right thing to do, and we got to be worried about how other people are going to feel.
Okay. So this shows you all the money that comes in and how much of it actually goes to programs and how much of it goes to administration and how much of it goes to fundraising. So Red Cross is pretty fucking good. Red Cross shows it's like 90% of the money goes to programs. Only 3.5% goes to administrative and 6% goes to fundraising. So this is what we donate to. Remember we did those shows in San Diego right after the fire? I'm like, we can't just donate all the money. So we donate the money to Red Cross, but that seemed to be the best one. St. Jude's, 72%. And then it gets, when you start going down the line, it starts getting sketchy.
That is not compromising your integrity.
They're pretty good. Wounded Warriors were good. Yeah, but you know, they still at least 60% of it, close to 60% of it goes to the actual program. What's the worst ones though, Jay? This is a different chart. I want to see the worst ones. Those are good ones. Red Cross has always been thought of as one of the best ones in terms of the amount of money that actually goes to the cause.
I've chosen, another route in life. Because I don't want to be a hand-pissed at. Honestly, God, Crozier, I swear to God, I'll come in there and I'll whip your ass off the air. I won't do it off the air this time. I'll embarrass you and I'll do it right on the air.
Do it.
I will do it right on the air.
If you're on ESPN and Stephen A. Smith were just a young guy coming
That
up,
just
he was
shows
like a
what people are
phenom.
spending
He was
on.
clearly making a big ripple in the industry.
Right.
And they said, hey, Tim, we think you're great, but we need you to kind of step
Worse in
aside
terms of
for
the
the
amount of
Olympics
money
because
that
Stephen
goes
A.
towards
this
the
hard, you would step away.
In a heartbeat.
The top 10 worst
The woman that
charities.
steps aside on
It
that
says
WNBA
Kids
team
Wish Network
to
is
allow
number
Caitlin
1.
Clark and the eyeballs that
Disabled
will be on
police
that
officers.
team, is going to be a
4.4%
superhero
goes to program
in the eyes
expenses,
of millions of
and
Americans.
94% goes to professional
And again,
fundraising
Stephen A. Smith
fees.
is right. They're
That's
gonna win by
crazy.
30 with her.
Disabled
They're gonna win
Police
by 30
Officers
without her.
Counseling Center,
Doesn't matter.
94% of it goes to fundraising
now,
fees.
People to
That's
see it, they
bonkers.
want her. Without her, you'll win by 30, no one will see it.
Right away, you're like, oh, okay. I see what's going on. Look at the Cancer Survivors Fund. Hey, they survived. That's their fucking, that's what they get. 9% goes to programs. 87% goes to fundraising.
You guys are really running these scenarios.
That's our ESPN segment.
Nice job.
Right. And they call themselves a Firefighters Charitable Foundation. Only 7% goes to the program. 85% goes to professional fundraising. Wait a minute.
Noticed.
Professional fundraising. But a lot of them are like that. But you gotta also think, You gotta run a charity. You gotta pay people something. Kids Wish Network. Look at this. They raised $127 million. They paid the solicitors $109 million. And they spent percentage on direct cash aid to the actual kids is 2.5%. 2.5%. Look at the Cancer Fund of America. Less than 1% went to the actual thing. Direct cash aid. When this is direct cash aid and paid to solicitors, who's the solicitor? Who counts as a solicitor there? Does that mean paid to the organization? And then they only pay out that much to the people?
With both sets of laws passing in San Bernardino County, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
This report brought to you by System Pay.
Overhead. It's overhead. It's everything, right? Yeah, so it's mostly a scam. Look at the fucking International Union of Police Association. Look at that one. That's 0.5%. That's crazy.
The Navy has additional $27 million.
Busted Mayor Austin Lombard says once received, the Navy will have reimbursed the $88 million this week to clean up after the fire in November, including constant monitoring. We had at 1.32 monitoring stations. Fire burned for weeks, spewing out chemicals.
Debris traveled from the site to an area approximately 2 miles away in some instances. So we had contractors visiting homes, residences, schools, parks.
Cleanup costs are expected to keep rising. The Navy's year-long final cleanup of the site could
It's like
start
the
this
thing in
summer.
LA with the homeless.
Corbin Carson
Yeah, Coleon Noir, 7 hits of that.
Those who survived the
You told me
2022 mass shooting at an
like
elementary
6
school in
figure
Uvalde,
salaries.
Texas.
No
Filed a
way.
lawsuit
Some of them are making 240 grand a year.
Last month, flames and shipping
Taking
companies
care of the
played a part
homeless.
in the mass
That
shooting.
is not being taken care of. They're not doing anything about it.
Accessories to the killer.
They have to keep the business rolling too. That's the thing. Once you have 20, 30, 50, whatever people making 6 figures, all that money keeps coming in. You have all those mouths to feed, all those mortgages, all those people. Now you have an industry. Now you have bureaucracy. You're never getting that back. You'd have to have some crazy dude that comes in like, who's that guy from Argentina? The guy that just became the president of Argentina with the wacky hair? That guy's amazing. He's like, everybody out! Everybody out! He kicked out everybody. He cut that budget down to nothing. Yeah, he got rid of all the bullshit. All the bullshit. It's really crazy.
The national average hovers around $3.44 a gallon on regular unleaded, according to AAA. That's down about
with the
9
cops?
cents from a month ago.
Yesterday's average was also more than 19 cents less than it was a month ago.
Only raising money.
Analysts point to
But even he was
demand, strong supply, and reasonable oil prices.
When you have money that's being
Nigerian
donated,
Florida says multinational banana company Chiquita is liable for 8 killings by a right-wing paramilitary group. The company helped finance the group in Colombia from 1997 to 2004 for what it called security services. It'll now have to pay nearly $40 million to 16 family members of farmers and others killed. Chiquita says it will heal. Take a look at the 134 freeway.
Yeah.
Everything.
All right, you got to go down to that sucks, right? Because your whole life changes. You know, you might be in physical pain. Your
Really?
car's
They
all
sound like
backed up.
that right on there.
And you call your insurance company, they're like,
It's a smart move. So I was always
like, yeah, we've been with you for 20 years. man.
always
Yeah,
in my
yeah,
heart.
yeah, well, that's why you call Sweet Jane and you get them on the case. One of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident. Really terrible. Terrible injury. Was shot by a lowballer for the insurance company. So he called Sweet Jane. And we
So I always wanted to work for
and Sweet
like,
Jane
that was it. I
went
always,
to
you
work.
know, and then after
And they recovered and delivered a $400,000 win.
So I always
To hurt in an accident, you need to keep local attorneys to make sure that you are compensated. They take care of you, your car, you know, your psychologically, you know, they take care of you physically, they take care of you. They're just terrific. They really are.
They didn't fucking do anything. Well, maybe you would have got arrested a lot worse. Yeah, it's crazy.
And now, you know, you want to help out. Something happens. Hurricane. I'm not. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it because, you know,
KFI clouds, fog, filling the skies through the night, lows above
you
50
feel like
degrees,
shit.
gradually clearing up tomorrow. And feeling like today, tomorrow, highs close to 70 at the beaches, mid to upper 70s, Metro LA, Orange County, still tick above 100 further out the Inland Empire and around 80 in the valleys, below barely 100 in the high desert. Teeny bit hotter on Thursday, couple degrees.
The Red
like that
Cross
this
seems
weekend,
like
chance of
But also, wasn't the Red Cross one of the people that was helping people map out the way to illegally enter the U.S.?
Santa Clarita.
Wasn't that one of the things that the Red Cross was doing?
The KFI Financial Report is sponsored by
Who was that?
Real Estate. The
But that could be also that the Red Cross is a legitimate charitable organization and it realizes that these people are going to do this no matter what, and show them the way to do it.
After renovations, it's free to use. Just go to KFI.
If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. I mean, showing them the way that's safe to me seems like, like almost an ethical thing to do. You know that this is happening, and then providing them aid along the way so they don't die. That seems like the whole immigration thing is very complicated.
The 134 eastbound remains
You
slow
came
all
from
the way
immigrants,
to
I came from
Glendale
immigrants,
Avenue
my
in
grandparents were
Glendale,
immigrants.
Hollywood
But
with
it's just
Michael
the way they're
Bryan,
doing it,
AFI in the sky.
where anybody can get through, is so wild. So the Red Cross is providing maps to migrants traveling towards the U.S. border.
The northbound side of the
Now, what is the reason?
It's almost that same spot, Santa Monica Boulevard, Sunset. That will remain heavy almost all
Is the Red Cross giving maps to migrants? The map is read it. Different versions have existed since at least 2018, and some have been distributed by the International Committee of the Red Cross. The ICRC is a consortium of Red Cross agencies, including the American Red Cross. The map is part of an informational safety pamphlet provided by aid organizations, including the National Red Cross Societies to migrants traveling to Central America. The pamphlet also includes resource information like where to find food, shelter, and medical assistance. While the map has been around since at least 2018, American Red Cross partnered with the Mexican Red Cross and others during the COVID-19 pandemic to promote these safety materials. Red Cross logos appeared across the top of the map. The American Red Cross logo was removed in 2022 after the COVID-19 partnership expired. The current pamphlet containing the map shows the current partners of the National Red Cross Societies of Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador.
And of course, we
does not seek to encourage or discourage migration, but rather to contribute to mitigating the vulnerability factors of this population during migratory travel. That's what we're saying. I can live with that. That's not encouraging people to do it. That's saying they're doing it. Let's make it so at least they have like a safe way to do it. Migrant situation. And tax money.
So we're talking about
New York
Waymo during the break,
$10,000
these driverless cars.
Card right.
And I said, have you seen any? I haven't
Something
seen any in
along the
Burbank
lines,
yet. And I very rarely go to the west side.
I've seen a couple of them.
Is it odd to see? I mean,
no, I actually
look at that.
I'm with you.
Pretty safe.
Yeah.
So,
I think they
I'm gonna
said
send you
there's
this, Jamie.
57% less accidents.
They started. They were trying to kick these dudes out.
Guys
of the country.
It's funny because I have a Tesla, and they just sent
What are they trying
out
to
this
illegal immigrants.
software update where they offered a self-driving beta feature.
Yeah, and they're like, no, we're not going. They're like, you have to go. Too many of us. Fuck you.
Just to get an
Not
upgrade,
flying.
the
And they
car
started
will drive
riding
itself to whatever destination.
trying
They
to
just put it in
support
Tim's house. It'll take me
You're
to
like,
Tim's house. So
We're here.
I signed up for it, and I used it, and it works perfectly, except
Give me the volume.
I didn't realize this, but when I drive, I automatically
This
avoid
is
potholes
a full-on
and
Donnybrook
imperfections in the road.
at the
There's
airport.
a lot of them in LA.
They're beating up attendants.
The driverless
Security
car,
guys are getting
driverless
fucked up.
system doesn't avoid that. It just stays within the lanes. You know what I mean? Yeah. So your ride is much rougher, but more than that,
It's wild shit, man.
the limbs and stuff
They
like
got
that.
them over there too.
I
They're
bailed
yeah,
on
they
it.
have
It
a lot.
was obnoxious. It worked well, but the
Yeah, it's basically it happened right after the pandemic in mass, just massive amounts of migrants in Europe, massive amounts of migrants here. It's almost like it's on purpose.
Highways or the roads at all anywhere. And then when you
It's
back
not
to
on
California,
purpose,
bang,
but
bang, 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 you
But
get,
it just
and
seemed
they
like
try
it
to
just
fill
wasn't
those
migrants
holes,
coming
but
in. What I was
those
telling
get
you
chewed
before
up,
was,
and it's
I told you
constant
last time.
potholes
I
or
saw
just pieces
with
missing
Mario Boatman
or rough areas,
Hudson County.
and you feel
Not
every inch of it, and you
1979.
try all you do when you're driving
But I
on the
saw
freeway
it
is try
5
to
years
avoid those,
later.
and it's worse in traffic. You know, when you're going 70 miles an hour over a pothole, you barely feel it. But when you're going 4 miles an hour, you dip
So
right
this is the
into it.
people that took off from Maria.
So all
78.
you do is
That's
try
when
to avoid
Fidel
on the
kicked
5
them
freeway.
out.
There are
Yes.
people driving their car right down the 5 freeway, stuck in traffic, avoid doing exactly what we're saying, trying to avoid all the potholes on the 5 freeway.
They could just
On
tell
the
you
freeway, on the most traveled freeway in Southern California, the 5. there
This
are major
is
potholes
that
almost every single quarter
that was
mile.
100,000.
Why
200,000.
are the
This
roads
is
as
8
chewed
million.
up?
Well, I think it's mismanagement
At least.
with the money
You're
in
not going to feel this
California.
today.
When we had $30 billion
Well, they could feel it real
lost
soon.
with the employment department or unemployment
That
most
stolen. Right, okay. And nobody paid a price for that. Nobody got fired. Nobody got suspended. Nobody got lectured. It just was gone.
military
And then we have $24 billion
terrorists.
$24 billion
Now they're growing weak.
missing that was supposed to be spent on the homeless. And that's
Jamie,
going to, okay, that's
go to the
$55
video.
billion that could have been spent on roads, and it's gone.
We just had somebody on here
It's
that was talking
mismanagement, though.
about
It's gone.
the Chinese are buying
So
farms.
there's
Yes,
two
they're definitely
reasons,
buying. We think they're doing with the fucking
reasons I
farm.
heard
Raising
why
fucking sushi?
we
No,
are
they're fucking
why the roads
growing
are screwed up
reefer.
in California.
Department of
All the
Homeland
other
Security
reasons
memo
are
first
BS.
reported by
The
the
two
Daily
legitimate
Caller
reasons I've
received as part of the Freedom of
is there's
Information
a
Act
lot of
request said that
people
more
with
than
electric
270
cars, so they're not- we're not
unlicensed
getting
cannabis
as much
cultivation
on
sites
fuel
in
tax
Maine
as
were
we
operated by
should. Okay,
Chinese
that's one.
nationals.
I find that sort of, but the one
Wow.
that's the legitimate one that I find,
275 grow ups
one
in
is-
Maine, and the weed is on fire
I
up
think
there.
it's
New Hampshire.
72%.
Is it? They say that's
all
the best
of
weed right now.
of the West Coast
New Hampshire.
states, all that shipping
Somewhere
comes
up in
through
New Hampshire,
Long Beach,
Maine. They
San
say the weed
Diego,
is so
San
fucking
Diego,
strong.
and San Francisco.
Oh, 100%. That's the busiest portion of
In the nation, maybe in the
Yeah.
world, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they're growing
we have
fucking So,
transport
what is the
all these
legalization
containers
of weed
to the
in
Midwest,
Maine?
to the East
Is it legal
Coast,
there?
to the southern states, the northern states, and to Canada, and
It's
Mexico.
legal in so many
And so we
states.
have more big
Maine,
rigs than
New
any
Hampshire,
other
I think.
state, and those big rigs are
How much
chewing up
cannabis
that
can I
paper.
possess? Adults 21 years of age or older
so
can
the
possess
only
up to
two legitimate
2.5
guy
ounces
who
of a combination of
was drunk in
cannabis,
Arizona,
cannabis
but he
concentrate,
seemed
and
to know
cannabis
what he's
products,
talking
including no more than 5 grams of cannabis concentrate.
because he had
How
some
many
kind
plants
of
can I
connection
grow?
with
Mainers
California.
can grow cannabis for personal use.
That sounds like
That's
a
reasonable.
Henry call.
That your
Yeah,
phone?
I was talking to somebody, and then they tried to get but he really knew what he was talking about.
He was drunk, but he also seemed to know what he was talking about.
It's ringing like a phone
I mean,
call.
and I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
You get the old school ring on there. You pick that?
We appreciate the full disclosure.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, but I think there's something about the potholes.
Yeah, in Jersey's
rough roads.
right?
You know what's a really rough road that is not getting enough
I
attention?
just started going to weed stores.
Laurel Canyon
I said,
onto the northbound
I'm done with
101.
gas. I gotta
It's
expand
a
my
canyon
horizons. See what's out
that you
there.
got to cross to get on
First one I
101
went to was
north.
in Neptune.
It's unbelievable.
Big
Every time it
impressive.
rains, all that pavement
Big
gets chewed up.
fucking joint.
It's like literally going into the Grand Canyon and coming
Second
out
place I went
and trying to get on the freeway. It's impossible.
Well, the Laurel on the other side, when you're trying to go over from the valley to West Hollywood and all those places, Hollywood, etc.
Jersey.
Now with cold water
And it's everything is in
Mulholland
containers.
being shut down, you got. I mean, it's just loaded with cars all the time.
I think they've opened it up now, but I think you're right. Yeah, for a long time.
This is me, though.
Yeah, they've opened up Mulholland.
I think we did a story on.
Affidavit.
Did they open Mulholland?
From where?
From the China.
I think
the
they did.
Chinese thing.
Mulholland or Topanga?
No, well, I think they opened both.
It says we are in prison.
For sure. I think
Please
Mulholland
come and
is
save
open.
us. We are here and
Can
give the
somebody
address.
tell me?
No cell phones. We were abducted from China. Passports were confiscated. The boss is a woman, 5'2", about 45 years old. No means of transportation. The manager is Asian, black hair, 5'6". A lot of marijuana is grown on the first floor. A lot of finished products. No escape from the house. Only work but no salary. I want to leave here. We tried to escape but failed. We were beaten. Please come and save us.
Star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame that you'll know
So they got
this name.
slaves working,
And there's a little
making
controversy on whether
the
they should
weed
get one or not.
in
I
Maine.
think they should.
Yeah,
Mark thinks
Shanghai.
that the person should. And we'll come back.
That shit's strong. That's the shit that the bone
Hollywood
began
Walk
to
of
smoke.
Fame.
Isn't that crazy?
Decided
There's
on
fucking crazy
27 or 20,
slaves
almost
in America
2,800
right
stars.
now.
And we
Growing
think
for
that this
China.
person should get one. And you'll know who it is.
Gotta go.
It's
Fucking
always
interesting.
possible. That was crazy.
I saw this a couple weeks ago. I read the article. And that guy said it. We said about farmland. Yeah, farmland. I didn't know it was happening. What the fuck you think they're doing? Growing fucking bean sprouts, soy sprouts? They're going for it, Jack. Well, they're controlling farmlands around military ships. That's
And the lead singer of the War Talks, Alexander Morris, is suing a hospital in Michigan claiming it stopped emergency treatment, restrained him, and ordered a psychological evaluation of him. The attorney told him he was famous.
Not only a lot of Chinese, but they have Chinese stops where you can go and everybody speaks Chinese along the way. They have a Chinese restaurant, everything's written in Chinese, Chinese signs everywhere.
This
They have like a very specific organized route.
Side, coming right
This
up
guy's all
on
young, fit
Stadium
guys.
Way. Left lane's
Going to
blocked.
America.
Delays out of Burbank. I think away from Olive. It's Michael
What the fuck
Bryant,
is going on? We're
KFI
just
Sky.
basically
Yeah,
sitting
just over
ducks.
industry and the
Yeah, we're sitting ducks. And there was a big warning today. Homeland Security warning about terrorist attacks in America. That's what scares me about this fucking election too. I'm not saying that they would do this, but I definitely think they have in the past. Like, allow things to happen just so they can tighten up on the restrictions and laws and scare people more and get people to vote one way or another.
Michael Bryant, KFI in the sky.
Scary shit.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
And ever in your life,
I'm
you
Maria
ever imagine those being so bizarre.
And our new podcast, Risky Business, is a show about making better decisions. We're both journalists who unite as poker players, and that's the lens we're going to use to approach this entire show.
It was bizarre in 2006, but it wasn't bizarre right now.
Like whether I should call a plumber or fix my shower myself.
And of course, we'll be talking about the election.
Listen to Risky Business on America's
Yeah.
number one podcast network,
Every day.
Open your free iHeart app and search Risky Business.
Yeah, they needed my
It's a brand new year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I want to explore more hikes around the city in the new year, and my Ford Bronco Sport is perfect because the gas mileage is unparalleled in this car. I feel so safe driving it, and there's tons of room in the trunk.
Right.
So I can pack stuff for a picnic if we choose
The whole
to do that
thing.
on a hike. More adventurous, more fun with the Ford Bronco Sport. Unidos, we are stronger.
How
Head
much
to your
money
Southern
you
California Ford
actually have
dealers for
coming in?
great
How
offers
much
on
is
all
it tied up in real estate
You have termites,
investments?
maybe, or you have termites. Either way, call the folks at Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Certain
going on.
restrictions apply.
How the fuck
They treat your home and kill those little buggers without
You
tinting. That
Running
is
some
important.
kind of
Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit
No, I met him when he was fucking out of football.
PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800
Yeah,
Pacific.
he owned a couple
Pacific
jobs.
Coast Termite kills termites.
That's when I met those dudes. When was this? Fucking 85.
I met Trump in 85.
A long time.
What was it like in 85?
Hello, goodbye. I don't fucking know.
This shirt is way
I was scared of him
But there's something else
Why?
that can grow
because
that
it
we
was
don't
like,
see.
I told you, I got out of jail. I was supposed to have a job.
It's how a child's body
Siding,
responds
doors,
to difficult
saddles,
experiences,
like,
from harsh language
goes to
to
help
a
in
painful
Jersey.
loss. There
And I got
are
out of
steps
prison, I
parents
go,
can take to help.
Wow, can I
Learn
come
4
take
things
the
you
job
can do
now?
to overcome toxic stress
Going out of
at
business.
first5california.com.
Trump. I built something.
History of Dodger Stadium.
One of these little hardware stores, I call it.
Hi, I'm Dave
I used to
Rothschild.
go
As
fuck
manager of
myself.
LA's favorite ball club, I know a little something about
I
rain.
knew this.
And last year's rain was one
What do you
for the
mean?
books. It was also one of LA
At that time,
County's best for
supposedly,
capturing rain and stormwater. Over 200 million gallons of stormwater was captured, up from 5 million. This year is starting out stormy. That's why LA County is putting in the work now for safe,
build this,
clean, reliable
use your
water
money or
future.
whatever.
Find out more at waterforla.com.
Contractors.
Hey, Southern California, Father's Day is right around the corner. And as you're planning your celebration, remember to pick up Modelo Especial for
This
Dad.
one out of the line. You can look
Modelo
it
is a
up.
reward for those with a fighting spirit. It's not Father's Day without Modelo Especial.
Met him at 85,
Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
and I fucking.
It's the Kia Summer Sticker
was
Sales
my only
Event,
thing
so
with
give your
Trump.
friends something to look at, like a B&B with an ocean view,
Yeah, I remember
a
hearing
field
about this.
of wildflowers, or a sunset that needs no filter. Make this a summer to share and save.
Yeah,
With a
stiff
capable
small
Kia
contract.
SUV or powerful sedan. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
I gave you
All
the doors I
Call
had.
800-334-24 details. Always try to save free sale applies to purchase of specially
One
tagged
window.
2024 vehicles.
You get everything on the yard. Yeah, you get like the
by
box.
7824.
Maybe sometimes not. Maybe I'm so excited.
No, my kids did.
I got
And they had to wake me up, and I said,
But I
well,
forget
they had to
everything.
wake
You know,
up.
what other fuck?
And it was a minor quake. No. Okay, was
So
anything
that's what
not
happened.
Well, no, I mean,
The whole story.
no, nothing was broke.
You
How am I
mentioned growth.
supposed to look at it? Look, I'm sure something
That's all I
happened.
remember.
Well, Kelly, I will not get out of bed for an earthquake on
We're also
5.0. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app.
Building, he's the GC. You take spins for everything, right? That's how it usually works. Is that what Trump does? As a real estate developer, I don't know how it goes down, but there's a GC, general contractor, and
The Walk of Fame
windows, wiring,
very
all the different
prestigious
departments.
thing.
You don't know what everybody's doing.
It still is.
Right. You got
Even though there's some idiots on there that shouldn't be on it.
You know, you built the clinic.
I don't
People are
think.
fucking there every day.
Look, I hate to say this.
You don't know.
Because, you know,
you're not
it's
a
like
contractor. You don't know what they're doing the
I'm
wall right.
fighting Caitlin Clark on
This is all I
that
remember. That was it.
Olympic team because there's more eyeballs that'll do something for women's basketball. And so I feel like a hypocrite when I say this, but I don't think radio guys should be on the Walk of Fame. I always thought it's for major movie stars, for major people of major influence in
the mom would make
TV or
deals
film.
whenever.
Look, there are some guys that I would put on. You know, I think Rick Dees deserves his. I think Howard Stern. Maybe like a Rush Limbaugh, somebody who has like a nationally syndicated show that a lot of people listen to. Don, what's his
not a
name?
measure
Don
6 inches.
Imus.
Yeah, it was script, but it was how they avoided
Maybe
taxes.
secrets for his team.
That's what brought a lot of
Big
them
Boy.
down. That's what
Yeah,
brought out
I
the
would.
phone.
Big Boy. He has 3.
But the other guys were pretty smart.
What
They
about
had the millionaire
the Woody Show?
club, the big club.
Yeah, I don't think Woody would accept it. I bet if you said to Woody, "We're going to give you a star on the Walk of Fame," he'd say no. He wouldn't buy it. Oh, a Handle? Yeah. All right, Handle is a syndicated show.
It's well known that when
Yeah, what would
little
you do
guy
with the law?
from Arizona
I
was
can
over
see
there
what
with
got
guys.
going on here. We go person by person. After you just said nobody in radio should be on, then you just greenlit everybody.
Built
I'm not going to,
Gary and Shannon, don't you think they should?
They would accept it.
You don't think so? John Cobell?
Woody, I don't think he'd accept it.
Okay. Like I remember in 80.
I mean,
And you would turn it down.
but it used to be,
Richard Blade?
You don't like it.
He was just inducted.
Look, I like Richard Blade.
Yeah, me too.
But he's got to be embarrassed to be standing
pick
there
up every day and take off.
getting a star. Don't you think?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that
If you asked him, if you sat him down and he said, "Hey, do you think you deserve?" So he's like, "I didn't want to do it, but they offered."
I think your notion of what it used to be, I think to be fair to you,
Before cable,
it used to be those kinds of stars. I think since those days, it's expanded. It's become
Well, it was always
immortalizing.
That's why I took the UFC
Other
forever.
show business work that isn't just purely film
Look
and
at these people waiting for
Okay.
license.
all right,
Yeah. I know people in
the one
Jersey
person,
waiting for licenses.
I didn't mean to be so dismissive, but
I don't
I know
like
that sounded like that, but maybe it wasn't.
You got to
But
grease
they want to give one to Sam
80
Roman.
people. You got to know people, pay. I know companies that are
That's
still
last
waiting
time
for
I
a
felt that word out,
license.
so I don't really like pronouncing
They just thought they
he's
were going
he's
to
got a national profile for sure.
New York City. Look at New York
And
City.
I like him
They had a
personally,
thing
so I
that was
fight
giving
for him and his
licenses
family and his kids, and I think they should give him one.
When he passed away, they did a thing on the Today Show about it, like Good Morning America.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big deal.
They're still doing on channel. I turn on KTLA at 1 o'clock, and they're still doing wall to wall.
All right, Tim.
Can't
You
get
know
a
what?
license in New Jersey.
You claim to be
That
a
is kinda
champion, and then
crazy,
you make a
but
comment like that.
They should do something to those poor fucks that went to jail for weed. Nobody should ever went to jail.
Here's
No.
one I'd give one to.
Yeah.
No.
It was not a
It's a
celebrity,
ridiculous thing to put people in
and
jail for.
I needed it
Don't
over the
put
weekend,
people in a cage for that.
and I saved my
Well,
life.
especially while
The
everything
guy
else
that invented
doesn't make
Pepto-Bismol,
any sense. Look what you're finding.
I'd give him
Look
one.
at this guy today.
Way over.
Fresh out of smoke.
Sam Roman.
Well, now you're really into an area that has nothing to do with media, Tim. These are now just.
Isn't that, but doesn't everyone agree that the guy who came up with Pepto-Bismol or Imodium deserves a super big star on the wall?
I think the guy who
What is that shit?
is a super big star.
Maybe,
And this is a guy who's been in this country for 10 years. He
guys
said to me,
who
you know, I
like
don't know what the
know
fuck
what I'm talking about right now.
this is.
Imodium and Pepto-Bismol is a game changer.
You go away, you start thinking
Not
clearer,
combined,
because
but
it takes
maybe
time.
separate.
There's a fucking
A game
Uber driver
changer.
told me this shit.
A star
And I
on
asked
the
him, how do you
Walk
know
of
about this
Fame
stuff? Because
the size
people would
of
go, "We
Mount Olympus.
really was outdoors.
Olympic
You
Olympus.
couldn't get, wasn't that strong, and sometimes
It's
they bring
gotta
it
be
to Jamaica. That's what he was
Way
saying.
before Sam Roman.
We get
But
two
I don't know,
days.
maybe they should give one to Sam Roman. I think they should.
Oh, yeah, I think
I
they
mean,
should
the
get
soil
one.
is
It's
done.
sad that he has to
Really?
be,
Well, they're talking about cigars. Cigars might taste.
Let's find out more. They're talking about Sam Rubin and his star.
Casey has been nominated
There's no
for 10
nourishment.
LA area Emmys.
This
And
guy
let's
was
talk
telling me
more
today,
about joined by television and
packet
caricature
chicken in
Chris,
Cuba.
a regular.
Thank you, Dan. I'm so happy to be here with all of you.
Gallon of gas.
Especially congratulations on the 10.
Okay, this is not about the star, this is about him getting the governors.
I mean, it makes sense.
He's no easy.
You have to have
But I did want to mention
infrastructure.
actually
You
Sam
have to have
Rubin
capital.
nominated
You have to have people.
for his role in the
That
SAG.
whole
the SAG
communism
strike.
thing doesn't work. And the thing is, like, the thing that the people that love communism are like, yeah, we put the embargo on Cuba.
And Sam
What if we
has
didn't
been
do
selected
that?
as this year's recipient of the Los
It's
Angeles
still a
area.
dictatorship.
And
Like,
he's
you,
governor.
it still is. You get told what you're doing with your life. You don't want that.
That's a huge honor.
Nobody
Sam's
wants
leadership this year.
You might think that is better because there's no rich people.
I agree.
If that's what you're thinking, you're missing everything because that means everybody's poor. You don't want everybody to be poor. You want everybody to have a chance to be well off. That's what you have here. Now, some people, they get a bad roll of the dice, they get a bad hand of cards, they get a bad situation in life, they get a bad place to live, and they're fucked. This is true. It's not fair. It's not fair in terms of equal opportunity. It's not. But in terms of opportunity, there's no place better than right here. There's no place better with actual capitalism. You can do great things. You can do great things not just for you, but for other people. You can do great things. It can give you the freedom to do great things. But if you live in a socialist country, you don't have any of that. You don't get to decide what you do. The state gets to decide. And how do they enforce that? There's only one way to get people to follow the rules of communism and socialism. It's always dictation. It's always one group has all the money and all the power. And they tell you what the fuck you're going to do. And if you don't do it, they kill you or they lock you up in jail. And they threaten people, and they scare people, and they make people disappear so everybody stays alive. That is what people always do whenever you get a communist country. If you ask any of these white kids in college, give me an example of socialism that works. They'll give you like socialist programs or countries like some Norwegian countries that have a lot of socialist programs. They're really good countries. They have really good healthcare, really good education. You pay a lot in taxes, but it goes a long way. And they have a better society because of it. That's great. But they still have the freedom to do whatever the fuck they want to do. They still have the freedom to just do whatever kind of occupations they want. You have the ability to make a shitload of money. You have the ability to excel. The problem is people want equality of outcome when they don't have it. But you're never going to have that because, first of all, it's impossible. But second of all, because you're never going to have a quality of effort. And one of the things that a competitive environment or a place like America, where you have freedom, is some people put more into life. They put more into the things they do. And they get more back. They get more out. And they're inspired to other people. You see them live a rich and fulfilled life, and you're inspired.
I can see.
That's
You don't quite agree, but
That is not happening. That's not happening in any of these communist countries. Go to North Korea. Ask me how it worked out when they made a deal to take over all the farms so that no one would ever go hungry. Let the state control everything. What a great idea. Everybody give up your farm to the state. Now you're fucked. Now you're fucked.
The biggest mistake that the Hollywood somebody was ever made.
God, you just knocked the wind out of me with that.
It's completely impossible to ever
Oh, my.
In a exact opposite universe somewhere.
I am really.
If everybody else will die,
I'm gonna need a minute.
If there really was another universe theory,
I guess you guys didn't see my hit series, Guinness Prime Time, which ran for 3 seasons on the Fox television network.
I did see that.
It was a hit.
until we saw it.
I was the host.
When animals attack,
Yeah, when animals attack 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Right.
Yeah.
People don't.
Busted on the job, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I knew. For me,
How dare you? When good things go bad.
Yeah, it's a dangerous choice.
it's a dangerous choice, but it's based on you.
Right.
1, 2, 3,
Exactly.
4,
You
and
put
5.
into it. Exactly. If you want to sell, when I worked at Foot Locker,
How
I
dare
was
you?
the number one fucking speaker at Foot Locker.
Insult my
You know, and it
distinguished
took
show
me a
business
while, but
career
I
like
fucking
this.
went. You know, and then when I started selling cars, again, I went for it because I loved it. I learned about salesmanship. I learned about human nature.
Wow.
Yeah.
I learned that you have to mail letters to people. Those are the guys. I know I'm not going to buy comments.
Mark, we'll get you a star.
So you work on all numbers. Right. The United States is a beautiful fucking place.
We're live on KFI Morning News.
SoCal Edison is using drones and choppers to help prevent wildfires.
Drones and helicopters are being flown in high-risk fire areas to inspect equipment on and around power lines that could spark a fire. SCE's Reggie Kumar says in densely populated areas, drones are perfect for inspection because of their size.
I'm going to retire when I'm 65. Collect Social Security. My daughter gets Social Security now, which is like $1,800.
Kumar says all drones are required to follow California's privacy and confidentiality laws. The drones will be flown through the end of fire season this fall, and shooting them down is illegal. Chris Adler, KFI News.
Murder charges have been filed in LA against the man accused of killing two brothers in Exposition Park. They were shot as they sat in a car earlier this month in a neighborhood near USC. Police said the men were possibly involved in an argument with the shooter. Marcus Barr was arrested the next day. Lawyers for disgraced Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes are trying to get her conviction overturned. ABC's
My agent said nothing's going to happen at all.
Federal court in San Francisco today
it's the same thing.
arguing
Some big countries,
Prosecutors
sit there
failed
with
to
the
prove
Bluebird
or
Act.
still in their case that all
That's the other
strict
option.
investors, while knowing full well that her Theranos blood testing equipment did not work.
When I came out of prison,
year after one started her 11-year sentence out of prison in Texas. Updates from the U.S. Bureau of Prisons show she has shaved about 2 years off that sentence and is scheduled to be released August 2032. Now, a lawsuit's been filed against Arc Air, claiming the airline geared toward transporting dogs violates the airport usage restrictions in New York. Suit last week claims a private terminal at Westchester Airport from which Arc operates limits companies to sell seats on aircraft with 9 or fewer seats. Larger aircraft must operate out of the airport's commercial
That's what
terminal.
scares me about
Arc's
universal
website notes
basic
its
income.
planes are designed to fit 15
People
dogs
say
and their
they
human
gave
companions.
everybody
The company
X
says
amount of
it
money,
never
people
sells
would just
more
pursue their
tickets.
dreams and they wouldn't have
That's
to worry
clouds
about
and fog out there tonight, clearing up tomorrow and hot again. A couple degrees hotter Thursday and into the weekend. Right now in Costa Mesa, 65, Fullerton, 71 degrees. There's a crash in St. Diana.
This is on the northbound side of the 5 coming up on Grand. Good news, they've cleared it out of lanes, and delays are still picking up away from the 133 freeway beyond the scene of the crash. That drive will remain slow to about Ball Road in Anaheim.
Can't get people to work.
Now we've got
You go to
Michael
a place
Bryan,
that's a
he's
great
taking a look
restaurant or
at
something,
Carson,
and the first
KFI
three
in the
people you
sky.
face don't even know what's up there. But they had a high. You know, you gave people money. No, I'm not coming out. They're going to build the way now. People are living it up during COVID. So living it up, unemployment, this, that. We still had to go out there and crack fucking stupid jokes outside. Like fucking spiders and shit. Because there's a left in the fucking bank. Serious. Yeah, the first time I went outside with Rick Ross, I didn't know what the fuck. A bat almost hit me on stage. And I told him, he goes, oh, you missed the other thing. It was
Southern
fucking bad.
California's only airborne traffic.
What the fuck are you talking about?
There's a bear in the woods.
I don't know what he's talking about. Some bear or more.
And our new podcast, Risky Business, is a show about making
And he was telling me last time.
We're both
But,
journalists who unite as poker
America's
players,
fucking.
and that's the lens we're going to use.
Where else can a fella with 2 strikes? I got 2 strikes. My next
Like whether
strike
I should call a plumber or fix
I
my
think
shower
you were
myself.
20 years. And of course, we'll be talking about the when have you met a guy
Listen to
that's
Risky
done on
Business
2
on
strikes
America's #1 podcast network.
that did anything?
Open your free
just give
iHeart
up.
app and search Risky
They're going to
Business.
get me. I
Hi,
refuse.
Sherry Harris,
I don't
owner of
like
Life Source Water. A Life
Even when the
Source
feds
whole
look at
house
me,
water
man,
system
that's like,
ensures that clean,
I wasn't
delicious, and refreshing
I don't know
water
what you're
flows from
talking
every tap and faucet.
I don't know,
Our
man.
healthy water
I'm not
makes your
doing it.
hair shine
This is the
and
path I'm taking. I don't
And
know
now
what,
is
and I
the
never
best
got
time to
caught
get
again.
your Life Source. For a
Never.
limited time,
You know,
pay your
comedy
sales
became.
tax. Save up to
Need
$1,000 on a
something
new
to
system.
get me out of
Call
there. Yeah.
800
You know, I didn't just get
now
stopped doing
or
it.
visit
Somebody just
lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends
They
soon.
go to rehab. But I saw something on the other
If you're
side.
a business and you don't have
I saw what my life
for employees and or customers, you are
What you hear about Roseanne, the night show. Were you
Southern
there?
California leader in
Were
commercial
you there?
industrial
Fucking Rodney
retail
blew up
charging
the
stations.
guard.
And when I'm
No.
driving my EV,
To see
I'm always checking out where
is
charging
something
stations are. EV owners have
store.
range anxiety. How much
Door.
gas do we
How
have?
much will we
When I
get?
go to a
25
hotel and I'm driving there,
She
I
was
always
paying
ask,
25
where's your charging station? That's a mantra among EV owners. Walters Wholesale Electric
That's no
offers
money.
both small and large
Small
EV charging
level, you know.
installations,
Yeah.
including
And you know there's a path.
and
And there's
every
a path.
charging
So when you start
project is
seeing
totally
other
different.
people's
Different
lives,
city, County
You're
ordinances
stuck. You're
permitting
fucking
electrical plumbing issues
You're
have to be
fucking
addressed.
stuck.
It takes an expert to
You don't know
do this,
when
and
to
that's
stop.
Walters
I was stuck as an addict, and I
Why
got
don't
to
you
be stuck as
get
a fat
yourselves
dude.
a EV charging?
There was a point when my elevator broke. I wouldn't leave the fucking out. I'm not walking those 3 flights of stairs. I was 450 pounds. I'm not doing it. 418, 420. My wife was tying my shoelaces.
You know,
How
we're always
embarrassing
talking
that
about
fucking
St.
is.
James accident.
Not fucking embarrassing that
Here's a
is. Looking
story
back
that
at it now.
proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you're hurt in an accident.
So one of our listeners
There's
was
so
seriously
much
injured in a trucking.
There's so
Guess what
much.
the insurance company offered him for
And now
surgery?
I can.
Nothing.
That's
Zero.
what I'm trying to sell.
But he
My
calls me,
daughter.
James.
There's
Not
so
only
much
did
out
they
there.
get him the medical
You know,
care
people
he
in New
needed, but they
Jersey, all
secured
they
a
know is
whopping
Florida.
$10 billion
I've never seen
win.
fucking
This is
people look
life
Florida so
changing,
much.
isn't it?
I
Listen,
can't
the
stand
legal
fucking
system,
Florida
having
because
the
they
right
like
attorney
it
is
so
going to make all of the difference.
You know,
That's why
vacations for
Howard
people in
Firm
Jersey
known for
and 1 week in
consistently
Atlantic City,
delivering
they
the
must
top
have the white
results in the
shoes.
state.
Then there's 1 week in Florida. That was not going to be me.
That's
Did you see that cop?
1-800-9 million.
You won't pay a dime until they win your case. Every case is unique, and they
Please
can't
shoot them.
promise an outcome.
prefer
But you need to have an experienced team by your
That's the one
side.
guy.
Don't wait
Did you
to
see
call
that guy?
because waiting
Have you seen it, Jamie? I'll send it to you. I mean, he's getting a lot of heat.
800-9 million.
Is it?
800-9
I don't know.
million.
Not in Florida. I bet they're like, fuck yeah.
or go to sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp and my friends at Aldic Home. You know them for their amazing Christmas wonderland
Yeah, that's the
during
guy.
holidays. But this
Yeah.
time of year, Aldic isn't the North Pole. It's a vibrant green oasis of the very best of spring and summer. Gorgeous silk flowers, stunning custom designed trees, beautifully curated home decor. But Aldic also has my favorite outdoor furniture, summer classics. The only trouble I ever have with Aldic's patio furniture is deciding whether it should be on the patio or in my living room. It is that sexy and it's that comfortable. Over 160 fabrics to choose from. It'll amaze you that something so soft can be so bomb-proof. That, my friend, is Aldic Home. Are you going to find this quality at a big box store? No way. Summer's best moments are spent outside. Spend them in comfort and style.
And then
Aldic
DeSantis
Home.
just
Find
came
Aldic
out
on
because all these houses are getting
Van Nuys or on the
people are
web at
squatting,
AldicHome.com.
taking over people's houses in New York. I'm sure you've seen that. Lady got arrested because she changed the locks on her own house. Someone squatting in her house. She got into the house, kicked them out, changed the locks. They called the cops. They said they're terrorists. They arrested her. Took her away and squatted. There's this guy on TikTok that started making videos explaining what the laws are.
We told the story. By the way, I didn't ask permission, but
How you can
Stephanie, should
squat.
I read this letter on the air?
So
You got
it's
the
a genuine problem
I think you can.
because
I mean, I'm
in
asking
Georgia
you.
there's
Yeah,
1,000
I'm
houses
asking you for permission.
right now
Okay.
that people are squatting.
All right, so
That's
this is
a giant
from
number
a
of
guy named
houses
Dan.
that squatters
And I
have
don't
just
say
taken
last
over
names,
these people's
I didn't
houses.
ask
Are the people
permission.
out of town, or it's real estate holding,
But
or maybe trying to sell
story
it. Maybe it's your vacation
about
house.
how
Who
he went
knows?
to,
Maybe
a
fixing it up.
supermarket,
Who knows?
local
But
supermarket
no one's living in it.
Burbank,
They move in.
and he
They
was,
take
you know,
over.
buying,
They have
I
it.
don't know.
Is that everywhere
beverage
now?
or,
It's a
you know,
lot of states, but it's not Florida. In Florida, they're like, fuck you. Like DeSantis just had a little press conference yesterday about it. It's like in Florida, that does not fly.
some kind of pop
You know,
tart.
there's no way anyone's going to squat in your house in Florida.
And he hears two girls,
Which is
that
what people
speak
want to hear.
English to each other.
You know, nobody
And then
wants their
They
fucking
start
clip.
speaking
If you work really
Spanish to
hard,
each other,
you
and they
get a house, you get a
direct
second
their
house, you
comments
use it as a
at
rental
that
property
vote,
or whatever, you're trying to make some
saying,
money, and then someone takes
I
over that, and the
look how,
system works for
horribly
them and not
dressed
for
what they
you.
say.
There's a big difference between
The horribly you're
tenants
dressed.
and squatters.
And what else
And if
they
you can't make that differentiation,
My
you got a real
parents-
problem.
Your parents sucks.
Yeah.
But you said they were saying this in
That's it.
Spanish.
I'm just gonna get shot.
You couldn't
That's it.
understand them.
100%.
That's how this
Okay.
changes. This is how this
They
all
know
changes.
Yeah.
that you
Some guy
your
comes home,
mom
what the fuck you
was
wait
the
people
queen
doing
of
here?
Argentina.
You're not supposed to be. He don't know nothing. He's from Russia. He don't know nothing. He's an old fucking guy from
That's a very
Iran or
good
something.
brand.
He don't know
Of
nothing.
Argentina.
You know.
And
And they'll
so
put him
he
in jail.
speaks
I don't put him in
How do you say, queen
You don't feel
of
bad
Argentina in Spanish?
but that's how it changes.
The thing is, once people start
Yeah,
going
baby,
to jail
that's
for
well
defending
done.
their own
I
property,
speak Spanish.
you made
Is
a
that how
mess.
you
You made a mess.
You made a giant mess. And then the criminals are going to be aware of this, and they already are.
They already are.
They're
They're 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, they're 2 steps ahead. They know what the rules are, and
so
they're
he
going to get
speaks fluent
attorneys that are going to work with them, and
but
they're
he
going to steal your house.
looks like you know, he looks like he could be
So let me ask you this.
like a white
Your wife is moving to your living room.
Sorry, I was going to a compliment that I made a U-turn.
I don't know how that works.
But
You know,
he's
it's
man, he's like a white.
This is
He's
why
whiter than I am. He's like the white.
Have you been here?
He's like the white chick.
You know, whatever. Is that what you're fucking telling me?
Well, I think some people can't physically.
Well, then he'd like Chicker,
right? Because they
with his knowledge of
there's men in there. You
but,
see about that lady
but
in New York
anyway,
City?
so
She went to clean out a
drove
mom's
home,
place.
and he drove home after that, and you got upset.
Yes.
And we're emotional
Yeah,
and
these garbage
crying
guys,
about it because
young
you
guys.
felt really
They just
insulted.
the same thing. They figured
But
out
you didn't
there's no
say
one in
anything
there.
to them
They broke in,
because you're not a
changed
man of
locks,
conflict
whatever.
like I am.
Fixed it.
You know,
Oh, that would I don't know how the story ends, but
Yeah.
when we tell it again, you're going to say something. We're going to rewrite it so you turn on them. And you uncourse in Spanish.
buddy,
Well, it
you are
seems
a
that
bigger
seems
man
like
for
the
not
only way
saying
to
it.
do it.
All right, maybe.
You are.
It's just I don't understand why there's so
self-
many laws that have been around for so
awareness
long
and
that when you see
and,
common sense solutions like Ron DeSantis saying,
and
no,
confidence that you
stop
say
it. That's not going to
Hey, you know,
happen.
I
That should be every state. There's no you can't steal.
Because my dad always taught me if
It
somebody
should be
talks behind
simple.
your
That has
back,
nothing to do with
it's not
being
your business.
Democrat
That's
or
the reason why they're doing it behind your
Republican.
back,
It's like
because they don't wanna do
stealing
it in front of
property.
you.
Just like no one should be able to steal your car. No one should be able to steal your clothes. They shouldn't be able to steal your house. It seems that's logical. It has nothing to do with racism or xenophobia or white privilege or any of these dumb things they try to attach to us. It's just law and order. We have to have a set of laws that we all abide by if we're going to have a peaceful society where you don't create victims and you don't empower criminals. And the fact that that is complicated in 2024 is so strange. I just don't understand. Almost like it's on purpose, like it's meant to keep things chaotic, keep us, on our heels, keep us at each other's throats, keep us just trying to figure out what's the next problem they have to deal with. And all the while, all the shit going on in Ukraine, and all the shit going on with green energy, and Bill Gates is buying farmland. Like, God, can I have a fucking a moment where I can just relax?
Well, even the
I know
squad is
almost
there.
everybody's recovery.
This guy coming up about 3
I work in recovery with addicts and alcoholics.
It was definitely around before, but I think it has ramped up considerably as things got more woke. Because I think as things get more woke, you start looking towards the rights.
I shared your story with our clients.
Well, listen, no one is in that home, and no one should have a home that is unoccupied where people are homeless.
Took it to heart and bought a homeless guy some lunch.
Jack.
I'll wait till
Because
Walmart
your
puts out
story,
an episode on
Steph,
squad.
there's a
I
small
learn more about
neighborhood
that.
that's spreading through
All right,
a
we'll be
small
right back.
neighborhood in San Francisco. I hope this helps your soul feel a little bit better.
I just looked at the cards and
Keep
I'm
up
like,
all
you know,
your good work
It's
on the
good
show.
bet. It's a good bet anyway.
I like
Dustin,
keto and
that's
I
you.
like sugar. I couldn't pick
I don't know what reference he was talking about.
all the hype around the
Good work
guy,
on the show.
Dustin. I go, everybody's back in this fucking soul.
Are you suggesting that he doesn't do good?
No, I'm just saying I don't know where the list.
It's not like I bet all the
How
fights.
long
I
it-
just bet.
But that's
I would have
great,
liked to see that
Steph.
fight
You've
with him.
inspired people.
He was going to have a hard
This
time
person
with
listens to San
Dustin's
Francisco on the stream that I heart.
Dustin's stand-up is just
That was the
sharper,
point of the whole story.
more
You got it.
battle-tested.
Yeah, well, I figured I
Benoit
should put that out
Saint-Denis
because
started
later on
off
I'll
as
go,
a
hey,
judo
I keep
guy.
mentioning iHeart.
He has very good stand-up, but there's levels, and I think Dustin's level is extremely
But that's
high.
really great,
His
buddy.
level stand-up
He
is
was very
extremely
nice.
high.
Yeah.
You see that like when he fought Max Holloway. He outboxed
He does,
Max
and so
Holloway.
I talked to him a little bit
That
about,
was a big
you know, having great
Max
listeners like you guys.
Max can box.
You know, and
Max can box. A lot of people are counting him out in this
talking
Justin
to Sharon,
Gaethje
it's like
fight.
you forget it's not just us four.
But
And
he's got a lot of
five
time
in the
to
room.
prepare for
It's like,
this.
there's a lot
The
of people
first fight
listening.
when he fought 55, when he fought Justin, that was a short
But
notice fight.
It's great that
He didn't have time
this
to like
guy-
really bulk up.
that your story
Well, I don't know how
inspired
short
this
notice
guy,
it was, but I
and
know
this
he
guy
didn't bulk
inspired
up.
other guys.
I think he
And
just
that
tried
will
to fight,
inspire more people,
you know,
and it could be a wave
the
of kindness
145
because
and not
of what
that
you went through.
you know, which is
So
his natural weight
that's
class.
the silver lining.
You
You know,
doing
there's
that?
always a positive out of every
Pull it
situation,
up.
almost every situation.
What's the Newark card?
But
Have
that's
they
great,
announced that?
Steph. I think you should frame this letter.
I know that is.
I know
I'll
they
sign
have
it
that
to you,
city
but my name
this
ought to be more valuable.
Yeah, that's this weekend.
And then you can
Chris
frame it.
Weidman's fight.
And then,
Yeah.
and people will be like, oh, why didn't
I think it's
Conway sign it? No, he said it would be more valuable.
first
We didn't
weekend
see that
June.
ever
Yes.
happen. But
It's
you can frame it
June
now.
1st.
There you go.
Yes.
So I'll sign it over to you. Okay.
Is that?
All right.
It's on the list?
But that was
Yeah, that's
the
far
first
ahead.
ad story.
So here we are in March, April, May, June. It's probably not scheduled yet. They're probably the whole tentative fight set.
Yes.
And it probably is
Yes,
dependent
positive.
upon who wins
Positivity
what,
came out
who's
at
healthy
the end,
when.
you know. That's right. So that's
Bro,
what I take from
this
it. And that's
one,
what I've learned is
Whitaker versus
Oh,
Hamzat
yes,
Chimaev
yes,
in
yes,
Saudi
yes,
Arabia.
yes.
That one
And
is gonna be
when
fucking
somebody
wild.
talks about you
That's
in
a
Spanish
wild one.
the next time,
That is a
you gotta
wild
give them
fight.
a
Kelvin
yellow
Gastelum versus D-Rod. That's a great fight too.
Is that the only 2 fights that have been announced so far?
All right, buddy, you are the best.
Bro, Whitaker versus Hamza.
I think, I know I'm in
That's
not a
a
popular
real
position, but I'll
fight.
just say this.
That's a real fight for Hamza. Because Whitaker's a big,
As I walked out,
he's a
as I walked out, if I had those
solid,
mad skills in
beefy
Spanish
185,
over my shoulder, I
former
would go, hey, by
champion.
the way, you
You know,
guys ain't
both
that
guys
hot
started at 170, but they were cut. It was too hard to make
Boom, you
170.
just leave it. It's your
That's a real
You know, I didn't
185
even
as
ask you,
opposed
were
to
they
like, you know, you
any
think
good
even
or-
Kamaru Usman, and Kamaru didn't have a chance to prepare for that. He had 10 days. You know, that's not enough time. I don't know what kind of shape he was in. Couldn't really tell. He's always in shape, sure. But famously, Kamaru has bad knees, like real bad knees. So I don't know how hard he was training, whether or not he prepares the way. Like maybe he only like sacrifices his knees during training, and then when he's not training for a fight, he takes it easy, so he doesn't stay in the same kind of shape. I don't know, but I know he was winning for Kamaru. That was a 5-round fight. Who knows how to fight that fight? You know, obviously Kamaru's world championship caliber, the best welterweight of all time. Most people. And you know, it's not enough time. Not enough time to get a guy like that to prepare for But at least we got a chance to see what Hamza looks like against a world-class, world champion caliber fighter. So this is Robert Whitaker. Plenty of time to prepare. Guy who is just as legit as it is. Just the tall goes down. You know, that's a good fight. I like that.
At that 5 freeway,
My
when
boy
we
Felipe.
come back.
How crazy is that? How crazy?
Vision
So
Windows.
Mighty Mouse took on a guy who's
Windows in the world.
250 pounds.
Fuck me up.
In a jiu-jitsu
I
tournament.
say that. I totally 100% believe that. And
Fucking
the best
250.
are also
And he tapped him.
And you need both.
The
If you have one or
the
the
dude
other,
was heavier than him
it'll
by
be a long day.
100
It's gonna be
pounds.
a lot of hassle.
The guy was enormous. The guy was so much bigger than him.
That's great. That's what I'm like, God damn, he's great.
And you need all
He
of
is
that.
great. The brown belt.
Yep.
We
How
have a
about
ship
Brown?
at our house.
He's great at
They're
everything,
our favorite 8 windows. Very quiet inside. It keeps
So
all
this
the
him
hot
going
air
through
out.
the tournament?
All the cool air that we
This is-
generate inside stays
So
inside.
this is him in
And
the
this is our
giant dude.
first
Look at
whole
this.
summer with those
That was
windows.
perfect.
I think it is.
I
And
think that
man,
it
you
was
could feel the
big.
difference in
Yeah.
the house. Before, when it rained at our
Wow,
house,
so
rain would
slick.
come into the house, smell like a barn.
Mhm.
Now everything stays outside, including the hot air, and
There
we
it
save
is.
a ton of money on air conditioning.
And they
so we have
managed to
keep
stay
it,
on
the
top. It's
thermostat
really
so low.
crazy.
So please, call American Vision Windows right now.
That's just
You're gonna
crazy
get,
that you
you're gonna be
couldn't get him
excited
off.
you did. You're gonna
That's
get a free
technique.
upgrade to security package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix, free upgrade to sound package, that's what we got,
Pretty
and free
wild
installation.
that he's
Wow.
even willing to
Get
do
it
this
before
while
summer's
he's
over.
competing.
Don't do it right
I mean,
now.
I
Get
think
those
he's the
windows.
champion
0%
over at
interest,
1FC
zero
still.
payments until 2025.
So he's
Like
still
a
doing
lemonade.
MMA. He's still doing like high-level championship fights. And he's fighting in the
9908.
tournament.
AmericanVisionWindows.com. Unapproved
Yeah,
credit
it's just
CSP
crazy that
Matrix.
he stayed on top of
Cloudy,
this guy.
foggy
This
overnight,
guy's
clearing
back.
up and hot again during the day tomorrow, and a little hotter a little bit after that, getting to the weekend. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places, slow in Burbank.
What's really tough on that South 5 delays away
Yeah, I heard
from
it.
Olive, taking you ahead all the way to Stadium Way,
He's got his collar.
where a crash has been cleared off to the right
Look
shoulder.
at
It's not only the crash that's serving
That's
up
great.
the slow
No
drive,
audience. Look at
it's
that.
also the game
That's the thing
tonight
about
at
jiu-jitsu
7:10
tournaments. No one's
against
there.
Texas Rangers.
I mean,
Dodger
some of the
Stadium
best
starting to
players
really
rolled.
fill in right now. Also affecting travel on
Pretty
the 2
wild.
southbound, which is pushing back from just
Rolled
about the
them and
134
held it.
freeway.
Holding
Michael
on to the
Bryan's
collar
checking
and
out the
tapping.
Cajon Pass, KFI in the sky.
Like a bow and
Extra
arrow.
tech
Yeah.
today here, 15 northbound. That goes up
Amazing.
right away from Sierra.
He's probably
Down at
the
Northline
best
now.
ever in
Now
terms
he's going to
of,
be over most of the way up to
in terms of like
38.
just pure
Now,
martial
the
arts
southbound
technique.
side's
I think the best
good.
expression of
It's
martial
wide
arts I've
open.
ever seen.
From the top of the
Look at
Guinness
that
on
high
down through and into the base.
How'd you race him?
Now, if
No.
you are traveling east on the
Okay.
10,
I think it was
10 eastbound on the brakes now.
Oh,
from
3 months
southbound
ago,
Pasadena
you got with
to
middle school.
and then once
Somewhere,
again, looks like from baseline
Somewhere
on
right
off
before.
of 83. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
With Southern California's
Yeah,
only airborne traffic reports, I'm
Yeah,
Angel
we'll look that
Martinez.
far.
I'm Maria Kazakochi,
I love watching.
and our new
Jiu-jitsu
podcast,
is
Risky
so much
Business,
better.
is a show about making better decisions.
Okay.
We're both journalists
And
who
what
fight as poker players, and that's the lens we're going to use to approach this entire show.
We're going to be discussing everything from high stakes poker to personal questions.
Like whether I should call a plumber or fix my shower myself.
And of course, we'll be talking about the election.
Listen to Risky Business on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Risky Business.
Something happened.
I am blown away.
Really?
Listeners at Manhattan Beach recently gained $407,000 in additional profit on the sale of their home using our friends at Revive Real Estate. Revive Real Estate is on a mission to help homeowners maximize the value of your home. Because in today's market, many homeowners are missing out on 15 to 20% of their home's value simply because it's not in tip-top shape. Revive Real Estate knows exactly which renovations to do. They oversee the entire renovation process. They work extremely fast. Most renovations take just a few weeks, and Revive Real Estate fronts the renovation costs. That's right, Revive fronts the money for the renovation. If you're thinking of selling, don't settle. Call Revive Real Estate to see what your home could really be worth. Find out if your home qualifies by going to KFIRevive.com. KFIRevive.com. Don't just sell your home. Maximize its value. KFIRevive.com or simply pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say Revive. Pound 250 Revive. If you're 50 pounds or more,
hit ass has been so
you can't be very happy.
kick that dude in the face
18
on the
years
right
ago,
up to
I
my
weighed
window,
over
goes Joe.
200 pounds.
I'm like, this is fine. You know, it just inspires.
Looking at the
But
mirror,
they're that good.
rationalizing
Always
being
talking about ass.
fat and
Looking
lazy.
at
I underwent bariatric surgery. It literally changed my life. If you've tried all the bad diets, even injectables,
Yeah, it is hard.
not working very well.
No, that's
We
why I like
suggest
two of these
West
things. What happens?
thousands of patients.
I'm gonna blow a Zen fight tonight in that fucking green room.
Yeah, you get a shit out there.
Oh, Jesus, I keep swallowing.
Yeah, don't swallow
West
it.
Medical works with most PPO insurance to cover the
Nothing. I don't
cost
even
of your
hurt
weight
you.
loss. Call the
At this
folks at
point, I
West
used to
Medical
swallow
at
gum for
1-800 West Med or visit
They used to say the gum gets stuck inside your
Yeah,
body.
I swallow gum for fucking
1-800
idiots.
West
I think
Med
that's a
or
total.
visit West
And once you're so deep in it, you're
Medical.
like, I'm not gonna stop now. Now I spit it out. Before I would always
Brand new
fucking
year
see
in
that
my
thing that
Ford
people are
Bronco
doing now where
Sport,
they
and I
can swallow
can't
the
wait for
balloon?
all the adventures ahead. My
They
fiance and
swallow
I
the
want to
balloon
explore
to,
more hikes around the
their
city
weight
in the
loss.
new year, and my
You seen
Ford
that?
Bronco
No.
Sport
Yeah,
is
so they
perfect
swallow
because the gas
this
mileage
bag.
is
It's like
unparalleled
this
in
little
this
tiny
car.
thing. It's
I
about
feel
that
so
big.
safe driving it, and there's
And they
tons of
swallow
room
the
in
whole
the trunk,
thing. And the
so I
tubes
can
coming
pack
out of
some
their
for
mouth
a
as they
picnic
swallow.
if
They
we
have glass
choose to
water
do
to
that on
swallow.
a hike.
It
More
gets down
adventures,
in there.
more
Once
fun
it's in
with the
their
Ford
stomach,
Bronco
they
Sport.
pump it up.
Unidos, we are stronger.
fill
Head
this
to your Southern
bag.
California Ford
This
dealers
bag
for great offers
takes
on
up
all
a lot of room in your stomach.
Do you want to sell your home quickly and easily and not deal with repairs or a long selling process? That's a hassle.
You know,
Well, look,
overeat. They
sellers
overeat.
advantage.
They
They have
never.
thousands
They can't stop themselves.
customers.
They don't.
And
They
then
don't
go
feel
to
full.
choice for
People want to
homeowners
feel full.
looking to sell their home
And so this
fast.
bag,
They'll
you
buy your
swallow
home
this
for a
thing.
competitive cash offer, and they'll
Yeah.
close in
What are they
days, not
inflated
weeks or months, because they're not
Is it
going to be
water?
waiting around on interest rates. No repairs are needed. They buy the homes as is, like I said. And
So they
with
go in,
most 5-star
swallow
reviews
it,
on
take
Google
this
and Yelp,
tube.
it's no wonder why thousands of satisfied
And I
sellers
think
have chosen
when you've
Seller's
lost the weight
Advantage
that you
for their
want to
home selling
lose,
needs.
they can deflate
Seller's
it.
Advantage
But
is the
then
fastest and
my
most
worry
stress-free
would be
way to
stretch
sell
out
your home.
stomach.
If you're ready to go, you call Seller's Advantage. Get a
Don't
no
have to
obligation
ask your
offer at
advice on the gastric thing.
888-321 as is, 888-321 as is,
I really thought about
888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com.
Get out.
DRE number
Yeah.
0161765.
You'll learn more before breakfast than most people learn all day. Wake up call with Amy King, live
I
5
think
to 6 a.m. on
people gonna go
KFI
with that.
and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The fat man's gonna come back.
KFI AM 640 Conference Show. Mark Thompson is here every Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
It's a very popular
You know what I'm saying?
show
Like,
on YouTube called
You're
The
just doing all
Mark
this shit.
Thompson
Look, you
Show.
just lift weights and
Thank you.
walk a
A
little
lot of
bit.
news and politics these days, but we also do a lot of other stuff. So.
Did you cover the Hunter Biden case?
Oh, yeah.
How'd that go?
Yeah.
If I go
Yeah,
down
my
to
feeling is,
265, I'll do all
you
that.
know, no, it's just one of those things. I mean, the
Because
guy
I get stuck.
seemed like an open and shut case.
See?
Yeah, you know what, that kid has had so many
But you,
problems.
when you
No,
did
yes,
weight
we
loss,
let him out,
you got
you know,
down
in
low.
public
How low were you
on
when you
the-
were
What I
weight
am
loss?
right.
That's the lowest
trial.
you've
I
ever
mean,
been?
it's tough, but
77.
you know, he's written about it, talked about
74
it, so on
was
some
my
level.
lowest.
He's used to talking about it at
But I
work.
wasn't lifting
At least
weights. I wasn't
acknowledging
lifting
it in all these
No,
different
I wasn't
forms.
doing
Still
shit.
in a
I
trial.
was
It's
walking.
pretty brutal.
But you know, the early
Weight.
trauma that he went through when he
And
got
now you do
there was a
it.
car
No,
accident. I think it was
I think
1972.
it's very important. I think
And
it's important
his mom
for
died,
parents
and his
dog
sister or
that
brother died.
you lose.
And him and his brother Bo were were in the hospital for
And
months.
they're not
He
asking
had a
you to fucking
traumatic
deal
brain
with it.
injury.
They're
When he
not
was, you know,
Look at
I
all
think
the
he was born
things.
in, I
They're
don't know
not
what
asking
year he was
you.
born,
Just
happened in
asking you 30
72.
minutes a
I
day.
think he was born, I think he was 2 years old.
Resistance training.
And a traumatic brain injury in
Just a little bit of something to keep the
1972
muscles going.
is not like a
The thing
traumatic
about
brain
Ozempic
injury
is some
now.
people have
They had very little equipment to help you out back then. And so that could have effed him up.
Essentially, it's doing is limiting your appetite.
So I
Essentially, it's doing something very similar.
to feel bad for him and the family and stuff.
And I think
but I
you
mean,
can get that done with a high protein diet.
You know,
limit your appetite.
He's looking at 25 years for each of the three felonies. He's obviously not going to do that. It's first time offense, but
2 eggs, 6
man,
eggs for
I
breakfast.
don't know where this election's going because that Joe Biden's under a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure with this guy.
Protein into
He froze up
glucose,
today during some kind of
fats and
I think it was
ketones.
a Juneteenth
For me, it just seems to work
celebration.
better. And I know a lot of people that have a problem with carbohydrates. They start to look ahead. Those guys do it for World Carnivore Month. The
He
comics
constantly
that
is
got
making
working out the
mistakes.
gym.
You know,
Like, who wants to
I
commit
don't
to
really
this?
think he
Talking
knows
about the
where
January
he
numbers.
is half the
They
time.
get it. They're like, dude, I
And
feel
okay,
so
all right, let's say
more
it's 10%
energetic.
of the time.
I'm not
But-
tired in the middle of the
but
day. I'm like, yeah.
I don't
That's
think
like a
I
carb
feel
crash.
bad. Like
Getting
if
like
that
an
was my
insulin crash in
grandfather,
the middle of your
I
day. He's eating
would
carbs
take
and
him
sweets and
aside
sugar
and
and
go,
bread,
look, you shouldn't be
pasta
doing
and
this
rice
anymore.
and all this
You know,
stuff.
you shouldn't
You
be
eliminate that
and
stuff
they
from your
should
diet. It
slot
takes a
somebody
while
else
for your body
in.
to adjust.
It's really difficult to watch an old guy deteriorate.
But then
like
once
that.
your body
you can
adjusts,
say the other
it's
thing
feel
he's running
like
against also is off the rails half the time. So we
Feel
got two
better.
guys who are off the rails a lot of the time, and
Look, I'm just saying the guy who's president. Not the guy.
I get it. Like, that the guy wants to be president.
Right, okay, but the guy who is president right
Late at
now
night, I
is
could probably
not all there.
If you want to pull him from the game and put the other guy who's not all there in.
I don't care who, you know, I'm saying they should pull somebody, another Democrat in there and put him in there.
I don't know that he's, I don't know about that not all there thing, but I just know that we got two old guys who are, you know, one guy wants to continue, the other old guy wants to take over, you know, so. On the old guy,
So in your eyes, they're
all the
exactly.
stuff
in the old guy thing, there's a push.
eggs is good. They're healthy. Does our girl like
Okay.
And the old guy thing, I mean, you
Yeah,
can talk
she
about other
likes
stuff, but the
I
old guy
think
thing is
she
a
thinks
push.
she should have
They're
that.
exactly the same.
And then something that you think got me eating blueberries like a motherfucker.
Now, the jury found Hunter Biden guilty on all
Really?
three charges in his federal gun
That's what I
trial.
think.
The jury came to a
Blueberries
unanimous
actually
conclusion
make
this
you
morning.
smart.
The president's son was charged
I
with 3
like
felony
I have no
counts,
idea.
including
This
making false statements during the purchase of a
Or
firearm
blueberries.
and possession by an unlawful
I love
drug
it though.
user
I
who
do everything.
had it. He now faces up to
Anytime
25 years
today
in
she put a
prison. The
video of her
judge did not
fucking
set
working
a
out.
firm
I wonder how
sentencing
they're
date,
gonna
but
figure out
estimated
whether
it
or
would
not
happen in
blueberries make you
120
smarter.
days or
Blueberries
roughly in
make you
October.
test. She did a
Guys,
survey.
that's very tough.
Yeah. A group of 6 people got together. And
UCLA protest, 25 people
thing about that though is you have to
arrested.
look at what
25 people arrested.
healthy subject bias
And
or
they're trying
healthy
to set up one of those camps again.
statistics bias
The,
because
the
it's like the
protest.
people that are in that
Palestinian,
group that are eating
pro-Palestinian
blueberries in the
protest
beginning
camps.
or to begin with
Yes,
probably healthier
so
people might
early,
be
so
they got there the first time.
you know,
Well, you know, they
more
only have a
aware
couple
of
weeks
what,
left
like, the
because
effects of
colleges are going to be dismissed for the
does to
summer,
the body.
and you can't set them up when nobody's there. Who cares?
I don't
Yeah,
know
you want to be
how they
protesting to
So
an
all
audience.
this
That's right. That's why they're there.
you get a sense of what's true and what's not, but also people manipulate those things and they make
Once
studies
again, over 150 pro-Palestine protesters attempted to set up another encampment with tents, plywood,
I get very
barricades, and
nervous
canopies
when all these
just after 3 p.m. Campus police immediately issuing a dispersal order and calling in the California Highway Patrol, but it was to no avail. While the group would leave one area, they just moved to another, marching through campus, often in a funeral-like procession
Here
as
it
some
says,
read
Dr.
the names
Rhonda
of the
Blueberry
victims of the
concentrates
conflict.
increased brain blood flow, brain activation, and working memory in adults compared to
on it
placebo.
went. At one point, campus police
Concentrated
said the
blueberry
protesters, some of them using homemade
So
wooden
it improves brain function in
entered
older
Moore
people.
Hall, where some students were taking their finals, and over at Dodd Hall, students had to be evacuated. They were also taking finals because they said they were told the protesters were threatening to burn the building down.
What's that crash?
Do you think there's any parents that are thinking twice about sending
Well,
their kids
you
to
never
UCLA?
slept more in the daytime. Now you're taking naps.
I bet there are.
Yeah. I mean, my
it's
world.
There's gotta be.
It's so
It's
outrageous.
the saddest thing.
When
Not
it's
even read
UCLA,
for
any
edibles.
university or college
Nothing.
allows this to happen.
Once
It's a
you get
world-class
school, like,
university,
well,
And I think there are parents out there
Take it
that
to a
are
room,
thinking
I go
twice
downstairs,
about
right there
paying
home.
to send their kid there.
And about 4:15, I can't.
A huge downfall for that.
It's not about. I just got to get up and walk the back. She knows already.
You know, it's
Yeah,
just
right.
the most bizarre thing that, you know, that you allow this to germinate, that you allow these encampments to set up at all.
That's what they're trying to stop now.
Absolutely. I said that from the very beginning. It's
I know you did, but you were the first guy to say it.
I was the very first guy.
You were the first guy.
How much
Said,
carbs?
hey, with these campings.
I eat that wheat
No
bread in the
Wednesday.
morning.
Yeah, no, not even one.
All right, we're live on KFI
I
AM.
really wanted to try intermittent
More
fasting.
informing, more engaging,
Yeah, I get
more
busy.
stimulating. KFI.
Yeah, you don't eat
KOST, Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Say what happened to my friend
Do it. You now have
Tommy Jr.
to the right.
He
Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour news
shoveling
news
snow,
has introduced
cleaning
a
his
freedom to
driveway
marry
out. He
ballot
got
measure
called into work
campaign,
on Sunday.
which would enshrine the right to same-sex marriage into the California Constitution.
Here we are, 2024.
Shovel snow,
We're not
heavy snow, it's all
experiencing
the whole
a
driveway.
rights
Gets done,
expansion.
drives his
We're
car,
experiencing a
bumps
rights
into
regression.
and slams into
Currently,
the
the
wall.
state constitution defines marriage as a union between a man and woman. Newsom says the language needs to change as concerns grow over the Supreme Court possibly overturning its decision to legalize same-sex marriage like it did with Roe v. Wade. LA's planning to move hundreds of workers to a new downtown office.
For just 1 year, the sublease with Nordstrom at 700 South Flower Street would cost the city about $1.3 million. That includes $500,000 for office space, $500,000 for parking spots, and more than $200,000
snow, you got a whole driveway full of that shit.
The LA Housing Department hasn't had a home for about 400 workers since a previous lease at the
the
Garland Building on West 7th Street expired at the end of February. Those workers have been working from home. City Council committee has given the okay to the proposed sublease in downtown LA. Michael Bunks, KFI News.
Man's been arrested over 3 people shot at a food court in
Well,
Georgia.
it's a hard
Police chief at Darren Scheiderbaum says
exertion,
off-duty officers
right? If
shot
you're
guys
not in
who were
shape,
running for their lives.
shoveling snow is equivalent to like a hard process.
His decisive action to end
If you're not in shape, shoveling wet snow, no shit. Remember, we live in Colorado.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. This is flagged for armed robbery, and he has 11 previous arrests. This is an individual that should never been possessing a gun.
Look at that safety.
Scheiderbaum says the man attacked someone before pulling out the gun, so they're trying to find out if the two knew each other.
Get an
United
18-incher.
Airlines customers will soon see
Oh,
personally targeted
and
ads
then
on
it
the
gets a
screen
little
that's on
warmer,
the back of
and then it
seats. The
starts to
airline
melt,
announces
and then
now
you
serving
basically
ads using
got
customer
every
data.
shovel
Company already
full
has
is
ad deals
45
with brands
pounds.
like Norwegian Cruise Line, Macy's, and Chase. Passengers can
Yeah,
opt out by
look,
filling out a
it's
form on the
118.
United website. Hamas says it wants
Yeah,
amendments to the U.S. backed
1,200
proposal for a
calories
ceasefire in Gaza
in
before
90
it can
minutes
accept
of
the deal.
shoveling snow.
House officials say they're not convinced
Look at
Israel
that.
would stick
Every
to
single
its terms,
smartwatch on
particularly
Earth should
whether
have
it would
snow
agree to
shoveling
permanently
as a
end
workout
the war.
time. I
8
don't know a
migrants
soul
with
in the
suspected
Northeast
ties
that
to ISIS have been
It's
arrested
fucking
in
hard.
the U.S.
So if you're out of shape and you burn off 1,000 calories like my boy Tom,
last year,
and then
an
you get
operation
behind the
with the
wheel,
FBI's Joint
you fucking
Terrorism
fly
Task
out.
Force,
You know?
8 have been arrested in New York, Philadelphia,
Probably
and
didn't
Los Angeles.
drink enough
Says
water.
they were allowed to enter the country after being vetted and no national security concerns were uncovered, but later the potential terrorist ties were found. He says efforts are underway to deport them
But
back
90
to
minutes of work.
Tajikistan, but there's
So
not enough
say if you
evidence
have to leave your house at
give them
6:30,
terrorism
you got to be out
The most
there
dominant hot
minimum
dog eating champ
5
of all time
p.m.
will not compete at
shoveling.
this year's famous Nathan's hot dog eating
You
competition.
know,
on
you're
Coney
either
Island.
an hour and a
Dennis
half. Here we
says
go.
Joey Chestnut
So
holds the all-time record
basically, you
eating
have to have very
76
little
hot
clothes
dogs and
on.
has won the
You're gonna sweat
contest
your dick off.
16 of
You're
the
gonna be out
last
there
17
every
years.
This
fucking
year,
shovel
Chestnut's
full
plate
is
is
probably
full.
35,
Organizers of
45
contest see
pounds.
their champions decided to ditch Nathan's and represent a rival, a vegan hot dog brand. Contest has been a moneymaker for Chestnut, earning him hundreds of thousands
And then
of
you look,
dollars
what
over
do
the
you
years.
do for?
Eating says it seems Joey and his
Not
managers
even.
have
You
prioritized
just got to get in there and get it off the concrete and really scrape it down, otherwise it's going to melt and freeze again. And then your whole garage, all the way down your driveway, is going to be
I am
ice.
blown away.
You
These
really
men and
scrape it.
features
So
getting
it's just
$470,000 in additional profit on the sale of their home thanks to our friends at Revive Real Estate. Revive Real Estate, they're on a mission to help homeowners like yourself maximize the value of your home.
We did that new.
Because in today's market,
I back
many
home.
homeowners are missing out on
It's 8 hours a day. No, it's a full-time job. No, man.
simply because it's not
Just
in
apply for
tip-top shape.
$15 an hour insurance.
Revive Real Estate.
After 90
They know
days,
exactly which renovation to do. They oversee the
It's
entire
a
renovation
job.
process. They
It's a
work very
fucking
fast.
job. That's
Most
a
renovations
job.
take about a
You've
couple
been
weeks
to
or so.
Aspen lately?
And Revive Real Estate, they front the money for the renovation.
It's just, I can
That's
just
right.
imagine. Beverly Hills.
Revive Real Estate fronts the money for the renovation.
It's really
So if you
weird.
think about selling, don't
It's
sell.
not
Call
what it used to
Revive
be.
Real Estate right away
Like you go watch those old documentaries when Hunter S. Thompson was there. Was he there when you were there?
Like, go to the website,
You ever seen him?
KFIRevive.com. KFI.
At Woody Creek, you go to the Woody Creek Tavern?
Or dial pound 250.
I used to go
and say
there.
Revive. Pound 250.
Delicious.
Keyword
Yeah.
Revive.
It's
Don't
still
just sell
great.
your home. Maximize its
You go?
value.
Yeah.
With
It's still open?
KFI
Yeah, it's still open.
Revive.com.
Yeah,
The Southland through the night, lows above
no
50.
shit.
Tomorrow,
Yeah, we went
temperatures
to
late today,
Aspen
close to
first.
70 at the beaches, mid to upper 70s, Metro LA, Orange County, above 100. Further out in the Inland Empire, still Palm Springs area,
Think
around
about an
80 in the
18-year-old.
valleys, and below 100 in the Antelope Valley.
There it is.
Teeny bit hotter Thursday into the weekend.
No!
Rain drizzle from tomorrow.
Oh, that changed a lot.
Right now in Laguna Beach, 72, Orange, 70, West Covina, 77, Thousand Oaks, 78 degrees. The KFI Financial Report, sponsored by Revive Real Estate. Dow was down today, 121. NASDAQ was down up 151. S&P was up 15.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Potholes causing problems in Bellflower.
And when you do have the best
This is on the east side
not
of the
on my door,
91, just
just 2 in
past
the morning,
Lakewood
3 in the
Boulevard.
morning.
So we've got Caltrans out there, we've got the Highway Patrol out there. Highway Patrol is running a break, slowing down traffic on the 91 eastbound from Paramount. And then Caltrans is getting out ahead and filling up those potholes. So this is jamming the drive up right now away from Avalon Boulevard out of Carson. It's Mike O'Brien in Anaheim Hills, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, Angel, a lot of those folks are going to continue on into Corona on the 91. 91 eastbound, that's still real tough. Starting at about Weir Canyon Park scale. First stretch heavy over the Green River, and then you do have a pinch or two once you hit 15. Working your way in Riverside. Elsewhere in Orange County, the 55 northbound. Really tough now from the 405.
With a Buffalo roll. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a big one. I went in there a second time and I saw
Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
For Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
and then I went in there another time.
Companies keep raising their prices. The iHeartRadio app is still free. And free never sounded so good. Thousands of radio stations all over the country play your favorite music. 500,000 podcasts. Thousands of playlists for every mood. Over 100 commercial-free music channels. And over 100 million songs to your favorite playlist. Download the always free iHeartRadio app and start listening now.
Really? One time, I got in the car and he had that song.
It's Gary and Shannon.
It was
Over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena.
The role they play in their injured clients' recovery drives them to produce the best results.
Just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries.
He couldn't get the insurance company to help him at all, and after all the frustration, he called Sweet James.
His attorney stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he really needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million win.
In these situations, caring is hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and justice.
That is Sweet James. If you are ever hurt in any kind of accident, results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet James. And don't wait, because your wait could hurt your case.
800-9 million. That's 800-9 million. 800-900-0000 or go to sweetjames.com.
I didn't even know. I was just
Can you say
come
on the show?
Yeah, come on.
Radio station, the
free.
exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Then like a month later, I go to comic. Old Nomad Village is an old show. I went to Old Nomad. The guy was in New York. He hot. Girl, Kate Hudson with a baby. With a brother, little brother, older I was shit. That's what I had. He told me no. He stunk so fucking bad. Oh no. That was a magical place. It was just something different. And I did a movie with Adam Sandler and Don Johnson. I had to sing it. After we seen it, we had to go to his father. I still remember these things that changed.
They should sing in Spanish.
Miami Vice was hard and was an athlete. And one night we're like Saudi Bugatti. You see a bunch of people running down the street. Bunch of women.
I think
Fucking running with his body. Fucking crazy shit.
he was.
I can't
Who's
imagine.
the new girl that he sang with in his last concert?
Dua Lipa.
Dua Lipa.
The way out of Aspen, when you
Yeah,
made
you
that
should have
turn
done
out
that.
before you hit that road.
Because he can't sing anymore, and she's one of the best singers in the world.
Why? He really can't sing anymore.
Elton John?
Yeah.
Come on, did you see it? Your last
Oh,
concert
you smell that past that.
at Dodger Stadium?
I didn't hear it.
Oh.
It was tortured.
Burning
Really?
Yeah, he can't hit Elton John.
I've never smelled
I saw it. Hang
He's
on a
nice.
second. Hang on a second.
It was just,
First
I
of all,
was like a kid in the
seconds
game.
later,
How did
I saw his red piano
Shit.
thing. I saw that show.
Come over and yell.
So that's why I mentioned what it's called. I was like, honestly, it's like maybe
They all
5
say
years
good
ago.
morning and hello. And you know, people calling over. You need a ride? Get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, no.
Well,
you can't
you
act
can't
like
now.
that.
You're saying that the Dodger Stadium show was a fizzle? I didn't
So,
realize that.
what
I should
brought
pull
you
that up.
to Aspen
Yeah,
in the first
please
place?
do, because
My
I
brother
mean,
Jimmy Burke.
I don't like to ever doubt the veracity of what you have to say.
I'll bring it up once in a
His
while.
voice wasn't as strong as Dua Lipa.
That's right.
So the comparison.
That's right.
Oh, I see. That's a fair thing.
All right, let's look this up because
Is it
I don't want
fucking
to. I mean, I
ride?
love Elton
How many people
but
looking for me? So I had no
there's
choice.
a time.
So I came up with like $1,500. I bought the car, lost the driver, the
High
axle
school
fell
Dua
off.
Lipa.
It was weird because he told me a date.
DUA. DUA.
But I was
LUPA.
planning on robbing this bookmaker
Lipa.
for a ton of dough. The guy had money in the
Okay, Elton
a
John, Dua
living
Lipa,
closet.
Cold Heart.
And he would have like a
Yeah,
register.
that's
But that
Hundreds
was
in the top,
Dodger
50s in
Stadium.
the second show.
Where you screwed
Every
it up.
time I went in, they just opened the
Let's
closet,
see,
take
Dodger
money out.
Stadium,
Hey,
right?
it's like we got
Dodger
robbed this
Stadium.
guy. So I was waiting to rob this guy. I didn't want to go because I thought it was like a $20,000 they paid day.
There it
Right?
is.
So
All right, here
I
we go.
told him
Hold
just
on
leave
your
and I got a plane
hold
ticket.
on your safety belts, everybody. Dua
Pennsylvania.
Lipa and Elton John.
So
Dua
I had to
Lipa
go back.
belting it out,
And once he
and
came
Elton
back, I
John.
knew I had to go. Like that was my sign. Like I gotta go.
And it makes me
Broke
sad.
the fuck
I
down.
love Elton.
I gotta come back.
Before you say that, let me hear it a
I
little
said,
bit.
fuck it, I went. Just 18, no family, nothing going on.
This guy's a robot.
My cousin was a complete. I bought fucking golden cookies out of the bed. And then his nephew showed up to my show like a week later. He got coke out of the bed. He's the famous guy. Like, he's throwing the coke out of that thing. Oh, he lived. He lived in Aspen. That motherfucker was 25 years in America. Another 13 was at him. He's out now. Wow. So I went up there, and I just, it was perfect for what I was just coming out of. I lost my mother 2 years earlier. I needed to fucking get some traction. And I fell in that place. Can you imagine, man? I just fell into that. Pretty crazy. Pretty fun. But a good shift of perspective, right? You see a totally different way to live. And I had to figure it out for myself. Instead of being up there struggling, joining Colorado Mountain. No high school. Just one. I picked my classes. Got the money. I think. Started taking 6 credits. No high school diploma. Math classes, the whole fucking thing, history. And I went to Boulder, and I joined continuing at a Boulder. And one day they came through the left, Joe. And they're like, listen, you got too many credits. You got to transfer into a college. And I'm like, I don't know high school diploma. And they're like, well, you can't take classes here. I didn't tell them I can't have high school diploma. And I applied to the University of Colorado, Spanish program. Some program there. They paid a 2.0 and fucking garbage. They gave you a Buddha. Really, they gave you money out the ass. So I transferred to the University of Colorado. They kept fucking, where's your high school transfer? Where's your high school transfer? I'll whip one up in a second. I didn't know how. I kept lying. They're coming. And so I got arrested. And I took my GED. So I said, fuck it. That's how I got it. When you got arrested, you had to take a GED. Well, when you got arrested, you know, they got about me. I had to show the judge I was trying to get my license. When I was on the list. So I took the GED and
He probably only got his out of college and then went back to
fucking believe that. There was no computer back then. It was Colorado at the time. Bring it next time. You could have been big.
And he pulled the microphone away and
How would I really know? I
he
didn't
says
want to
to
do
her
that.
without
I wanted
talking,
to do it.
sort of
You
just
know,
looking his head.
everything else in my life was shit. I had one thing for myself. Right. One thing for myself. That's what are you planning on doing when you go to college? Did you ever plan? No? Just take classes. Those are real fucking class. But I took it serious. Everything else was shit. Right. It's fun. It's not shit. Sometimes that's what a person needs. Something that they can dedicate themselves towards. Because they don't feel like they have anything and there's no direction. They don't know what to do. You know, that old expression, idle hands in the devil's playground, that's real. That's real. That's real. That's incredible. Yeah. If you don't have a purpose in life, you don't have a direction that you feel like you should be going in, you feel so lost. And you get sucked into all kinds of things. You feel anxiety, you escape the drugs. Trying to find something to make you feel better because you just don't feel good.
That's why you tuned into this show.
That's the only thing that makes you feel good.
Other crap.
Having a family, having a
Everybody loves it. Everything was great. It was worth $8,000.
They had some criticisms, but I haven't found vocals as one of the
people.
Carol was originally supposed to sing that Don't Go Breaking My Heart without John.
Who?
Dusty Springfield.
Is that right?
Oh, wow, that's great knowledge. That's
Right. A bunch of
huge. Where's Dusty?
And since I didn't have time, I was dedicated to whatever I was doing.
Bad, right?
God, that is. Can you imagine
It's
that?
hard to say.
Bad time to get sick. Hey, we got
I didn't have
you doing a song yet? Oh,
Help
that's
me
right.
out. I did something.
Oh,
I was doing it for Joe.
It's Kiki
You need
D.
to show him that I'm fucked. Right, you worked on it. I'm spending time. Yeah. Even comedy. I love
Good to drill down. Thank you.
I got it.
I don't feel.
What I want.
I can't. Honestly, listening to the track, I kind of feel like I did miss the concert. I didn't go, and but listening to you, I feel like maybe I'm glad
It was expensive
It's
for
a
what
journey
the
of education.
you went to see in honor of Elton John, his last
And let me tell you
concert in
something.
America,
Comedian,
and I
your
get it.
IQ has
I love the guy, but I felt bad
like
that,
the good ones somewhere.
that he's up there.
They're not stupid. No, we're not stupid. We figured out how
Those
to,
notes that he can't
get to that next
All right,
level. And
just
that
trying to
was,
make
for me, that was the most
We're live on KFI more now.
becoming a man. Becoming a man to somebody who can contribute. Yeah, not have to steal. I wasn't looking at it. I was never like
Just $3.25 an hour. Over the next 3 years, the union plans to announce whether workers have voted to authorize a strike on Friday. And officials in El Salvador say they've set a pile of cocaine worth $67.5 million on fire.
I did more
2.7 tons of cocaine
when I was clean in
last
10
month.
years than I did in those 30 years.
Let's get to a stall and they support
You
a
always think
pass.
about what you lost. And I lost those 2 years in prison.
The 405
You know, I
is
lost a
coming
lot of
right
time
up
fucking
on
But look what I did.
just about Mulholland Skirball Center.
My
Hartford Lane has been blocked. Now in the back out of West LA, North 405 past Wilshire, a crash has been cleared out of lanes into the center divider.
That was
Those
it. Yeah,
overall
for me, it wasn't
delays are
about
backing up all the way to Culver City from just about the 90. Beyond the stall near Skirball Center, the drive from slow all the way to Nordoff and North Hills, so
I got
head
a
off the 118 to the 5 merge heading into Selmar. It's also a tough drive. This one in Elysian Park. First of all, Dodgers first pitch 7:10 tonight.
You know, my mother had her life and I had my life.
Into the stadium.
And I appreciate it because it made me
coming up on Stadium
to be
Way.
the man I
The
am
left lane
today.
is
But
blocked due to a
at the
crash,
time,
sending your
it's
drive
like that
back
line
out
from
of
Pink
Burbank
Floyd
from Olive.
The
The
stranger,
one
you know.
or the
You were
2
straight.
southbound is slow from the 1
Parents
through
are doing what they
4.
were doing.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic
Right, they're
reports.
delivering
I'm
fucking
Angel Martinez.
You know,
Associated companies keep raising their prices. The iHeartRadio app is still free. And free never sounded so good. Thousands of radio stations from all
and that's
over
what
the
I think a
country
lot of
play your
Americans are
favorite
doing.
music.
When I sit here, I
Podcasts,
listen to
thousands
music.
of playlists for every mood. Over
That's the
100
thing that's
commercial-free
going on.
music channels. And over 100 million songs to fill your favorite playlist. Download the
Need
all-free
challenges.
iHeartRadio
The
app and
challenge.
start
You want to do
listening
something
now.
with the challenge.
Yo, I get close to you. What the fuck I'm
You're
calling?
supposed to open up the mouth and
So Jordan from
put a channel line
Wholesale Electric was over at
that's what
my house
makes
a
us
few days ago when we were installing my EV charger
Yeah, I
at my
think
new place. And we were
there's
talking,
no
and I said,
fucking way, Universal. I don't want you getting the same as I get. Hand out
your
your
employees go where the charging station
Hand out
they have
do not
EVs, so many of us do.
They do not
If
work.
you have
For
customers,
certain
can
people,
you
they work.
imagine
But for
offering
certain,
a
in a
charging
mass,
station?
they don't
It's,
work.
well, Anaheim
People
White
buy
House
stereos,
charging
charger
station.
tickets, and
If you're a business,
you know
you
that
don't
comes
have
first. You know that episode of The Sopranos. The chick says my phone's about to get turned off. I got no food until I give some money.
Southern
And
California,
then she
leader
comes
in
back.
commercial retail charging stations. Walters Wholesale Electric, small and large
That's
charging
everybody's mind. That was
installations.
my mind.
And it really takes experts to put these things
Yeah,
in place.
what's
And all of a sudden,
important?
you have Walters Electric
Look at
is
the
all
fucking
about.
change. Look
Walters
at the
Wholesale
credit card
Electric.
that
Dial
this
pound
country's
250 on the cell and say EV charging.
You
Pound
see the
250
credit
on
card
your
got
cell,
all
say
these $4
EV
cards. You think
or
people
visit
have this money?
WaltersWholesale.com.
It's fucking insane right now.
Hi,
People
it's
are
Sharon
living off their
Harris,
fucking
owner of
cards,
Lightsource
Joe,
Water.
since the
Our
pandemic.
Lightsource whole
Now
house
it's
water
becoming
system
second nature.
ensures that clean, delicious,
It's just a
and
card. I don't know if you've ever
fresh
been in
water flows
card
from
debt.
every tap and
What's up,
You never know
Vitality?
what
This is Rabbi Rothschild here. I want to make you aware that you're the man for some of the work that you do. I'm the man for some of the work that I do. I'm live in your Discord right now. If you're not aware, here's your Discord. I'm live. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on YouTube up there. You're live on Instagram here. You're live everywhere, man. This is the biggest event in global history, and I watch your streams because of the good work that you do. And I think you're a funny person, and I think you do your job or stream the best of your ability to both communicate to people and influence people in a positive way, and I think that's amazing. We're going to do some quick checking out of your social media. Here it is, Vitality the Goat. You can check him out. He's got the Polaris project here. You can donate to it. And Discord's here. I wish he knew that I really like being in his Discord, but I really don't like being kicked out or at least thrown out of the VC for no reason. It means I got to come back in manually. So if he could communicate to his Discord, hey, Rabbi's cool, let him stream here. It's a portal into his life. That would be great. So there's your Discord here, your social media. Here's your link tree. Check out all your shit. This is amazing. We're going to check out your TikTok. Here it is. We're following you now, dog. And I'm going to upload to my social media here. You'll be able to find it there. So again, this is Rabbi to Vitality. Hope you're doing well, dog. And here is your link tree. Make sure to follow him. And you can check out Rabbi in his Discord right here. Here's what happens when I try to go into his Discord. At least on this device, we'll see. See, the link is invalid or has expired because somebody there just didn't want me in. That's okay. I have other accounts that are currently streaming in there, but if you could unban me with all my accounts, I didn't do anything wrong. I'd be very appreciative of that, my man. In the meantime, we're checking you out everywhere, including on X, on Reddit, on Instagram, on TikTok, of course. Check him out at I Broke the Internet Vitality. Give me a shout out and we'll break the internet now. Thanks, big dog.
You can get married.
Who knows how What is the real estate knows exactly which renovations to do. They oversee the entire renovation process. They work extremely fast. Most renovations
Vitality, this is Rabbi Rothschild here. I want to make you aware that you're the man for some of the work that you do. I'm the man for some of the work that I do. I'm live in your Discord right now. You're not aware. You're live everywhere, man. This is the biggest event in global history, and I watch your streams because of the good work that you do. And I think you're a funny person, and I think you do your job for stream the best of your ability to both communicate to people and influence people in a positive way. And I think that's amazing. We're going to do some quick checking out of your social media. Here it is, Vitality the Goat.
And then you
You
don't
can check
know.
him out. He's got
Your
the
limit's still
Polaris Project.
And
You
now
can
you have to go
donate
to a
to it.
casino to have the fucking
And
pitbull
his Discord's here.
call you.
I wish he knew that.
That's how they
I
always
really like being in his Discord, but I really don't like being
This is 30 years ago.
kicked out or at least thrown out of the VC for no reason.
I mean, they got to come back in manually. Yeah,
So he could communicate to
Good
his
news,
Discord.
Diaz,
Hey,
an extra $2,000.
Booyah!
Let's go.
Let's go.
portal into his life.
Yeah.
That'd
Do
be
you
great.
remember that scam
So there's your
where
Discord
you
here, your
get like
social media.
cassettes for
Here's
like
your link tree.
$1? You remember that?
I don't go to.
This is amazing.
Go. I don't go to Indiana.
TikTok.
You've never seen me do anything in Indiana. I'm gonna go to Columbia out $10 million. Are you stupid? I don't go to Indiana. That's Terre Haute, Indiana. Right? Look it up. I still remember where that motherfucker came from. I don't even go to Indiana. I don't even want to remember.
And then you'd have to buy a
3
new
hours.
Yeah. Was it every month?
12
Make sure to follow him.
12 hot hits for a
Check
cool
out
penny.
Rabbi
I don't
in his
think
Discord.
CDs back then.
Here.
I think it says cassettes
Here's what
or
happens when I
records.
try to go into his Discord. At least on this device, we'll see.
How does he make
See,
money?
the link
Because
is
everything
invalid
is
or has
recorded.
expired because somebody there just didn't want me
So
in.
they-
That's okay. I have other accounts that are streaming in there, but you can unban
Status on.
them.
Oh, really?
I didn't do anything.
So they re-recorded it?
Very appreciative of
No,
that,
no,
my
it was
man.
real. It was real music. No, it's the band.
Checking you out
But
everywhere.
it's something. It's a catch.
On
It's some catch.
X, on
So you
Reddit,
had to buy
on
whatever,
Instagram,
12 hot
on TikTok.
for a penny.
So
You
check
had to
it
put
out
the penny
at
on
I
the
Broke
page
the
and
Internet
it's
by
got
Telly.
Let's stop
Give
right
me a
there.
shout out to
AOL
Break the
may
Internet
have had
now.
the most prevalent mail-in magazine-based marketing campaign in the 90s, but a close second goes to both Columbia House, which is owned by Sony, and BMG, which is owned by RCA. It was a common sight in magazines of all shapes and sizes to see ads like the one above, which promoted extremely cheap collections of music in exchange for signing up for a membership. It even single-handedly helped some CDs become hits. Hootie and the Blowfish, for example, is said to have sold over 3 million copies of cracked rear view through the service.
Right. Is there a wedding shower going on this weekend?
Yeah.
Yes, there it is.
Wow.
Is that heterosexual?
You would sign up for credit card bill.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, you are bringing
Yeah.
into the 90s.
There was no credit card in my day. There was just send the penny.
Shout out to Vitali and the good work that he does. Check out Vitali live on Kick. Check out Rabbi live on YouTube 24/7 365. Biggest event in global history.
Stereophile magazine.
Share to be a trillionaire.
Analyzing whether the quality of Columbia House or BMG CDs was actually much lower than one could find in a traditional record store. The belief, which hasn't been confirmed, was that the service was using lower quality master tapes, and on high quality equipment, one could tell the difference. But that said, it wasn't
To
confirmed.
the wedding shower, there were 3
Lack
suicides.
of royalty payments.
It's like,
Here's
oh,
another
really?
one. Go up.
In this kitchen, yeah.
So it says,
So
Mental Floss notes that those free CDs generally cost Columbia House $1.50 each to create, a fairly low amount of overhead in those days. The reason why it was so low, they didn't have to pay royalties on the giveaways and made the money back on the margin. In other words, that Nirvana album you got for free from Columbia House netted Kurt Cobain a grand total of $0.
Answer questions about
Wow.
bridal shower
But
guests.
they didn't get paid for those.
Oh,
So the model the company used relied on customers essentially forgetting that they had subscribed to the service and then sending random CDs to have it out to them, along with a bill.
That's awesome. It's gonna be a nice, big, huge, like extravagant event.
No, it's just gonna be intimate.
Tell us more, Jamie. What
Just,
happened?
like family and my closest friends and some of the
High profits after the
here.
freebies run out. After you got these cassettes and just shipped your way, the company charged high amounts to consumers, but they also kept most of the profits on the album sold. Mental Floss suggests the company made as much as $7.50 on each album shipped.
Yes.
Wow.
And she's cool.
I wonder how much the bands got paid for those
She's one of those
from
old-fashioned
Columbia.
moms.
Aggressive bill collection
She's one of those
tactics.
old-fashioned moms.
Consumer Affairs and Rip-Off Record each report pages on the service and its collection agency Trident Asset Management that go back for miles. If you haven't paid for those CDs you got back in the 90s, they're probably still looking to shake you down for your money, Joey.
They do them in the 90s, in the 70s. A long time ago, you know what I'm saying? I still remember the album. You know
What's
what
up,
that is?
everyone? This is Rabbi Rothschild looking at a huge bitch right now named Nick White.
This weekend. Yeah, let's be the center of attention.
So was Sharon is going to be there? I got like,
Oh, wait, Sharon Bellio's coming? Yeah, I didn't know that.
It's pretty exciting.
John McClain.
What's up, everybody? I want everybody to know that Nick White is being a little bitch right now. He won't let me into any of his Discords, and I understand it's probably because I spam him with all of my accounts. But nevertheless, Nick, shout out to you as a kick streamer. I hope you're doing well. I hope you let me back into your Discord in time. I understand this video goes out to you. We're going to check out all your shit. Here you are, being a little bitch. Got on your little bitch hat. And you're saying some bitch ass shit. That's cool. Look at, I'm even banned in your chat. Fuck you. I shouldn't even be making this for you because it doesn't seem like you like me very much. But I know deep down I am your biggest fan, and I know deep down you love me more than I do. So, Nick White, get your shit together. Unban me on everything. We're checking out your social media. If you want to be a huge bitch, follow Nick in his Discord. Here, check it out. Here's what happens when I try to join your Discord, you little bitch. Hey, everybody, come join my Discord. Hey, everybody. Rabbi, joining your Discord. And then it's like, psych, that shit didn't even work. What in the fuck? What is it? Oh, here we go. Hey, everybody, join my Discord. Psych, bitch. That sucks. Nick, get your shit together, dog. Nobody wants that. Fucking bullshit. You can donate to him there. His Instagram's here, his Twitter's here, his YouTube's here. We're gonna check out his Instagram and see if he's continue to be a huge bitch. Nicholas White, yep. All of this looks twitchy. So I want everybody to know. Follow Rabbi Rothschild, follow Nick. Hopefully he'll unban Rabbi. Shout out to Nick White in all seriousness. He's a cool streamer. And check out his streams on Kick.
If Leon Edwards starts singing Sweet Caroline.
Out, dog. He's out.
I love Leon. That'd be great. That's a lot of money. Or something that people know. There's a few of those songs that everybody knows. Oh, Joey, please stay a little bit there. You translate it.
Discord and try usually this video goes out to you. We're gonna check out our shit. You are beautiful bitch. You got your little bitch ass. Oh really? And you're saying some bitch ass shit. That's cool. Look at, I'm even banned in your chat. Fuck you. I shouldn't even be making this for you because it doesn't seem like you like me very much. You're a nobody. I love you. I am your biggest fan. I know deep down you love me more than life itself. So Nick White, get your shit together. I'm banning on everything. We're checking out your social media. If you want to be a huge bitch, follow here, check it out. Here's what happens when I try to join your Discord.
Still fucking super dangerous.
Hey everybody,
John Silva went to a split decision.
Hey everybody.
Yeah, that guy.
And then it's like, psych, that shit didn't even work. What in the fuck? What is it? Oh, here we go. Hey, everybody, psych, bitch, that sucks. They get your shit together, dog. Nobody wants that. Fucking bullshit. You can donate to their Instagram, there's Twitter, YouTube's here. We're gonna check out his Instagram and see what he does. Oh, my God, bitch. Nicholas White, yeah, I was exposed to history. So, I want everybody to check out the streets of Cleveland.
It's been the slides and
That's why American Vision Windows and Appeals Court in California has upheld a ban on gun sales at gun shows held on state-owned property, including county fairgrounds. The 9th U.S. Circuit Court issued a ruling today after several pro-gun groups filed a lawsuit alleging the ban was unconstitutional. The circuit says the laws do not restrict any expressive activity, and therefore don't implicate the First Amendment. Governor Newsom and AG about to both call it a victory for Californians. An Alzheimer's drug for
what's up, everybody? I want everybody to know
where the treatment's expected approval from
what's up, everybody?
If this medication is approved, you
this
will be the second drug on the market here in the U.S. that can slow the progression of Alzheimer's in early stage patients. Neither of these two drugs, though, can cure or reverse the disease.
Rabbi Rothschild says both come with potentially serious side effects, including risk of brain bleed. The FDA voted unanimously yesterday the drug's ability to slow the disease outweighs its risks. Germany's Arsenal company to support for Ukraine's recovery from the destruction wreaked by Russia's war. UN development program.
Yo, get your shit together and unban Rabbi from your Discord.
Refugees. Of helping Ukraine and its economy to continue to function, to provide economic incomes remains a top priority. Gathering in Berlin comes out of a weekend peace summit in Switzerland, where Ukraine's President Zelensky will also renew calls for help in repelling missile attacks by Russian forces. We're going to take a look.
You get a guy who's 22 years old.
On freeway.
That's
What's up, Vitalia? This is Rabbi Rothschild. This is Shopper. It's amazing. This is Shopper. It's amazing. Honestly, I'm not sure for Shopper.
You watch like Cheeto versus Sugar. At the end of that fight, even though Sugar Sean put on at the end of that shit, he walked out of there with foot cast, arm cast, slid through the hallway, and he won. And then Cheetos just busted out, man. His whole face was busted out. I mean, those guys are physical condition just to be able to it's crazy.
It's clouds fog out there tonight, clearing up to
Depending on all these things that break skin, buying stuff, you use this to make your living, feed your family, it's like depend on your tissue and your bones to stay in place while you're smashing people in the face. And you're getting smashed, you get your arm fall,
and it is causing quite
this shit is happening.
And as a result, we are seeing delays here on that 101 found downtown LA. A lot of people are heading in that direction anyway because Dodgers first pitch tonight at 7:10 p.m. against the Texas Rangers. A lot of people piled into Chavez Ravine. It's affected 5 southbound away from Walnut all the way to the 110.
Some of like Tom Aspinall, he didn't even fuck his rib up preparing for that fight. With circuit tablets. So he couldn't even wrestle. He's tight. This gigantic, terrifying Russian who knocks everybody into the dark dimension. He can't wrestle. He can't do one thing you would think he needs to do to that guy. Pavlovich fucks everybody up. Fuck Blues upstairs. Fucks a lot of people up. Titan Vasa. He's fucking people up. Beating them up standing. He's a dangerous cat. He's giant. He's giant. And Aspinall couldn't even, but he had these initials. Worked out. But then the Slovak team, when you imagine you look up, he's prepared for Charles Oliveira. Charles Oliveira gets cut. Makachev steps in, or Alexander steps in.
My Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I
Matches
want
with
to
the guys going to
explore
a full
Toronto City in the new year, and my Ford Bronco Sport is perfect.
Ever. Tyson Fury gets tired 10 days before he's first fight. They don't just call him and say, what are you doing? That never happens, ever. Especially at a championship level, not just championship level, but the two guys who are wide very best number one and number two up until the early 40s. Number one and number two up until the second round. Before that fight, it was Volkanovski. It was Makachev or man. Months later, you're not even the best in the position. The best guy you can do is off the game punches. Now he has his
The insurance company offered him $60,000
Now, that might seem like a lot of money, but when Sweet James protected them, they were awarded $745,000 instead. They can't guarantee an outcome of the case, but whether it's a car crash, motorcycle accident, or drug accident, the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they pay nothing until they win. So if you or a loved one is in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-911 for free consultation. It's a very easy number to dial during an uneasy time.
Hey everybody, this is Demi Socks. I still don't know if she sucks. I want everybody to know that her social media can be found here. She's pushing 30, really, really good at video games, love to interact with chat. She pretty much never misses a message, so come chat. Favorite color is green, swag. We're going to follow her here, and if you weren't aware of who she is, she's a Kick streamer, and you're not aware of who I am. I'm the biggest fucking deal in global history. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Demi Socks, we're going to have to put that to the test. I wanted you to know that I think you're an amazing streamer, and you get major W's from Rabbi Rothschild for your consistency. Thank you for everything you do for the community. Shout out to Demi Socks. Demi Socks, you are amazing. Shout out to Demi. Woo-hoo.
She sucks. She sucks. I want everybody to know that her social media is here. She's pushing 30, really, really good at being a kid. Interact with the chat. But never miss a message. Come chat. Favorite color is green. Sweat. We're going to follow her here. And if you weren't aware of who she is, she's a Kick streamer. And if you weren't aware of who I am, I'm the biggest fucking deal in history. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Every Sunday, we're going to have a build-up test. So I wanted you to know that I think you're an amazing streamer. I get major W's from Rabbi Rothschild. It's not just thank you for everything you do for the community. Shout out to Demi Socks. Demi Socks. Shout out to Demi.
It's with a switch high kick off the left leg, right to the face. I mean, like this. Like you drop it, which is, you know, 99. Look at that left arm.
I do know, and I hate that.
I mean, he's a fucking cracked on the chin, dude. Look how perfect it is. I mean, it is a perfect high kick. Jai Herbert. Dead. You got lucky. But also that got Jai Herbert caught him a bunch of other shots in the leg. Because once you get hurt, if you get a hold of someone, it gives you at least seconds to try to clear your head. Sometimes it takes your head, but it means like
Tell everyone you know Rabbi Rothschild streams live 24/7 for world peace. It's the biggest deal in global history, and everybody wants to know about it. So make sure you tell everybody about it.
So the second round,
to take care of some of these smashers and grab.
and it's a good fight up until then, man. Jai Herbert is about tall like this. He's a tall 55, and you can see by his movement, he's a very skilled striker, very dangerous, and long. So he gets him up to the cage, he rips the body, boom! Oh my God. Bro, but look at the combination before that. He sets it up by a left to the body. Watch this left to the body. Watch it, boom, bang. Hard left hook to the body, right hand over the top. Look at this, boom, right to the liver, boom. And bro, that was a solid liver punch to his
because you see him breathe out after he gets hit. Show that right there again. Watch. He gets hit with his left body. He's going to breathe out. See his mouth fill up? That's like, it's a perfect liver punch. And a perfect right hand behind. So you might get knocked out. You might let down a half a second later from that liver punch. That's how big that punch is.
So as you mentioned during the process of negotiating, I want everybody to know that St. White is being a little bitch right now. Won't let me into any of his discords, and I understand it's probably because I spammed him with all of my accounts. But nevertheless, Nick, shout out to you as a Kick streamer. I hope you're doing well. I hope you let me back into your Discord in time to understand this
He's on steroids. Everyone knows he's on steroids.
Here you are. Bitch. Oh, really? And you're saying some bitch ass shit.
NBA players. Jamie, what are they testing for? Are they testing for like testosterone?
Alcohol. No reefer.
No reefer. No, they can't.
Now the ballot measure is different, enhancing penalties on fentanyl and other hard drug dealers and manufacturers, while also setting a new requirement that those convicted of stealing 3 times will face time in prison.
You know, the other night we had music on. Yeah, Led Zeppelin came on. Yeah, and also that one back. I'm like,
You know, they steal stuff. But if you're caught 3 times, then you have to spend some time in prison.
That's the reason I would never.
Maybe it's
But I knew it was going to sound
a start.
The Democratic leaders say there are conflicts between the
Isn't it
two,
crazy?
but we
Food
repeatedly
tastes
try
better,
to ask
feels
what
better,
are the
lifting
conflicts
weights,
between the initiative
oh
and
my
the
God.
legislative package.
Oh my God. Riding a bike with reefer. The only thing I don't do is reefer. You don't, you can get to it? No. I know, no, that donkey dude, no, I went to the seminar, he was smoking Jack. Oh, yeah. He was hilarious. Jeff Glover. Oh, yeah, he's hilarious. He's hilarious. Yeah, he's good. You know, that reefer shit, somebody mounted me once. That was it. Time out. No. It's amazing. Yeah, everything like that. Riding, oh my God, riding when you giggle. Yeah.
And a more effective suite of bills fronted by the Assembly and Senate that are put into law.
That'd be really smart.
In potential
LeBron spends a lot of money. He's like famous for spending money on
crystal
his
clear
cover, right? Massages, everything. Cold plunges, everything. Gotta get there. You have to. He's at the very top of his game, and he's worth $1 billion. You know, I mean, he's a $1 billion property. He's at the top of it. And he looks like a superhero. I mean, LeBron looks like a superhero.
That lady's got balls.
Good Lord. Show a photo of him, like his body.
Yeah, she's like, hey, look.
Is there any shirtless photos of LeBron?
There's a lot of people stealing crap when you guys aren't doing anything about it.
You won't know
That's
this.
right.
And I think she's right.
Yeah, she's right.
I feel that same
Look
way.
at that.
See it every day.
And how
Every
tall
day
is
in
he?
the news, every single day.
Again, that was a question that was repeated throughout this press conference. We are still
LeBron
waiting to
died.
get some clarity on what
LeBron
exactly
James
those
died
conflicts
reveals he
are.
eats like
Now,
shit.
Republicans are
But
calling this tactic political gamesmanship and poison pills. We'll hear more from them at 6 o'clock. Now, we should know the Proposition 47 Reform Ballot Initiative has not yet officially qualified for the ballot, but according to the Secretary of State's numbers, the numbers are looking solid in terms of verifying the signatures that are on the petition
So is this
to
him
get this
now?
on the ballot. The ballot needs to be certified by June
Okay, so
27th,
he definitely looks
meaning that
slimmer
any
in that picture
negotiations
than he
would
did in the other
basically
picture
have
where he's
only
lifting
about a
weights.
few weeks
But
to
that's
wrap up.
right.
Reporting live here at the State Capitol, Ashley Zabala, KCRA 3 News.
Says that he appears to have lost 10 to 12 pounds.
It's just being a big market.
So yeah, you see that photo in the
LA,
gym.
New York, Chicago.
Still
You know?
shredded.
Yeah, it's
Looks like an MMA
right
fighter.
down the road from San
He
Francisco.
looks like he
You
could
go down
be
there,
like a
you're in
UFC
it.
heavyweight champion.
All right, we have a Burt Williams certificate to give
I got
away when
no
we come back. So somebody could win a great Father's Day gift. Or, you know, maybe,
Yeah, well, as long as they're not a
Because you're
fighter.
professional.
If
No,
the thing about
Williams.
fighters is,
So I know that
$50
stuff.
Burt
Yeah, I'm talking
Williams
about
gift
like
card giveaway.
How does that work? I have to stay
Yeah,
tuned
he
to
looks
find
good.
out.
Yes,
It's
you got to
but
do.
you
We'll
shit
take
that doing and
we'll take
training
like
with
the 10th
people.
caller. But you can't call
Yeah,
now.
is
It won't get through.
just, you know, I go to basketball, and I told him,
That's
I
right.
see those
That's
out.
right. You're like an old DJ.
And
Hey, open those lines.
Go over those lines.
Yeah.
You can say the phrase that pays.
It's unreal how quick he is.
How many times did you say KMI, AM 640 30 in 10 seconds. You can get a $250 gift certificate to Berkeley to come back and figure it
for
out.
them, and then
We're live on
they
KFI.
get
How many times
they get better than those people. Like every sport, if you go, there's always going to be the few outliers. Like Muhammad Ali. If you took Muhammad Ali from 1967 and brought him to the heavyweight division today, you wouldn't know. There's so many fighters, but he's just a complete outlier. And, you know, there's other Michael Jordan, complete outlier. Any generation you put him in, Larry Bird, complete outlier. Any generation is going to score from the court. But if you get the overall, the athletes, like UFC today is the best example. Because it's one of the clearest. You could go to 93, 2024, and you see this massive evolution. Massive. You see these people that are fighting on the undercards of these fight cards, like the UFC fight cards, the fight night cards, the smaller cards they do at the Apex Center. You're seeing world championship caliber fighters from 10 years ago. Like they would probably beat a lot of world champions. And this is their UFC debut. That's how good these guys are. They've evolved a lot. Everything has evolved.
Southbound out of Burbank from Olive to the 110.
It's amazing.
Even the two, it's
Look
loaded
at
up.
them.
Not as bad
Did you
as
see
last
this
check,
past
but you're
fight
on the breaks
night,
from
this
York
last
Boulevard
weekend with Rose Namajunas? No.
like a home pass remains
In the
slow,
undercard,
15
this
northbound.
kid, Cameron
Away from
Simon,
Glen Helen
who's
Parkway
like
to
one of the best
138.
guys
With Southern
at the
California's only
135,
airborne
very
traffic
slick
reports. I'm
striker,
Rachel
South
Martinez.
African kid, like very tough, very good kid. He fought this dude,
It takes you backstage with Broadway's
Peyton
biggest
Talbot,
stars
and I've never seen this
commercial-free
fight.
Broadway hits 24/7.
This kid is a
Search
motherfucker.
iHeartRadio Broadway on the
He's
iHeartRadio app
so
and start
good.
listening.
He's 25 years old. He's fought like once, I
Broncos
think, in
sport,
the
and I
UFC and
can't
once in the
wait for all the
Henderson.
adventures ahead.
And this
My
is my
fiancé
first
and
time
I
watching
want
him.
to explore
And I was
more
like,
hikes around the
Jesus
city in the new
Christ,
year, and my Ford Bronco
He's
Sport is
so
perfect
fucking-
because
now
the
they're
gas
doing this
mileage
since
is unparalleled in this car. I feel so safe
Oh,
driving
yeah,
it,
they're
and
dedicated
there's tons of room in the trunk, so I can
See
pack
if you can
stuff for
find
a
that
picnic
knockout.
if we choose to do that
See if
on
the
a hike.
find
Adventure is
the
more
knee
fun
you
with
would
the
have hit
Ford
him with in the
Sport.
first
The
round.
Nitos
Like
Ford
in
are
the beginning of the
Head
fight.
to your Southern California Ford dealers for great offers on all Fords.
You have termites? Maybe. Or you know you have termites. Either way, call the folks at Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection and certain restrictions apply. They treat your
there's very few
home
guys
kill
that like
buggers
Jim Miller.
without tenting.
Jim Miller's still fighting at a world-class
Call 800
level.
Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit
Yeah.
Pacific Coast
Oh, Brad Tavares.
Termite.com.
He just
Call
beat
800
Chris Weidman.
Pacific.
I love him. He looks fantastic. Yeah. Don't think it's electric there. He was, yep. Oh my God. Kicking the shit out of him. And just looked slick. Very good. Very good to stand up. And now he's
And we do play some
college. Yeah. These kids are
You're wondering what's going on. Dog, this is Lola Buns. Do you know who Lola Buns is? Check her out, dog. She's on Kick. She's an amazing Kick streamer. She has limited merch today only. Get your shit together. Buy her shit right now. If you're seeing this, you probably can't even buy this shit anymore, but she's got other shit you can buy. We're gonna check out her shit. She's got use code LOLABUNS for 15% off for fucking whatever fuel, probably in the petroleum industry or something. About me. Hi, I'm Lola. I started my journey as a full-time streamer on 2/6/23. Her main goal is to build awesome friendships and create a positive space for everyone. The end goal is being able to give back to my community. Cool. She is located in Atlanta, and her hometown is Medellin, Colombia. Thank you for supporting my gaming and streaming experience, even just by watching, following, and subscribing. Subscribe there. The Kick tool goes with donations. What is her social media? No one knows. Who knows? All I know is this is her shit. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Follow Lola Buns. Seems to be a good person. And maybe she'll get a Discord someday and I'll be able to stream in it. Peace, girl. Oh, you feel like, why isn't... I thought you were done. Sometimes it's hard for me to find the end button.
KFIRevive.com. KFIRevive.com. Don't just sell your home, maximize its value. KFIRevive.com, or simply pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say revive. Pound 250, revive.
Hi, it's Sherry Harris. We were
Pretty much doing
for the text.
This is Lola Bunny. You know what Lola Bunny is? Check her out, dog. She's not kidding. She's an amazing kick streamer. She has limited merch today only. Get your shit together. Buy her shit right now. You're seeing that you probably can't even buy her shit anymore. She's got other shit you can buy. We're gonna check out her shit. She's got use code LOLABUGS for 15% off for fucking whatever fuels, probably in the petroleum industry or something. About me. Hi, I'm Lola. I started my journey as a full-time streamer on 2/6/23. Her main goal is to build awesome friendships and create a positive space for everyone. The end goal is being able to give back to my community. She is located in Atlanta, and her hometown is Medellin, Colombia. Thank you for supporting my gaming and streaming experience, even just by watching, following, and subscribing. Subscribe there. Kick tools, those are donations. Where's your social media? No one knows. All I know is this is her shit. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, follow Lola Bunny. Maybe she did a Discord someday and I'll be able to stream it. Peace, girl.
Yeah, what is the number of people?
God, seems like why is it? I thought you were done.
You know, and you have to learn how to roll correctly. Like when you gotta tap, tapping's important. You gotta tap to save your body.
Good, dog.
People fight out of shit that you shouldn't fight out of.
Yay.
Learn how to navigate. This is it.
Baby.
So Cameron Simon, first of all,
Maybe she wrote you
high level contender. This is the end of it. He's fucking amazing. You gotta see like the stand up before that, like in the first round.
Yeah.
He's just he moves so good, man. And he's got high power. Look at this, that knee right there. Back up a little bit before that.
All right, so what are you doing?
And it's just the timing. Like, look at the timing on this knee. Watch this. Boom. And if you hear it, it sounds like a baseball bat hitting a coconut. I mean, it's perfectly timed. And he's just so fucking devastated. It just looked like he was having fun in there.
Everybody follow Lola Bunny on Kick and Rabbi Rothschild everywhere but Kick because Rabbi was banned because Rabbi's too cool for school.
Okay. You're looking at future superstar. And there's that left hook. Tight left hook. Ooh. There's a lot of these guys right now. There's so many people coming up right now. They're so high level. Like 1-2 fights into the UFC, they look at them like, good lord, that's a world championship caliber fighter. Fucking hard career.
Oh, it's the hardcore. Last night, Tuesday night, some kid came up with me with a Houston shirt. He had number 34. Whatever. Lawrence.
And so the 10th caller.
The guy, Lawrence. Campbell. I think I'm last week.
Well, it's a massage. Nobody is gonna.
Yeah, all that money.
Pass on that. It sounds pretty great.
Right.
There's
Steve's
calling.
Okay.
David.
That's a fucking man. Now we're learning.
Melvin.
Obviously, over time.
Rebecca.
Miss Patrick studies and shit.
And there's some nut named Wireless call.
Jiu-jitsu for me at 61. So I go to
So
class.
all those people,
All the
they
drills.
didn't win. Judy called. Now you're getting closer. Judy.
Crispy.
Yo, everyone, this is Norway, Don Patrick. He and I have the same issue. Hot girls are coming. That's what they always say, dog. I prove it true. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. And this Norway dog has a stream on Kick. Check out this person, Norway, Don Patrick. You can check out their social media here. You go to About. Here's your Discord. Oh, they have a Discord. Maybe I haven't checked that. I don't think I have. So this is a really great opportunity. Norway Loyals. Except, look how great this was. Psych! You're like, who's that hoe in your fucking DMs, Rabbi? I don't know. Dude, what the fuck? This is such horseshit. I've probably already been banned from them. Damn it! Bullshit. Anyway, so Norway, shout out to you. Shout out to all of Norway. Shout out to letting me into your fucking Discord someday and maybe into your DMs another day. I'm over here looking at your shit. Just wanting everybody to know that your Twitter's here. Let's take a look at your Twitter. My shit's amazing. You're Don Patrick. Oh, true, this account doesn't exist. I have 2,100 of my accounts that say that, baby. So we are in good company. Shout out to you, Don Patrick, on Kick. Shout out to Rabbi Rothschild everywhere but Kick, because I've been banned everywhere. But, well, actually, I've probably been banned on the platform on what you're trying to find me, but don't worry. I find a way. Life finds a way. Don Patrick on Kick, Rabbi Rothschild everywhere else. Take care, dog. And shout out to you and being a streamer. Oh, this isn't even fucking recording, I bet. Son of a bitch.
What's on your big show tonight? That story is Hunter Biden.
That's they call it when he comes in. He finally got a haircut, so he don't look all fucked up no more. But I fucked around with him on Monday.
So much
great.
He said, you can go back. Oh, wow.
You know, these old guys are fucking great. So it's social, a lot of cops.
Well, there's a question whether he actually donated money to the
It's
university.
very fucking.
And it's also one of those things that while you're doing it, you can't think about anything else. It's so difficult. So you can do things that are good for your brain.
It's supposed to be $1 billion. That's a lot of money. Yeah. But he actually gave it around. Well, that remains to be seen. So now it's supposed to be this guy. Right. And the highlight of the show, actress Tamlin Tamita's going to join us. She's now the star of Ultra Band Rising
I don't even bring my phone up to.
Also, it's so much harder than anything else you're going to do.
After tomorrow.
That everything else
I
just
look
seems
at
easier.
that. I look at that one.
That's true. How do you look up with how do you always have the tickets to a Broadway show? Every time I turn
You
on,
are
I get
Luke
more
while you
tickets.
do jiu-jitsu?
Well,
Yeah.
we just
I
have
know.
scratch break. Okay. We'll give away more Broadway tickets in the next few days. We'll stay
Oh,
on.
you put a
What
arm
else do you know that was
on
going
there,
to
you put a chest one on.
I'm trying to.
And I see the people that get hurt, 30-year-olds that go in there.
We reached out to Mark Thompson and he wasn't available.
You know,
Fuck all that. I asked you about that.
you look good, girl.
And also set it off. I asked you about that.
Oh, yeah, Set It Off was really fun. Yeah.
Basketball.
Set It Off was great because that was the first thing they shot in that movie.
What'd you play in Set It Off?
I'm not looking at people.
How much are you getting up on stage in
Yeah,
Jersey?
it was cool. It was cool. It was a really dramatic part in Set It Off.
Did you have to try out or
Just to
audition?
keep it
No, I got cast, right?
Wow.
Just like you and
Right a lot.
Little Pizza.
So you're not audition, you're all for
I'm off early now, yeah. I have the body of work now, too.
You know, when Mark, I've seen him before because he's been on his cell phone here. When he gets a call from his agent, he has a weird accent that he does. Where he says, Phil, his agent, I think it's Phil Baldwin. He says, tell them Mark
All the
Thompson
time. No, you got this.
is,
This is the best.
there's no audition. Mark Thompson is all
Manager's
wrong.
office here.
You gotta make the point.
It's a weird accent.
This is
You
gonna be
refuse to audition. I like it. Yeah, he says, Mark Thompson does not audition. Mark Thompson is all wrong.
Like you're doing it down here.
It's a weird Italian accent.
Oh, my God.
Oh, shit.
All right, stay going with you. Mark,
I'll be listening.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, Mark and Bo Kelly up next. And this whole crew. Look at
Now
my
it seems
hands.
here. So many
What
great
you need to
comics.
know and when you need to know it. And the KOST HD2.
Eric, very close. You see the song? Did you see the song? Bro, oh, wow.
For city employees.
Confident, writes all the time, works hard.
Public health emergency in
He was on the
February
core
of last
crew
year,
or the
and now,
workout.
more than a year
workout
later, it's no
crew.
longer
He was on the
requiring
core.
current or future
He was there.
employees to be
What do you have?
vaccinated against it. Denise has been vaccinated for 23 years with the NAPD and says she still wants to be reinstated.
20 months after I worked through the pandemic, I was shamed and told I was a public health risk
You gotta
and I
do all
could
kinds of
not
stuff.
complete my duties as a surgeon if I was not vaccinated.
The city council
Do
voted
intervals
unanimously
on
to
the
end the
back.
vaccine mandate originally
Intervals.
approved in
It's a lot
October
of intervals of 20
2021.
seconds
In
work.
downtown LA, Michael Bunks,
So you just cycle
KFI
through.
News.
Man's facing federal charges for allegedly trying to shoot down OC Sheriff's
Don't
helicopter.
try to be a hero. What I want you to do is just,
Justin
this is
Jennings
how you throw a left hand, this is how you
fired off
throw a
an
right
entire
hand.
magazine.
Back, just like this. You're not going to try to do it hard. I just want you to do it naturally. Most of them are just a bag or something for a little bit. And so I say, don't worry about hitting hard. I just want you to hit it. Don't hurt yourself. And you're going to do it for 20 seconds. at a
Bullet
pretty
casings were
fast clip.
scattered throughout
And
the
then you get
floor,
arrested
and
for
law
10,
enforcement
20
also
seconds,
seized two magazines.
he's out of
Man was
sight.
arrested yesterday for trying to damage, destroy, or disable an aircraft he's going for court in
It's one of the
August.
best ways
President
to
Biden's new border policy has prompted the LA City
Check out Norway, Don
Federal
Patrick on Kick, Rabbi Rothschild everywhere else. Rabbi Rothschild streams live 24/7 for world peace. Let everyone you know about it.
and deportation protections.
These policies do not reflect the values of inclusion, fairness, and respect for human dignity.
That's where he was
But
acting
it's
when I'm
especially
doing it.
powerful to those Guatemalans who
It's
forced
work
to
and it makes you
continue
feel better
living
about
in the
yourself.
shadows.
It makes your body feel better, makes your brain feel better. It also makes you feel like you're
Naming a
not.
special area in Westlake in honor of Guatemalan
Like
migrants.
there's been
Police
times
are looking for several people
where
who
I
attacked a
get up
Ralph's
and
employee in
for
Encino
whatever
who tried to
reason
stop
I'm
an
just
alleged
not feeling
shoplifter.
it, and I
Video
fuck
shows one
off
woman
and I
and two
look at
men
my
walking up to a
phone
center
and make
employee
some
when one
phone
of the men does a
calls, and then
punch
the
up
next thing you know, I'm not
The
getting
Ralph's
the cold
employee
one.
says the
Next thing
problem
you know, I'm
started
not
earlier in
going
the day when he stopped a
and
woman
the
from
day
trying to
where
steal
I'm
bags of
not going to work
groceries.
out for work.
He says
And
a
the
couple hours
days
later she
that
came
I
back with the
realize
incident
I'm
seen on
doing
video.
that,
The employee
stop,
was attacked by
put your
multiple
phone
people,
down,
and the
get in
worker
the
says at
water.
one point
Were the
the
days
shopping
that I
cart
was
was
happy.
shoved at him.
I
LAPD says
always
officers
felt better
responded
if
to the
I
story
did what I
yesterday
needed to do,
afternoon,
because
but
then I
no
felt like
injuries
I've
were
always
reported.
done the
Chris App,
thing that was the
KFI
hardest
News.
thing
One person's been fatally shot during
So
a
now
bus
I'm gonna
jacking
get
in
that.
Atlanta.
The days I'm
Chief
getting that.
Aaron Shearbones
Yeah.
says 17 people were on the bus. Fight broke out between passengers, and one guy got behind the wheel and sped away.
Curve is good though. I like it's good getting out of the way. It also like sets up the rest of it.
Shearbones says the arrested the guy was convicted felon with 19 prior arrests. Video shows the bus.
Yo, what up, Blau? This is Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi kicks ass. Rabbi takes names. We're checking out your shit right now. I'm doing some kind of picture-in-picture bullshit. Of course, it's not going to work really well because, you know, Tim Cook sucks cock. But nevertheless, check this shit out. We're watching your fucking stream, dog. That you're in the corner. You have 1,646 people watching you right now. How many of those are real? Every fucking one of them. All right, so we're gonna follow you here. What up, dog? Dude, I'm even gonna fucking spam you. This is, you're getting it. Fucking no one gets to see. Look, you could have me fucking blacked out here, and I understand it. Dog, check this out. Check us 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 out. God damn it. Oh, you got me. See, and that's what we do. That's the dance. That's our fucking dance, dog. That's the dance that we do. That's what I do with every motherfucker on Kick. And I wanted you to know, oh shit, I bet I was fucking over the fucking microphone again. Son of a bitch. All right. Well, anyway, I just wanted you to know that it's not personal. It's business, baby. Psych. It's pleasure. This is Blau, Blou. Follow Blau everywhere. You can tip him right there. Here's his shit. He's tight as fuck. You got clips, categories. He plays Madden. He's tight as fuck. Check him out. It's Blou. Last stream before New York. Don't miss it, dog. If you missed it, it's cool. You can watch Rabbi Rothschild 24/7. I'll probably tell you what happened. Watch me all day, every day. And I want you to know that Blau is a tight person. Everybody, shout out to Blau, shout out to Rabbi, shout out to Kick. I'm going to go viral by doing this. Some motherfucker's going to see this and be like, dude, Rabbi's so smart for doing this. Just shout out all the fucking streamers on here, and then they'll fucking love them. Just maybe not, though, because you fucking piss them all off with your fucking stream. With your promotion stream. Dog, it's fucking tight. It's fucking tight. Trust me, it's going to work. And if it doesn't, whatever. You know about me. God damn it. Why is this so fucking hard?
Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I want to explore more hikes around the city in the new year, and my Ford Bronco Sport is perfect because the gas mileage is unparalleled in this car. I feel so safe driving it, and there's tons of room.
This is Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi kicks ass. Rabbi takes names. We're checking out your shit right now. I'm doing some kind of picture-in-picture bullshit. Of course, it's not going to work really well because, you know, Tim Cook sucks cock. But check this shit out. You're watching your fucking stream. I'll take you in the corner. You have 1,640 people watching you. How many of those are real? Every one of them. All right, so we're going to follow you here. This is how infinite fucking no one So check this out. See, and that's what we do. That's the dance. That's our fucking dance, dog. That's the dance that we do. Motherfucker on kick. And I wanted you to know. Oh shit, I bet I was fucking over the fucking microphone. Son of a bitch. Alright. Well, anyway, I just wanted you to know that it's not personal. It's business, baby. Sight, it's pleasure. This is Blau, B-L-O-U, follow Blau everywhere. You can tip him right there. There's his shit. He's tight as fuck. He's got clips, categories. He plays bass. He's tight as fuck. Check him out. It's B-L-O-U. Last stream before New York. Don't miss it, dog. If you missed it, it's cool. You can watch Rabbi Rothschild 24/7. I'll probably tell you what happened. Watch me all day, every day. And I want you to know that Blau is a tight person. Everybody, shout out to Blau, shout out to Rabbi, shout out to Kick. I'm going to go viral by doing this. Some motherfuckers going to see this and like, dude, Rabbi's so smart for doing this. Just shout out all the fucking streamers on here, and then they'll fucking love it. Just maybe not though, because you're fucking losing all off the stream with your promotion stream. Dog, it's fucking tight. It's fucking tight. Trust me, it's gonna work. And if it doesn't, whatever, you know about me. God damn it. Why is this so fucking...
Needs to be done. Some safeguards need to be put in place to protect Angelinos from the scourge of these autonomous vehicles that's coming up next November. And also, we have more good news if you live in Southern California. Southern California is the most disaster-prone region.
Guess what? I can't go.
Number one, I'll tell you right now, not even the list. Number one,
I even told one of the
we'll dig into that list and find out what portions of Southern California are worse than others, or at least most.
Yo, big dog. Rabbi discusses future technology and all kinds of other stuff. Rabbi is amazing. Blau is amazing. Amazing, 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 amazing.
The fucking food is fucking terrible. That's the only thing I miss about LA. That and that fucking food.
Yeah. Thoughts on that? Elon Musk is mad at Apple.
I don't even know if
that would be X. That would be SpaceX. That would be Tesla. No Apple products. You know what? I might actually agree with you. I might actually agree with Elon Musk. And it's a year now. Anti-Apple.
Crazy as it seems. It's already over a year.
A little bit, but this concept is later. And we have a follow-up to last night's story. Cicadas. It's what's for lunch.
Sup, pimps. Next person we're going to check out is Hassan. Sweet Heart for AOC. Oh, no. It's JSTLK. This guy. Is this political? I do my best not to be political. All right. What is this? Who knows? I don't know. Follow. Check this out. Oh, 14 minutes? Bullshit. Anyway. This is this person. They're just talk. I see. See, when you take out the U and then the A, it's just talk. I got you. I'm picking up what you're throwing down. It's like a fucking vanity license plate over here. You gotta kind of think about it. This is your kick, donations, that frog, your Discord. Oh, dude, I'll come chat. You invited me. When you throw me out, like Will Smith in The Fresh Prince, it's your fault. You invited me. Alright. Oh, man, I better fucking over the microphone again. Alright, let's see this shit. If you're like, dude, who is that chick? I'd be like, dude, I don't fucking know. She just fucking texted me. I don't text anyone on here. What is this bullshit? Dude, Tim Cook, you're seeing that your fucking phone sucks cock, man. Even the newer ones suck cock. Dude, get your shit together or pack your fucking bags. Dude, I have to do it. This is the fucking second time. Everybody's saying that this is like noticeably shitty now. Okay, except, am I a human? God damn it, dog. What is this bullshit? We got Just Talk over here talking about some bullshit. Yo, dog, are you a person or is this like CNN? Contact moderation and bots? This is horseshit. Dude, just make it easy, dog. Easier the better. What is this bullshit? God damn it. Dude. What is this? I'm the content factory. Dog, oh my god, you have people in here. This is tight. We're going to say hi to them. Dude, we have so much shit going on right now. Look at all these people. What up, Kelly? All right. Who are all these people? I was talking in there. Hilarious. Hilarious. Okay, so we're going to just bounce out of there really quickly. I'll be back in there, though. I'll get thrown out. But that's tight. You have a really cool Discord. Dude, it's JSTLK. Everybody go to JSTLK and follow them. And they have really cool shit. At least when if they allowed me in and didn't throw me out. I don't know. Maybe they don't. Maybe their shit sucks. But so far they didn't throw me out, so that's tight. But, let's see. What else do we have going on here? See, you got me interested. You got that guy. All right. And then that. X. Let's see your X, dog. I have 2,100 X comps that have been banned. How many of you have banned? Oh, you're Canadian? All right, cool, man. Twitch live streaming. Well, welcome. Are you live streaming this shit? Dog, my shit is amazing. I hope your shit is amazing. Here you are up here. We're checking out your shit. We got a picture on picture on picture. It's fucking amazing. Dude, I want to see myself before this fucker's done. Check out this shit. Rabbi Rothschild's amazing. JSTLK is going to be like the next CNN. Shout out to everybody on Kick. Shout out to Rabbi Rothschild. Shout out to everybody. Giving out shout outs. I'm like, Oprah, you get a shout out. You'll get a shout out. Everybody's getting shout outs, baby. Everybody's getting shout outs.
With respect to the jury pool as something altogether different. You need to have evidence of that. It can't be like,
You're going to turn sideways. We're looking at each other next to each other. Yeah, okay. So, anyway, I did a project
using prostitute money problems. The New York Times reported last year that Mr. Biden later recounted to friends going into a gun store on a whim, defying to 38 because he got his family.
Ineffective counsel, you may have a different verdict. That's why we have the system we have. It's not perfect. It's not close to perfect, but it's probably the best in the world. And in its imperfections, we will find verdicts that we successfully persuaded the jury was free with. But
video clip.
It can't
I thought it would be worth having a discussion
and not
so that we can
this
figure
week
out
when you're talking about the president's son.
Makes sense.
That sounds like an awesome topic. But before we get to that, I would really like to know what's going on with you. Because you're at the center of this crazy controversy at Evergreen State College.
For AOC?
You essentially
it's
the area.
JSTLK.
You're
This guy.
suing the college
Is this
now. So
political? I think I mentioned not to be political. This is like, it's so weird seeing like people attack him from the right. They're like, he's not anti-Semitic. He's actually just a Jewish. Who knows? I don't know. No, it's clearly made. Follow. It's like, check this out. Oh, 14 minutes? Bullshit. There's a lot of lore. Anyway, you need to tell you some of the lore. This is this person. They're just talk. I see. See, you take out the U, and then the A, it's just talk. I got you. I'm picking up what you're throwing down. It's like,
it's not a way
fantasy license. That's why I think about it. Oh, this is your kid.
donations at fraud. Discord number, come chat. You invited me when you throw me out like seriously to the French Prince. And your fault you invited me to make you slower, dumber, easier, like kids patrolling the campus. It's like all this shit for you.
I mean, the whole thing is just completely bananas.
She just fucking texted me. I don't text anyone on here. What is this bullshit? So this is like he shows up and sees that your fucking phone sucks cock, man. Even the newer ones suck cock. Dude, get your shit together or pack your fucking bags. Dude, I have to do it. This is the fucking second time. Everybody's saying that this is like noticeably shitty. Okay, Laura, except
where they tell him to put his hands down.
am I? God damn it, dog!
Attitude he's getting from
What is this bullshit? We got just talking here. Talking about some bullshit.
There's nothing but
No,
power.
no, are you?
That's the only thing that mediates relationships. Because there's no real world. Everything's a social construct.
This is horseshit. Dude, just make it easy, dog. Easier the better.
And the
What
only,
is this
the
bullshit?
only actual means of expression is power. That's why the postmodernist.
What is this?
story. There is a lot more to that story. I just have to follow
They
it.
look at higher
This is tight. We're gonna get high.
The only reason that there are people at the top is because they dominate by power. There's no philosophy of authority or competence. That's all gone. And so, and if you're cynical about that sort of thing, and you should be, you might say that part of the reason that the only thing that postmodernists believe in is power is
I'll be back in there, though. I'll get
justify
thrown
their
out.
arbitrary
That's
use of
tight.
it under any
You have a really
circumstances
cool
whatsoever.
Discord. Dude,
And I think
it's
that's right.
JST. Okay.
So it's not surprising
And
that
follow
you
them.
see this manifested in the
And
mob-like
they have
behavior
really
of
cool
students.
shit.
It's right
At
in
least one,
accordance
and
with
they like
everything
me
they're
and
being
didn't
taught.
throw me out. I don't know. Maybe they don't. Maybe they should suck. But so far they throw me out, so that's tight. Let's see. What else do we have going on here? See, you got me interested. So get that guy. All right. And then that. X, let's see your X, dog. I have 2100 X content with them. How many of you have that? Oh, you're Canadian?
In social justice warrior circles
All right, cool, man.
You see, I've seen
Twitch,
Nazis
Kick,
so
live
many
streamers.
times.
Well, welcome.
But
Are you
when I
live
came
streaming
down
this
to
shit?
Charlottesville, there was
Dog,
very little
my shit is
touch of
amazing.
Nazis.
I hope your shit is amazing.
It's all very
Here you are up
you see
here.
real Nazis.
We're checking out your
Those
shit.
are real Nazis.
We got food. I want to see myself before this fucker is done. Check out this shit.
We've also, I think,
It's already been that, by the way.
well, I think we've already figured out everyone, right?
Shout
From
out
the
to
right
everybody
to the left.
on
Everyone's
Twitter.
figured out that
Shout out to Rabbi
wherever the
Rothschild.
Nazis went,
Shout
that
out
was
to
wrong.
everybody.
We
Give
all
it out.
agree
Shout
that
out.
we're not going there anymore.
You're
And so
getting
when
shout
someone
out.
pops
You're
up and says,
getting
well,
shout
we
out.
should go there, it's like,
Everybody's getting shout
you're
outs, baby.
immediately
Everybody's
identified and you
getting
can
shout
box them in. And if you have any sense, like, like many conservatives did in the aftermath of Charlottesville, they come out and say, well, in case it needs to be said again, we're actually not allied with those people.
Yeah, well, that's one of the ones, that was the most disturbing thing for many people about Donald Trump's reaction to it, that he didn't take a hard stance against these white supremacists showing up with tiki torches, walking through the street yelling anti-Semitic phrases or whatever. I don't know exactly what they're yelling. I've read a bunch of different things, but the whole thing was it was an abomination. It was a horrific thing to watch. And Donald Trump comes out and says there was horrible behavior on all sides.
Well, I thought about that for a lot because I got tangled up with that in a strange way in Canada. I was supposed to appear on a panel discussing the suppression of free speech on university campuses, which was then promptly canceled by the university that was going to host it in the aftermath of Charlottesville, partly because one of the panelists was going to be Faith Goldie, who was the journalist that was covering Charlottesville and got the footage of the car.
Oh, Rabbi Rothschild everywhere. Rabbi's the best. Rabbi. Everybody loves Rabbi.
Immediately afterward, with the Nazi epithet, and Ryerson shut down the free speech panel. So it's coming up again in November.
How were you targeted as you were targeted as Nazis?
Yeah. What happened was this person put up a Facebook page and used a swastika with a no, it was like a circle with a line through it, and said no fascists at Ryerson, essentially. But she used the swastika, and she got a bunch of people rallied together to pressure the university administration into canceling the event, which they promptly did. And then they had a celebration party the night of the event. And here's something that was really interesting. So they got a couple of hundred people out to the celebration at Ryerson, and they were united under the banner of the hammer and sickle and were calling for revolution. And what was so interesting about that, and I really mean technically that it was interesting, was that the mainstream media said virtually nothing about the fact that these, that's called the counter-protesters, I don't know exactly how you term them, had come out under this murderous symbol. And that's made me think, like, I can't figure out why the swastika is an immediate identifier of a pathological personality, and the hammer and sickle isn't. There's actually a reason. It isn't just arbitrary. And I think maybe it's something like the Nazi is the guy who knifes you in the alley and steals your wallet, and the communist is the white-collar criminal who takes your pension. And you're actually more afraid of the first person than the second person, because the damage they do is more proximal and emotionally recognizable. But that's the second guy who takes your pension, for example. He's perhaps even more dangerous. But there's a bloodiness about the Nazi symbol and an immediate emotional impact that the hammer and sickle just doesn't produce. And some of that's because people are badly educated historians. Well, but it's pure ignorance. I don't think it's just ignorance. No, I think that the people that are wearing those Che Guevara t-shirts really understand the history of Che Guevara, or do you think he represents this
So, Pim, our next
American counter-protest
feature is this person named Your Age. They actually have taken over as the #1 streamer on Kick currently, just for the moment, because I'm the #1 of all time, even though I'm banned from that motherfucker at this point. Hey, Tim Cook, let's just have a real heart-to-heart before we meet with Your Age. Doug, remember when that thing was like a picture-in-picture? It was like right here, and it was like, hey, let's have everybody watch it. And then it was like, oh, dude, no. And if you were like, hey, dog, you're using all the fucking functions of the phone? Yeah, asshole, that's what fucking people do. And it's like, oh, dog, that's too fucking much for our fucking phone. Oh, yeah, we can fucking track you at the top of a fucking mountain, but, oh, you mean you wanted to watch like a thing on a thing and then record yourself? Oh, go fuck yourself. Go take a broomstick and shove it up your ass. Oh, okay, that was just between Rabbi and Tim Cook and stuff. All right, but this is my man, Your Age. And look at, he's got 6,810, which is almost 6,900. That is a fucking phenomenal amount. Look at my man over here. He's got a green screen. Rabbi's gonna follow him. Gonna just say, hey, what's up, man? Just welcome you to the club. Just saying what's going on, dog. Oh man, I had this big thing of phlegm in the back and this guy. There you go. All right, dude, Your Age, you're the man. Let's see your shit. Let's see your shit right now, dog. You got Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Discord. You got a Discord, dog. I'm getting in your fucking Discord. Holy shit, you have a huge Discord. Your Discord is giant, dog. Shout out to you for just having such an amazing huge Discord. Any mention of what? Huh? Dog, what is all this bullshit? Dog, I just want to see your shit. Is it still fucking streaming you? I bet, and I can't hear myself. I bet I fucking can't even hear myself. Dog, what the fuck, Tim Cook? You shitbag. This is 3 goddamn times in a row. You suck cock. Dog. Wait, are you a human? Yeah, just like fucking last time, you cunt. God damn it, I just want to see this guy. This is my man, YRG. He has a huge ass fucking Discord. It's huge. Look at all this shit. No one is in there, but I'm gonna start shooting in there maybe. There's almost 100,000 fucking people. And look, he's got a GIF as his fucking thing over here. Dog, he's got some really tight shit. Everybody should get GIFs on the fucking Discord, like YRG. Dog, stop recording now. Let's see what else he's got going on. Done. YRG, Your Age. This is fucking amazing. Your Age. We're gonna check out your Twitter, dog. Phase Your Age, dog. He's Josh. And you're a feminist. I am as well, dog. I wanted you to know, Josh, that Rabbi's one of the biggest feminists there are. Why? Because check this out. Here's my nipple, dog. And if I were a woman, I would lose my platform right now. That sucks. The internet, particularly the technocracy, the corporatocracy, has been discriminating, de facto discriminating against women, and I'm sick of it. So when it comes to being a feminist, I'm a feminist. Your rage. Take care, my man. Peace out from the coolest motherfucker ever. We'll follow you on everything. You're amazing. Tim Cook still sucks. God damn it!
Trump is doing it cynically, but Trump was riding a wave. There are ideas which are not permissible from the environments in which we all grew up that are going to become permissible again if we are not careful to recognize that that's the nature of history.
I think it's highly probable that that's going to occur. I mean, part of the reason that I landed in the political hot water that I landed last year was because I was recently aware of this before I was place, and the continual, in my estimation anyway, the continual clawing of new ground underneath the radical leftist movement, especially in universities, is starting to produce an extraordinarily dangerous counterposition. And that was manifested to some degree in Charlottesville. And so I think you're right. Well, I people want to be complacent and say, well, we know who the Nazis are, we're not going there, and so the problem is solved. The problem isn't solved. There's all sorts of weird activities in the non-radical left, like on the other side of the radical left, whatever that is. And right now, what it is not all. You know, it's the alt-right, that's part of it. It's the technical thing. It's some of it's comedy, some of it's satire, some of it's serious, some of it's inversion of identity politics, which is very dangerous. Maybe the most dangerous thing about Trump. There's something extraordinarily dangerous about having people revert to identification with their racial identity. It's really not a good thing.
Let's see your shit. Let's see your shit right now, dog. Discord, dog. Get in your fucking Discord is giant, dog. Shut up.
Power is part of internal dynamics. So it's not actually.
I just want to see your shit. Is it still fucking streaming you? I bet I can't hear myself. I bet I fucking can't even hear myself. Dog, what the fuck, Tim Cook? You shit bag. This is 3 goddamn times in a row. You suck cock. Dog. Wait, are you a human? Yeah, just like fucking last time. God damn it, I just want to see this guy. This is my man, YRG.
Evolutionary biologist is saying that something is a pattern that has evolved, but that's some kind of effect.
Look at all this shit. No one is in there, but I'm just shooting there, maybe. There's almost 100,000 fucking people. And look, he's got a gift. That's his fucking thing over here. No, he's got some really tight shit. Everybody should get gifts on the fucking Discord. Like, according to let's see what else he's got going on. John, why aren't you your rage?
And still,
this is fucking amazing. Your rage.
Let me tell you something. I haven't recovered from shock. So we've been looking at the strongly
Rabbi's one of the biggest feminists there are. Why? Check this out. Here's my nipple, dog.
But you can
And if I were a woman, I would lose my platform right now.
And the real prediction of conservatism is orderly, it's not industrial. And you might think
the technocracy, the corporatocracy has been discriminating.
It's one thing
that's discriminating against women, and I'm sick of it. So when it comes to being a feminist, I'm a feminist. Your rage, take care, my man. Peace out, for the coolest motherfucker ever. We'll follow you on everything. You're amazing. Tim Cook still sucks.
3 years ago, looking at the relationship between the prevalence of infectious diseases and authoritarian political attitudes. And they did it country by country, and then within country by state or province. And the correlation between the prevalence of infectious diseases and authoritarian / right-wing political beliefs at the local individual level was 0.6. And so I want to take this apart a little bit. Okay, so the idea is that this is part of what you might describe as the extended behavioral immune system. And one of the problems with the interactions between groups of human beings in our evolutionary past was exactly what happened to the Native Americans. You know, they came out and shook hands with the Spanish conquistadors, and then within a couple of generations, 90% of them were dead with smallpox and measles or mumps. And so it's been a truism in our evolutionary past that if you meet a group of isolated, if you're a group of isolated humans and you meet another group of isolated humans and you trade pathogens, there's a real possibility that you and everyone you know are going to be dead in no time flat. And so we have a disgust mechanism that produces this implicit, let's call it racial and ethnic bias that is part and parcel of the human cognitive landscape. But the problem with that is that it's rooted in a disgust mechanism.
Go check out Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, and Your Rage has an amazing Discord. Almost like 100,000 people. That's fucking huge. Absolutely fucking huge. Get your shit together, and everybody follow Rabbi and Your Rage. Rabbi is amazing. Rabbi's the greatest promoter in the history of promotion. Rabbi is the best person ever. And everybody likes Rabbi.
Because then I also thought, oh, well, discuss sensitivity is associated with orderliness. And you need order in the society in order to maintain it. And the Germans are very orderly, and that was actually a canonical part of their civilization, part of actually what makes them great and powerful. And that just had to tilt a little farther than necessary. And all of a sudden, everything needed to get clean. And, you know, Hitler talked about cleanliness all the time, and he actually meant that. And so this thing that's emerging, you know, you talk about its biological basis, its evolutionary basis. It is. It's part of this deeply rooted disgust system that protects us from dangerous pathogens that can manifest itself and does manifest itself in the political realm. It's not good.
So I don't know exactly how to tease this apart, but I agree with your point about there's an actual danger with populations. He says analysts point to lackluster demand, strong supplies, and reasonable oil prices worldwide. Sunline weather for the other clouds and fog tonight, lows around 60. Partly cloudy tomorrow, highs in the mid-70s, around 70 at the beaches, mid-80s in the valleys, low 90s in the IE and AB. Then patchy drizzle tomorrow night, Thursday.
I want
it is
to
66
point out
right now in La
that
Palma,
at
the
least
state
in
of
the West,
Tustin.
and probably
We got a crash on the 10
human
here
beings
down
when they
LA.
go to war and dehumanize the other population.
San Pedro Street, it's in the middle lane, so overall it's a pretty busy
The
ride
other
from the
population is
405.
subhuman,
And as you travel on the
whatever
5
it
heading
is
south on a commerce
that
scene, some slowing
my
as you come up
concern
to
is that they're doing
Atlantic, and there'll be
exactly
a slow
this
crawl from there to just after Lakewood Boulevard.
Nazis or
And
de facto
15
Nazis
north
who are
out into
showing
Temecula,
up
Stuyvesant traffic approaching Rancho, California. Stays busy until you come across the 215.
comforting ourselves by saying, well, that's a small outbreak of something that makes people subhuman.
I'm Maria
Justifies punishment or whatever, and
and our
I'm
new
not speaking
podcast,
about
Risky Business, is a show about making
a
better
right to
decisions.
violence when
We're both
somebody
journalists who
is
play as
threatening
poker players,
the
and
way
that's
of
the
life.
lens
So
we're going to use
it's
to
not that,
approach
but
this
my
entire
concern
show.
is that if you take the packaging off and you imagine it, all those
Like
folks who
whether I
showed
should
up
call a
in
plumber
Charlottesville,
or fix my shower
that is
myself.
contagious.
And of course, we'll be talking about the election.
Then you will have
Listen
a
to
sense
Risky
that as
Business
long as
on
you do
America's
that,
#1
it's not going to
podcast
show up.
network.
Sup, Aiden Ross,
where
your
it
favorite rabbi.
matters.
I'm live streaming in your fucking
Brand new year and my Ford
Discord right now. Thank you for the opportunity. Please tell everybody to be cool with me there. Whenever I look at the camera, everybody's just giving me the finger. So that would be cool if you could just straighten out everybody. Hey, I heard you somehow drew yourself to 30% of all of Kick, which is fucking amazing from one Jew to another. Excellent work. Dog, I wanted you to know that I think that this stream or this platform is going to be really big, and your 30% of this platform is going to be Johnny. Dude, I'm in your Discord right now. Check this out. I can't even see myself unless I've been banned on this account, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't think so. I don't think so. Why? Because I would be fucking lighting your shit up, dog. I would be lighting your shit up whenever you fucking stream. I'm banned, Rabbi. I'm a banned Rabbi. I'm banned, Rabbi. I'd let every motherfucker know to unban me. Why? Because I haven't done anything wrong except fucking create bots to fucking spam all over your fucking platform. So it's like, dude, every time one of my fucking bots spams, it's like 30% of that energy is going to you guys. That's hype. All right. Check out Aiden's Planet. Aiden's one of the biggest streamers in the history of streaming. And Aiden streamed the Super Bowl, which I think is tight. See, here I am. I'm the only person there right now, and there's 3 people who are away from keyboard, which is tight. Aiden, I wanted you to know that I'm going to make the Kick stream really, really big. I know I'm banned from there now, but that's cool. I'll stream there in the future and make that 30% investment that you have into one of the biggest investments of all time. I'm going to make this platform bigger than YouTube. Why? Because I have more content than any person in global history. Dog, if this is going to you, check out all my shit. Look at, just go over here. Here's all my shit. I already got a community guidelines violation, no fucking big deal. Here's all my fucking, all my, what do you call it? Instant messages and shit. Dog, check it, AOL instant messages. Look at all my fucking accounts. Look at all this shit, dog. I don't know what you're doing. You have your fucking head up your ass, and you're like, dude, I could fucking literally blow up the internet if I blow up any of this motherfucker's shit. Like, he has so much fucking content. I don't know what to do with this motherfucker, but he has so much shit. Dude, just go to videos and check this out. This is, if you just put in Viral Rabbi and just videos, I'm going to dominate the shit out of this shit. If you, hold on, if you're like, hey, their algorithm sucks cock because I have so much goddamn content. Hashtag Viral Rabbi. Here we go. This is all my shit. And all these videos, this is all my shit. And I don't even fucking do anything on this fucking platform. These are all my accounts. This is the biggest fucking deal. And like, look at, these all have followers on them. They all have fucking some kind of content. Just something. They'll have something, dog. Check out all my shit. I have so much fucking content. All this shit. I have so much shit. It's gonna take over the internet. Aiden Ross, get your fucking head out of your ass. Dog, I don't know what you're doing. Let's look at your shit. Hey, my name's Aiden Ross, and I own 30% of fucking Kick. Dog, you should just give me 51% of this fucking platform right now, and I'll take it to the fucking top. What's your shit here? Like, what do you say? Aiden Ross explains why he does not stream every day anymore. Because he's a little bitch. It should just say, because I'm a little bitch. But that's cool. Rabbi Rothschild does. And Rabbi Rothschild's the greatest thing ever. So if you're like, oh, Rabbi, are you the greatest thing ever? Fuck yeah. You can see all Rabbi shit. So long as this fucking account doesn't get banned at Super Rothschild. Aiden Ross, get your shit together, dog. Get your shit together. Rabbi's coming for you. I own your fucking platform. You want to see my fucking bots, dog? Here they are. I'm the biggest fucking deal in global history. Dog, check this out. I'm live in your fucking Discord right here, motherfucker. Greatest fucking thing in global history. Aiden Ross, get your shit together. W Rabbi. W Aiden.
Get it into your head that you have the capacity for great evil, and stop targeting, stop assuming that that's something that's manifesting itself only in the people that you disagree with politically. Take responsibility for that and try to put your life together. I don't see an alternative to that, but it's been very difficult to avoid to do that, and simultaneously to avoid becoming a participant in this process of polarization. It's a very dangerous process. It's what destabilized Germany in the 1920s and 30s. It was this ping-pong back and forth between the radical left and the radical right. And your point, Brett, that the radical right outrage is more powerful once they get organized. It's a really good one. Because There's no procreation. You bet. And they have all the guns. That's another thing to think about.
Which is fucking amazing for what you do. Excellent work.
That's a terrifying thought. We've heard this many times recently about the Trump administration, about that there will be some sort of civil war. I believe Roger Stone said that. But this thought is so terrifying that we literally cannot do anything to stop some sort of physical confrontation with weapons if we disagree ideologically. That is going to.
Because I would be fucking.
First of all, there's a lot we can do. And one of the other things about
lighting your shit up whenever you fucking shoot. I'm
exactly for navigating this puzzle. They're built into us also.
Because I haven't done anything wrong except fucking.
But we are now in a very dangerous situation. For example,
all over your fucking platform. So it's like, dude, every time one of my fucking bots spams, it's like
deploying algorithms that decide what we
30%
talk
of
about,
that energy's going
then
down.
we will not
That's tight.
use the very tools that are necessary to
Check out Steven's Planet. It's one of the biggest
open
streamers
communication and debate, analyzing all the components of this issue completely objectively.
Yeah, and taking the risks that are necessary. Some of the risks are that if we have free and open communication, that some percentage of that communication is going to be reprehensible and deplorable. But the consequences of suppressing that are so much more dangerous than the consequences of allowing it, that they're not even universal.
We empower those terrible ideas by making them electronically taboo. Yeah, and the point is they're going to fester. Whereas if we discuss them, we can diffuse the ones that are terrible, we can stop the opportunities that we don't know we have, and we can move forward rather than just
And this issue with Google and YouTube, let's say, is it isn't a matter of if they're going to produce automated bots that do free perceptual censorship. They are doing it. Let's explain well yeah, well, he tweeted the other day that I knew this wasn't working because I was looking at what you were planning with regards to their artificial intelligence censorship. They want to get to the point where the appalling video is not even so much. So what happens, I hope I got this exactly right, but was in the process, you upload a video and then you publish it. And so once you upload it, YouTube has access to it and they have access to its content. And they informed him that it would be monetized before he published it. And so
my point to establish hypocrisy is too trivial. There's nothing objectionable in my question. Unbelievable.
And that one is a man wrong. Although how in the world they decided that they were going to manually review Dad's video is also. I mean, how many videos are going up on YouTube? What the hell? Why are they manually reviewing his? I mean, Dad said he's not a radical. That's the thing. I mean, he's an evolutionary biologist. That makes him a radical. Now, it does because he's a biological essentialist.
Questioning what's happening. And by questioning what's happening, you instantaneously get lumped into this right-wing hatred.
Well, and he's also making the claim that human beings have an intrinsic nature, and so now there's a new buzz phrase that goes along with that. And so that's that you're a biological essentialist. And so if you're a radical postmodern neo-Marxist, your theory is human beings can be anything that I want to make. It's a core doctrine of the theory. It's part of the because then human beings are just cutting for the mold, and that's part of the motivational drive for claiming the radical constructionist claim. There's no biological essence. Well, why do you make that claim? Well, because we want to free people from prejudice and tyranny. It's like, no, that's not why you make that claim. You make that claim because you want to justify your claim that there's absolutely nothing wrong with making over humanity in the image of your ideology. And that was a well-documented intellectual argument that goes through what happened in communist Russia, for example, because the claim there explicitly was wipe out the past. There's no real biological identity. You can mold the human of the future in the image of your perfectionistic ideology.
And the Russians actually sidelined themselves effectively with respect to evolutionary theory. Basically, they were so backwards on a biological concept, they were forming this very
broken ideological toolkit, they were wrecking their ability to think about how biology works. And so what you're pointing to about evolutionary biologists, it's not just that we question the content of evolutionary biology is absolutely the opposite of politically correct.
Yes.
Because nobody tells the biota what's right and what's wrong. The biota does what it does, and those of us who look at it and attempt to understand what those patterns are can't help but be deeply politically incorrect almost all the time. And so the idea that the truth of biology is actually going to become unexpressible, and we're going to move ahead, we're going to sideline it so that we
Dog, Aiden, give me a fucking shout out, and it will change the world. Everyone on Earth will know about it. And
if I might,
I will make you a trillionaire, dog. I have more content than any person ever. Get your head out of your ass.
Biology does create entities that have the potential for racism in our genome. We carry the potential for racism for Darwinian reasons. Sexism is a little different. Right? So I'm about to become very politically incorrect. No, I know. It is not possible for male genes to gang up on female genes because all of our genes spend half their time in male bodies and half their time in female bodies. It does not mean civilization is fair with respect to sex, but it does mean that there's no biological basis for the patriarchal force that subordinates things because whatever the patriarchy does, those who are part of the patriarchy become female in the next iteration and they suffer the consequences of it. This is not the case with race. Unfortunately, it's not a good thing, but it is a true thing. In a Darwinian sense, one population can gang up on another population. That means the gang and all of the work. And so, in some sense, what I'm getting at is that you want to understand that process. And once you understand what your genes are actually up to, and you understand that your genes, their objectives in the universe are not defensible, what genes want cannot be defended in rational terms, then you become free to do something else, to recognize that our genes are up to things that we don't have any reason to honor. And we can basically take them out of the control position. But if we imagine that what our genes are up to must be all right, and therefore it can't include anything like racism, then we're just stuck. Then we don't have the tools to defeat racism.
He did a two-story in a basement.
So one of the things that happened when I made my video,
as far as I know, it's just because they were trying to put up a lot of houses really fast.
And that was the one that instantiated transgender rights. One of the things I was pointing to, my comments have nothing to do with transgender rights, but one of the things I was pointing to was that Canada had built into the law a social constructionist version of human identity, and that's actually the case. So, for example, now in Canada, here's a proposition which now has the force of law. There is no causal connection between biological sex, gender identity, gender expression, and sexual proclivity. Technically, it's illegal to make a claim that those things are causally linked. And the causal link claim is a biological claim. And not only is it a biological claim, it's a factual claim. Those four levels are so tightly linked causally that there's hardly any exceptions. There are exceptions. So because almost everyone whose biological sex is male considers themselves male, manifests themselves as male, and is heterosexual. So they're linked. And the reason they're linked is, well, there's biological and cultural reasons, but it's now, in Canada, the proposition that they're independent is now law. And I was pointing to that saying, we don't want to do that. You don't understand. You built social constructionism into the law. That means that now it's illegal to be a biologist. Well, and everybody said, oh, no, that's not happening. It's like, don't kid yourself. When you put things in the law, things happen. We were accused not only of being Nazis, and that was part of the reason that this talk was shut down, but also of being biological essentialists. And biological essentialism is the new buzzword for Nazi, essentially.
So I want to correct you. It's not that it's illegal to be a biologist. It's just illegal to be any good at it.
Okay, well that's even more effective, I would say. So is there concern that putting biology as fact,
And our new podcast,
it will get in the way of civilization? Because we're supposed to be moving past all of these issues. We're supposed to be moving past these things as we evolve. We're supposed to be looking people as being free to choose whatever gender they like, free to choose whatever sexual orientation they like, free to express themselves in any way, and that by defining them by purely biological terms, we're essentially relying on the meat wagon to lead us through civilization rather than the mind.
That's great. You did a very good job outlining the credible case against biological essentialism, because it can deteriorate into something like eugenics. There's a real danger, like a political danger, on the side of biological determinism.
There's a danger in denying it as well, because then we can't use our rational minds to truly mitigate whatever issues that we would have with our biological origins.
That's the irony of this.
Yes.
That actually, there is an argument to be made that we need freedom from our biology.
Yes.
And we have the capacity to do it. Most creatures will. We're human beings are constructed. We absolutely have the ability to be rational about these things and decide which things we want to bring into the future. But we can't do it if we don't discuss these things in class.
Well, a subset of males are biologically hyper-aggressive. You can identify them at 2 years of age. And they're the kids. If you put a bunch of 2-year-olds together, there's a small subset. They're almost all males, about 5% of males, who will kick, hit, bite, and steal. Okay, so that's their biological program. But the vast majority of them are socialized by the time they're 4 years old. So
That's me.
yeah, sure, absolutely.
Absolutely, it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the thing about boys like that is that if you socialize the property, it's quite a bit of work because they're very combative. My son was like that. And if you socialize the property, then they can become unbelievably useful. They're courageous, they're forthright, they're not going to back down from a challenge. There's all sorts of massive utility in that, and that's this proper interplay between the biological circuitry and the socialization. But and with James Damore's memo, he's been accused of taking the biological essentialist route, which is not true. One of the things James said is, look, there's credible evidence that there are biologically mediated differences between men and women at the level of temperament and interest that are actually large and profound. And I would say the science on that is sufficiently settled so that someone can come out and say that's scientifically credible. Now, that doesn't mean it's right, because the scientists could be wrong. But what you can't say is that what James Damore said was scientifically uninformed. It was scientifically informed. But he also said, look, let's make the assumption, I'm paraphrasing slightly, but let's make the assumption that we want to, as a society, we want to extract maximum useful economic value from intelligent people. So one of the things we want to do is, if some of those people are women and some of them are men, we want to understand the actual differences between women and men, so that we can set up the workplace so that both women and men can contribute to the maximum economically, so that they can benefit as individuals and everybody can benefit socially. So you can use the biological. So, for example, one of the things, here's a biological problem. On average, women are more agreeable than men. And I think that's because agreeable people they're self-sacrificing. And I think as a woman, you need to be wired to be self-sacrificing, or you won't be able to tolerate taking care of infants. That's my sense of it. Okay, now there's some problems with that. It's like, let's say that a huge part of female wiring is tilted in the direction of the necessity of self-sacrifice for infant care. Okay, that doesn't equip women very well for dealing with aggressive men, because aggressive men and infants are not the same creatures. So women pay a price. Being optimized to some degree for infant care, they pay a price that they're less, what would you call, prepared. That's one way of thinking about it. With dealing with hyper-aggressive and competitive men. Well, one of the consequences of that is that agreeable people don't make as much money. And the reason for that is, to make money, you actually have to be disagreeable, because you have to go to your boss and say, give me some bloody money, or something you don't like will happen to you.
Yeah, like also, you have to be able to fight for an idea, too. Yeah. But, so, there's something, this is a perfect test case. So, biologically speaking, there's a very good reason for certain kinds of wisdom to be biased in the direction of manifesting females, because they have the capacity to have fewer offspring in a lifetime than males, are obligated, as you say, to hair. And the fact that hair in human beings takes so many years has resulted in menopause emerging. And menopause, essentially, when a woman is done producing new offspring, her interest in her evolutionary interest, which in this case I think are honorable, becomes synonymous with the lineage, the population, because her offspring will either do well or do poorly based on the population that they're in. So women have a kind of farsightedness about lineage, and I don't think this has anything to do with human women, actually. This is a trait that you can see in females of other species. So it's an ancient, whereas males are high variance. That is to say, a male can have many offspring in a lifetime. Many males have no offspring in a lifetime. And the high variance means that to the extent that there's wisdom that surrounds risk-taking, that has traveled historically along the male path. Now, in modern times, there's no reason that we can't look at these two kinds of wisdom and democratize them both.
So tell me, what's going to be the next
The fact is there's no reason if you're born female that you can't tune into what has historically been male-biased wisdom and take advantage of that, and we should be encouraging this. There's no reason that people have to continue.
The problem is that we can't actually have a reasonable discussion about it, because the discussion is often forestalled by the claim that, well, men and women are exactly the same. It's like that's not a helpful discussion. And, with the agreeableness issue, I don't know exactly what should be done about that, but one of the consequences of it is that there's many reasons why there's pay differential between men and women, and the issue itself is very complex. But we do know that agreeable people overall make less money in the same positions, and it's because they don't negotiate on behalf of everyone. Now, it's conceivable that you could have an intelligent public policy or corporate policy discussion about what to do about that. Like maybe the rule is something like, you review male salaries once a year and female salaries every 8 months, or something like that. And I'm not saying that's a good idea. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you take the facts on the ground into account, there are ways that you might be able to use them so that you could, and I'm not going to say level the playing field, because I think that's an appalling phrase, but maximize the possibility of economic contribution across the genders, which is obviously in everyone's best interest. But we're not going to do that when someone like James Damore comes out, and he's no scientist, well, he has some scientific training, but that wasn't his primary field of expertise. He came out and did a pretty credible job of summarizing the literature. He did it because he had been subject to mandatory diversity training and was asked to produce a response. He didn't do it so it would go viral within the company or become public, because he expressed his opinion, let's say imperfectly. He got fired. It's like, that's not good, man. That's not a good pathway. Well, it also wasn't good that his stuff was being republished without citations. That people were publishing it without the scientific papers that were sort of affirming what some of the things he was saying.
I couldn't make heads or tails of it until I saw his written version.
Yeah, well, that goes back to the point I was making earlier about this is an unstable time where people's individual ethical choices in some circumstances will have effects far beyond the local. It's like those journalists who jumped on the story did it either badly, because they were incompetent, or they did it maliciously. And so now we could say, let's say things go really badly in the next year. Well, then each of those journalists might be able to sit at home and say, hey, I played a causal role in bringing about this state of murderous collapse because of my ethical lapse when I was covering the James Damore memo. Because of my own laziness and ideological rigidity, I was willing to play fast and loose with the truth, and now I've played a major causal role in pushing everything towards a state of chaos. Like, people had better be on their toes, because we're in a situation that's radically unstable. And so it's time, it's a really good time for everybody to be very careful about what they write and say, and about their motives for tarring and feathering the opposition. That's another thing that we have to be very careful about.
It's just very bizarre how quick people are to call someone a racist. I mean, I've never seen anything like it in all my years. It's a strange time. I got into it yesterday. I got bored and I started trolling with Peppy the Frog.
I started putting up the frog, like with rainbow, saying this seems like a frog that's really into gay rights. Like here's a frog that holding a lemon with its tart face. Like this is a frog that ate a lemon and he's reacting to it. Like how is this all racist? Like how is this like anyone? It's not like all these people that are creating this frog are coordinated. Anyone can make a meme with the frog. And like a lot of the original Feels Good Man cartoons that the guy created, those are applicable too. They're silly. A lot of them are really silly.
Well, I think a lot of it was an intentional troll.
Yes.
So I read a story about Kekistan. You know, I was looking into it, trying to figure out if it was really, the menace to humanity that everybody claims it is. And the story was a magical place where anti-Semites and Jews and atheists and religious people live in harmony, which is like, that's hard to even parse. It's designed to cause your mind to throw an error.
Yeah. Well, and that is what. So I think this is next level to talk about because I've been, let's say, identified under many circumstances now with the alt-right. I've been doing every bit of investigation I can into its many manifestations. It's a very confusing place. It's certainly not an organized place. And exactly what it is by no means obvious. And the Kekistan issue is a good case in point because mostly that's like a satirical realm where I don't know what it is. It's defensive humor in some sense. Like, let me give you an example. I gave my father a Czechoslovakian flag about 3 weeks ago. And
why did you do that?
Well, because he's been following what's happening to me online, and I got associated with the frog in a major way. It's a crazy story, and I won't go into it. But I wore a frog hat on one of my videos that an Indian carver, Native American carver, had given me. And he had told me that the frog was, in their culture, a harbinger of environmental instability, because if the water's polluted, it all frogs die first. So the frog is the creature in their mythology that warns the society that things are out of kilter.
It's the canary in the coal mine.
The canary in the coal mine. So I wore this frog hat, and I made this video about things being unstable. And I've been identified with Kermit because my voice sort of sounds like Kermit the Frog, and it actually does. So I've been making jokes about that. And so then I made this video with this frog hat, and the frog that my carver friend made actually had red lips. And then I made the video, and as soon as I posted it, people said, that's Pepe. And I just about fainted literally because it never occurred to me that that was a connection. So anyways, I've been tangled in with this frog thing in this most absolutely insane and surreal manner. But I've been, and that got me into the Kekistani thing. And a lot of the people that I'm trying to address online are young men who are pushed, I would say, in a right-leaning direction by the movement of the radical left, alienating them. And they're thinking, well, I'm certainly not that. Right. Well, then what am I? Or maybe I'm the opposite of that. Well, is the opposite of the radical left the alt-right? Or is there a better opposite? Is there a different opposite that people can cling to? And that's what, partly that's what I'm trying to figure out.
But does it have to be opposite? Couldn't it just be different?
Well, that's a good question.
Opposition is a real issue with people, right? Like what you were talking about before, when people just ramp up their positions and get more ideologically based, and they're doing it as a reaction to the other side. Instead of just being who they are, instead of having some sort of a personal sovereignty, they're literally reacting to the opposite side and changing who they are.
Yeah, so what I've been trying to do with my videos, and I think this is part of the reason that they've become so popular, in fact, I'm certain of it, is that I've been trying to agitate for the adoption of that personal responsibility as an alternative to political ideology. It's like, get your act together, have a vision, straighten out your life, say what you think, stay away from the ideological idiocies and simplicity and oversimplifications, and try to put yourself together, because I think that I do believe at the most fundamental level, and I think this is the remarkable realization of Western civilization, is that the well-developed individual is the antidote to the tyranny of society and biology. I think that's our great discovery in the West. It's not like other cultures haven't had that idea in nascent form, but it's been hyper-developed in the West, and I think it's right. And so we abandon that pathway of divine individuality and revert to ideological identification of race or sex. We're going to tear each other apart. And I think part of the reason we're motivated to do that, Joe, is because many people don't want to bear the responsibility of developing themselves as individuals. So they'll shuffle off the responsibility, and if that means that we're dancing in the streets because everything's on fire. That'll be just fine. And that's another thing that's adding to the terrible danger that we're in right now.
So I think you're right, and I think that personal auditing program that you were part of is gigantic, and people look at it as being separate from all these issues that we're dealing with culturally. But I don't think it is. I think you're absolutely right, and I think that there is a real lack of struggle and understanding of struggle with a lot of people today. Not necessarily struggle financially, but I mean like physical struggle, spiritual struggle, understanding that you have to overcome difficult issues to really understand the true potential of your mind and your body.
You have to not only overcome them, but you have to seek them out voluntarily and exult in the fact that they exist. Right? Yes. And that's part of bearing the burden of being. It's like being is a tragic state. Human being is a tragic state. So you can shrink from that. But if you shrink from that, the suffering increases and intensifies, and you become resentful and malevolent. Yes. The alternative is to move forward courageously. That's the dragon motif, right? That's the hero myth, essentially. And that is the pathway forward as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think it also has implications.
It's a brand new year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead.
We
My
also have a
fiance and I
problem
want to
with that
explore
these
more hikes around the city in the new year,
whether
and my
they
Ford
are,
Bronco Sport is
white
perfect
nationalists
because
on
the
the
gas
right or
mileage is
social justice
unparalleled in this
warriors
car.
on
I
the
feel
left,
so safe
they
driving it,
cannot
and
see
there's tons of room in the
And
trunk.
what is
So I can
missing
text her
is
for
that
a
actually the
picnic if we
mechanism
choose to do
that
that
allows
on the
us
hike.
to discover
More adventures,
new
more fun with the
ways
Ford Bronco Sport. And
involves
natives, we are stronger.
individuals who
Head
are
to your Southern
capable of
California Ford
thinking
dealers for great offers on all
And if you have multiple individuals who think
AM 640
independently
and
about
iHeartRadio station,
related
the
matters,
exclusive audio home
then they
of
can
NBC's
pool that
coverage
stuff.
of
But
the
if what we do is
2024
we
Paris
force everybody to sign up for the same things that we all agree are true, there's no way of discovering what we don't yet know, because every great idea starts with a minority of one. So we have to have the freedom to be the only person who believes something, and then to compel others that it's somewhere in the right neighborhood, and for others to pick up that mantle. And so by subordinating,
That's exactly why free speech has become an ideological issue and increasingly identified with the right, and which is horrible. It's horrifying. But the right justification for free speech is what you just laid out, which is that in order for, like, the collective is a group of what's already known by definition. We inhabit the collective, and that's what's already known, what we can agree on. But the problem with that is that what we can agree on, what's already known, isn't sufficient. We still have problems. So people have to be out at the fringes, on the border between chaos and order, where they discover new things and communicate it back to the collective. And free speech does that. That's the mechanism.
This is also a deep evolutionary truth, which is that all of the innovations that allow, whether we're talking about one creature learning to do some new trick that gives rise to a bunch of species that do the same trick, or whether we're talking about populations discovering a new way to live on Earth, all of these things proceed from the fringe, right? The people at the center for whom things are working best aren't going to be the ones to innovate in a new way. It's people for whom things are not quite working that are going to innovate in ways. And that's also true for a population of frogs or birds or plants or whatever. The ones that are not well situated are the ones where an experiment can pay off.
That's why Hans Eysenck, a psychologist, wrote a good book called Genius, and he was interested in what predicted high levels of creative success. And some of it's what you'd expect. IQ is one of them, and creative temperament is another. But losing a parent before the age of 10 was a nice predictor. And people think about creativity as if it's all sweetness and light. It's like, no bloody way, man. If you're going to be creative, it's because you're tormented by a problem. Right? And so if you're not in a position to be tormented by a problem, you're not going to put in the time and effort and take the risk necessary to be creative. So, but I've been trying to understand the evolutionary landscape out of which our most fundamental religious convictions emerge. And the idea that it is by definition the individual that innovates, and that by definition, therefore, it's the individual that's the savior of the collective. I mean, it's hard to imagine how you can find a biological restatement of an essential Christian presupposition that was more mapped one-to-one than that. Now, you could say, well, that's not unique to Christianity. I see the same thing in the Jewish antithesis between the prophetic tradition, the prophet, and the tradition. Because the prophet is always the lone voice, right, that comes out. It happens over and over in the Old Testament. A lone voice comes out and challenges the king and says, look, you're a blind tyrant, and nature is moving away from us and preparing her revenge, and you better watch the hell out because you're violating the intrinsic moral norms, and you're going to pay for it. That happens over and over.
And maybe there are 50 of them, and the one that gets reported is the one that happens to be closest to right, because that's the population that gets through the bottleneck. And so, what we have is
the man of many name changes can now add another to his growing list. That's Dr.
Yes, well, that's a claim that I'm very, what would you call it?
Dr. Coombs.
That's something I believe to be fundamentally true. And I mean, I started because I'm interested in this idea of strengthening the individual. That's when I wrote my first book, Maps of Meaning, it was about ideological conflict. And it was about whether or not there was any alternative to ideological conflict, because you can make a case that there isn't. There's right and there's left and there's a war. But there is a third way, and I think that is the way of the heroic individual. And I mean that technically. And that involves the development of individual character so that you can say what it is that you think, that you can articulate your experience properly, and that you can bring what it is that's unique to you into the collective landscape. And that's what updates the collective landscape. It's absolutely vital. And so I started doing these biblical lectures. I've done 12 of them now, walking through Genesis and what I'm trying to do. Because I believe.
What's up, couple? This is Rabbi Rothschild, the coolest motherfucker of all time. I want you to know that I'm checking out your stream. We're seeing what you're doing here. It looks like you're recovering from an L. We all been there, baby. We all been there. All right, I'm gonna give you a little taste of what I do. I'm gonna get in here. Gotta wait a minute. Okay, fuck you. Here we go. We got a man here. That's tight. We're gonna check out your social media. I'm in some of your social media because I'm tight. Here you are. You have a Discord, and I'm in that bitch. We're gonna look at your Twitter. Check out couple. Don't care live, bro. No one knows what the fuck that means. Couple. Look at you, baby. Look at you. You're pretty tight. You know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Check out this shit. All you have to do is type Viral, VIRALRABBI. He's in her search. This is all my shit. Fucking unreal amounts of shit on here. Just the coolest shit of all time. I got your shit going. I'm gonna close this so we can look at your shit. This is Cuff'em. Cuff'em being a little bitch. Psych. Cuff'em's being cool. Check out Bible Rabbi.
The Abrahamic stories are really interesting.
You got it over here filtered by live because everyone at Google has never used a fucking computer ever. They all just sitting there sucking their own cock. Look at all this amazingness Rabbi has. We have a sky cam, we got the robot cam, we got front cams, we got chat no one uses, we got futurology, we got zoom ins, dog. Cuff'em, check out Cuff'em, check out Rabbi Rothschild. Here's some of Cuff'em's bullshit. You got shorts and live, playlists, amazing shit. Shout out to Cuff'em, shout out to Rabbi, shout out to everybody in the world. World peace, baby. That's why we should life.
Don't know. What are you going to find there? Well, your fortune. No, you're going to find the catastrophes of life. But if you keep yourself morally oriented and you make the right sacrifices, which is the Abrahamic story to a T, then you can transcend the catastrophe of being and prevail. I mean, it's who the hell doesn't want to hear that?
So we're treading kind of close to the argument you got into with Sam Harris about the nature of truth. And since I heard that, I've been making to have this conversation with you because I think there's a way of viewing this that will actually perhaps reconcile the 2 points of view, but there's a bitter pill that comes along. So here's my argument. We tend to think of intellect as evolved, as having evolved, because knowing what's true gives you an advantage. But there's actually nothing that says the literal truth is where advantage lies. And so I have a category that I call literally false, metaphorically true. These are ideas that aren't true in the factual sense, but they are true.
What up, everybody? This is Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi streams like 24/7, 365 for world peace. Let everybody know about this. Rabbi is the biggest deal in global history.
Porcupines can throw their quills.
Allegedly swung the
Not true.
cannonball at an assistant
However,
coach.
if you
He was
live near
arrested at the time,
porcupines and
charged
you
with
imagine
assault with a deadly
that
weapon,
porcupines can
but
throw
the
their
charges were
quills,
later dropped.
give them
I still got
some
more.
space. If you don't,
In
you may
2017, was
realize that
sued
if you
by
can't throw
the
their quills, get rid of porcupines, maybe around and know you've got porcupine quills and extremely dangerous. Microscopically designed for the where they puncture you over time and under organ
of
infection.
emotional
So
distress
the
among
person
other
who believes
claims.
that a porcupine can throw their quills has an advantage that isn't predicated on the fact that it is actually a literal.
A lot of that happened
Right.
prior to 2014.
Another one might be
But Howard University, from where I sit,
people say everything
just
happens
wanted
for
to be able to have that
unless you're
celebrity
talking about physics, there's
connection,
a reason.
association.
Everything doesn't happen.
However,
However, if you are the kind of person who
gift to the
believes that everything
university, I'm not
happens
so sure
for a
that ever
reason,
actually happened.
and then some
A lot
terrible
of times you
tragedy
hear
befalls
about
you,
these gifts,
you may be on the lookout for what's the reason that this happened. Maybe it's supposed to open
can't
some
say why I
you
know
won't
this,
miss
but there
that
was someone I used
opportunity
to
the way
work
somebody
for,
was
this
preoccupied with
this,
their
when
misfortune
that person made
would. So
a
literal
pledge to donate
falseness,
$1 million
but
to
metaphorical
the
truth
University
is
of
actually,
Texas.
I would
and it
argue,
never
the category under
He
which
rescinded, he pulled out
religious
because
truth
he
evolves.
felt that there was something
Now the problem, the bitter pill that I'm
dishonest about it or something.
is that I've heard you say that the
Clear, a
truths
lot
that
of
are
the times
captured
it's just
in the
pledge
religious
to donate. They
version
may donate
are basically
$100,000
like
a year, $50,000
there's
a
an
year,
individual
and it will add up to the total amount, but it's not a one-time
the
single
population that you're
gift.
living in, and these things are all
Bottom
encoded.
line is this: they knew who this guy was from the beginning, and now that the video came out, it was very embarrassing watching.
What I assure you,
let's go ahead and disassociate with him,
is that we should
because
therefore
now
expect
can't, in good conscience,
encoded metaphorical
Howard
truth
University
in
made
religious truth.
and can't tell
Morally,
that's not, you know, at this rate,
there's
you need
nothing
to
in
get
that
there,
that
go
says
get some of Bill Cosby's honorary degrees.
metaphorical truth
But
that might in fact be
because they did not
so
themselves. For whatever
what I would
reason.
argue the
In fact, I had
overarching
this discussion on my
here
Facebook
would be
page
that
before.
you're right that the document that Christianity descriptions are full of things that are true in some sense, but is not literal scientific truth, nor is that they're
But I think there's room to criticize
what
the
isn't
for
true
doing
is
this
that
at
those
this time.
things are inherently up to date. And
See, I was okay. I mean, first of all, a discussion like that, and this is also because takes me to the very limits of my understanding. So, even in discussing it, I'm going to make all sorts of mistakes because it's treacherous territory. But I would say my understanding of the great myths has that observation built into it. So one of the archetypes is that of the tyrannical father, which is the archetype, by the way, that possesses the minds of people who accuse Western society of being patriarchal. They're possessed by a singular archetype, and that's the archetype of the tyrannical father. They don't see the tyrannical father and a wise king, because there is. You can't even point that out. But anyways, in some of our oldest stories, there's a representation of the dead past. So let me give you an example.
I think all of it is. I think because
the story of Pinocchio is the story of the individualization of Pinocchio. He starts out as a puppet. He's a marionette. He's a wooden head. He's a liar. And he's pulled by forces that he does not understand. Right. So, but he has a good father. That's Geppetto. And so he's got a good... And Geppetto wishes that he becomes a real individual. And so, and he knows that that's an impossible wish. He wishes on a star that his son can become an actual individual, knowing full well that that's unlikely and impossible. So Geppetto's a good king. So, but the story is also about Geppetto, because what happens is that when Geppetto loses Pinocchio, loses his son, which you could think about as the active, dynamic, attentive force of youth, then he ends up stultified in the belly of a whale, which is the symbol of chaos, at the bottom of the ocean, and then Pinocchio has to rescue him. So I would say there is an instantiation of evolutionarily accumulated wisdom in the great stories of the past, but they're still dead. And it requires the union. This is why in Christian theology, the Godhead has tripartite structure. This is part of the reason. There's God the Father, but the Father's dead. The Father was right 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago, and is still partly right, but he's dead. He can't participate in the updating of the process. So you need an active force. Now, the active force is the same thing that generated those stories across time, right? So it's the same thing, except it's also alive in the present. And so your moral duty, and this is another thing that happens in Pinocchio, is to rescue your dead father from the belly of the whale. And that's probably what I'm trying to do with these biblical lectures, because your objection is correct. The reason it's correct is because even if the solution was correct, the landscape has changed. And it's changed incrementally or in a revolutionary way. We don't know. And so those old truths are at best partial and at worst blind. But that doesn't mean you can just say, like Mao did during the Cultural Revolution, well, let's just destroy the past. It's like, no, that would be like saying, well, you don't need a body anymore, because your body is the collective wisdom of the evolutionary process across 3.5 billion years.
Like whether I should call a plumber or fix my shower myself.
And of course, so Carl Jung talked about this a lot, and one of the things he said was that your moral duty is to realize the archetype in the confines of your own life. And so you say, well, there's an archetype of perfection that pervades the West. And for the sake of argument, I'm going to call that Christ, the Christ image, or something like that. That's the archetypal image. Now, we have a story about what Christ's historical life was like. Well, you can't have that life, because you would have had to be in the Middle East 2,000 years ago. That's not your life. But what you can do is take the archetype and you can manifest it within the confines of your own life. And what that does is force you to undergo the difficult process of updating the ancient wisdom. And you don't just forego it. You can't, or you can't. You pay a massive price on part of the integration, because it's
oh, that's hilarious.
So that those of us who inhabit course aren't clawing each other to death. That's the critical issue. Now, it's not hard enough. Right in your so I can just fire in here like nothing. So, for example, there's an idea that one of the things that the mythological hero does is stand up against the tyranny of the state. Now, you don't have to specify the nature of the tyranny of the state in order for that to be true.
You're live on YouTube right now. We're going to show you right
now. I would say what's happened with the great they operated
oh, man, none of this shit's fucking recorded.
Abstract entities are applicable in every single environment. I'll give you an example. It is extremely useful to represent the phenomenology of the experience as a domain of chaos. That works in every single environment for every person. So the domain of order.
What's up, Aiden Ross? It's your favorite rabbi.
Your actions produce the result you desire. And you're in the domain of chaos.
This is Rabbi Rothschild, the coolest motherfucker of all time.
And then I can say, well, your task is to straddle the border between those two domains, because you don't always want to be where everything that you're doing is working, because you don't learn anything. And you don't want to be where nothing you're doing is working, because it's overwhelming. You want to be stable and dynamic at the same point. And the Taoists do that very nicely, because they have a chaos order conceptualization of the phenomenological landscape. And their claim is the point of maximum proper being is right at the center of the border between chaos and order. And I think that's true across content. So I don't think that truth ages.
Some of them don't. But the question really is one of legacy code that
Pretty much doing everybody this. I still don't know if she sucks. I want everybody to know that her social media can be found here. Follow her here, Global History. My name is Rabbi Rothschild.
not there because uranium wasn't a contract. It was written over the hazard of enrichment of copper. And so the fact that it isn't mentioned tends to de-emphasize it as a risk. And so I guess the question is it possible? I mean, is it possible that I recognize positions clearly in the amounts of injectable because that statement is certain to be so incomplete that it doesn't address
Yo, dog, play Bloodhound Gang. Play Bloodhound Gang. It's LZI Prime. LZI Prime. This your boy, Rabbi Rothschild. Everybody's favorite motherfucker of all time. I just wanted you to know, major props to you. We're going to check out all your social media. We got LZI Prime. They're amazing. Here's their shit. They got steak. They have Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, donate. They have a Discord. I don't think I've been thrown out of their Discord yet. I'm like fucking Will Smith in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, baby. I am the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, baby. I'm a king of Israel. I'm the coolest motherfucker of all time. Look at this shit.
Right, because you might say,
Amazing.
well,
My man. Dude, Tim Cook, you suck cock.
I'm by no means certain that all of them.
I got my man here, Primeville. Everybody joining Primeville. Hell yeah, I'm a human. I'm a big dick motherfucker.
It's very difficult for me
Hey,
to see
how big is your dick?
the totalizer nature of this.
It's average. Just ask LeBron. Look at all this bullshit, dog. What is this? This isn't even this person's fault. Primeville. Look at all this shit. Check it out. My man is amazing. Rabbi is amazing. LZI Prime is amazing. Everybody on Kick is amazing. And if you didn't know, I stream Rabbi Shin 24/7, 365 worldviews. More than 3 years of content. Biggest event in global history. Big dub. Big dub. Are you done?
Can they throw it at you? No, they
Oh,
cannot.
everybody
Stay
thinks it's
clear of
fucking
them
true.
because you don't want
Everybody
them to
hates this.
somehow or another get in touch with your body. There's no truth in that they can throw their quills at you. You benefit from being particularly aware of the dangers of their quills. But if you tell a kid that they can throw their quills, and so therefore the kid stays clear of them, he has a faulty assumption in his head. You're lying to them for their own protection.
And I wouldn't do it.
And I think the same thing can be said of everything happens for a reason. Well, here's the problem. We don't know if everything happens for a reason. Maybe when you die, you go to some auditing room and they go, well, you know, it's all just a part of some gigantic algorithm that it's impossible for you to understand due to your limited processing power of the human brain. You're dealing with some simian sort of complex geometry that's really just designed to keep your body moving and keep you alive and spread your genetics so that you can eventually evolve to the point where you're a god.
Well,
but I would look at it this
first of all, I have kids.
I'm sure you would, but why use the word truth, though?
Because, well, the question is, why do people tell you that a porcupine throws quills?
I don't think they do.
Oh, they do.
Well, if they do, they don't know any better.
Right.
Or they're liars.
Right. And so all I'm saying is that actually that is likely to be the product of selection. In other words, that those people who have encoded that they do throw their quills have an advantage. It's not the way I would do it for exactly the reasons you point out, which is if you give a child the wrong model of porcupine,
because they're going to say obviously millions of dollars to integrate this
the gateway to some more important question. But if it were, you just give the kid wrong.
Well, there's something. Here's part of the problem, and this is part of. And this is a really big problem. There's two things that were brought up by what you described. And the first is the terminology of truth. Now, Harris's claim with regards to my utilization of truth was that I was absconding with the definition of truth in a false manner. But he was wrong.
Check out Viral Rabbi everywhere. Rabbi Rothschild is the biggest man in global history. Tell everybody that you know.
It wasn't objective truth. It was like
Tell your mom.
Implies straight and true. Right. It meant something like reliably on its way to the appropriate destination, something like that. And when Christ said, I am the truth and the way, yes. The truth he was talking about wasn't an objective truth. So Sam's idea that I had somehow, taken the idea of truth that was actually objective all along and done something crooked with it is just wrong. It's wrong.
Well, so truth can have multiple definitions.
Well, that's the issue, and that's exactly what we're trying to get at here. It's like there's two kinds of truth, and they may be commensurate. You may be able to stack them on top of one another, but now and then they dissociate. And this is actually what Brett was referring to as well. So and this is what makes it complicated that I can barely manage it. There's the truth that manifests itself in the manner in which you act. And there's the truth that manifests itself as a representation of the objective world. And sometimes both those truths are stacked on top of each other. And sometimes they're not. So like I could give you a piece of
there you go, it's cute as fuck.
If you acted it out, that carried within it an inaccurate representation of part of the objective world. And you could say, well, maybe that's actually the case with the biblical stories. Because
everyone, this is slightly homeless. They're the amazing streamer.
So let's take malaria.
Amaranth. This is Rabbi Rothschild. I basically bombard your stream every single day with my bots. Apologies. I'm doing a shout out to everybody on
part of the way there.
Yeah, that's a good one. And that also gets, see, there's another weird distinction that I was trying to draw with Sam, but it's a really tricky one. We augured in because we started to talk about pragmatism, but there's also something like the truth of a description and the truth of a tool. And my sense is that people's fundamental truths are tool-like and use them to function properly in the world. And you can say, well, a sharp axe is more true than a dull axe. And actually, you can use the word true in that sense. That actually
major props to you. We're going to check out all your social media.
There are tool truths and there are objective fact truths. Now, in the optimal circumstance, those map onto each other. But we're not smart enough often to make them map onto each other because we just don't know enough. And there are lots of truths that we have that portray the objective world and property that are still true.
The problem using the term true when sometimes you use the term fact. Like 1 + 1 is 2, that is a fact. 1 + 1 is 2 is also true. You throw some water on a match, that is, and it'll go out. That's a fact.
Yeah,
right. Well, if I see it, there is this overarching truth. Harris was pointing to the one you're pointing to also in the right. Right, there's the testable that really is the top. But then there are the so let's take Phil.
Check it out. My man is amazing. Rabbi is amazing.
Now, the problem is the theory of disease.
Everybody on Twitter is amazing. Like 24/7, 365 movies. 1 years of content, big spend over your street. Big dubs, big dubs. Are you done? This sucks. Everybody thinks this sucks. Everybody hates this.
Underpinnings of what's going on. You want to be liberated to say something that actually results in an improvement in health for thousands of years before anybody had any idea that it was like that.
Yes, and you need to figure out, so elaboration, that would be something like human beings need to figure out how to ask without dying and make sure that they understand the nature of the world well enough to justify it.
Right, and something would be crazy now that we do have the germ disease to amplify that original crude version of the truth, or that crude approximation of what you need to be in order to behave safely. There's no reason for that truth to be promoted. In fact, you don't hear people describing this part of the Old Testament.
That's true. And this is probably all why dietary restrictions were in the Old Testament as well. Shellfish, red tide, eating pigs, trichinosis. There's a lot of issues that go along with Yeah, well, there is some intermingling, perhaps, of hygienic concerns with also the desire for the groups to distinguish themselves from other groups, right? Because you can unite your group quite tightly by dietary restrictions. So, back to your point about terminology, we could do something like fact and wisdom. You say truth, that's the overarching category, and then that divides into fact and wisdom. And what you want, optimally, is you want the facts and the wisdom to be one to one, but often they're not. And if you find wisdom where the facts aren't laid right out, you don't just get to throw away the wisdom, which is what I think happens in the case of people like Dawkins and Harris. Harris makes another sleight of hand move, which I don't like, which is that he thinks, so let's say, except for just a second, the wisdom-fact distinction, he would say, well, the fact is the thing, and the wisdom is a second-order derivation of that. You can ground the wisdom in the fact. I don't believe that, and I don't think that he has any real justification for that claim. I mean, this is something I never got.
Like grounding the wisdom.
He thinks if you know the facts clearly enough, you'll know how to act.
Can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I
Well, there's a huge.
There's ways to act that are within your best interest, and then there's ways to act that are within the interest of all the people around you that might not serve you that well.
Well, there's
also a distinction is where ethics come
right, or where the consequences are delayed some number of generations.
Sure. Yes, well, that's a big problem. And so Sam acts as if the process of mapping facts onto action is simple if we just got the facts right. But it's the weakest part of his argument, and we never ever got to that for a variety of reasons. But part of the reason it's weak is, okay, well, there's like an infinite number of facts, man. So let's say you're standing in front of the field and you're looking at the field. The field does not tell you how to walk through it. There's a million ways through the field. And no matter how many facts about the field you aggregate, you're not going to be able to determine the appropriate path by aggregating those facts. So that's a problem that I don't think Sam is willing to take seriously. And,
well, I think there are two problems. One of them is there's a question of, is one individual supposed to have all of the facts and navigate based on that, sort of the rationality community version things, or the practical truth is we can't all be experts, so we have to go with
Rabbi Strange Life 24/7 for World Peace.
And then there's a question about civilization. Civilization should be guided by our best understanding of what's actually true, but with an understanding that we don't have a complete map of a lot of stuff. And so I think what you're pointing at is that there is wisdom that has been handed to us that is not such that we can just simply say, oh, here's the nugget at the center of it. That thing, because we don't necessarily know what it's doing. Yeah, which is, this is dangerous because some of what it's doing may not be acceptable.
Well, think about, let's look at the wisdom end of this. You alluded a little earlier to like iterations and about the fact that these iterations across time, and it's something that works now might fail dreadfully in a month or 2 months. So here's what something has to be like to be wise, let's say. Well, first of all, let's say it would be good if it was in accordance with the facts, but we'll leave that aside for now. It has to work, if you operate according to the wisdom principle, whatever it is, it has to work in the world. But then it has to work in a world that allows you to maintain your relationships with people in the world. Right? So it's all of a sudden this wisdom thing is something that's not only constrained by, let's call it objective reality, but it's constrained by the necessity of a social contract, a functional social contract. So you're only allowed to put forward actions in the world that would be of benefit to you if they simultaneously don't undermine the structure within which you live. Okay, and then there's a game theory element to that, which is, well, if it's wise, then it works in the world. So that'd be the constraint of objective reality. But then it works for you now, and the you that'll be in a week, and the you that'll be in a month, and it works for you and your family, and it works for you and your family and society, and it works in a way that those things all line up to be iterated across time. And so this is actually also the solution, and I'd really like to hear what you think about this. I think this is the solution to the postmodern conundrum, because the postmodernists, bless their heart, so we'll give the devil his due, say, well, the problem is there's an infinite number of interpretations of a finite set of facts. And the right response to that is, that's true. That's true. That's not good. And that's why the postmodernists say, well, you can't agree on a canonical interpretation of a great piece of literature. Because the number of potential interpretations are infinite. And so then they say, well, why should we settle on any one interpretation then? Why should we privilege one over another? And then they say, well, that's all power games. And so that's, you got to take that seriously. But what they missed, and this is a big deal, it's a big deal, I think, is this idea of ethical constraint. It's like, yes, there's a landscape of potentially infinite interpretations. Hardly any of them will work in the real world. And hardly any of them will work in the real world in a way that doesn't get you killed by other people or doom you because of your own stupidity to failure across time. And so the landscape of interpretation is almost infinite, but the landscape of applicable interpretation, functional interpretation, is unbelievably constrained. And I think that constraint system is what we regard as ethics. It's something like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, solely something for a reason. Good story.
Mama told me not to come. She said that ain't the way to have fun. Son, that ain't the way to have fun. Son, Mama.
That's why they turned to Marxism.
This person, someone laughing at themselves.
Infinite number of choices. And the postmodernist says, well, my theory can't help that. And then they say, well, back to Marxism. And so that's why I think there's this unholy alliance between Marxists, because postmodernism is a dead end from the perspective of applicable wisdom. It leaves you bereft and nihilistic. And that's not good because people can't exist without a purpose. And so they sneak the Marxists through the back door and jump into this power landscape.
You really think that it's because of an infinite number of possibilities interpreting things? Because I've always felt that it was really just a response to capitalism. They feel that capitalism is a very negative aspect of our culture and society, and that there's got to be some sort of an alternative. Marxism is clearly defined. Other people have subscribed in the past. You can point to it. It's a structure that's already set up, and it's romanticized. And I think they adopted it for that reason, because it has a socialist aspects attached to it, and they looked at socialism as some sort of a thing that regards equality and some sort of an egalitarian approach. Well,
okay, so we'd have to take two things apart. We'd have to take Marxism / neo-Marxism, Marxism and postmodernism apart. So we could do that historically. And I would say, although there is a reason for postmodernism, which is the reason we just discussed, the landscape, the infinite landscape of interpretation problem. It's a real problem. If you look at it historically, postmodernism actually grew out of Marxism. And so what happened is that the Marxists laid out their theory about the human social.
Get your shit together, dog.
A power struggle between
and get a fucking Instagram, Gary David, you little bitch.
In its initial phases. And that's a story that's partially true, and it's got a lot of motive power. Like the motive power is the romantic motive power that you just described. I get to be on the side of the oppressed. I get to be a warrior for what's right. There's the resentment.
Everybody streams live 24/7.
Bitch has more than me, so let's cut him off at the knees, which manifested itself brutally in the Soviet Union. And then there's the ideological totality issue, which gives people a sense of security. That took a vicious hit by the late 1960s because the murderousness of Marxism became clearly laid out. And that opened the door to this move by most extremists and intellectuals to develop which has these advantages which we described, but also to use that as a screening tactic for allowing Marxism to transform into identity politics. And so, like, it's hard to disentangle all the motivations that are going on in there, but there's something about it that's truly intellectually pathological, because you don't get to be a postmodernist and a Marxist. You actually technically cannot be both of those things at the same time. And the fact that most people are both of those things at the same time raises the specter of just exactly what their motivation is. And then I would say it's this resentment-driven anti-capitalism. There's reasons to criticize capitalism, obviously, but it's this underground resentment-driven anti-capitalism that I think is one of the fundamental motivators.
So if I can add a couple things, at the risk of alienating my last few friends.
In for a penny.
Yeah, I guess. So here's the thing. What's up with Marxism is there's a lot
I want to make you aware that you're the man for some of the work that you do. I'm the man. This is my man, Orlando.
But it's not obvious.
This is Shotgun. He's amazing.
Pretty good story. This is and so people gravitate to it because the story is moderately compelling. It's not game theoretically functional or stable or viable, and it does descend into this kind of, inevitable grave violence. And so we know that now historically. It's not just a theoretical issue. We've now seen enough of it to know that it's a fact. But nonetheless, the fact that there are people.
Dog, somebody shout me out, and I will make you and your family trillionaires. Get your shit together and shout me out.
Like it might be true, is very dangerous.
If you don't mind, break it down as to why it goes bad.
Well, I mean, it's sort of a tired critique, but I happen to think it's about right, which is that it just does not take account of what a human being is.
What's up, David Lopez? This is Rabbi Rothschild. This is your stream.
Yeah, but I know. I think
that wasn't very nice.
I think that is. Well, I think it might be related back to. Okay, so let's go back to the idea that Marx had something to say. Okay, we can clarify that. So here's a problem. This is the problem that seems to emerge as the function of some really fundamental force that we don't quite understand. And that's this phenomenon that I've been referring to as the Pareto distribution. Okay, so here's the situation. If you look at any creative endeavor that human beings engage in, so that would be an endeavor where there's variability in individual production. It doesn't matter what it is. Here's what happens. People compete to produce whatever that is, and almost everybody produces zero. They lose completely. A small
Rabbi streams live 24/7. Check him out. Rabbi is the biggest event in global history. Rabbi talks about anti-gravity, antimatter, ufology, all the coolest stuff about the future. Check him out.
Representation of that phenomenon. And so here's how it manifests. If you have 10,000 people, 100 of them have half the money. So the rule is the square root of the number of people under consideration have half of whatever it is that's under consideration. So this works everywhere. So if you took 100 classical composers, 10 of them produce half the music that's played. And then if you take the 10 composers and you take 1,000 of their songs, 30 of those songs, which is the square root of 1,000 roughly speaking, are played 50% of the time. And so there's this underlying natural law, which is it's expressed as the Matthew principle, which is from a New Testament statement. The statement is, to those who have everything, more will be given, and from those who have nothing, everything will be taken. It's a vicious statement, but it's actually one of those places where it's actually empirically true. This happens everywhere. And so what Marx observed was that capital tended to accumulate in the hands of fewer and fewer people. And he said that's a flaw of the capitalist system. That's wrong. It's not a flaw of the capitalist system. It is a feature of every single system of production that we know of, no matter who set it up and how it operates. And so then, now we have a problem, because what happens is, as soon as you set up a domain of production, and you need to because you need things to be produced, then you instantly produce a competition, and the spoils go disproportionately to a tiny percentage of people. So then what? So the rest of the people starve, or the system becomes unstable because everybody's mad. It's like, that's a big problem. Okay, so how do human beings fix that? Well, the first thing we did was diversify the number of productive
Yo,
games.
Rabbi Rothschild is
So
the biggest event in global history. Tell everybody you know.
But you can run a podcast. It's a completely different competitive landscape. So we can fractionate the production landscape and then people who aren't successful in one domain might be successful in others. That's human creativity. We're really good at that. But the problem with that is you still get a positive correlation among the successful people. So because you're so successful, for example, with your podcast and your YouTube videos, your connection network is insanely powerful. Right? So you still have this tendency for what's useful and good to be distributed, let's call it inequitably. And it's got the power of a physical law. In fact, there are people, they call themselves econophysicists. No one knows that there's a field, econophysicists, and they use the same mathematical equations that represent the propagation of molecules into a vacuum to describe the manner in which money distributes itself in the economy. Okay, so Marx pointed to a fundamental issue. But he said, well, that's the fault of capitalism. Like, no, it isn't. It's something way more pernicious than that. And it's something like, well, when one good thing happens to you, it makes you more powerful and attractive. And so that fractionally increases the possibility that another good thing will happen. And then that spirals out of control. And you get people who have, well, they have all the money, or they have all the podcasts downloads. You're in that position. What is it, 1.2 billion? Like, what the hell? But it's to those who have more, and it's not because there's something oppressive about you. It's because you rode the wave of the freedom distribution.
Tell everybody you know language that is the next generation of humor. Rabbi Rothschild is amazing. Perth is amazing.
With the oppressed and downtrodden, and you've got a few billion, you could spread the damn things around. It's not fair that you're the only one that's being listened to. It's the same argument. And it's a compelling argument, because why the hell should you have all that power? If you call it power, you could call it authority or confidence.
But isn't that a different argument, because no one's asking anyone to download anything specific. No one's compelling anyone to download anything specific. You can download whatever you want. If you put more effort and more time and more focus into your work, whatever it would be, whether it's a podcast or your YouTube videos, whatever people enjoy, they gravitate towards it. And then over time, it exponentially increases the amount of people that are exposed to it.
Well, this is why I think that and this is the other problem with the Marxist perspective, is that, and the postmodernists in particular, like, they conflate power, competence, and authority unfairly. Now, your point is sort of the point of free marketers. You're saying, well, look, all I'm doing is offering a product. I'm not compelling anyone. It's a quality product, or at least as far as the market is concerned. If it turns out that everyone wants that, well, what's wrong with that? I'm not disagreeing with that argument in the least, but the problem is it doesn't fix the problem. Like the problem with money, let's say. The problem is that if you let a monetary system run, all the money ends up in the hands of a very small number of people.
And you're saying this is also
Rabbi Shim's life 24/7 for world peace, more than 3 years of content, biggest event in global history. Rabbi's taking over, kids, tell everyone you know.
Output or maximize the amount of successful people. You have to figure out don't concentrate on what people are doing right. Concentrate on what people are doing wrong. Like, what are the people doing wrong that are failing?
Well, that's part of why we put together the future offering program, because we were trying to figure out what made people successful. And one of the things that makes people successful is they specify a target and an email. Because if you're all over the place, we do know in a relatively functional society like ours, we know what predicts success. IQ and conscientiousness are the biggest predictors of success. Now, there's a genetic lottery thing going on there that's kind of rough. But it does say that smart people who work hard are disproportionately likely to succeed. And then you might also say, well, you want to remove the impediments from people who have those capabilities so that they can move forward. And one of the predictors of success as well is to decide what your success is going to be and then work hard in that direction. And that actually works. So I think that is a very useful thing to do. And that's, like I said, that's part of why you can work in that direction. So, but there's other problems that it still doesn't solve. Like one of them is, if you don't have any money, it's really hard to get some. Like once you have some, it's not so hard to get some more. But if you're at zero, Jesus, man.
Tell everybody you know Rabbi Rothschild shoots like 24/7.
You don't have anything. No one wants to talk.
365 for world peace, biggest event in global history.
you're penalized by the economic system because you can't even afford to start playing the game. You're stuck at zero. You can't get out. And the revolutionary tribes, they go to the people who are stuck at zero and they say, hey, you're stuck at zero. Why don't you burn the whole goddamn thing to the ground? Because maybe in the next iteration you won't be stuck at zero. It's a young man. That's a hell of a call. Because they're already, let's call them expendable, biological, and that makes them more adventurous and risk-taking. If someone says, and maybe that's why they wear the shape or wear a t-shirt, it's like, hey, I'm stuck at zero. Well, I'd rather do with the romantic who's burning the whole thing to the ground than to just, if you stay locked in my immobile position.
Right, but that zero is where massive amounts of creativity come from because of that struggle. Massive amounts of innovation, massive amounts of people who have vision, because you're not living off of some sort of trust fund. You have real risk and real danger, and you have a real concern about your future. Whereas someone who has no concerns whatsoever, and their future is carved in stone, they do whatever they want, buy a new Ferrari every year, they're not going to have nearly the amount of motivation as the poor person.
Yeah, well, that may be why family fortunes tend to only last 3 generations.
Yes.
And you're saying, well, why don't you take a look at the advantages of zero? And one of the advantages there is that you're driven by brute necessity, and that can really be motivating. And that's, I think, why the children of first generation immigrants often do so well. They're driven by necessity, and so. Yes, agreed. However, I would still say, the zero issue is there are levels of absolute privation that are so intense that all the goodwill in the world won't get you out of zero.
Right. If you're living in a third world country in some very small village with no way out whatsoever, that is the 0-0.
Right.
Tanzania on the river, people are getting eaten by crocodiles in your village, you're fucked.
Yes, zero is like a magnet.
Yeah.
Just hold.
Yeah, it's a black hole.
Having a little, very little, maybe that motivational state is actually generative.
Right, there's a difference. And then what's really bizarre is those people in that village might be happier than the people who live in a gated community in Beverly Hills.
Well, I wanted to come back to your point about whether we should be concentrating on what you're doing right versus what you're doing wrong. Both of those will work. I mean, you should actually be doing both of them simultaneously.
If you're going to give up at least
maximize faster. But the real problem is that the system in which we concentrate on what you're doing
motherfucker West Side.
Some integration of those things.
I can't be mad if that's the case. I would be mad if
we don't understand what we are wired to produce evolutionarily. Right? We think we all operate based on the idea that we're pursuing some state of happiness or satisfaction. And we think we know what's going to get it for us. And you invent something, and then you'll be happy. But it's a trap. The fact is, what we are wired to do is to discover opportunities, and then when we discover an opportunity that benefits the population that we come from, and we turn that discovery into either more mouths to feed or more consumption, and we restore the state of privation. Right? We restore the state in which people don't have enough. And so if you really wanted to fix this problem, if you wanted to address the problems that communism thinks it's solving but fails to, you have to engineer around this feature of human beings where we pursue new opportunities. And as soon as we find new opportunities, instead of figuring out a way to stabilize the benefits so that it results in a stable sense of satisfaction, for example, we fall all over ourselves to turn it into more of the same, because of course that's how we got here.
Can you give me an example? Which one is?
Sure. So let's look at something like let's imagine an ancient farmer. An ancient farmer has a piece of land, and that piece of land will support a certain number of people at the level of technology that the farmer is. Somehow the farmer ends up either thinking of or discovering by watching somebody else go wheel. Now that farmer has a technology that allows however many people are working that farm to produce that much more food with no more labor, because the wheel allows you to transport more, for example, at one time. Now that same piece of land can support more people because it can be more efficiently farmed. That could be stabilized as a kind of success. In other words, you could turn the extra, the surplus
into a kind of persistent
luxury.
Yeah, a luxury, but I mean, I don't even, luxury is a little bit too trivial sounding. You could turn it into a space where you use that to investigate important stuff. Or you could turn it into more mouths to feed. In which case, as soon as you produce those extra mouths that are now consuming the output of that farm, now the level of, fear, starvation is right back where it was. And so
that's more money, more problem.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, it used to be that we produced more people. Now we produce a greater quest for consumption. But if we were smart, what we would do is we would think about the problem of how to take the gains that come from not being bumped up at the limits of a system and turn them into what we value. Right?
Well, we've done some of that. I mean, because we've done some of that because as when they say a rising tide lifts all ships, there's certainly some truth in that. The overall standard of living has gone up so stupendously since 1895 that it's an absolute miracle. So we've done some of that. And so there's another issue, back to Marx, let's say. There's another issue that we can't contend with. And one of those might be, well, imagine that in order for society to progress, you have to allow the individual to compete in a relatively untraveled space so that they can innovate. And then imagine that one of the consequences of that innovation is that you get these Pareto distributions developing, because the innovator or the one who's second in line to the innovator, whatever, ends up with the bulk of the spoils. So you might say there's a cost to be paid in inequality for innovation. And then you could also say, well, too much inequality destabilizes things, which is quite clear. So there's room for an intelligent conversation about that, right? Because the lefties say, too much inequality. And they need to be listened to, because the evidence is quite clear. If you let the inequality ramp up enough, the whole system destabilizes, because the people at the bottom think, we'll just flip the system upside down. No one wants that. Like right-wing conservatives don't want that. So because you could make a Republican argument and say, don't let the inequality in your neighborhood get out of hand, because the crime rate will skyrocket. And the empirical evidence on that is overwhelmingly strong. Inequality drives crime. Now you can argue about why, but the fact that it does, that's not disputable. So we can have an intelligent discussion between the left and the right, and the discussion will go something like this. You need innovation, you pay for innovation with inequality, but you need to bind inequality, because if it's too intense, then things destabilize. Like, okay, we can agree on that. We've got the parameters set. Now we have to start thinking very carefully through how to do the redistribution issue, and we don't know how to do that. So you might say, well, we have a guaranteed annual income for people, which I think is a horrible solution, by the way, but it addresses the right problem. The problem is that we're hyperproductive, but the spoils go to those at the top, and some of those resources need to be funneled down to the people who have zero, so that they have an opportunity to at least get to the point where they can innovate, and so the whole bloody thing doesn't wobble and fall. And and I would say, in some sense, that's what the political discussion is about. But we skittered off into these radical oversimplifications, which is something like, well, if you have more than another person, you're an oppressor and you're evil. And if you have less, it's because you're virtuous and victimized, and that's just a non-starter.
So you think that there's a real problem with like something like universal basic income?
Well, I think the idea that the solution is a basic income is not a good idea, because I think the problem is deeper than that. I don't think the fundamental problem is that people don't have enough money. I think the fundamental problem is that human beings, in some sense, are beasts of burden, and if they're not provided with a place where they can accept social responsibility, social and individual responsibility in an honorable manner, they degenerate and die. That's the opiate crisis in the West right now. Like, men who are men don't need money. They need function. And we've got a problem. One of the problems is, for example, here's an ugly stat. I think I told you this once before. It's illegal to induct anyone into the armed forces if they have an IQ of less than 83. And the reason for that is the armed forces, despite having every reason to draw the contradictory conclusion, has decided that there isn't a single thing that you can be trained to do in the military if you have an IQ of less than 83 that isn't positively counterproductive. That's 10% of the population. And we're producing a culture that's very cognitively complex. Like, what the hell are they going to do if you can't use a computer? Like, if you can use a computer, you're at least in the game. If you can really use one, you're hyper powerful. If you're not literate enough to use a computer, you're at zero. 10% of the population. The conservatives say, well, there's a job for everyone. They just work hard enough. It's like, no, and increasingly no. And the liberals say, well, everyone's basically the same, and you can train anyone to do anything. It's like, no, you can't.
I want to go back to the inequality here, because if you look at this biologically, actually, why are we know that people are motivated by the degree of inequality more than they are the absolute level of well-being? And there's a very good, tragic, but a very good evolutionary. If you are working on some piece of land and your neighbor has the adjacent piece of land and they're doing twice as well, it's because they know something, right? And so you focus on what they're doing that you're not doing is a rational thing to spend your time on, so you can figure out what it is that's going on with that. In a modern environment, this is fantastic, because who are your neighbors? Well, you've got some box sitting on the wall of your living room that has a totally artificial portrait of other people who may be much wealthier than you, and it's broadcast in order that you're homeless, right? And you're chasing houses, and you think you're triggered to think you're homeless. In fact, the solution may not be. First of all, the person on the other side of that screen may not be real, but even if they are, they're not living in the same environment. The technology is interfacing with our brains badly. But so we have the perception of massive inequality, economic massive inequality. We're arguing that the solution to this involves some sort of
what's up, Vitaly? This is Rabbi Rothschild here. I want to make you aware.
But nonetheless,
you're the man.
Wire so what we saw now is a situation speculative, but what's really happening is that austerity is being used as a threat.
What's up, everybody? I want everybody to know that Nick White is being a little bitch right now. He won't let me into any of his discourse, and I understand.
Exactly the conditions that are going to trigger that
and start listening now.
Tribal population against population mayhem that we were talking about at the beginning of this conversation.
It's a brand new year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I want to explore more places around the city in the new year, and my Ford Bronco Sport is perfect because the gas mileage is unparalleled in this car. I feel so safe driving it, and there's tons of room in the trunk, so I can pack some for a picnic if we choose to do that on a hike. More adventures, more fun with the Ford Bronco
trigger us to imagine that we've just
Head to your
run
Southern California
to the
Ford dealers
limit
for
of
great
the
offers on all
opportunity that we had discovered, and it is now time for what we can defend their
How we send these signals?
well by basically failing to provide enough well-being that people's perception of the inequality is reduced to a tolerable level.
That's the argument for universal basic income, right?
Certainly a strong one, and
It's also a good argument for equality of opportunity, right? Because
Come on, you little bitch.
are actually not as resentful about the success of others as
What in the fuck?
They're resentful about it if they feel that the game is fixed, but they're also willing to consider the game long term. So lots of people will say, "Look, like I'm stuck."
Unban me from your fucking Discord, dog.
My kids might make it 4, and that's good enough. And that's in the American dream, right? And that's a really high power antidote to inequality. It's like, well, yeah, there's some inequality. We need it to keep the generative mechanism going, but the game is fair, and you can play it too, and there's some reasonable probability that either you or someone you love will be successful. So it has to be a straight game, and that's why ethics is so important. Because people can't play crooked games, and the rich shouldn't be fixing the game if they want to hold on to their money. And the problem is that some of them, although not all, some of them are fixing the game, and no one's happy about that, and no wonder, and I guess that was evidenced to some degree by the 2008 collapse. and I'm just as uninformed as the next person, so I'm capable of commenting on this. It seems from the outside that the rich disproportionately benefit from the destabilization of the economic system. And people are not happy about that, and they shouldn't be happy about that because it indicates that there's something fundamentally wrong with the game. So you could say, well, maybe people can tolerate necessary inequality if the game isn't rigged, and so that's why everybody has to act in a manner that indicates that the game isn't rigged. And that means they can't break it. And so we're also driven into this inequality corner by, I would say, by the postmodernists.
What's up, Vitaly? This is Rabbi Rothschild here. I want to make you aware that
the reason that
you're the man for some
than others is because every hierarchy is based on arbitrary power, and they're all oppressors. And the reason they have the money is because they stole it from you. And there's some truth in that because there are some criminals. But when you get to the point where you fail to distinguish the productive people from the criminals, which is exactly what happened in the 1920s in the Soviet Union, you better bloody well watch out, because when you radically make things egalitarian, you're going to wipe out all your productive people, and then you're going to starve. And so that's one of the doomed end scenarios that awaits us if this idiot process of polarization.
The work that you do,
what I
I'm
find
the man for some of the work that I do. I'm live in your Discord right now. If you're not aware.
Actively advocating to produce people who believe that all inequality is due to oppression. And that's just, first of all,
you're live everywhere, man. This is the biggest event in global history, and I watch your streams because of the good work that you do. And I think you're a funny person, and I think you do your job or stream to the best of your ability to both communicate to people and influence people in a positive way. And I think that's amazing. We're going to do some quick checking out of your social media. Here it is, Vitaly the Goat. You can check him out. He's got the Polaris project here. You can donate to it. And his Discord's here. I wish he knew that. I really like being in his Discord, but I really don't like being kicked out or at least thrown out of the DC for no reason. It means I gotta come back in manually. So if he could communicate to his Discord, hey, Rabbi's cool, let him stream here. It's a portal into his life. That would be great. So there's your Discord here, your social media. Here's your link tree. Check out all your shit. This is amazing. We're going to check out your TikTok. Here it is. We're following you now, dog. And I'm going to upload to my social media here. You'll be able to find it there. So again, this is Rabbi Vitaly. Hope you're doing well, dog. And here is your link tree. Make sure to follow him. And you can check out Rabbi in his Discord right here. Here's what happens when I try to go into his Discord. At least on this device, we'll see. See, the link is invalid or has expired because somebody there is me in. That's okay. I have other accounts that are currently streaming in there, but if you could unban me with all my accounts, I didn't do anything wrong. I'd be very appreciative of that, my man. In the meantime, we're checking you out everywhere, including on X, on Reddit, on Instagram, on TikTok, of course. So check him out at I Broke the Internet Vitaly. Give me a shout out and we'll break the internet now. What's up, Vitaly? This is Rabbi Rothschild.
And that just went out of control. And now we're at the point where that's the dominant force. Why?
What's up, everybody? I want everybody to know that Nick White is being a little bitch right now. He won't let me into any of his Discords. And I understand it's probably because I spam him with all of them.
Starts to reach 100%. And then you iterate that across a couple of generations, and you get no conservatives, which is more or less the situation, say, in the humanities and most other social sciences. And it sort of looks like a conspiracy, but it doesn't mean that anyone is actually planning it, although there are conscious attempts also to silence conservative voices, let's say. And then that's also driven by this postmodern ethos, neo-Marxist ethos, I would say, that says that all of the right, the moral right, is on the side of the left. And so it's the combination of those two things. There's more things. I think I often think comments on sociology professors
I fucking
3
love
times
you
as
as
much.
a fucking
The
streamer.
probability
Why?
that they would be
You
anti-capitalist
understand how
decline
difficult the
precipitously. Like I think a lot of it's
stream
driven
is.
because
You know,
there's a lot of
it
smart
is
people in that
the
and they're
Everest,
underpaid relative
the
to the
Mons
reality.
Olympus, the
So and that
holy
doesn't
grail
make
of
them happy. So
all
they get bitter and resentful about
streaming.
that. And
And
they
I've
get
been doing it now live for more than 3 years. I want you to know that I really thought that your recent trip in Florida, through the South, to New Orleans, to St. Louis, to Chicago, to Detroit, Philadelphia, culminating in New York City Times Square was absolutely phenomenal. It was amazing. And I was there the whole time spamming you and your gang, and that was amazing. You guys were really, really nice. You had Mike Smalls there. Mike Smalls is amazing. He's going to be a really big stream. I think everybody knows that. You had Brooks there, who is going to be big as well. You have JJ, who's going to be like an amazing trailblazer for lots of things, including organic milk. And your stream has everything. And if people haven't seen it, I'm taking some time to say how much I really enjoyed Action Man stream. It was amazing. And thus far, this is my favorite stream of any streamer that we've seen on Kick. And that's not something I can tell you. You know, some streamers may do some things their way. I'm telling you, AC7, you do it your way and it's great. We're going to check out your shit right now. Here you are. You're not currently streaming. That's cool. You have a Discord. You've got me banned from there. So just show everybody what happened. See, they're going to show. What the fuck is this shit? Dog. Imagine, please.
Individual who will do anything will
Anyway,
the individual with
here's all your shit. Here's your Instagram. We'll look at your Instagram. You're H Action Man. Here's all your shit. You're already big. You're gonna be even bigger. And I don't know. I'll find you. And I'll fucking add you. What else do you have? We'll look at your Twitter. Action Man, Cyber Athlete. Shout out to him. Shout out to all his shit. Shout out to him and the crew. They did this amazing outreach. I know it wasn't like the greatest thing in the world, but like just doing something for people and communities is amazing. And you know, some people may say that doing it for views. I personally think that it's bringing visibility to a sad situation and doing what you can. I mean, if I had Action Man influence right now, I'd do the same thing. I would get a bunch of people together, put them in an RV cross country, and just help people. And I think that was a really nice thing that he did. So check it out if you have the opportunity. I wish the best for Action Man. Huge things you can have in Action Man. He's just gotta keep his fucking nose clean. And I think he understands that. He's got a lot of potential. And I just want him to know that, you know, I've seen some really bad behavior on your fucking stream. I'm not saying I fucking endorse like all of your behavior, but I will say that like I've done some really cool things on Kick and for the streaming web that people should know about. So peace out, Action Man. Shout out to your crew. Let them know Rabbi says hello and apologies for my boss. I think over the fucking streets and things, man. It was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Oh, I bet this shit isn't fucking. Oh, fuck, it's not going, is it? God damn it. Dude, this shit sucks. He keeps taking pictures, dude. It's not even recording, is it? Fuck. Dog. This shit sucks.
And so what it does is it forces an entity like Google to evolve in the direction of amorality. So now
We are partnered with Southern California Ford dealers, great offers on spend. Sherry Harris, Life Source Water, a life source.
Right, and they will find ways to rationalize everything because to not rationalize that which the competitors can avail themselves of would be competitive.
One of the issues was there was all sorts of shit
and I've been doing it now
like
like
fake
for
Apple
4 years.
stores in China.
I want you to know that I really thought that your recent trip
Essentially plagiarize
and South
and Brett, you also said that I should take a strong
to
argument from my
Chicago,
There's another way
Detroit,
I should make a strong
Philadelphia,
like, despite the fact that I'm not anti-capitalist, I don't believe that every entity is a business either. And one of the things that has happened to you
I was there the whole time with family.
it's apologized to the younger generation, but
And that
they
was
also
amazing.
have apologized to the business
You guys are really,
as
really
the
nice.
administrators have become increasingly trained or drawn from the ranks of business managers because the university is actually not a business. It's a church isn't a business. There are organizations that aren't businesses that you can't just cram into the free market structure willy-nilly. So my colleagues also object to the transformation of the university into a business entity run by profit-seeking MBAs, and they should object to that because that's not what the university is for. So there are reasons for them to be skeptical of my association with the business school that aren't merely a reflection of a simplistic anti-capitalist ideology.
There are lots of things that
are not in that size company. You know, some streamers may do some things their way. I'm telling you, 87, you do it your way. Street, I'm gonna check out your shit. Now, if you are not going to stream it, that's cool. You have a Discord, you got your damn from there. You show me what you have.
So anyway, markets are wonderful, but there's certain things they shouldn't do at the top, and there's certain things that they shouldn't do. There's no magic.
That also then brings us back to
You're an action man.
dilemma, which is well,
And
direct
I don't know. I'll find it.
who's Kevin has the state
What else do you have?
all of the market, but use it to learn it wanders randomly through an indeterminate landscape. I guess part of the issue there too is sort of like how do we properly balance foresight and planning? You think would have some role in the construction of large scale states, but what do we want the landscape to look like? How do we balance that with the sort of comprehensive computations that the market allows? And of course, the answer to that is we have political discussions about all the time that are untrammeled so that we can adjust the ratio between those two things as necessary. So again, that's an argument on the side of free speech.
Yeah, I mean, really, it couldn't be more important. The real answer is that both are failures are failures.
Right.
I mean, you really don't want to stay manually and overregulating you don't want
check it out.
the unregulated landscape where the market is actually floating the lines and so on. You don't have a fucking nose way. You don't have any ability to resist.
I think he understands that.
Figure out what that path is, and it's not easy. You can't do it in a landscape where you can't talk about it.
And this brings us to censorship, doesn't it? Because this is a real issue in the marketplace of free ideas. When you're talking about whether it's Google or YouTube or whoever might be imposing their own morality and their own ideas on what you should and should not be able to discuss and what should and should not be monetized, you're essentially imposing these limits. I've read once, it's a very good point, that freedom breeds equality, because you're free to put as much effort as you like into something, and you're going to get unequal results. And that if you are truly free in a free world, some people are going to do far better than others, and just based on their own input, just based on their efforts, just based on the amount of focus and dedication they have. It's very unequal. You know, I know many people that are far more dedicated than other people that I know, and they do better. Yeah, well, that's well buttressed by the empirical literature. Yes, well, I mentioned earlier that the two best predictors of long-term success are intelligence and conscientiousness.
And what intelligence is probably something like the number of credible operations that you can manifest in a given period of time. It's something like speed. Now, it's not only that, but it's speed is a part of it. So if what you're doing is working and you can do it faster, that works better. That's pretty damn straightforward. And the next thing is, well, conscientiousness. Well, conscientiousness would be something like how many of those cycles of effort are devoted to that specific task. And it turns out that if there's a relationship between the effort and task success, more effort is better. And so I can give you some indication of the power of that. So if you have good measures of conscientiousness and IQ, you can predict someone's success in the competitive landscape with a correlation of about 0.6. And what that would mean is,
dog, give me a fucking shout out and we'll break the internet. Rabbi has more content than any person in global history, and this is the biggest event in global history. Rabbi is going through all the creators on Kick and giving them shout out. Shout out to Action Man and the Action Man
you'd be right 85% of the time. So you could say with 85% accuracy,
outreach tour.
which of two people would be more likely to be in the top 50%. So it's a whopping effect, and it's actually some validation for the essential integrity of our system, because we hope, given that it's essentially an open meritocracy.
I use text-to-speech and I don't really give a shit anymore. So if this is all just drivel, who gives a fucking shit, dude? You get the fucking point, and if not, it's all in fucking video.
Which is how much differences in IQ that exist is democratizable. That is to say, how much of this is the result of environments that aren't enriching or letting water or not enough vitamins. Right. My sense, actually, my intuition based on what I know biologically is that a huge fraction, maybe all of it, but a huge fraction of differences in IQ is actually could be generalized, and that's part of equal opportunity. It's not an equal opportunity.
I'm way more pessimistic about that. And that's partly because I spend a lot of, because I'm interested in the amelioration of differences. So for example, that's why I built this future authoring program. It's like, hey, if we can figure out how to make people more effective, well, let's do it. So I scoured the literature on IQ enhancement, and it's bloody dismal, man. It's rough. It's very, very difficult to put together a cognitive training program. Like, some things have worked in a major way, like the fact that people aren't starving has wiped out, has moved the bottom of the IQ distribution way up over the last 100 years. That's been like a walloping success. But a lot of the things that we hoped would work, like Head Start's a good example of that. You know, Head Start was part of the American War on Poverty, and the idea was to give, deprived kids leg up early before they hit school, and start training them cognitively early. And the hope was that they get a pre-K, they get a little smarter in kindergarten, and then they do a little better in grade 1, and better in grade 2, better in grade 2. But what happened was that the kids who went through Head Start actually did get a cognitive jump on their competitors, but all the other kids caught up by grade 6. So by grade 6, there's absolutely no effect whatsoever of the training program. Now, Head Start did have a couple of benefits. One was fewer teenage pregnancies and fewer drops. But that was probably because these kids got into Head Start either socialized better, or that some fraction of them were removed for some time from extremely toxic environments, just while they happened to be at Head Start. But it didn't produce the cognitive improvements that everybody, right and left, were equally hoping for.
Yeah, but this is in some sense, it's a very much an uncontrolled experiment, right? Because A, Head Start starts late, and B, it doesn't insulate you from all of the stuff that comes along with growing up in
Get your asses ready. Oh, absolutely. And now also,
we really don't know what the truth is of human IQ. And there are some results that suggest some things that are not hopeful. On the other hand, some of them just
everybody should unban Rabbi from their Discord, especially Action Man. Action Man, you should let me stream in your Discord all the time. I'll make it really big. It'll be a portal into my life. And you're always invited. Dog, check out my stream. One shout out from you. With the amount of content that I have will change the world, and I'll make you a trillionaire, and I'll make all your family a trillionaire.
So you could say even if you're in a deprived environment, but you're smart, the intellectual landscape.
Shout out to Mike Smalls Jr. He's so fucking funny and has great taste in women.
Of the biological research shows things like if you take identical twins at birth and you put them in adopted out families, that the IQ of the adopted out twins is much closer A to the original biological parents than to the adopted parents, and B almost perfectly correlated with one another, and that correlation increases as the separated twins age. So let's say you had a twin, you were both adopted out at birth. We test your IQs at 4. They're fairly close. They're closer to your biological parents than your adopted parents. But then we test you every year until you're 60. By the time you're 60, no matter how long you've been separated as an identical twin, your IQ score is so much like your twin's IQ score that it's as if the same person was being tested twice. And that's a really complicated one because you think, well, as twins travel through the environment and accrue different experiences, their IQs should diverge. Like, obviously, that's not what happened.
Well, so there are a lot of places to take one thing. There aren't very many identical twins raised apart. It's a small sample.
This is definitely true.
Those identical twins raised apart carry with them whatever effects they were before they were born.
Sure, they look the same.
And so it's damaged by an environment.
Prosecutors failed to prove a cornerstone of their case that Holmes tricked investors while knowing full well that her Theranos blood testing equipment did not work.
Positive side, negative side. So anyway, I'm not saying that there's nothing to it. I'm only saying I think we just know it's very early. But what I can say, I think one of the things that we've started on this conversation already are that an environment in which you can say anything, advance any argument, that argument is protected, any argument can be advanced and challenged, that is inherent to natural. Another thing that I think is nothing but fair game with quality opportunity. And I guess one thing I would add, you were talking about the fact that the system based on merit produces inequality. People will, yeah, their freedom produces inequality. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't mean you're obligated to ride it all the way down. Right? The fact is, it makes people so that you are encouraged to attempt to do something highly valuable. And if it doesn't work out, then the point is you are
this would be the argument for something like this. You need to take care of food or shelter, and now you're free to pursue any ideas that you might have that you would ordinarily be saddled down by your restrictions of food. There's some evidence of that actually happening in Canada now.
Gas mileage is unparalleled
So I'm not claiming this is true, but it suggests the rate of entrepreneurial activity in Canada is actually higher than in the
more
United
adventurous,
States.
more fun with the
And
Ford
one
Bronco
reason
Sport.
for that
Tornadoes,
appears
Air
to be the
Fighter.
fact
Head
that
to your Southern California Ford
you're
dealer
25
straight out
years
their
old,
Bronco.
say you have a family, you quit your job and start a startup and you might lose your health care. Right? And so now, the issue of universal health care is obviously a thorny one. It's not like the education system works perfectly, but it doesn't work too badly, and we've been able to manage it for about 50 years. We have there's artificial scarcity in the system, and the delay times are longer than they would be if you included the Mayo Clinic and bought your health. Like I would say, at the high end of the American healthcare system is better than the Canadian medical system. But I would say at the middle and at the low end, the Canadian healthcare system is clearly preferable. And it's also cheaper, which is quite interesting because you would expect, especially in European markets, that but it is more so than it is in Canada. Yes, Americans pay substantially higher.
Protecting them, they were awarded $700
GDP.
unless we change media.
The stats are simple, whether it's another crash, quasi-socialized
There's a great piece on that by Adam Ruins Everything.
They
You'll see
nothing
that
until they win.
it's really
So
interesting.
if you or a loved
Breaks
one is
down
hurt
pretty
in an
much
accident, call
a lot of different subjects. Basically breaks down the American health system, pretty much where it went wrong. And it's encouraging
because
to
waiting
watch
for your
it. It
case
shows how they elevated the prices of all sorts of different things.
$809 million in sweet James.
It's really fascinating. We are already almost 3 hours into this, so we haven't talked about Hitler.
Oh my God. Well, we kind of did.
Semi
You want to lay out your argument about Hitler, and then I'll respond to it. And
I don't know if I do want to. I mean, I think I actually think that I should stop because I'm at the point where the probability that I will say something stupid is starting to increase, and I would rather not because just saying the things that I'm trying to say that aren't stupid is dangerous enough.
yes, this isn't the topic where you want to make that.
That's, yes,
Right.
so I would say maybe
Is there a more charged subject?
It's funny that it's charged because, as you point out, we're pretty much all in agreement about it, right?
When you find someone who's not, and they're instantly ostracized from society.
Right.
I mean, even who has an argument about Genghis Khan. I mean, there's a really fascinating take on this by Dan Carlin from Hardcore History. We're talking about the amount of time that has passed since a horrible atrocity, and that there are people that will argue that Genghis Khan killed 10% of the world's population, changed things so badly that it literally lowered the carbon footprint of the human race while he was alive, killed some untold number of millions of people, and was responsible for their deaths. People look to him, and they find all sorts of positive things to attribute to his reign, opening up trade with China, opening up trade routes, all these different things that people have attributed to him. And that someday someone may do the same thing about Adolf Hitler. Right now, well, it's impossible.
He certainly made that job very difficult with all of the documentation, especially with films. But let's just say the argument that I want to level, I want to be really careful so that you can't misinterpret.
I'm gonna enjoy watching this.
Sorry. Okay. If I'm cornered, will you?
Yeah. No way, man. The nights are going out.
Okay. So my argument from all those years ago, my favorite that I mentioned at the beginning was that Hitler was a monster, a real but he was a rational program that he was not what he said. What he said was wrong in many places, especially where it gets into but what he did was rational from the increasing the amount of resources that was dedicated to reducing numbers of people. And so my point is, this is the danger that we are in. If we allow ourselves to imagine that genocidal impulses are more or less far from the edge of the and the point is they exist in a liquid program. And at a point when we have austerity as a result of opportunity that is one choice, that resulted in the population growing to fill that opportunity and there's nowhere to go because the opportunity is all from the source. Tendency of people to figure out what other population is that population is across the border, and there's some excuse for war, and the population within the border, and the genocide that is an ever-present danger for us.
I want to hear this argument is sort of phrased as we have a disagreement. And I would like to point out that I don't actually disagree with anything that you just said.
Okay.
If I remain relatively silent, I don't want to be seen. I don't want it to be seen that the fact that I'm disagreeing with you means, or that there is a disagreement means that it's a disagreement about any of that. I think the disagreement was something like I said that Hitler was even more evil than we thought he was. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you're pointing out the danger of assuming that you can put Hitler in he was just a monster boss, and you don't think about it anymore. And I would say, I agree absolutely with that. I mean, I've studied Hitler a lot, and there's a bunch of things that you can't say about him. You can't say he was stupid. You can't say he was without artistic talent. You can't say that he was a poor organizer. You can't say that he wasn't charismatic. You can't say that he did wonders for Germany's economy in the first part of his reign. And so it's very necessary when if you're dealing intelligently with a true monster that you give the devil its due.
Yeah. So I think the thing that I saw in your video was your argument was that if he was losing, instead of then the genocide on pause and winning the war, that he wrapped it up. Yeah.
I don't know if it would really be, I don't think it's necessarily fair to say that it was him that did that, although I think he had a hand in it. It does appear to me that that's what happened.
Right. And my point would simply be, and again, I couldn't possibly left something like my point is simply that from an evolutionary point of view, if your objective is to increase the number of genomes that are spelled the same way as yours are on Earth, that A, did enslave those Jews who were most fit to work in service of the German people. Right? That's what those camps were. Not all of the camps were work camps, but Auschwitz, for example, was both a work camp and a death camp. So there was this tendency to enslave. And
so let me ask you a question. You know, I think you have to make a pretty tenuous biological argument to say that there's evolution is intended in increasing the number of your kinsmen, but unless they're very close. But here's a slight variation of that. You tell me what you think about this. Is it reasonable to presume that a decent survival strategy is to homogenize your environment with regards to, under some conditions, to homogenize your environment with regards to racial or ethnic differences to decrease the probability that you and yours are going to be killed?
The world has changed so much.
Again, no defense of this, but you are right. To the extent that there's another population distinct, that population, even if it is small and has little power now, might not be small and have little power later. So undoubtedly that program is there. But I would say that the tendency to believe that evolution only functions at the level of when you're talking about very close relatives, I think it's an error that is the result of the fact that evolution is early on with operationalized fitness. It's very hard to operationalize fitness across populations level differences. So the Georgia definition is about it. And it's a logical thing to imagine so all I'm arguing is that what Hitler did was go after a population inside his border that was more distantly related to the people who were his constituents, and then he went obviously after Europe and sought the people war machine. I mean, it's a military. The point is, he did not succeed in doing what he set out to do, but he also didn't fail. In the sense that he took a bunch of resources that belonged to a population that was more distantly related and got rid of those resources. And by getting rid of them, increased the amount of resources available to areas. There's nothing to do with that. These are not interested in figuring out which things are superior. All of the language.
If you missed it,
however, things are very interesting.
You can watch Rabbi Rothschild 24/7 on Facebook. Watch me all day, every day.
So part of the reason
I want you to know that wow is everybody shout out to wow, shout out to Rabbi, shout out to Gary.
To caution people against alerting people to the fact that the social program that Hitler ran and elicited are lurking in our, let's say, in our set of bylaws on boards. we have to be very awake to that fact on an ongoing basis.
They are lurking in our genomes, which does not mean that we as adults have this as a possibility. Many people will not know along with this. Other people have it lurking and tricked. And I think what worries me is that Trump, I think very simply, utilized this lurking program in order to gain office. That he played upon the fact that certain people were waiting to hear those voices. And what he said about Charlottesville, again, he did not go after the white nationalists.
Did you see the white nationalist response? You see yeah, the Daily Storm. Is that what it's called? Well, one of the white nationalist papers had a breakdown of what Trump did, and essentially, it was like, he didn't go after us, he didn't target us. This is very good. He was very clear that it was all sides, and that he never once targeted us. He didn't say anything bad about us. And then they said, "God bless Trump."
There's a real tricky issue there about truth, because because my free speech channels, I was part of was canceled. I had to make comments in the Canadian media about Charlottesville. And so I really had to think about what Trump said, because the fact that there is reprehensible behavior on both sides of the extremes of distribution is true. However, truth is a tricky thing, because you have to take the temporal context into account. Because I would say you can imagine that there are white lies and black truth. The black truth is when you use the truth in a way that is truth, just like the white lie is when you lie in a way that is harmful. You can use the truth to wound and hurt. What that really means is that you misuse the truth, so it's actually a complex lie. But what Trump did wrong is his independence was actually manipulated. Was he failed to specify the time and place of the utterance, because what he should have done is said, I unequivocally denounce the white supremacist racism that emerged in Charlottesville. And then he should have shut up. And then 2 weeks later, he could have said, well, when we look at the political landscape as a whole, perhaps commenting on Berkeley, he could have said, it's pretty obvious that there are reprehensible individuals acting out the whole things of the extreme. But the Charlottesville week wasn't the reason to make that point. So, and why he did that was because he just inept, because it was a very tricky week to exactly put things right.
I think actually look at what he did during his life. And I think we should expect it.
Fair enough. But I think there's a wink and a nod to them always. With neo-Nazi movements going to applaud Donald Trump's response to it. Yeah. See if you can see the actual, does it show the actual text of what they wrote?
I wish he knew that. I really like being in the
There's a an actual article that they wrote on one of those websites. Trump's comments were good. He didn't attack us, just that the nation should come together, nothing specific against us. He said they need to study why people get so angry and implied that there was hate on both sides of the point. So he implied that. So that energized them in a way, and there's no secret that they support him. My friend Alonzo Bowden has a very funny quote. He's a comedian. He goes, "Not all Trump supporters are racist, but all racists are Trump supporters." And it's a great quote, and there's political power in that. Whether or not Trump is a racist, or whether it's the wink and the nod to that side, that is the only wink and the nod that they're getting. I mean,
or even insufficient enunciation, which was kind of what did. And there's a Canadian journalist, Faith Gold, who got fired from Rebel Media for being accused of being too cozy with Daily Stormer Type. She did a podcast with crypto, and I listened to the podcast very carefully. She was actually one of the people that was supposed to be a panelist on this free speech talk, so that put us in the real bind. But
what happened in the podcast?
Well, what happened was, in my estimation, was that she didn't properly fulfill her role as critical journalist. It was sort of like a discussion with your friendly neighborhood neo-Nazi. And what I mean by that is she didn't ally herself with any of the purported aims of the neo-Nazi people she was talking to. But I think she failed to criticize them sufficiently. She didn't ask the tough questions. Now, that was a fatal error. I mean, she got fired from Rebel Media, and it's going to have terrible repercussions for her. She may last.
Rebel Media is very conservative.
And certainly like Canadians. Yeah, that's right. No, Rebel Media imploded in the aftermath of Charlottesville because of what Faith Golden did with the dating. It wasn't even the Dating Stormer. It was a group called Crypto, but they're associated with the Dating Stormer. So she went on there, which I think you could make a case that that's okay as a journalist. You can go talk to neo-Nazis, but the question is, how do you talk to them? And the answer to that is, you point out their agenda. You don't allow them to masquerade as friendly, innocent people. You can't do that. So I would say she damned herself by insufficient criticizing the nerds, something like that.
I'm sure you are familiar with Luther.
No, I'm not.
The documentary, fascinating guy, fantastic, one of the best. And one of the things that he's done is, he's interviewed a ton of different people, but one of the great ones he did was the Westboro Baptist Church. And he sort of embedded himself with them, and was very congenial and very kind and unthreatening, and stayed with them for long periods of time, weeks on end, and got them to eventually expose who they were and understand from the point of view of the green side in a sense, without necessarily condemning them, but with just constantly asking questions, but being very, very polite.
Brand new year,
not
in my
like
Ford
a bunch,
Bronco
not like a lot of serious, confrontational criticism, rather, but a very friendly, sort of polite, British way of discussing things. He's particularly good at embedding himself. He did it with Scientology. He's done it with a bunch of different groups. He embeds himself and just sort of.
Right. So there's a justification for attempting that sort of stuff. Clearly, and I really had to think this through because. Well, what happened with our talk was so all mirrors-like. It was a talk about free speech, talks being shut down on campus. It was shut down by a campus, and it was a panel of people who purport to support free speech who knocked someone off the panel because of something, well, not precisely that she said, but it's close enough to make the irony rather palpable.
It is.
So I had to go through what happened with Faith very carefully to figure out what the right ethical pathway was. But I listened to the podcast very carefully. I listened to it with my son, and we talked about the law. And our conclusion was that she didn't ask enough tough questions. One would have done it, even maybe. Two would have done it for sure. But it was the discussion was too cordial. And it could have even been cordial, to your point, because maybe that would have led to more discussion.
Yeah.
But it should have been cordial with one snake bite. That would be
required to make that snake bite. I mean,
well, it depends on what you mean by required.
Well, my thought is to find out what these people really want, and really trying to achieve. Sometimes you don't have to be confrontational with them. You just got to allow them to be comfortable. And Kamal Bell did that really great on a CNN show with the KKK. He sort of just allowed them to be themselves, and they became more and more comfortable with them the more time they spent with them, to the point where they're actually joking around with them. But you got to see. The ugliness was so obvious and evident, and without him confronting them on it, without him yelling and arguing, you got to see it from him just being friendly and joking around with them. Now, nobody would ever accuse a black man like Kamal Bell with being a sympathizer with the KKK. He was in this inarguable position. Like no one could accuse him of it. This woman, I'm assuming, is white. That's where the problem lies.
One of many problems.
Yeah, she was a black woman in the very same situation, like Oprah was in the past. Like Oprah interviewed the KKK in the past, and she was never accused of being like somehow or another a sympathetic person.
Right, and somehow we have to raise the threshold of defense. There are lots of ways to contribute
contribute to the conversation. One of them may be to embed yourself and actually allow the world to see people who are doing something abhorrent in the way that they see themselves, so you can understand it rather
Just
than
being there asking questions.
Right.
You don't necessarily have to be critical. You can change them. Being critical to them, I mean, just getting in arguments with them. I mean, they might be able to see something from that, from their response to like rational discussion about their issues.
This brings us down a whole other rabbit hole, which maybe we could talk about at some point in the future, because this is a really interesting topic. Part of the reason that I've been accused of being on the far right, say, or on the alt right, is because I've talked to people, talked with people who perhaps are closer, they have an association network that might be more closely allied with that, where people are comfortable with. But my attitude is being too. And I don't want to talk about this in much detail because it's really complicated, but the anti-left spectrum, let's say, is very confused, and it could easily tilt very rapidly into the hard right anti-left, which is the danger that you were describing. And partly what I'm hoping is that I can talk to people who might conceivably be on that developmental pathway because they're tired of being accused of implicit racism, let's say, and say, look, you can be anti-radical left without falling all the way into the far right, and here's how you might do it. But that means I have to talk to them, and then if I talk to them, that means I risk association with them, and that risks being tainted. It's a very tricky line to walk.
But it's also one of the big problems with this hard stance of the left, of the hard left, like this Pepe the Frog thing. Like that anybody, I mean, one of the things that I tweeted was some guy that called me, you just admitted you're a Nazi because I posted a meme that someone had created of me as Pepe the Frog. And apparently it's Pepe the Frog of everybody. And so I put, this guy was like, well, you just admitted you're a Nazi. And I'm like, see, this is a part of the problem. And this creates a massive blowback. People are getting angry because that frog, for the most part, is used humorously.
And actually, you used the phrase defensive humor.
Yes.
And it really is, and I think, this is, maybe to interrupt you, Joe, but there's something about the idea that the effectiveness of this meme is that it tangles people with no sense of humor in knots.
And that's a huge part of why those things are generated. That's why they like it. That's exactly right.
They love it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I'm fearing that I'm saying something about this frog in the fish and something that's going to emerge that I should know about, that somehow I'm admitting something, but all I'm saying is what I see is a lot of people using it to taunt people who can't figure out.
I think that's the vast majority of it. I do believe that, and I think the same thing about the Kyrgyzstani types, is that that's almost all humor.
Yeah, and there's some massive problem with pushing back against that and calling those people Nazis and racists, and especially when they're just using humor, and especially when it's very clear if you look at all the memes online, and I went thoroughly through Google to find them. There are some abhorrent ones. There are some horrible ones. There are some ones that are with the Nazi uniforms. There's some anti-Jew ones. There's some horrific ones. Most of them are not that. Most of them, the vast majority of them are humorous. And again, these people are not coordinating. So if one person decides to make a Mickey Mouse racist meme, which, by the way, a lot of the early Mickey Mouse cartoons, you could just take a screenshot, and they're fucking tremendously racist, right? Just dealing with the side of the time. I mean, images of black people that were extremely cartoonish. You know, giant lips, black faces, the whole deal. Horribly racist. You could say Mickey Mouse is fucking racist. Don't go to Disneyland. No one's saying that, right? But they could. This is the slippery slope. You start with the frog, you know? And, you know, first they came for Pepe, and I did the same.
Yeah, well, if the frog is racist, you start wondering what isn't racist.
Exactly.
Because it's a bloody cartoon frog.
Well, you can make a cartoon about everything that has ever existed and make that racist. It doesn't mean that the frog is racist. This is where it's crazy. It's like, what percentage of people are making the frog racist? And then for the Southern Poverty Law Center to say that this is a symbol of hate now, this frog. Well, guess what? You just back these fucking people up against the wall, and you short their offenses, because now they're realizing, oh, well, these people are mad. They're crazy, not just mad like angry, but mad, like insane. Like, you're not looking at this thing rationally at all. You're saying that a frog, where 99% of the memes are just humorous or silly, now the frog is a hate symbol.
not only a hate symbol, but Nazi, white supremacists. I mean, they're just drying up all of the space between their preposterous perspective and the nightmare at the other end of the spectrum. And the point is, almost all of us live in that intermediate space. So, yeah, it's
almost all thoughts live in that intermediate space, right? There's a variability of all thoughts. You know, there's flexibility of all ideas. And when you're talking about something that we're extremely humorous, you're talking about a humorous frog. I mean, goddamn, to call that all hate when sometimes it's hate. And so by who? By whoever the fucking people are that did that hateful thing. Those are the people that are hateful, not the other ones that are using that frog for humor. I mean, this is the fact that this is an argument at all just shows how lost we are in these ideological arguments, this left versus right, extreme end of the spectrum, on one end of the field, throwing rocks at the far end of the field.
Yeah.
Most of us are in the middle somewhere.
It's hopeless.
Yeah.
Because we cannot have discussions about frog.
Yeah. A cartoon frog. I mean, Jesus Christ. Well, that's so weird. That's a nice conclusion. Yeah, it might be. It might be. Listen, this was a lot of fun. It always is. And I'm glad you guys came up with this idea, and I'm glad we had the time to do it.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks for the invitation. My pleasure.
Good to meet you.
Jordan Peterson, what is your Twitter handle again?
Jordan B. Peterson, yep.
And Brett Weinstein
on Twitter.
Weinstein, I've been saying Weinstein.
It doesn't matter. You're
is it interchangeable?
Sorry, sorta.
All right. But thank you guys. Really appreciate it. A lot of fun.
Yep. Good
Thanks,
to see you.
Bye, everybody.
Everybody out at Nick White is being like a bitch right now. He won't let me in.
His bad son. Let's make him go to the trunk.
Don't
make him pop the trunk.
And boom, we're live. Graham, great to see you again.
Nice to be back with you, Joe.
And we were just talking about your new book, America Before, that there's two versions of it. There's one version, and then there's a newer version that's a Barnes & Noble version that's specific to Barnes & Noble that has an extra whole chapter in it. That's correct. Yeah, and so they can get that at Barnes & Noble. I'm just trying to keep bookstores alive. They're on the way out.
I think it's really important, and that's one of the reasons that I did this, because I had finished the book, and then Barnes & Noble came to me through my publishers and said they would like to do a special edition of the book, but in order to do that, I needed to write them some extra material. And I had a lot of material that I hadn't put in the book, and I thought, well, this is an opportunity to put that out there.
Beautiful. So if people want that, it's a little bit different, and there's a small gold square.
Okay, so first of all, my website, grahamhancock.com, has a page about America Before, and the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is there, as well as the link to the standard edition, which is on Amazon, iTunes, and all kinds of other places. So grahamhancock.com and the America Before page, the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is right there.
All right, there it is. So, how is this? Before we get into the book, what is it?
Go to Talks and Events.
Okay, we're on the Graham Hancock website.
No, go to books. Go to books. Go to America Before.
Bam.
Bam.
There it is.
Go to United States. You can see Amazon, there's Barnes & Noble.
Special edition.
Special edition. Click on there.
There you go. And then the ebook as well.
The ebook is available. The audiobook, which I read myself, is available there. And then if you scroll down, oops, that shouldn't be there.
I am so happy you read it yourself. I get angry when someone else reads someone. I'm like, come on, he can talk.
Yeah, I enjoy reading my books myself, and what I've learned from feedback I get from audiences and presentations is people like me doing that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. It's just weird when someone else is talking to your voice. Like, hey man, I know you're not.
You know that I write fiction as well as nonfiction.
Yeah,
and the one thing I can't read is my fiction.
Really?
Well, yeah, because fiction requires accents. You really need an actor to read a fiction book who can get into the different characters. But for a non-fiction book like America Before, it's very straightforward.
I agree. I'm a tremendous Stephen King fan, but when I read Stephen King's books, where he reads them or listen to them when he reads them, they're terrible. He's awful at it.
I don't think a novelist should read their own novels. I think that's a job for an actor. Oddly enough, I've just been reading Stephen King's Dark Tower series.
Yeah,
very near the end of the 7th volume.
Yeah, I'm just a giant fan of his, but man, when he reads it like he's just reading.
Yeah,
it's like, oof, this is rough. It's hard to get my right. Anyway, America Before.
So there's
Give us
on the
the
website. There's details about the book. There's a page where there are links to the book, and also the other thing I would like to take this opportunity to mention is I'm in America and Canada for the next 7 weeks, and I'm going to be doing something like 25 presentations in something like 20 American cities, and then 3 Canadian cities in Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. And that's all on the talks and events page on my website. So if anybody wants to come along and meet this old man in person, I'll be doing those events.
And are you doing these at theaters, and do you allow Q&As?
Absolutely, I allow Q&As. I encourage that. I feel as an author that, frankly speaking, I'm nothing without my audience. I owe my audience, my readers, big time. And what I try to do at events is to give back as much as I can. So if people want to take pictures with me, I am absolutely up for that. I don't understand why anybody would want to do that, but it's fun. It's kind of fun. And when people want to come to the desk where I'm signing and ask me personal questions, I'm ready to do that. Sometimes on the British book tour, which I just finished, I was behind in the event space for 4 hours after the event finished.
Wow.
Signing and taking pictures. But it's a joy. It's a really opportunity for me to interact with the people who actually make my work matter.
That's fantastic. Beautiful. So what inspired this? I know there's always been, well, you, first of all, we should just say, for people who don't know, you have been at the front of the line for decades, talking about these lost civilizations. And from reading your work, I mean, I think I first read your work in the 90s. You exposed me to a lot of these, what were at the time controversial ideas that have now been substantiated by actual evidence, particularly Göbekli Tepe and all the water erosion stuff on the Sphinx. And I've since had Dr. Robert Schock on the podcast to talk about that as well. But all this stuff was at one point very controversial, and now far less.
Yes.
I mean, whatever traditional academics and traditional historians that are trying to, I guess archaeologists, that were trying to resist, they've let go a lot of that. They've had to with things like Göbekli Tepe.
They've had to because the evidence has overwhelmed them. And Göbekli Tepe is an excellent example. Prior to the discovery and excavation of Göbekli Tepe, which is a site in Anatolia in Turkey, it was the view, very firm view of archaeologists, that there had been no megalithic architecture anywhere on Earth. And when I say megalithic, I mean literally big stones, stone circles, huge constructions, nothing like that before at the very, very earliest 6,000 years ago. And they would point to sites in, for example, Malta, a site called Gigantia, which is about 5,800 years old. That's the oldest megalithic architecture in the world. And they could understand how that was because these were agricultural societies. They generated surpluses. You could free up people who could become specialists in architecture, in astronomy, in geometry, and they could apply their skills to the construction of these sites. But what they never considered possible was that a society that was hunter-gatherers would have created a gigantic megalithic site. And then suddenly, Göbekli Tepe is discovered. It dates to 11,600 years ago. It's more than 5,000 years older than the supposedly oldest megalithic architecture in the world. And it is in the center where there had been no previous evidence of agriculture. But the moment Göbekli Tepe appears, agriculture appears as well. And this is just something that's really hard for archaeology to explain. They've suddenly got 5,000 years of missing history that they've just never taken into account. And what I see them doing is largely avoiding the problem rather than getting to grips with it directly. And in fact, there have been a great number of changes in the last 20 years, which have worked generally in favor of the arguments that I've proposed.
Well, I'm so happy for you because I know that for a long time you were out there on your own with a lot of these theories.
Very, very much so, and also subjected to the most blistering and deeply unpleasant criticism from the archaeological fraternity and from their friends in the media, like how dare this journalist propose that history might be different, or that we might have a forgotten chapter in the human story. It was regarded almost as offensive that I would put this material out there, and archaeologists felt it was their responsibility to show the public that I was full of shit, and that was the whole way my work was greeted, and to a certain extent still is greeted by archaeologists, but things have changed. Central to my work was the notion of a global cataclysm, roughly 12,500, 12,800 years ago. There was It made sense to me in 1995 when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, but there was no compelling evidence for a global cataclysm then. All the evidence seemed to point to that time and a massive global event. And then from 2007 onwards, more than a decade after I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, we've got a group of more than 60 major scientists who are seriously proposing that the Earth was hit by multiple fragments of a giant comet 12,800 years ago, and that this caused a huge rise in sea level and extinctions of megafaunas. They are not saying that it also wiped out a lost advanced civilization of prehistory. I'm saying that. But what has changed is that we now have compelling, hard scientific evidence. I'm not saying every scientist accepts it. It's the nature of science to dispute findings, but we have a group of 60 major figures who have seriously proposed this in all the leading mainstream journals, and it's changed the balance of power in this argument, because one thing that they used to say is Hancock can't be right because there was no global cataclysm 12 or 13,000 years ago. Well, now we know there was, and there are various explanations for it, so that's moved things along. And the other thing that's changed a lot is the attitude of the man in the street to authority. That has changed. Back in the 90s, authority figures were the gatekeepers. They controlled everything. If an authority figure in a discipline like archaeology said Hancock is completely wrong, he's made all this stuff up, that would generally be believed, not by everybody, but by the majority of people. Today, to have a mainstream authority figure say that to me is actually an advantage, because people are so distrustful of authority, and rightly so, because we've been lied to by authority figures in all fields for so long. The bullshit has been so enormous that people are finally waking up, but we can't trust what authority figures say.
And I think we can thank the internet for that.
We can thank the internet for that, yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the more recent evidence of a crater that they just discovered, like fairly recently.
Greenland.
Yes, yeah. Enormous.
It's an enormous crater. It's 18 miles wide. It had not been discovered before because it's under ice. It's under a lot of ice. At the end of the Ice Age, Greenland was one area which never lost its ice cover completely, whereas North America, everywhere north of Minnesota, is covered in ice a mile, sometimes 2 miles deep. Europe, the same, Northern Europe. But Greenland kept its ice, whereas the other parts of the world lost their ice at the end of the Ice Age. And what's interesting about Greenland is there's already evidence of comet impact in Greenland, which goes back to papers published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2013, that they found what are called impact proxies in Greenland. In other words, nanodiamonds, carbon spherules, and evidence of a lot of platinum and iron was found in a layer in the ice dated to 12,800 years ago. But the next development, and you're absolutely right, and this was just a few months ago, was the discovery of this humongous crater in Greenland, and evidence that it was caused by an iron impactor of some kind. Now, dating of it, I would be irresponsible to say that crater definitely dates to 12,800 years ago, because the work has not been done to prove that yet. But what I can say, and what the specialists who have explored and excavated the crater are saying, is that it's recent. They can say for sure that it happened during the last ice age. Under the crater, is nothing but massively disturbed and destroyed and completely wrecked ice from the ice age, from the Pleistocene. Above it is smooth, perfect ice from our epoch, which is called the Holocene, which began about 11,600 years ago. So all the evidence suggests that this crater dates to that period between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, but to absolutely confirm that, more work needs to be done. But it's part of a growing pattern. The Younger Dryas impact scientists, they call themselves, they call this the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And it's because there was a period in the Earth's geological history that geologists call the Younger Dryas, which lasted for 1,200 years, from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. It's a very mysterious period. We see all the megafauna dying off suddenly and rapidly. We see rises in sea level. We see a huge collapse in global temperature. It's a cataclysmic epoch. And what is becoming clearer and clearer is that the evidence that a comet was behind it is extremely strong. And as more and more evidence comes in, we realize how widespread it was. So they found evidence of the impact as far south as Antarctica now. Previously, they were focused very much on North America. Now, as far south as Antarctica, as far east as Syria. This was truly a global event, and it changed the world. And I think, and it's my case, that it wiped our memory of a previous episode of human civilization, right at the epicenter of this cataclysm, like civilization, that we would regard as advanced, not a simple hunter-gatherer civilization, which was utterly wiped out in this cataclysmic event.
And I should say, for anyone who's really fascinated right now, please maybe pause and go listen to the two that you did with Randall Carlson, where it really goes into depth about the impact, the evidence of these impacts, the evidence of the very quick demise of the Ice Age, and what may have resulted in all these floods that you read about in the Epic of Gilgamesh, you read about in Noah's Ark, and that all these things are probably tales of stories that people pass down from generation to generation that survived this time.
Yeah, because we now know that at that time, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, truly global cataclysmic events involving rapid rises in sea level did occur, and suddenly the worldwide tradition of a global flood stops being just a myth and starts being a memory, an account of real events. It's been my privilege to work very closely with Randall Carlson.
Yeah, he's
Randall
amazing.
is absolutely amazing. He is a total genius. He's also a gentle giant and such a kind, generous, spirited person. It's a joy to work with him. And every minute spent with him is an education. I had the privilege of traveling across the Channel Scablands in Washington State with Randall, and seeing things through his eyes really opened my eyes to the scale of this disaster. You know, you can look at these giant boulders called glacial erratics, and they just look odd sitting there in the landscape. But when you really consider how they got there, that they got there in icebergs the size of oil tankers, that were carried on floods that were at least 500 up to 1,000 feet deep, that were tearing through the channeled scablands, so that literally ripping the landscape apart. Then the icebergs would ground on valley sides, the flood waters would recede, the icebergs would be left there, giant icebergs. And as they melted away, they revealed the rocks that they had enchained that were caught up within them, and they're scattered all over the landscape. And you look at that and you think, anything that was underneath that 12,800 years ago is gone completely. There can't be anything left of it at all. Utterly destroyed.
And I would encourage people that are interested in this, please watch the YouTube videos of it, because Randall provides all sorts of video and photographic evidence where you can take a look at the landscape and you get a perspective of how immense this destruction was.
It's really important to see that, because it's easy enough to talk about floods and cataclysms, but actually to see its effect on the landscape directly it has an emotional impact. I felt emotional traveling across the Channel Scablands, realizing that this was the heart of an event that changed the world completely. And the evidence continues to build. I have, in America before, I've not gone over old ground that I went over in Magicians of the Gods, that we covered in the various interviews and podcasts, in which it's really a good idea that people take a look at. But what I have done is added the new information published since 2015, which further supports the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and the notion that multiple fragments of a giant comet hit the Earth and created an absolute global catastrophe.
So what was the motivation behind creating this book, America Before?
It's a curious mixture of things. I have been exploring the possibility of a lost civilization for more than 25 years. That was the essence of my book, Fingerprints of the Gods, that was published in 1995. But there has been a huge forgotten episode in human history. I continued to follow that in a series of other books, and by the time I got to 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, that followed 7 years of scuba diving on continental shelves, looking for structures that were submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age, I really felt I'd done it. I felt I'd walked the walk. I'd put out to the public a massive body of information, and I thought my role in this is over, and I can breathe a sigh of relief because it's hot in this particular kitchen, and I can go do something else. And I ended up writing a book about psychedelics. I ended up writing Supernatural, Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, about the role of psychedelics in the origins of the human story. But then new information started to come out that touched on the lost civilization idea, and I couldn't just stand by and ignore that information. That's why I published Magicians of the Gods in 2015. And then, as I was researching that book, I became aware of something I hadn't realized before, that there's a mass of new information from the Americas, specifically from the Americas, which completely rewrites the story of human history, that the Americas have been misrepresented for a very long time by archaeology, and archaeologists will be annoyed with me for saying that. They have a way of forgetting their own errors, of saying, "Oh well, we knew that all along. It wasn't the case." But the fact of the matter remains that for the best part of 50 years, from the 1960s through until about 2010, American archaeology was locked in a dogma that they actually had a name for, which was Clovis first. That they invented a name for a culture. They called them the Clovis culture. We don't know what they called themselves. They were hunter-gatherers. They first appear in the archaeological record 13,400 years ago, and they vanished from the archaeological record 12,600 years ago. And for a very long time, it was maintained adamantly that these were the first Americans, that no human being touched the soil of the Americas until 13,400 years ago. Just animals, but no human beings present at all. And any archaeologist who attempted to dispute that dogma, and I use the word deliberately, there should be no room for dogma in science, but any archaeologist who challenged that would face severe problems with his or her career. They would be mocked and humiliated at conferences, like an archaeologist called Jacques Cinq-Mars from Canada, who excavated in the Yukon. Humiliated at conferences, insulted, accused of making stuff up. Their research funding would be withdrawn. Basically, to challenge Clovis first was the end of your archaeological career. So naturally, very few archaeologists wanted to challenge Clovis first.
What was this gentleman in the Yukon? What was this?
He's called Jacques Cinq-Mars. And interestingly, the Smithsonian, just in 2017, did a big kind of mea culpa, a big admission about this, that everybody had got things wrong, that Jacques Cinq-Mars had been ruined by the Clovis first lobby, but he'd been right all along. The site he excavated in the Yukon was re-excavated in 2017, and every single thing he said was correct, even though they had just sneered at him.
What year was he?
He was excavating in the 1980s and the 1990s.
Is he still alive?
He's still alive. He's still alive. Yeah.
Is he better?
Well, I think he's vindicated, and it's kind of nice to be others. That there's almost a place in folklore for the individual who is scorned and humiliated, by others, but who turns out to be right, and he was right. But my point about this is that what it meant was, since it was the dogma that Clovis was first, that the oldest dates were 13,400 years ago, there seemed to be no logic to archaeologists in digging deeper. You know how it is with archaeology, that the upper levels are the youngest, and the deeper you go, the older it gets. That's why we say Upper Paleolithic for the late Ice Age, and Lower Paleolithic for the late Stone Age, and Lower for the older Stone Age. And the feeling was, no need to dig below the Clovis layer, because we already know that there were no human beings there before that. And then a few archaeologists, I mentioned Jacques Cinq-Mars, but another is Al Goodyear from the University of South Carolina, who excavated a site called Topper in South Carolina. Now, Topper is an incredibly rich Clovis site. It's full of their tools, their points. They made these special flint points that were used as arrowheads and spears. A great Clovis site. He finished excavating the Clovis level, and then he did something that was supposed not to be done. He decided to dig deeper, and he carried on digging down, and there was a layer of about 1.5 meters of barren soil, and then beneath that, more human artifacts. And they finally date those back to more than 50,000 years ago. And then in 2017, published in Nature by Tom Demeray, who's the chief paleontologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum, and a bunch of other very high-level paleontologists, published in Nature magazine, evidence for human presence in North America 130,000 years ago. Now, this has really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Now, if humans were present in North America 130,000 years ago, and archaeologists have been telling us for 50 years that they were only present from 13,000 years ago, that's 10 times as long that we've had humans in North America capable of doing stuff, and the archaeological dogma has prevented any search for what they were doing until very recently.
What was the evidence from 130,000 years ago?
Okay, so it's not the. Let me be clear about this, because this is something that is often misrepresented in my views. It is not the evidence for an advanced civilization that we find 130,000 years ago in America. The evidence that we find is evidence for human presence, and what they were doing was very much Stone Age stuff. It's a mastodon. It's a mastodon skeleton that was excavated. It was actually found by accident during road construction near San Diego. And an archaeologist was attached to the road construction crew and immediately stopped construction, and they investigated it thoroughly. And what they found was so much dynamite in the early 1990s when they found it that they decided not to publish at the time. So what they found was evidence that those mastodon bones had been cracked open by human beings using tools, and that the marrow had been extracted, that one tusk had been left standing upright in the ground and another had been left beside it, that a femur of the animal had been taken away completely from the site. And there was assemblages of instruments that were used to smash and break the bones. And the conclusion of the team was that only one kind of creature could have done that work using tools on a mastodon, and that's human beings. That's classic human behavior. So this sets the goalposts in a totally different place. Suddenly we have to consider that humans have been in America for 130,000 years. We already know that a dogmatic approach of archaeology has rather refused to look at anything older than 13,000 years ago. And what it does is it generates an engine of demand that we need to be looking at those missing 100,000 plus years. We need to be looking at it hard. Of course, the immediate reaction has not been to go looking for stuff in the other 100,000 years. Most archaeologists have responded by saying this is impossible. It can't be so. But that's precisely what they said to Jacques Cinq-Mars, who said that humans were in Bluefish Caves in the Yukon 25,000 years ago. And it's precisely what they said to Al Goodyear, who said humans had been at Topper 50,000 years ago. And they were both right. And I believe that Tom Demeray and his team, you don't get a big article published in Nature unless it's already pretty solidly based, like pretty much peer reviews. It has produced a reaction. I would be wrong to say that it's universally accepted. It's very much challenged, but it's intriguing.
What is the challenge?
The challenge fundamentally comes from we archaeologists know that there were no human beings in the Americas that far back. To put it in perspective, it's about 60,000 years before the first evidence of human beings in Europe. It's about 60,000 years before the first evidence of human beings in Australia.
And this is just evidence of the first human beings.
Yes.
We have to point out how difficult it is to find evidence.
It's extremely difficult to find. You know, sometimes we imagine that archaeologists are working with masses of skeletal material. No, they're not. They're not. I mean, this is one of the ironies. The whole Clovis first dogma, you would think that they had masses of material to work with. They did have the tools, but in terms of skeletal remains, just one single skeletal remain.
Now, one of the things that Michael Shermer had sent me was this dispute that perhaps the bones had been cracked open by the excavation material.
Yeah,
I saw excavation machines.
I saw Michael's email last night, and I appreciate that Michael wants to continue to engage with this subject, and that's his job. He's a professional skeptic, and it's his role to do so. But what he misses out, it's true that a new paper has been published, which raises questions over the what's called the Cerruti Mastodon site, which is the site that Tom Demeray at San Diego Natural History Museum excavated. And what's interesting, since Michael took the trouble to write the questions, can I just read you something that I responded to on this? Sure. Which is that the microphone. Yeah. Basically, this paper was in no way a refutation of the original paper in Nature. As a matter of fact, the gentleman who wrote that paper never even looked at the archaeological remains that are now in the San Diego Natural History Museum. What he based it on is reference, I'm quoting from the abstract of the paper itself, reference to a freeway right-of-way map and construction plans, contemporary road building practices, and worksite photographs available on the internet. In other words, the site was not visited. They simply looked at secondary references. They did not look at the archaeological material, and they ignored the entire argument of Tom Demeray and his colleagues, who had already addressed that issue.
They didn't look at the bones?
They did not look at the bones. When you break a fresh bone, it has a characteristic kind of spiral fracture that does not happen when you break a fossilized bone. And Tom Demeray and his team specifically ruled out road-making machinery as responsible for this breaking pattern because they actually carried out experiments on modern elephants, deceased elephants, and they broke their bones. And the kind of fracture that you get in a fresh green bone is completely different from the kind of fracture you get in a fossilized bone. So unfortunately, this paper pays no attention to that. It just looks at road plans and says there was road work there. It must have been done by road work. I mean, it's very sloppy, very weak, and it's certainly not the answer. We can expect ongoing debate, and that is healthy. But this is not a strong case at all.
So this points to the first evidence that we found. And is there any effort underway to try to uncover more evidence that from a similar time?
Well, I'm going to cite Tom Demeray, the chief paleontologist of the San Diego Natural History Museum. That's what he would like to see. He makes the point to me. I interview him. I spent a day with him at the Natural History Museum. He was very generous with his time. I did an extended interview, and I quote from it in America before. And his wish is that archaeologists, instead of spending all their time trying to find ways to dismiss and get rid of his findings, his wish is that they would spend a little bit of that time looking at deposits older than 13,400 years, and even being willing to go back as far as 130,000 years. That would be a proper scientific response. Here is a thorough body of work put forward by a very senior group of scientists who hesitated before they published it. They had the information back in the 1990s, but it wasn't until refined dating techniques later than in the 21st century that they finally were sure of what they had, and that they published it in Nature in 2017. It's an important study, and I think what's going to happen is that we're going to find much more evidence of a very ancient human presence in the Americas, and that's what Tom Demeray thinks as well. And as he points out, if we don't look, then we're never going to find it. If we allow dogma to stop us looking and saying, oh, it's impossible that humans were in the Americas 130,000 years ago, so we won't bother to look. What a failure of science that is. And to spend all the time instead trying to get rid of the evidence that doesn't fit the current paradigm.
But it's so fascinating that just this fortuitous discovery during a construction site could change the way people perceive things. You've got to wonder how much of that stuff is how deep did they have to go to find these mastodon bones?
Well, so this is a road cut that's being made. So those would be pretty deep down, 10, 15 feet down. The grader is going through and flattening them. It varies from place to place depending on soil deposition, the stratification of the soil. But what the key point is that what you need to do is go deeper than 13,400 years ago, and you need to do so with dedication and vigor and with some kind of funding. And at the moment, archaeology doesn't see the point of that. If the paper in Nature by Tom Demeray was alone, if there were nothing else than that, I wouldn't place so much trust in it. But I've spent a lot of time during the research of this book with archaeologists who dig deep, dig deeper. And what those archaeologists all confirm is that there have been human beings in the Americas for tens of thousands of years. And it's not surprising that can be pushed back to 130,000 years ago, because part of the argument about the peopling of the Americas has to do with a place that we now call the Bering Straits, between Alaska and Siberia, which during the Ice Age were at times a land bridge. They were exposed because of lowered sea levels. But migrants who crossed that land bridge from Siberia on many occasions over periods of tens of thousands of years would find themselves confronted then by the North American ice cap, which oddly wasn't at the tip of Alaska, but began further in. So there was living space in a bit of Alaska, but you couldn't get through the ice mountains. These literally ice mountains, 2 miles deep, covering the whole of North America and preventing access to the unglaciated parts of America. The thing is that what happened around 13,400 years ago, there had been a period of global warming. The ice sheets began to melt, and a corridor opened up between what's called the Cordilleran ice sheet and the Laurentide ice sheet, the two major ice caps of North America. And it's thought that the migration came through that corridor. Well, the thing is that exactly the same thing happened between 140,000 years ago and 120,000 years ago. There was an episode of global warming, an ice-free corridor opened up, and the same opportunity to enter the Americas was there at that period than it was at the later period. Tom Demeray's point and mine is that we have to pay much more attention to that earlier period, and that's really why I've gone ahead and written this book, is to try to put before a broad general audience, hopefully in language that makes sense, an assembly of all the latest information that casts doubt on the story we've been told. Because my goodness, if archaeology is wrong about the story of the people of the Americas, if it's radically wrong, as it now appears to be, then our whole understanding of human history has to change. It's not just the history of the Americas, it's the history of the entire world. It has been an absolute article of faith amongst archaeologists that civilization began in the old world. And indeed, I have a book in my library called History Begins at Sumer, and it's by Samuel Noah Kramer, a very renowned archaeologist. And it's a good book, actually. But the argument is that this is where civilization began, in the culture that we call the Sumerians in Mesopotamia between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, and that it began about 6,000 years ago, and that civilization is entirely an invention of the old world. It has nothing to do with the new world at all, because the new world was populated so late. This has been the argument, and this is the argument that now radically and suddenly begins to change, that the Americas, this enormous landmass, resource-rich, bountiful in every way, south of Minnesota, south of the ice cap, vast land areas that are bountiful, get into South America, Central America, South America, the Amazon, just huge areas of land that were very, very often great potential for human occupation. Dogma has said there were no humans there. Now the first bits of evidence are coming out that says there were humans there. And if that's the case, then we must consider the possibility that the story of civilization might have begun in the Americas, not in the old world at all. It might be a new world invention, not an old world invention.
Some of the more fascinating pieces of evidence in South America have come out recently about these channels and pathways that they've found in the Amazon that could not have been created any other way but by humans creating irrigation, humans creating, like, it appears like grids, like a city grid.
Definitely. The Amazon is a colossal mystery, and it's one of the subjects that I explore in depth in America before. First of all, to give some basic figures, the Amazon basin is huge. The Amazon basin is 7 million square kilometers in area. And within it, 5.5 million square kilometers remains almost entirely unstudied by archaeologists. And that's the 5.5 million square kilometers that is still covered by dense rainforest. And to put that into perspective, 5.5 million square kilometers is the size of the entire Indian subcontinent. So it's like saying, we've done world archaeology, but we've just ignored India. You know, we've done world archaeology, but we've just ignored the Amazon. It's the same argument. 5.5 million square kilometers. The view was, again, there was a dogma, there was a preconception. Human beings couldn't have flourished in the Amazon. It's not a resource-rich area. The soils are poor. It's a difficult area, challenging to get to, very far from the Bering Straits. So the view was that humans hadn't entered the Amazon until about 1,000 years ago. And then gradually, little by little, that view has begun to change. It's begun to change because of the tragic clearances of the Amazon, because the Amazon rainforest is literally being cut down and turned into soybean farms and cattle ranches. And in that cutting down process has emerged things that shouldn't be there at all. For example, evidence that large cities flourished in the Amazon. Enormous cities, which were larger than there was a Spanish explorer who went down the Amazon River system in 1541 to 1542. He was the first European to cross the entire length of South America from west to east along the Amazon. He reported seeing incredible cities, advanced arts and crafts, millions of people, a thriving culture. And 100 years later, when other Europeans got into the Amazon, they couldn't find these cities. So they said, oh, Francisco Orellana, that was his name, made it all up. It was just a fantasy. And then in the last decade, as the clearances of the Amazon have proceeded, we've begun to see the traces of those cities. What happened was that the Spaniards brought smallpox into the Amazon. Smallpox devastated the local population because there was no immunity to it. There was a massive die-off. The cities were deserted. Within 50 years, they were completely overgrown by the jungle, and that's why they were not seen by the explorers who came in 100 years later. But now the jungle's being cleared, those cities are emerging, and we can say that a city like London, which had a population of roughly 50,000 in the 16th century, there were cities of that size all over the Amazon. huge numbers of them, and a possible total population of the Amazon that exceeded 20 million people.
What?
Yes, 20 million. This is the latest evidence from the Amazon. And then you ask yourself, how did they do that? How did they feed 20 million people in the Amazon? Because it's a fact, rainforest soils are poor. It's one of the reasons these soybean farms are a really stupid idea, because once you clear the rainforest, the land is largely unfertile and you can't grow stuff on it for very long. So how did they feed all these people? The answer was they invented a soil. And that soil has a name. It's called terra preta. Archaeologists refer to it as Amazonian dark earths or Amazonian black earth. It's a man-made soil. It's thousands of years old. It's full of microbes that are not found in adjoining soil. It's based around biochar. And you can take a handful of 8,000-year-old terra preta and you can add it to barren soil, and that soil will instantly become fertile. It's highly sought after in the Amazon, and it explains how they fed these people. There was science in it.
How did they create this?
Well, this is something that's not understood. It's still not understood by soil experts to this day, is how that was done. But it's one of many intriguing pieces of evidence of much higher development in the Amazon than it has been given credit for, and of a kind of science in the Amazon.
Jamie's got an image of it up there. So this is it?
This is perfect.
Wow. And so was that done by burns? Did they use controlled burns?
They did. One way that it was achieved was to do wet burning of middens. They would be burned and smolder. They wouldn't burn fiercely, which just produces charcoal. They would burn and smolder, and that what is called biochar would result, and that's part of the fertility of the soil. But the mystery is the microbial content of this soil, which is completely different from the microbes in neighboring soils, and that remains unexplained.
So, what are the theories? Composting, some sort of advanced composting?
Yes, some sort of advanced composting. But again, what has not been explained is the microbial content of these soils. So there first of all is an issue of how two things: how large populations get fed in the Amazon, and evidence that there was a culture in the Amazon that was capable of manipulating the environment in such a way that it could support large populations with the invention of terra preta. Secondly, new evidence previously not recognized: the Amazon is basically a garden. The Amazon is a man-made rainforest. There are certain trees like Brazil nut trees or the ice cream bean tree, which are food crops, which are very, very valuable, and they dominate the tree regime in the Amazon. They're what's referred to as hyperdominant species. In other words, people living in the Amazon over thousands of years selected certain trees, which they then cultivated and grew. So the whole thing is not simply a wild pristine rainforest. It's a very ancient man-made
He was in the Discord the other day, and
as well as evidence of large cities, large populations, and this mysterious dark earth are huge
exploded as a streamer.
And again, I go into this
IRL stream yesterday.
because I love this mystery.
Everyone should know. Rabbi is a huge fan of Ori,
structures that are called hinges.
And Ori's a big fan of Rabbi. Sorry about my bots. Ori knows
beautiful
my bots
site called
are everywhere.
And another more famous site
we're
called
going to check out Ori's social media
And what a
right now.
hinge is,
The way we do so
is a
he's got a Discord.
which has been dug deep,
I
and then an
have been
embankment
in
has
his
been pushed out
Discord.
outside the ditch.
Or
When
like
people
called
first saw these structures, they wondered if they'd be built
Tim
for
Cook thing.
defense. But then it
You know,
became
Tim
obvious they
Cook's
hadn't
car.
been built for defense, because if you want
Tim Cook's
to
sauce.
create a moat,
Maybe it'll work
you
now.
put it outside your embankment,
Hi.
not inside your embankment. So a hinge is
Hello,
an earthwork
everybody.
which consists of a deep
And
moat
you
with a
see
large embankment outside
Ori's
it. It can
got
be
shit
circular,
going on
it
all
can
the
be
time.
square, and in the
You
UK
can
and
check
other
out
parts of Europe, it often
the
contains
voice
stone
calls,
circles, megalithic
screen
stone
chat,
circles
the
as
main
well. The
chat.
hinge itself is entirely an earthwork.
Additionally,
What we
you
find
can
in the
check out
Amazon
Ori's other
are
stuff.
thousands of
YouTube.
hinges that are now beginning to emerge from the cleared area of the
There's
jungle, and
YouTube,
others that have been
there's
identified
Instagram.
for the first time with LiDAR. LiDAR
If you want to
technology has
donate to
been
him,
employed in the Amazon. It's
you got
non-destructive.
Twitter.
You can see what's under the
Ori's
trees.
everywhere. And
Light
Ori's
imaging
really
and
branching out
detected
of the stream.
radar. They bounce
So
laser
check him
beams
out.
down into the
Ori
jungle. There's a
rules.
whole pattern of them. You need
Rabbi
helicopters, and
rules.
but it doesn't damage the
Quick
rainforest.
rules.
And you can strip
Stay
away and
black.
see what's there. If this isn't too much of a diversion, let me give you the example of Guatemala. Guatemala is a small country, if I remember
Yo,
correctly.
dog.
It's not much more than 100,000 square
Is this
kilometers in
fucking going?
size. It is filled with intriguing Mayan ruins. Everybody has heard of Tikal. What archaeologists didn't know was that literally within walking distance of Tikal surrounding that whole area were more than 60,000 structures that they hadn't identified. And these have all been identified by LiDAR in a country that's just 100,000 kilometers in area. So you have to ask yourself, in that 5.5 million square kilometers of the Amazon, if LiDAR technology could be applied comprehensively, what would we find beneath there? And the evidence already is extremely tempting and extremely tantalizing. And I'm intrigued by these huge geometrical figures, which involve primarily circles and squares. And they are classic henges in the sense that they are deep ditches surrounded by huge embankments. They're extremely geometric. For example, you can find an octagon surrounding a square. At a place called Jacosá in the Amazon, you can find a square perfectly enclosing a circle. Now that is an exercise called squaring the circle that our academics have given to the Greeks. They said the Greeks were the first people who performed that exercise. But now we find in dated sites in the Amazon that this was being done in the Amazon long before the Greeks. What are the dates? The earliest dates that have been found in these sites now are about 3,500 years old. About 3,500 years old. But the evidence is that the sites have been constantly remade. And what intrigues me is what remains in that 5.5 million square kilometers that has not been investigated yet. We are just, I think, looking at the edges of a mystery. The archaeologists involved, who are mainly from Finland and also from Brazil, feel the same. Their estimate is that there are thousands of these structures remaining in the jungle, and they're open as to how old they may ultimately prove to be. The investigation needs to be done. But what's fascinating about them is this very powerful geometry and astronomy. So a number of the sites are perfectly aligned to true north, true south, true east, and true west. I'm not talking about magnetic north. I'm talking about true astronomical north. To do that, there's only one way to do it, and that's with astronomy. So that tells us that astronomers work in the Amazon.
He's
the
amazing.
Geometry is very complex and very
Everybody loves
precise.
him.
That tells us that
His shoes are blowing up.
work in the
Check
Amazon.
out Bible
Thirdly,
Rabbi
the scale
in
of the
any
sites,
search engine.
hundreds of meters, gigantic earthworks on the scale of hundreds of meters, tells us that this was highly organized project that was undertaken on a very large scale, a very large numbers of people. It's a wonderful mystery, and it deserves much further attention. And that's Jacosá, exactly. The squares, squaring the circle. So you can see the outside embankment, and then inside it is the square ditch, and then there's another embankment inside that, and a circle inside that.
Crazy that they made a road right through that.
Well, a modern road, yeah, because there's no respect for the ancient world, unfortunately.
Wow, that's incredible. So
Yeah.
how they found the stuff that they found in the Amazon, what imaging technology were they using to find all this?
Initially, it was entirely found because areas of the rainforest had been cleared. Economic interests said, we want to make a cattle ranch here, but we want to make a soybean farm here, so we're just going to clear the rainforest. In the process of clearing the rainforest, they start discovering these earthworks that had previously been completely overgrown by the jungle. Then the next step was to say, what can we do to find out more about this? Obviously, they don't want to destroy more jungle. And luckily, we have a technology which is LiDAR, as I mentioned, which uses radar. And using LiDAR, they've been able to identify many more of these sites, and then to get to the sites without destroying the jungle, and to begin excavations on them, and to find that they go back, in the cases of the ones that have been explored so far, at least 3,000 years. This is an intriguing development, completely unexplained in our understanding of the Amazon. And what it suggests is a heritage of extremely ancient knowledge. You don't wake up one morning and create a perfectly geometrical square or circular earthwork that's perfectly aligned to true north, south, east, and west on an enormous scale. There has to be a background to that. There has to be a reason for doing it. And the evidence is none of these sites were lived in. There's no habitation, refuse found in them whatsoever. We don't know what they were used for. I make the case in America before that they're connected to a system of ideas which is found all around the world, which is to do with death and the afterlife destiny of the soul. And I go into the issue of ayahuasca in this book because, first of all, ayahuasca is itself another example of Amazonian science. As you and I and many of the listeners and viewers know, the active ingredient of ayahuasca is DMT, dimethyltryptamine. But dimethyltryptamine is not normally accessible through the gut. We have to smoke it or vape it to get that rocket ship to the other side of reality. And the journey lasts, 10, 12 minutes, not much more than that, sometimes quite a lot less. What ayahuasca does is it makes DMT available through the gut. The reason it's not available through the gut is because of an enzyme in the gut called monoamine oxidase. That switches off DMT on contact. The ayahuasca vine, which is one of the 2 ingredients of the ayahuasca brew, the other ingredient is leaves that contain DMT. The ayahuasca vine contains a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, which switches off the enzyme in the gut and allows the DMT to be accessed orally, which produces a rather different journey from the smoked or vaped DMT trip. It's a much longer journey. It's 4 or 5 hours. It allows you to integrate into and to interrelate with the strange landscapes in which you find yourself amongst and the entities that you encounter. I'm not making any claims about the reality status of those entities, but what I am saying, and it's a fact, is that people who work with DMT and ayahuasca do encounter what they construe to be entities who communicate with them intelligently. So somebody in the Amazon, out of 150,000 different species of plants and trees, selected 2 that are not psychoactive on their own, but when put together, create an extraordinary visionary brew. And ayahuasca means the vine of the dead. And what it's connected to in South American religious and spiritual thinking is what happens to us when we die. And the Tucano, who are an Amazonian people who work regularly with ayahuasca, I mean, the Tucano actually will give a teaspoonful of ayahuasca to a newborn infant. They feel ayahuasca is so important that there is a hidden realm around us which we are not normally aware of, and we need to be aware of it. And ayahuasca is an important part of that. In their ayahuasca journeys, the Tucano shamans experience visions, and they will then come back to an alert, normal problem-solving state of consciousness, and they will paint and depict their visions. And what's intriguing, and I go into it in the book, is that quite a number of the Tucano paintings of the other world, of the afterlife realm, the entrance to the other world, are geometrical, and they look exactly like geoglyphs. So I'm beginning to wonder whether these geoglyphs were part of a system of spiritual ideas concerning what happens to us after death and what we need to do in this life to ensure a beneficial outcome. And oddly enough, that same system of ideas is found in the Mississippi Valley. In the Amazon, it involves particularly ayahuasca and the belief that the ayahuasca journey takes you to the afterlife realm and a journey along the Milky Way. In the Mississippi Valley, the mound builder sites up and down the Mississippi Valley, particularly Moundville in Alabama, exactly the same system of religious ideas associated with geometrical constructions, that on death, the soul, very specific, ascends to the constellation of Orion, transits from the constellation of Orion to the Milky Way, makes a journey along the Milky Way, which they call the path of souls, and encounters challenges and ordeals where the soul must account for the life that it has lived. Then we go to Egypt, and what do we find? The same system of ideas. The soul must rise up to the constellation of Orion. There's a narrow shaft cut through the southern side of the Great Pyramid of Giza, which targets directly the lowest of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. Widely accepted as a star shaft or a soul shaft. The soul would rise up through that shaft, get to the constellation of Orion, which stands by the banks of the Milky Way, and then transit to the Milky Way, which the ancient Egyptians called the winding waterway. And it would make a journey along the Milky Way where it would be confronted by challenges and ordeals. Very similar idea to the Tucano, very similar idea to the Mississippi Valley. As far as we know, none of these cultures were in contact with one another. Either we're dealing with huge, unbelievable, extraordinarily detailed coincidence involving architecture and ideas, or we're looking at a legacy that was inherited in all of these different places from a remote common ancestor. And I believe that.
What do we think the people from the ancient Mississippi Valley, that culture, what do we think they were using? If they weren't using ayahuasca, do we think that's what they were using?
Well, that's an interesting question, whether visionary substances are the only way to get into altered states of consciousness, and I would say they are definitely not. Of course, there are visionary substances which are used in Native American Vision Quests. I've had the privilege of peyote ceremony with the Native American Church.
I've never done that. What is that like?
I loved it, actually. I thought it was amazing. It doesn't overpower you in the way that DMT or ayahuasca does. It's much gentler. It's much more. You feel much more integrated and connected with nature. Your thought processes are quite clear. It felt just like a very beautiful and healing experience, and I love the ceremony that I'm inside a teepee with 30 or 40 other people. There are specific roles that are assigned to those different individuals. One will keep the door, another will be responsible for fire, which is a work of art in itself. Just gazing into that fire, glowing embers is enough to induce an altered state of consciousness on its own. Incredible drumming, which drives your state of consciousness into a unique experience. This is a technology for accessing other levels of experience and other levels of reality. And it's clear that the Native Americans had a number of advanced technologies in this area. The sun dance doesn't use a substance, but it uses austerity, it uses pain to drive an altered state of consciousness. The objective in every case seems to be, let's just for a while get ourselves out of the narrow, rigid frame of the alert problem-solving state of consciousness. We all need that. It's incredibly useful. Hunter-gatherers need it just as much as people in cities need it. But it's not the only state of consciousness available to human beings.
No, they probably made me take 50 fucking pictures. Hey, everybody.
And it was not made in shamanistic societies.
That is a really interesting breakdown. And maybe that is one of the big mistakes we're making in our culture. When people point to the problems that we have in this country, one of the problems we have is our inability to connect with each other, or to recognize that we're all sharing this space and time together, and instead wanting to uphold our own religious or ideological ideas as being the only one way to get going, the only one way to get through. And one of the things that I've found with these psychedelic experiences, it really makes ideologies seem, if not preposterous, at the very least insignificant in comparison to human experiences. Absolutely. The experience of camaraderie and friendship and love. You realize, like,
shout out to World Peace, shout out to Video Games, shout out to Big Iraq, shout out to Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild streams live 24/7. Please tell everybody you know.
And think about religious ideas, which cause so much division, so much chaos, so much hatred, so much fear, so much suspicion in the world today. Is it really what we want to do as human beings, simply to accept a package of ideas that were believed in by our ancestors, to accept them whole, without question, as absolute fact, which we regard as such authoritative fact that in some cases we're willing to be deeply unpleasant to people who hold different views, or perhaps even kill them. We've had this recent event in Sri Lanka, primarily a religiously motivated terrorist event. It happens all over the world. People feel so convinced that the inherited package of ideas that they had nothing to do with creating and that they have never questioned, they're so convinced that those ideas are right that in extreme cases they're actually prepared to kill other human beings who hold different ideas. Are they so insecure in their own beliefs that they're prepared to go to that level of actually murdering another human being who holds it? They're so threatened by the other beliefs that other human beings hold. So it's an abnegation of our responsibility as human beings. We should be questioning things. We should not be accepting packages of ideas intact, fully formed, and using them to drive the way we behave towards one another. That was part of the human story, but we need to move on from that. And it's a very dangerous situation in a very complex modern world with billions of human beings on the planet have these kind of energies being generated where certain groups of people are saying, we are absolutely right and you are absolutely wrong. We are superior, you are inferior. This is a very, very dangerous path that we're on, and it needs to be changed. Personally, I know this is not a comment that will go down well with many people, but I am strongly opposed to nationalism. I don't see any virtue in nationalism. It is an accident of birth, which nation you were born in. It was nothing that you did for your own merit. You didn't earn that. You were born by accident in a particular nation. why should we automatically feel that other people who were born by accident in that particular nation have something special in common with us, and that we together are a group who are much more important than other groups of people? I've been privileged to spend my life traveling around the world, living with communities all over the world, and one thing that really comes across to me strongly, it should be a cliche, and yet it's not, is that we are all one family, that humans are intimately interconnected all around the world, that you can go to the remotest area of the Amazon jungle and find the same hopes, the same fears, the same dreams that we have in industrialized cities, shared by the hunter-gatherers in the middle of the Amazon. So our similarities as human beings and what we share in common at the emotional level, at the level of love and at the level of heart, are far more important than our differences that are defined by the nation or the political group in which we grew up in. And when I say I'm against nationalism, I need also to make clear that does not mean, and I hope I'm not taken out of context by others who are listening to this, that does not mean I'm in favor of world governments. I detest governments. That's another thing we need to grow out of. We don't need governments anymore. If we have them, they should have a very minimal role in our society. I think it's possible for the human race to relate as one family without leaders and governments who are exploiting the worst aspects of our character, the lowest common denominator of our society, deliberately encouraging fears and hatreds and suspicion. What responsible leaders should be doing is encouraging love and unity. And their failure to do that, in my view, disqualifies them from the leadership role entirely. And that's why I've often said I would like to see a situation in which no head of state can be appointed to that position unless he or she has first had 12 sessions of ayahuasca. That would be the condition. Don't even bother applying for the job if you haven't done this.
And we have to be there where you have it.
And we want to see that you're drinking every drop. And we want an experienced shaman present who's really going to guide you through the journey. And I suspect that would be a transformative experience for many of our political class, and that they would start to question why they do what they do, why they exploit fears in order to magnify their own position. They'd start to question that and to wonder about a different destiny for humanity. But that's a dream. I guess it's not going to happen.
Very, very, very well said. And I couldn't agree more. My hope is that what you were saying and what we were discussing earlier about how the internet has sort of eroded our faith in many institutions as being the only or the primary source of knowledge, that I hope that takes place globally in terms of the way we view government. And that we do, and that your idea of I love what America stands for. And what America stands for is kind of a nation that's where people go to. This is one of the more insidious problems with this idea of building walls and keeping people out, making it incredibly difficult to get here. The reason why I'm here is because it was pretty easy to get here. That's why I'm here.
That's the essence of America, a free and open society.
Come here and do better. That's the whole idea behind it. And I would hope that this idea of being able to just, if you want to do better, you can anywhere in the world. This could eventually spread out. This is my hope.
I believe it can spread out, and I see many signs of hope in America. America has become a big part of my life, not just because I wrote this book, but because I have children who are now living in America. I have a son and daughter-in-law who live in LA. I have another son and daughter-in-law who live in Boston. America, I'm British, but America has become a very central part of my life, and it's a fascinating and amazing country, and it's been my privilege to travel thousands of miles across America, across many, many, many different states, and I love this country. It's an amazing place. Only in America could we see happening what has happened with cannabis. The fact that at a local level, individuals have got together, mobilized petitions, organized votes, and changed the law, literally stuck a finger up at central government and said, fuck off, this is none of your business. What I do with my consciousness in the inner sanctum of my own life is not the business of the state. That's a very American feeling. It's something that you don't find often in other countries, where the state is granted much more power and much more authority than it should be. Americans are naturally questioning of government authority. And that is what has led to the increasing legalization of cannabis, which is going to change the world in lots of ways. But then ironically, at the same time, see, the thing about democracies is that in order to get things done in a democracy, you need to persuade people of your point of view. So information becomes very important in democracies. And information can be abused. People can be misled with information. They can be told that what they're receiving is the truth, whereas in fact it's not the truth. And you can end up with a kind of dictatorship that the people have given their assent to on the basis of false information. And frankly, I'd rather have a real dictatorship, which is out in the open and clear, rather than one that has been subtly manipulated into position through manipulating the views of the voters. But I am and remain enormously encouraged by America. It may seem like a trivial issue, but the fact that state by state cannabis is being legalized, and that is resulting from a grassroots movement, that this enormous change has been made. It's ironic, it's strange that at the federal level, even though 8 states now totally legal for recreational, 24 states legal for medical use, that at the federal level it's still a Schedule 1 controlled drug. This is a huge state of dissonance that exists, and America is going to have to put it right. What it says to me is that people can change things. People can get together at the local level, and they can make a better world. Because there's no doubt that the cannabis laws were vicious and wrong and cruel and evil and ruined people's lives for decades. And it's people who've changed that. It's not government that's changed that. It's the people at the grassroots level. America's a country where that can happen. I remain encouraged about the role of the American people, while often in despair about the role of the American state.
Yeah, I'm encouraged as well. And it's interesting. Ben and Jerry released something yesterday, which is really on 420, which was talking about the drug laws in this country and talking about how many. It's really opening the idea of like how unjust these laws were, and how many of these laws targeted people of color, and how many people who are white people have profited off of this, and how many people are still in jail for crimes that they committed, air quote crimes, that are no longer crimes. Yeah, and this is ridiculous. And these records should be expunged.
They should be completely expunged. I see that California has made some steps in that direction.
Yes.
There has been some expunging of records.
Well, we can only hope that also what opens up next is psilocybin is now going to be on the ballot.
Absolutely.
And when that opens up, what you really think marijuana is a gateway drug? Well, guess what? It is if psilocybin gets in.
Yes.
Because psilocybin can legitimately change the world.
Yes, it can.
It really, I think marijuana can change the world, and I really do think that cannabis is changing people's perceptions and making people more calm and friendly, and even what they talk about with paranoia. I welcome that, and the reason why I welcome that is I think people are entirely too cocky.
Yeah.
The life we live is bizarre as you could ever imagine in a book, and we're just accustomed to it because it's our day-to-day
Take it all
existence.
for granted.
Yeah, marijuana removes those blinders,
It does.
and it really makes you understand that this is a strange life, and a lot of these pitfalls and problems that we have in our society are due to fear, and they're due to ignorance, and they're due to this lack of connection with each other. And cannabis and many of these other psychedelic drugs, they encourage this connection with each other, which is, I think, what we need.
It's certainly what we need, and it's an aberration in human culture that we've created a society that demonized these substances and that made them illegal. It's a relatively recent thing. It's really just the last 100 years. It's a tiny part of the human story, and yet we're so arrogant as a society that we can set aside thousands of years of human tradition and experience and wisdom working with the plant medicine. We just set it aside, turn them into criminal substances, and say we know everything. What a huge and stupid mistake that is. On cannabis as a quote-unquote gateway drug, it absolutely is in this sense that the legalization of cannabis is going to open the doors to, as you say, to the legalization of psychedelics, because what's happening is that the population is completely waking up to the fact that they have been bullshitted and lied to about cannabis for the best part of a century. And once that dawns on people, the realization at a direct personal level, here's this herb I love. I have been lied to systematically misinformed by central government about this herb, that leads to questioning of everything that central government does. And so in that sense, it is a gateway to a questioning society. The psychedelics are different in that psilocybin actually does lead you to question stuff. It leads you to really ask questions about everything, about your role in the world, about you as a person, about how you relate to other people, and about the whole system on this planet and the beautiful, gorgeous planet that we have and what we're doing to it. That also enters awareness. So
it erodes confidence and authority, and it also erodes confidence and authority that doesn't have experience.
Exactly.
That's the part of the problem, is that these people that are holding people back from these psychedelic experiences, they've never had them.
They've never had
so they don't even know what they're rallying.
They're coming to it from a place of fear and prejudice. They're simply accepting stuff that they've been told without really thinking it through and examining it. And again, it's a failure of what human beings should be doing. We have to get rid of this fear.
And ironically, it's bad for them as well. It's bad for the people that are actually encouraging these laws to be enforced.
Yes, it's bad for the whole of society, yes. Because it is healthy for a society where adults become self-realized individuals, where they make their own responsible choices about their own lives, where they don't say, "Oh, government must make this choice for me." That's the next step for humanity. We need to start becoming our own leaders and making our own choices, and that is what's being revealed now that we're getting to the skull beneath the smile of the war on drugs. We're realizing that it's part of a big program of lying that has been about keeping people's minds closed down, not wanting free thinking. I've made this point several times, but our society is not against altered states of consciousness as such. Our society will allow Big Pharma to make billions of dollars with drugs that alter consciousness, like Seroxat and Prozac, antidepressants, which in my opinion, having had some experience of them, are amongst the most horrible drugs on the planet. They are very harmful, very dangerous drugs, but they're completely legal and they're encouraged with our system. Likewise, alcohol, very dangerous drug, causes fights, causes drunk driving accidents, leads to cirrhosis of the liver, completely legal and open. Our society is not against altered states of consciousness. As such, it's against particular kinds of altered states of consciousness that lead to questioning of the existing control system. That's what's going on.
Hear, hear. Well said.
And as you know, I have my own story with cannabis.
Yes. Well, you and I had a moment.
We had a moment, which was quite a life-changing moment for me, because if I may just rehearse a little bit of this for the audience. In 2011, I had a series of ayahuasca sessions in which it was shown to me that I was using cannabis completely wrong. That it had become a dominant force in my life, that it was making me, you were speaking about paranoia, and I agree with you, paranoia is a useful thing, if only to overcome it, that it was making me paranoid, that it was making me suspicious, that I approached everybody around me in a state of suspicion. And I was shown this by ayahuasca, and given a very strong message: you need to quit cannabis. What I didn't realize at the time is that the problem was not cannabis, the problem was me. That I needed to fix those aspects of myself before I could have a proper relationship with cannabis. So after that ayahuasca session, having smoked cannabis for decades, literally 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, I quit. I quit for 3 years. And then I'm on your show, and we're sitting opposite one another as we are now. And you ask me a question: are you still off the cannabis? And I say, well, I'm thinking of dipping my toes back in the water. At which point you produce a joint, and we smoke it together. First of all, after 3 years, your tolerance is way down.
Next up is Chris Travels.
Really
I was fucking
I did
shit
listen
up.
to that interview back, and somehow I held it together.
You opened up, and there was like a wave of information came pouring out of you.
It was a liberation for me, and what it said to me is, it's time to go back to cannabis, but perhaps in a different way.
Chris Travels has some monkey
I need
action.
a
Let's
different
see
relationship with this
Chris
amazing
Travels.
medicine. And if I can forge that, if I can make that different relationship happen, then it can be a constructive and positive part of my life. And I can say definitely that has been the case. And so it's all thanks to you, Joe. I couldn't even still be off cannabis if I hadn't been that joint.
Well, I think people can develop these patterns of behavior that are destructive.
Yeah, hey, Tim Cook, sucking dick, dog.
Yes. Sex
Oh, yeah, probably hasn't been. Alright, well, nevertheless, check out all this shit here on Instagram.
are on a bad mental path.
Yes, exactly.
And
Chris travels.
I'm not encouraging it for everybody because some people genuinely biologically doesn't drive them.
He has a really cool fucking
The
stream.
fundamental thing
Really,
is,
really nice.
we as adult human
So
beings
check
need
him out.
to take responsibility for our
Rabbi
own lives and
Rothschild.
our own
Streams
decisions.
like 24/7,
We need not have
365.
responsibility over a typical
Traveling through your dreams,
institution,
traveling through
especially
the
if it concerns
universe.
something as intimate
Shout out to Chris Travel, shout out to Rabbi
as our
Rothschild.
consciousness.
Peace out.
And, my
Stay
view
black,
is the
everybody.
ancient world had the right attitude to this kind of thing, and the modern world does not, and that we can sit down and learn a lot from the ancient world. A lot of people ask me, you know, Hancock, you've been arguing that there's been a lost civilization in the human story. So what sort of civilization do you think it was? Well, one of the things I think is it was a civilization of research. I think it was a civilization that emerged from shamanism, but did not stay at the hunter-gatherer stage, but that took the essence of shamanism and integrated it into a very different kind of civilization from our own, which pursued things in different ways. A lot of archaeologists have said to me, but we don't find any plastic bottles from the Ice Age. That means there was no advanced civilization during the Ice Age. Well, hang on. Maybe an advanced civilization might have decided never to get involved in plastic in the first place. Maybe there would have been a clear choice not to make plastic. Maybe they did things in completely different ways. Maybe they cultivated powers of the human mind that we dismiss and regard as completely unimportant. You know, woo-woo.
Yeah, this is the thoughts about Egypt, correct?
It's about Egypt and about other things. I mean, the specific example I give is above the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid are 5 further chambers.
Check out Rabbi Rothschild live
Chambers are
24/7.
roofed and floored
Rabbi talks
with
about
granite beams that weigh
invisibility
about
cloaks
70
and
tons.
all kinds
There
of
are
really cool
hundreds
shit. All Rabbi
And
needs
these
is a shout out.
70-ton granite
And
beams, which to put in
Rabbi has
context,
more
a
content
70-ton
than
beam
anyone
is
that will go
equivalent in
viral.
weight to 35 large SUVs. These 70-ton granite beams have been elevated to a height of more than 350 feet above the ground and carefully and precisely placed in position. It is very hard for archaeologists to explain how that was done using purely leverage and mechanical advantage. You can say, oh, perhaps they built a ramp and hauled the stones up the ramp. But then you have to confront basic laws of physics. You can't haul a stone weighing tens of tons up a slope that exceeds 10 degrees. Then you start doing the calculation. How long a ramp do I need with a 10-degree slope to get to 350 feet above the ground? And the answer is you need a fucking long ramp, which should still be there, because it couldn't have been a sand ramp. It would have collapsed under the weight of those stones. It had to be as massive as the pyramid itself. So this begins to seem like an absurd idea, the idea that is foisted on us by archaeology. Maybe the idea that they regard as absurd, namely that psychic powers were cultivated by ancient civilizations, that they could use powers of the human mind that we have allowed to lapse, maybe that idea deserves further consideration. We have gone down a path of leverage and mechanical advantage. We're used to relying on machines, but we hear anecdotal reports of people who have telekinetic powers, who can move things with their minds, of people who have telepathic powers. And our automatic reaction is to just dismiss all of that because science says it's impossible, because science regards consciousness as local to the brain. It doesn't see how it can
Bible Rabbi, you'll see Rabbi has more
but maybe we should open up to those
content than any person in global history.
kind of culture that used techniques that we have allowed to lapse. And maybe we could wake those techniques up again. Maybe the ability of human beings to do almost superhuman things is resident within all of us, but sleeping.
Well, it's pure speculation that they use some sort of a telekinetic power, but it's pure speculation. But it's absolute that they did something that we don't understand. If you think about the distance between us and the construction, just the modern accepted construction dates of the Great Pyramid, it's more than 5,000 years ago, close to 5,000 years ago.
The Great Pyramid is supposed to be about 4,500 years old, yeah?
It's really old. It's incredible. To think that someone back then could do something that would perplex us today with modern machinery.
Yeah.
And that somehow or another they figured this out. It's almost like what they had done was leave behind something that was so stupendous, so monstrously impressive that it would transcend time.
Yeah.
And that you would have to look at it even thousands and thousands of years later and say, hey, like this defies conventional explanation. This is not a simple, and I've seen some of the conventional explanations of the construction of the pyramid, and they conveniently neglect those chambers above the king's chamber.
Yeah, they do.
They conveniently neglect a lot of those massive stones, and it's because it's one of those things you just go, oh, I don't know. What is this, Jamie?
They're the chambers above the king's chambers, and each one of those floors consists of a row of 70-ton granite blocks that have been raised 350 feet above the ground, and not only that, but brought from Aswan in the south of Egypt, 500 kilometers south of the Great Pyramid. So,
if there's any time in history where you could go in a time machine and go back and observe, would that be the time?
I am just completely fascinated by the Ice Age at the moment.
If you had one shot to go back and see what it was like in some place, you wouldn't go to the construction of the Great Pyramids?
I think right now where I'd go is 12,800 years ago in the beginning of the Younger Dryas.
Just to see.
Because I think that's where the whole human story changes. I think that's where we change tracks from one path to another path. And following those cataclysmic events of the Younger Dryas between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, following those, the signs of civilization that we see emerging are not the beginnings of civilization. They're a restarting of civilization that had existed before the cataclysm. And for that reason, I would like to be present during that cataclysmic event, if only to satisfy myself that it was indeed a comet. You see, the one thing there's no dispute about anymore is that the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm. You can't argue about that. The megafauna that die off, the disruption of human activity that takes place at that
Next
time,
up
huge
is
climate
Ben
changes. This was a cataclysm by any standards. Where the argument still goes on is what caused the cataclysm. I vote strongly for comet, multiple fragments of a comet hitting the North American ice cap and hitting mainland
from Melbourne
as well. But there are other researchers in the field, like my colleague Robert Schock, who thinks that the sun is more involved. This is healthy. This is very, very healthy. But we should be approaching this problem from many different perspectives and trying to figure out what the fuck caused this extraordinary event.
I understand. I stream this shit all the time.
Pivotal moment in the human story. The end of the Stone Age, the beginning of the Mesolithic, the end of the Ice Age, the beginning of the current age of the Earth. And
he said that if I started streaming on Kick,
appearing, and in places like Göbekli, those signs
automatically
highly sophisticated knowledge.
So it's not even fucking
That's
worth
why I
it. I'll
feel
figure out.
We really need to investigate.
Benny's a really nice guy, though.
There are three places in the world which are really lacking investigation right now.
Check
One
him
of
out.
them is the Amazon.
Check out his Discord. He's got me banned. Don't worry.
Another is the Sahara Desert.
Check it out.
The Sahara Desert.
All right, well,
Place to
it
work. I
happens.
can understand why
Check
there's
out Benny
little
Mac. He's a
archaeology
really
done
nice
there.
person.
But the Sahara Desert was
And
green during the Ice Age. It had a
I want
completely
him to
different
know that
climate
maybe
regime.
someday
We should consider the possibility that missing
unban
parts
me
of the human
from
story are there. And then under the continental shelves,
Discord.
because
That's
sea
what
level
we
rose
should
400 feet.
And we'll be
These are
very good
three
friends. He is friends with
domains
slightly
that
more
archaeology
other
has
people.
largely
And
not
they're very nice
investigated. And it is largely
Check out
not done.
Benny
So they
Mac
say,
on
well,
Kick.
why would we spend the money on
Peace.
marine archaeology? Much better to spend it on looking for shipwrecks rather than looking for signs of a
this
lost
shit
civilization.
sucks.
Because we archaeologists know there was no lost civilization. So that's the argument for the resources there. And the same with the Amazon and the same with the Sahara Desert. Places in the very places in the world that those amongst us who are charged with the responsibility of interpreting the past have not looked at are the very places we should be looking at.
I had a thought once while I was under the influence, and it was a thought that one day computational powers will reach a point where they will be able to take into consideration all of the objects on Earth and what we know about the history and vividly recreate the past through computation to the point where you can actually know who did what, when people did things, and that, I mean, I don't even know if this would be physical. Today, certainly not be possible, but with the exponential increase in computational power and technology,
Everybody throws me out like Will Smith
one
in the
day
Fresh
we'll
Prince
reach
of
a
Bel-Air.
point where you'll be able to watch, you'll be able to see what happened. Yeah. And they'll be able to recreate what happened exactly. And that this would be something that would be, it's impossible for us to imagine that someone would be able to do that right now.
Yeah.
But that one day with technology, as it gets more and more advanced, we will reach some sort of some innovation or some sort of an invention that will allow us to go back and literally see what happened, how things were done.
Technology is changing our whole understanding of the past, and what you're envisaging is perfectly possible. We will come to a time, if we don't,
100 years, 500 years,
perhaps less, if we don't, first destroy ourselves entirely as a civilization, we will come to a time where our cleverness and our techniques will allow a much wider opening up of the past than has presently happened. But it is already happening. One of the areas of science that I go into in America before is genetics.
Please unban Rabbi from your Discord.
This is an area of science
Rabbi would stream on Kick, but Rabbi has been banned on Kick. Rabbi loves Benny Mac streams. Rabbi loves Kiwis. Rabbi loves
very important
New Zealand.
because technology has been developed where ancient DNA can be extracted and tested, and you can actually genotype an entire individual from DNA that may be 15, 20,000 years old. And this new technology of genome sequencing and DNA is another factor that is raising huge question marks over the past of the Americas. And one of the issues I go into in this book is the presence in the Amazon rainforest of a very specific, clearly identifiable pattern of DNA, which is only found in one other place in the world, and that is in Australasia, in Papua New Guinea, and amongst Australian Aborigines. It's Australasian DNA. Now, not only in South America, but in the depths of the Amazon rainforest, amongst tribes who've only been contacted in the last 20 or 30 years. And furthermore, although skeletal remains are rare, it has been found in ancient skeletal remains that are close to 11,000 years old in the Amazon. So that tells us that this DNA signal has been in the Amazon for at least 11,000 years. The geneticists think that it came to the Amazon during the last ice age. And this raises a huge mystery, because the peopling of the Americas is supposed to have occurred from Siberia, across the Bering Straits, down through that ice-free corridor into North America, down through North America, into South America, into Central America, and finally into South America. If that was the whole story, then we would find this DNA signal in North America and in Central America. We would not find it only in the Amazon. When I talked to some of the leading geneticists about this, but specifically Professor S.K. Willislev at the University of Copenhagen, who's been the lead author in a number of major studies of ancient DNA. And I asked him, what do you make of this Australasian DNA in the Amazon? And he said, honestly, we don't have a proper explanation for it at the moment. But what he did say is that the most parsimonious explanation, he used that specific word, the most parsimonious explanation is that a group of people during the Ice Age crossed the Pacific Ocean and settled up and ended up in South America and settled in the Amazon and brought their DNA with them. That would account perfectly for the DNA data. And when a scientist says the most parsimonious explanation, what that scientist is saying is he likes that explanation. That is a simple, direct, clear explanation of the DNA mystery. But then he added, however, it doesn't make practical sense. And I asked him, well, why doesn't it make practical sense? And he said, because the archaeologists tell me that no human population was capable of crossing the Pacific Ocean during the Ice Age, at which point it was natural for me to say, do you really trust the archaeologists? And he said, well, in science, we do trust the work of other scientists. We don't really question it. We don't really investigate it. That's their side of the business. And my view is that is rather than taking this weird, anomalous Australasian DNA signal in the heart of the Amazon as something to be explained away, and as something for it to be denied that it could be connected to a voyage across the Pacific Ocean. Maybe it's the first compelling evidence that voyages were taking place across the Pacific Ocean during the Ice Age. And maybe we should be opening up that whole issue for exploration. And again, I think a lost civilization is the best answer. And that near the end of the Ice Age, when the Younger Dryas cataclysm unfolds, it's not an overnight thing. It's very bad 12,800 years ago. There's about 1,200 200 years of horror. I don't think the civilization went down in a single day and night. I think there were survivors. I think bits of it were left. I think their project was to restart civilization. And I suggest very strongly that where they tried to mount that project was amongst the hunter-gatherers who coexisted in the world with them at that time. We ourselves are an advanced civilization. At least that's what we call ourselves. And we coexist in the world with hunter-gatherers. It's not an odd idea that an advanced civilization and hunter-gatherers should coexist. And there is separation between us and the Amazonian hunter-gatherers. There are tribes in the Amazon that are uncontacted and that we don't know even exist. If a catastrophe on the level of the Younger Dryas were to occur today, I don't think that our civilization would make it through. We are the spoilt children of the earth. We are just used to having everything laid on. You know, the supermarket shelves are groaning with food. We can get food delivered to our homes. We have roofs over our head. We have shelters. We have clothing. Everything is taken for granted. I guess you're an exception, but very few people in modern Western culture know how to survive. They don't have survival skills. They don't know how to hunt. They don't know how to gather. They don't know how to grow crops because they've handed that responsibility over to others. We live in a society that's highly segmented and specialized, and different people specialize in different things, but nobody has the vast general survival skill that a hunter-gatherer has. So in a global cataclysm, actually, at first counterintuitively, the people who would survive it would be the hunter-gatherers. And an advanced civilization would be smart, if they were survivors, to seek refuge amongst hunter-gatherers, to make that the place where they might try to restart their civilization. And that's why I think that this Australasian DNA signal in the Amazon may be part of the evidence for a sort of outreach effort that was being made by a lost civilization, seeing the disaster coming down on it and realizing that something needed to be done.
Well, it's fascinating to me that the geneticists would rely on the archaeologists, being that the geneticists have the actual DNA that they can examine, where the archaeologists are piecing things together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tiny bits of information over the entire landscape, and then you consider how much information they don't have access to that's in the ground.
Exactly.
So much.
I strongly resist the idea that archaeology is a science. I don't think it should be described as a science.
What do you think it should be described as?
It's more like a kind of philosophy. It's an attempt to interpret the past based on rather flimsy and limited evidence. And what you find in that interpretation is that the preconceptions of the individuals involved are being imposed upon the evidence, which then turns out to support their preconceptions. And that's not a scientific way of doing things. A scientific way of doing things is testing hypotheses and seeking to falsify them and seeing if they work out.
So the problem is drawing these conclusions and being too rigid with these conclusions on further evidence.
That's my view. Yeah. That archaeology has been much too rigid, and that there's a climate of fear in archaeology. I don't mean to pick particularly on archaeologists here. I think this is generally true across other disciplines as well. These days, academics are driven by the need to publish research papers. That's what they build their careers on. If they can get a paper on their bit of research published in Nature or the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, etc., that's good for their careers. But then you confront the gatekeepers in those publications who regard any archaeological idea that is not part of the mainstream accepted consensus with great suspicion, and are most reluctant to publish that information.
Now, what is the mainstream when archaeologists talk about seafaring humans? What do they date that to?
Well, the great seafaring adventure that is accepted by archaeology is called the Polynesian expansion, and it's a remarkable story. And that occurs roughly 3,000 to 3,500 years ago. And those Polynesians were amazing ocean navigators. They could cross distances of thousands of kilometers with pinpoint accuracy. I mean, it's not an accident that the Polynesians found Easter Island. Finding Easter Island is a really challenging project. Easter Island is 2,000 miles from the coast of South America. It's 2,000 miles from the nearest other island, which is Tahiti. It's just a little speck in the middle of the ocean, but the Polynesians found it and settled there and appear to have brought a reproductively viable population there and appear to have made voyages back and forth. But That was 3,000 to 3,500 years ago. That was not 12,800 years ago. And this is where archaeology's adamant position that ocean voyaging was begun by the Polynesians and that there was no major ocean voyages before that, I think needs to be strongly questioned, and it needs to be strongly questioned in the light of this DNA evidence from the Amazon, rather than rejecting the evidence. An attempt should be made to consider what that might mean.
Well, it's interesting because we know that the Egyptians had boats.
Yeah.
And so, if there were boats 4,500 years ago, why do we think that they didn't try them out in the ocean? That doesn't make any sense, especially if they existed 1,000 years prior, which is also possible.
Archaeologists wouldn't argue that the Egyptians had boats, but that is still within the framework of accepted history. It's the notion of a global navigating culture in the Ice Age that archaeologists can't swallow. It's a subject that I've kept on coming up against over a number of years. I think the best evidence for it is ancient maps, which show the world as it looked during the last ice age. I first explored this in Fingerprints of the Gods, and I've touched on the mystery again, and I have an appendix on the subject in this book, because I think these are very important. We're talking about maps that were drawn roughly between the 1300s and the 1700s. In other words, in relatively recent history. However, these maps were largely based on much older source maps, which they copied. And we can say that for sure, because one of the famous maps is the Piri Reis map, which was created by a Turkish admiral called Piri Reis in the year 1513. Actually, only a corner of his map has survived. It was originally a world map. We now just have a bit that shows the east coast of South America and North America and the west coast of Africa. Piri Reis writes in that map that it is in his own handwriting that he based it on more than 100 older source maps, some of which had come from the Library of Alexandria. In other words, that maps had been, when the Library of Alexandria had been destroyed in the 4th century AD or whenever it was, some of its contents had been rescued and brought to Constantinople, which became the Turkish capital. And Piri Reis had access to those maps, and he incorporated information from those maps on his maps, as well as incorporating more recent navigational information. And this is one of a whole category of maps which are extremely hard to explain. All of them based on older source maps now lost. All of them incorporating extremely precise relative longitudes and latitudes. Latitude is not that difficult a technological feat, but longitude is a difficult technological feat. Longitude involves a chronometer. It involves knowing the time at the place you began your voyage and the local noon as well, and calculating the difference between them. You need a chronometer that will keep accurate time at sea with the motions of a ship. And it's just a plain fact that our civilization did not invent such a chronometer until the late 18th century. Before that, we didn't know what longitude we were at. And ships were constantly sailing unexpectedly into coastlines that they thought were hundreds of miles further away. So the discovery of the technique to do longitude was a major civilizational advance. Its presence in maps based on much older source maps that actually show the world as it looks during the last ice age suggests that somebody during the last ice age was mapping the world and had mastered the technique of calculating longitude. Classic example of these maps, and I make a point of this, is what's called the Pinkerton World Map, which was drawn in the year 1818, and it was based on the latest navigational information at that time. I reproduced that map in the book. What's missing from the map, entirely missing, is Antarctica. There's just a hole at the bottom of the world. There's nothing there, and the reason there's nothing there, there's another Pinkerton map that shows that. The reason that you need to find one that's centered on Antarctica. The reason that Antarctica is not there is that our civilization hadn't discovered Antarctica in 1818. So they couldn't authentically put it on a map in 1818. Actually, we discovered it in 1819, and that's when it starts appearing on modern maps. The problem is that Antarctica appears repeatedly on these much older maps, and it appears in the right place and a bit bigger than it is today, but very much as it looked during the last ice age. So what all of this suggests to me is that the world was mapped and explored, by a global seafaring culture with a level of technology that was at least equivalent to ours at the end of the 18th century during the Ice Age.
Wasn't there also a map of Greenland that showed it underneath the ice?
Yes, there are, and another intriguing thing, I mentioned the Piri-Reis map just now. Shown on the Piri-Reis map, lying off the east coast of North America, is a large island with a row of megaliths, like a road of megaliths, running up the middle of it. That island is in the exact place of the Grand Bahama Banks, yeah, it is. But can I point it out to you because I'm not sure? So this island is sitting there off the southeast coast of North America.
Look at the way they used to draw things back then too.
And what you see running down the middle of it is this road-like feature of megaliths.
Yes, I see right there. Yeah.
Now the thing is, there was a long period of my life when I did a lot of scuba diving, and I was looking at underwater structures. And one of the sites I dived on was the Bimini Road, which is in the Grand Bahama Banks. And the Bimini Road is exactly where that island is. And here's the issue. I don't care whether the Bimini Road is natural or man-made. For me, the mystery is that it is shown above water on that map. And the last time it was above water was thousands and thousands of years ago. So for me, this is all evidence that we shouldn't dismiss the possibility that our ancestors had achieved a level of technology where they could explore and map the world's oceans. We shouldn't dismiss that.
So we don't know what those stones are, how they were created, but boy, do they look artificial.
That's Yonaguni in Japan we're looking at now. But
go back to that image, Jimmy, the last image that we were just looking at. Look at that. Yeah. That looks so man-made.
And you can see that it's rather like the pattern that's shown on the island in the map.
How deep is that today?
Oh, it's not very deep. It's about 20 feet.
But we think that was above water.
It was definitely above water during the last ice age. When it finally went underwater, it may have been as late as 8,000 or 9,000 years.
Is there anything else compelling that's in the immediate area that seems to indicate that there was some sort of a man-made structure?
Well, nobody's looked for it, and the whole effort of archaeology has been to dismiss the significance of the Bimini Road.
How would they dismiss that?
Well, they say they say it's totally natural.
Come on, is it? Go back to that image again. Listen, go back to that image that we just saw.
Yeah,
are you sure?
As somebody who spent a lot of time diving on the Bimini Road, I can tell you I absolutely do not think it's natural. I think it's a man-made structure, but the argument is that it's a kind of beach rock that forms in these blocky formations.
Does it?
Yes, beach rock does form in blocky formations, but here I believe that the beach rock has been used as a construction material. But I repeat, the key issue is not whether the Bimini Road is man-made or not. The key issue is that it features on a map above water. And that is a dating project. That tells us that somebody was mapping that bit of the world when it was above water. And that takes us back a long way into the past.
The one that you just pulled up. Yeah, look at that one.
That's a stunning place. It's an amazing site.
It's just like the odds of that being in that order with those uniformly sized rocks. How long is that?
Oh, hundreds of feet. It's a huge. It's actually shaped like the letter J. It's a giant underwater structure. It's really an enormous thing and very, very beautiful to dive on. And there's lots of very gentle, sweet nurse sharks down there that you can play with.
So that looks much more like random.
That's more random, and bits of it do look more random, and bits of it look highly constructed. I would not seek to claim that the Bimini Road is absolutely man-made. My claim about the Bimini Road is it's really fucking weird that it appears on a map above water, a map that was drawn in 1513 based on older source maps.
Now, when they found that ancient Greek computer thing, what is that called?
The Antikythera mechanism.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, that testifies to a lost navigational skill that we have not taken account of before.
Incredibly complex, and it took a long time for them to figure out what that even is.
Yeah.
What do they think that is now?
It tracks the movements of the planets. It's a navigational device. It's a geared, cogged system that allows you to track the passage of time and figure out where you are. It's some kind of navigational device. It's not fully understood.
And how old is that?
I think that goes back to Greek times. I'm guessing here because Greek times are not of great interest to me, but I'm thinking around about 500 BC.
So at least 2,000 years old, 2,000 plus. And we know that there had to be more than one of these things.
Yes, you can't have something like that without a vast effort behind it. Human beings were working on creating this geared and cogged machinery that reflected the patterns.
Oh, is that a recreation of it?
That's a recreation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you buy one of those? It looks like you can buy that, dude. Bookmark that. We need one right there, right next to the plasticels.
So such a thing is a cultural artifact which doesn't just appear out of nowhere. It has to have a context. It has to have a background. And again, my suggestion would be perhaps a secret technology. It's very odd that very few of these have been found, and it may be that ship owners and navigators in Greek times were extremely careful about who they shared this technology with. It may have been as top secret as nuclear power is in our world today.
Oh, that makes sense.
But the fact is that then we have to. It exists. It's real. It's there, and then we must consider what's behind it. What led to that? Is that just the latest manifestation of something that goes much more deeply back into human culture? And I think that is. I suppose my main message is that we have a so far untold backstory, that we're concentrating entirely on the front story, and the backstory is missing, very largely missing from the picture. And what I've tried to do is to fill in bits of the backstory.
Do you have anything in this book about the Olmecs?
No, not really. I mentioned them briefly. I explored the Olmec mystery in considerable depth.
Can you explain that to people that maybe
in Fingerprints of the Gods? Yes. So it's considered to be the earliest high culture of Central America. Everybody's heard about the Aztecs. Everybody's heard about the Maya. But before the Aztecs and before the Maya, there were a culture who are referred to as the Olmecs. Again, we don't know what they called themselves. That's what the Aztecs called them. They called them the Olmecs. It means the rubber people, because that rubber producing area of Mexico. They worked in giant megalithic constructions. What they're most famous for is these huge carved human heads, which can be on a scale of up to 20 to 25 tons in weight, and which have curious features, which have been interpreted variously as Polynesian, African, don't look like classic Native American features. But one of the things I've realized is that there is no classic Native American feature. That Native Americans are have a very complex genetic story with very many different elements brought into it, and we shouldn't be necessarily surprised by the supposedly non-Native American look of these Olmecs.
What do we think those helmets were they were wearing?
Nobody knows, because no physical example of such a helmet has ever been found, just like no physical example of an Egyptian pharaoh's crown has ever been found. All we see is the stone reproductions of them.
Do they universally wear these helmets?
They pretty much all wear these helmets in the Olmec stonework. There's another fascinating figure from La Venta, one of the Olmec sites, which is the earliest ever image of a plumed or feathered serpent. The feathered serpent is a famous icon in Central America. Quetzalcoatl, who's the god of peace, the bringer of civilization, who is associated, for example, with the famous pyramid of Kukulkan, which is just another name for Quetzalcoatl at Chichen Itza, where on the spring equinox a shadow effect creates the image of a serpent coiling down the stairway and joining with the carved head of the serpent. But there's the image from La Venta. That's the earliest image of a plumed serpent in the Americas. And sitting in the middle of it, and I made a big deal out of this because I think it is a big deal in Magicians of the Gods, sitting in the middle of it is this human figure who's holding this strange bag in his hand. And it's just a fact that those identical bags are found in ancient Sumer in the hands of individuals who were considered to be civilization bringers, and they also show up on Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe. I call them man bags. And in that case, at Göbekli Tepe, we know they're at least 11,600 years old. So I wonder if we're looking at a sort of badge of office of a group of civilizers who traveled around the world trying to bring back to life a lost civilization and pass down I deploy a concept in this book that I actually got from Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is the author of the book called The Selfish Gene, and he's not one of my favorite people because he's a materialist reductionist, and he doesn't believe in spirit or any mystery in life, that we're just accidents of chemistry and biology.
He also has no psychedelic experience.
And he said, no, I did challenge him at a public event to go have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca. And
Just take acid once.
Oh, just once would be enough. But he has an excellent out because, and sadly, he's had a stroke, so he has a good excuse for not doing that. But he's a clever man, and one of his concepts that he's introduced into human culture is the concept of the meme. We're all, I think, familiar with that word. Genes are physical reproductive mechanisms. They reproduce themselves down the generations. They replicate, they multiply, they're passed on from one individual to another. Memes are cultural objects, cultural ideas that are passed on and replicate and reproduce themselves. And what I see right across the Americas and right across the old world as well is a set of memes that involve the sky, that involve the ground, that involve geometry, that involve notions of life after death. And I think the only way to explain these is that they have been inherited from an earlier culture that was in some way connected with the ancestors of all of these cultures. I think that's what we're looking at in the Amazon. We're looking at a meme which was deliberately created. Once you mobilize a population to start creating huge geometrical structures, you are also facilitating many other possibilities that an organized population allows. I think that's what happened at Göbekli Tepe. I think that's why they created the megalithic site there, to mobilize the local population of hunter-gatherers, to give them a project to do, to engage them, and in the process of engaging them, to teach them the skills of agriculture, which are fundamental to any concept of civilization. And it's weird the way agriculture just suddenly appears in Göbekli Tepe. And there's huge agricultural mysteries in the Amazon as well. May I share a couple of those mysteries with you?
Before you do that, though, can you pull up that image from Göbekli Tepe of Pillar
43? Pillar 43 in Enclosure D.
I would like to see that guy holding that bag. The
bags are in a row along the top of the pillar. It's Pillar 43 in Enclosure D. Göbekli Tepe.
Is there an image of that online? It's available. Okay, here we go.
So there's the bags in a row along the top. It's the same sort of square-shaped bag with a curved handle that you find on the earliest image of the pillar of the feathered serpent, and that you find. No, you have to go above that, Jamie. Just a little bit higher up the pillar. Those bags, right at the top there. It's odd that this symbol crops up in many different cultures and tends to be associated with.
What's the mainstream interpretation of those bags?
There is no mainstream interpretation of those bags. That's my interpretation of those bags, which I freely confess. That's how I read them. I'm intrigued by the anomaly that the similar bag and turns up in the hands of the Quetzalcoatl figure and turns up in Mesopotamia repeatedly in the hands of the individuals who are called the Alkalu, the magicians of the gods, the bringers of civilization.
And the plume serpent, Quetzalcoatl it's an Aztec god, right? And
Quetzalcoatl is an Aztec god, but the Aztecs acquired him from earlier cultures. The very fact that an image of the plumed serpent is given such priority in Olmec culture tells us that system of ideas was present during Olmec time, which takes us back at least to 1500 BC, probably quite a bit earlier than that, whereas the Aztecs are 1500 AD, so there's 3,000 years between the Aztecs and the Olmecs, and that same system of ideas is running through all of those cultures.
And the Mayans had a name for it as well?
Kukulkan.
And what do you think that plume serpent was?
I think it's very clear from the accounts that have survived that what he's associated with are two things in particular. One of them, he's a god of peace. He's not a war god. And the other thing that he's primarily about is giving the gifts of civilization. This is what you human beings need to know in order to move on to the next level. That is the function and the role of Quetzalcoatl. And there are very similar, we could refer to them as civilizing heroes, who are found in other cultures and other locations. Osiris plays that role. as a bringer of civilization. There's hardly a culture in the ancient world that doesn't remember a time far back and remote prehistory when some kind of supernaturals or advanced human beings, and I prefer the latter, that some kind of advanced human beings were involved in a project to disseminate civilization. I mentioned the Tucana in the Amazon, who are big drinkers of ayahuasca. The Tucano have a fascinating origin myth. They say that the origin myth states specifically that their ancestors were brought to the Amazon. They were brought to the Amazon by a group of supernaturals who included the daughter of the sun and an individual called the helmsman who steered the serpent canoe in which this settlement mission in the Amazon was performed. And what these so-called supernaturals did was they brought the ancestors of the Tucano to the Amazon and they showed them the best places to settle, the best places where they might find hunting, the best places where they might create a village, the best places for agriculture, and then they left. But they left them behind one gift, and that gift was ayahuasca. That's the story of the origin of the Tucano. And it sounds to me rather like the other side of the story of that DNA signal in the Amazon, that a group of people were deliberately settled in the Amazon by human beings who they chose to regard as supernaturals. That's what makes sense to me.
When I interrupted you talking about Quetzalcoatl, what were you about to say?
I can't remember. I'm in California. I've been smoking lots of dope.
We were talking about different things in the Amazon. Should we rewind and figure out what we said?
The different guy you're talking about.
Before Quetzalcoatl, before that. I have another question. The Olmecs, you were talking about the genetics of these people that live in Native Americans. That they vary widely, but the Olmecs seem to have very similar features: the thick lips, the wide noses. Why do you think that is?
Well, this is part of a curious mystery that is not unconnected to the genetic mystery. It's been known by archaeologists for quite a long time that there are anomalous skulls in parts of Brazil, which appear to show very strongly Polynesian or African features, very much like the features that we see on the Olmec heads. And a number of archaeologists who got into trouble with their colleagues for this have used that to argue many years ago, 30, 40 years ago, that the settlement story of the Americas is much more complicated than we've realized. And what the DNA is doing is it's telling us that there was something really weird happened with settlement. You see, what happened with those African or Polynesian-looking skulls was that they were tested for DNA when DNA technology was not as advanced as it is today. And what that DNA showed was that they were more closely related to modern Native Americans than they are to any other people in the world. So the notion that there was some connection with Polynesia or Africa was dismissed. But now